Chapter 1. Beneath the azure sky lies an endless expanse of ocean. Countless bubbles slowly ascend from the icy depths, while colossal and fierce sea creatures glide through the abyss, their flickering lights resembling the glint of their predatory eyes. This is the underwater prison, known for its unyielding fortifications, Impel Down. As a facility housing the most heinous criminals in the world, Impel Down has historically remained tranquil and uneventful, rarely stirred by turmoil. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere is entirely different. On the sixth level of Impel Down, the infinite prison, a place that confines the most malevolent of offenders. In the darkness, a pair of icy eyes suddenly snap open. Profound, indifferent, devoid of any semblance of emotion, the gaze slowly drifts into the distance. Is this Impel Down? Am I Mu Ling? Have I awakened? Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully sleeping for 40 years. Activation requirements have been met. The Supreme Spirit Refinement System is now activated. Beep. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Memories crash over Mu Ling like a tidal wave, a myriad of images flooding his mind. Mu Ling recalls everything, every detail. Well, look who finally woke up. An odd voice pierces his thoughts. With golden hair cascading behind him like a lion's mane and broken legs supported by twin swords, his face remains as defiant as ever, though now it bears a hint of desolation. Shiki? Mu Ling inquires, skepticism lacing his tone. Indeed, it is I the great Shiki. Shiki boasts, yet the weariness in his eyes betrays his bravado. Mu Ling remains silent, quietly reflecting on his former self. He is a traveler from another world. Upon arriving in the pirate era over 40 years ago, he became a member of the Rocks Pirates. The system lay dormant, unable to activate, with the only option being to wait. His days as a pirate were joyful, despite the presence of traitorous crew members like Big Mom, Kaido, and the Golden Lion. Yet, he also had comrades like Rocks and Whitebeard who cared for him. Mu Ling thought little of it being a pirate was simply being a pirate. Moreover, he was part of the dominant force of the seas, the Rocks Pirates. However, fate was unkind, and despite his efforts to alter his destiny, the Rocks Pirates were ultimately defeated by the combined might of Garp and Roger, leading them toward ruin. The crew scattered like birds and beasts, some perishing, others fleeing, while many established their own pirate crews. Mu Ling yearned for vengeance, yet he found himself powerless to act. In the end, he was captured, choosing to endure a prolonged wait within the confines of the prison. And that wait lasted a full 40 years. Hey, why have you fallen silent? We were once comrades on the same ship. Come, share a few words with an old man. Shiki grew impatient. This dismal place was suffocating, and he longed for conversation. Finally, his former companion Mu Ling had awakened, yet refused to acknowledge him. What is there for me to discuss with you? Mu Ling replied coolly, eliciting a frustrated growl from Shiki. What trickery is this? Shiki retorted angrily. I fail to understand why, after the captain's demise, you chose to challenge Garp and Roger alone. The dissolution of the Rocks Pirates was not your fault. I, along with Whitebeard, Lin, and Kaido, have invited you countless times. Yet, you went off on your own. And since entering this infinite prison, you have slept for 40 years. What gives? No, wait. Your face, why does it look? Suddenly, Shiki appeared dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight. Surprised, are you? Mu Ling knew what astonished Shiki. His 40 years of slumber had left his appearance unchanged, still resembling that of a 20-year-old. I can hardly comprehend you, whether in the past or present. Shiki lamented. He had escaped the prison at the cost of his legs, but a meticulously planned scheme spanning over a decade was thwarted by that straw hat brat, forcing him back into captivity. Though his ambitions remained undiminished, he couldn't help but envy Mu Ling's carefree attitude. Mu Ling said nothing. He was unaware of the current time. However, judging by Shiki's reaction, it was clear that he was now back within the familiar timeline. Closing his eyes, Mu Ling began to delve into the Supreme Spirit Refinement System. Level 4 of Impel Down. Report to Director Magellan. The Crimson-Eyed Mu Ling. He has awakened. Crimson-Eyed is the honorific bestowed upon Mu Ling by the outside world. Possessing an incredibly potent conqueror's haki, Mu Ling's eyes turned blood red in battle, creating an atmosphere akin to a battlefield of slaughter. This was the assessment from the Pirate King, Roger. Bang! Magellan slammed his hand on the table, astonished. What? Are you saying that the crimson-eyed Mu Ling, who has slept for 40 years, has awakened? A former member of the Rocks Pirates? He has awakened? With a heart pounding like a storm, Magellan hurriedly reported the matter to the Marine headquarters. Then, he felt a sudden weakness, his mind flooded with memories of that tempestuous figure. At that time, he had still been a mere junior officer. Beep. Host's head has successfully undergone spirit refinement, accumulated 10 times. Beep. Host's legs have successfully undergone spirit refinement, accumulated 10 times. Beep. Host's body has successfully undergone spirit refinement, accumulated 10 times. Beep. In the span of a single day, Mu Ling refined every part of his body 10 times. The Golden Lion was imprisoned beside Mu Ling, witnessing the surge of Mu Ling's power intensifying to a terrifying degree before finally ceasing. What on earth is this kid doing? Shiki muttered. Let's go. Suddenly, Mu Ling rose and strode toward the door. What do you intend to do? Break out. Mu Ling replied icily, tearing apart his tattered prison garb to reveal a body shimmering with a pearlescent glow. Having undergone spirit refinement 10 times, his physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, surpassing even the might of haki by several folds. Boom! A single punch struck the bars, the sound reverberating throughout the prison. What are you doing? Those bars are made of an ultra-strong metal, harder than sea prism stone. The Golden Lion exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha! I once thought the crimson-eyed Mu Ling was a remarkable figure, but it turns out he is merely a fool. Someone mocked. Oomph. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling, just an old relic. Crocodile scoffed from across the way. Awakening after 40 years, and seeking to escape just as I expected from you. Mu Ling. A cold voice resonated from the darkest corner of the infinite prison, and Mu Ling recognized who it was. If you plead for my assistance, I might consider helping you escape. Bear it. Ahaha. Those bars, forged from ultra-strong metal, not even I can shatter them. What makes you think you can? Barrett scoffed derisively. A crimson aura enveloped Mu Ling's arms in an instant. Then you shall not regret this. Boom. With a single punch, the ultra-strong prison bars shattered into pieces. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The office phone rang incessantly. Hello, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, we have a serious situation. A criminal has breached the prison. What? Sengoku gasped in shock. Who? Who has escaped? He didn't inquire which level the inmate was from, as it was unnecessary. Aside from the 6th level of the infinite prison, Magellan could manage the rest effortlessly. It's the crimson-eyed Mu Ling from the 6th level of the infinite prison. He has awakened and escaped. The crimson-eyed Mu Ling? It can't be. How could it be him? Sengoku dropped the phone, standing in place, confusion etched on his face. What happened? Is the Golden Lion on the loose again? Garp, munching on sunbae nearby, looked bewildered. Sengoku's demeanor was a rare sight indeed. It's the crimson-eyed Mu Ling. The one who has slept for 40 years has awakened. In Impel Down, as the sound of alarms blared the moment the bars shattered, panic swept through the entirety of Impel Down. Instantly, criminals from levels 1 to 5 wore expressions of shock. Is this an alarm? Just like 20 years ago when the Golden Lion escaped, someone is breaking out. Oh my goodness, who could it be? Quick, get me out of here. Which esteemed predecessor is this? Might I accompany you on your journey? In the infinite prison, you actually managed to escape? Hurry, help me. Barrett was beside himself with disbelief. What did I just witness? This is a metal so strong that even I couldn't shatter it. Yet Mu Ling managed to do it with a single punch. Scoundrel, release us at once. A voice erupted in anger. Quickly, let me out. I shall offer you all my treasures, every single one of them. Mu Ling, if you intend to escape from prison, you cannot possibly contend with so many alone. We are quite near Marineford. The Admiral may have already received word and is on his way. Indeed, let us all escape together. Our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Bare-chested, Mu Ling remained silent, casting no glance at the clamorous inmates surrounding him, and made his way toward the Golden Lion. Boom! The bars confining the Golden Lion were shattered by a single punch from Mu Ling. Ordinary conqueror's haki alone cannot break through this prison. The Golden Lion's face displayed no joy at being liberated instead. He gazed at Mu Ling in bewilderment. Why? Why have you suddenly become so powerful? Does it have anything to do with your 40 years of slumber? In his recollection, while Mu Ling had always been formidable, it was merely his conqueror's haki that surpassed the average in terms of genuine strength. He was hardly top tier. It is of no concern to you. Out of consideration for our past, I shall rescue you this once, and only this once. Mu Ling uttered coldly before turning to depart. Where are you going? The Golden Lion inquired. To retrieve my sword. Your sword? The Golden Lion's eyes flickered with contemplation as he recalled the slender, seemingly innocuous longsword. Ho ho ho, I do not relish being indebted to others. I bestow upon you this sword. Sakura, 10. He tossed the famed sword, Sakura 10, toward Mu Ling with his right foot. Spare me. Gazing at the sword's hilt still stained with blood, Mu Ling felt a wave of revulsion and flicked it back. Do you dare to look down upon me? The Golden Lion, irked, could hardly believe the audacity of being rebuffed. Forgive me, but this is a blade. I seek a sword. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the Golden Lion, Mu Ling ascended the staircase, racing toward the third underground level. He needed to hurry. The Navy headquarters likely already knew of the situation, and an admiral would soon arrive. With the system awakened, there was no longer any need for him to remain here. It was time to emerge and turn this world upside down. Stop! Read Mu Ling. You are under arrest. Bold criminal Mu Ling. How dare you attempt an escape? Surrender at once. Upon reaching the third level, Mu Ling found himself surrounded by a multitude of guards. Get lost, Mu Ling bellowed. In an instant, a terrifying wave of conqueror's haki erupted from his eyes, surging forth like a deluge, crashing against the throngs of guards before him. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the guards fell, succumbing to unconsciousness. Despicable pirate. I, Director Hannibal, will not let you go. A peculiar-looking man brandished his long knife, cutting through the crowd toward Mu Ling. Remarkable that you can endure under my conqueror's haki. You made some progress, Hannibal. Slightly turning his body, Mu Ling evaded the long knife and immediately retaliated with a punch, striking Hannibal forcefully in the abdomen. In the next moment, Hannibal crumpled, clutching his belly and collapsing to the ground. A true display of feeble combat prowess. Curse it all. Director Magellan will surely not let you off. How infuriating, Hannibal declared, unwilling to accept defeat. There is nothing to be infuriated about your navy, and I am a pirate. It is simply the way of things. No one can stop me. With a swift strike, the blade rendered Hannibal completely unconscious, allowing Muckling to pry away the hand that had a firm grip on his right foot. Shaking his head, Muckling proceeded toward the weapons cache on the third level of the prison. Within the confines of the city, the number of incarcerated criminals was staggering, as plentiful as blades of grass, yet their weapons were confiscated by the guards prior to entry. His own Yinglong sword could hardly be classified as a renowned weapon. It was crafted from ordinary materials and, as such, would likely not receive the special treatment afforded to the Golden Lion. That it was highly probable that it lay among the commonplace armaments in the usual weapons repository. After a brief interval, Muckling exclaimed, "Ah, at last, I have found you, my old companion." The Yinglong sword gleamed with a cerulean hue, its slender blade exquisitely agile, precisely tailored by Muckling to embody a lightness in its movement. Raising the Yinglong sword with both hands, he seated himself cross-legged and gradually closed his eyes. System. Beep. Initiating spirit refinement. Brilliant streams of light surged forth from Muckling's being, flowing into the Yinglong sword. He resolved to refine his weapon first. Magellan was undoubtedly stationed at the entrance of the advancing city, for it was the sole exit from the prison. Additionally, the arrival of a naval admiral loomed. Muckling did not wish for his newly acquired Yinglong sword to be destroyed in the ensuing conflict. Beep. Yinglong sword spirit refinement 1. Beep. Yinglong sword spirit refinement 2. Beep. Yinglong sword spirit refinement 3. Beep. 3 hours later. Beep. Yinglong sword spirit refinement 20. Ascended to the rank of a mortal grade spirit sword. Beep. The host has successfully refined spirits 20 times for the first time. Reward: 1 for the graceful and fleeting movement technique. In an instant, the Yinglong sword radiated with a resplendent light, and an ethereal dragon silhouette shimmered along its blade. Loading the graceful and fleeting movement technique. Beep. Loading successful. A warm current surged through his mind. And in the next moment, Mu Ling felt as though his body had become as light as a cloud, as if he could effortlessly soar to the ceiling with the slightest exertion. It seemed that refining a weapon was far less arduous than refining one's own body. He had spent an entire day achieving only 10 spirit refinements for his own physique, whereas the Yinglong sword had ascended in merely 3 hours. Rising to his feet, Mu Ling lightly tapped the ground, and his form ascended as though it were a wisp of cloud. At long last, the day has come. Garp, Sengoku, none shall impede my path. Mu Ling's roar reverberated throughout the entire advancing city. What an audacious fellow! Magellan murmured. Has Hannibal not yet responded? Report to Chief Magellan. Commander Hannibal has not communicated with us for 3 hours, and all surveillance on the 3rd underground level has been completely destroyed. Magellan sighed heavily. Realizing that something had gone awry with Hannibal, he should not have allowed him to confront the criminals alone. That detestable red-eyed Mu Ling. Magellan's expression darkened. With himself guarding the premises, the naval headquarters admirals would soon arrive. No matter how formidable Mu Ling's strength, he would surely be captured. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku's countenance was shrouded in gloom, his narrowed eyes brimming with an ominous intent. After 40 years of slumber, now awakened once more? What could he possibly intend to do? Red-eyed Mu Ling, though once a defeated foe under my command, possesses a talent that even Roger praised. Should he truly escape, the ramifications would be dire. Garp, usually jovial, now bore a grave expression. Oh, red-eyed Mu Ling, is he truly as formidable as you claim? A languid voice drifted in from beyond the door. It was Admiral Akiji from the naval headquarters. Sengoku, your timing is impeccable. You must head to the advancing city immediately and apprehend red-eyed Mu Ling. Ah, it sounds rather troublesome, but I have other matters to attend to. Palyasolino can handle it. I have already informed him. Akiji shrugged helplessly. Sengoku's lips twitched, suppressing his irritation. Ha, as expected of you, Kazan. Garp laughed heartily before adopting a serious tone. I still believe it would be better for you to accompany Palyasolino. After all, red-eyed Mu Ling is not to be underestimated. Though it may be a hassle, it is unnecessary. He once shone brightly, but having slumbered for 40 years, he has surely grown feeble. I alone am sufficient, Akiji asserted with confidence. Garp, upon seeing this, chose not to press further. After 4 decades, Mu Ling should have become a mere shadow of his former self. He could not possibly retain the strength of his youth. Akiji and Magellan together should suffice to deal with him. In the depths of the 3rd underground level of the advancing city, Mu Ling, as light as a swallow and akin to a fleeting cloud, arrived at the 2nd underground level in mere moments. However, within the 2nd level beast prison, not a single soul could be seen. Only the desperate cries of criminals echoed, pleading for Mu Ling to release them. A bunch of worthless warriors. What use are you to me? With a cold chuckle, Mu Ling turned and dashed toward the 1st level. Mr. Mu Ling, do you look down upon these individuals? Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind. Mu Ling halted instantly, turning to find his pupils constricting in surprise. Shiryu of the Rain? Why was this former warden of the advancing city here? Had the guards released him to confront me? Such a thought held merit. For in the anime, when Blackbeard wreaked havoc in the advancing city, Shiryu had been similarly released by the guards to confront him. Subsequently, this traitor had defected to the Blackbeard pirates. It was Mr. Shiki who rescued me, and he even invited me to join his flying pirate crew. However, I declined. Shiryu laughed, caressing the famed sword, Rain, as if it were his own child. Mu Ling wore a face of helplessness. That old scoundrel Shiki, truly characteristic of him. Gazing at Shiryu, Mu Ling spoke coldly. Have you come to seek my assistance? Oh, does Mr. Mu Ling not wish to inquire why I turned down Mr. Shiki's invitation? No need. Mu Ling turned to leave. Shiryu paused, evidently taken aback by Mu Ling's indifference. Wait, Mr. Mu Ling, do you have no plans for after your escape? Shiryu's voice grew urgent, and Mu Ling finally discerned his intentions. You wish to join my crew? Mu Ling retorted, his aura surging dramatically. Intimidating Shiryu? Shiryu faltered momentarily. Forget it. I wish to join Mr. Mu Ling's crew. Shiryu was on the verge of collapse, wondering when he, Shiryu of the Rain, had become so desperate as to seek refuge in another. Shiki the Golden Lion invited me, and I turned him down. All right, I can accept you, but my crew does not tolerate weakness. Let me witness your strength." With a resounding bang, Mu Ling vanished from his position. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed nearby, and rather than being alarmed, Shiryu felt exhilarated, his battle spirit igniting. "Humph! Though I know you, red-eyed Mu Ling, are formidable, I, Shiryu of the Rain, am no weakling either." With a swift motion, the red-hued rain was unsheathed, its brilliance flashing as Shiryu struck toward his right side. Duong, Mu Ling blocked with his left fist, the impact resonating with a dull thud. His body, having undergone 10 spirit refinements, bore no marks from the blade strike. Then, with a fierce grip, Mu Ling seized the sharp rein, yanking it towards himself that a colossal force emanated from rein, causing Shiryu to stumble forward uncontrollably. Bang! The tip of the rein pierced Mu Ling's chest. Yet it felt as if it had met metal, unable to advance even a fraction further. "Why you?" Shiryu's expression was one of utter bewilderment, for he was certain Mu Ling had not employed haki. In that moment of Shiryu's distraction, a powerful hand seized his throat. "Your body. No, please don't." The grip around his neck tightened, and Shiryu's breathing became increasingly labored. Mu Ling's countenance remained frigid, devoid of any discernible emotion. A jolt coursed through him. Did he truly intend to kill me? Shiryu, unwilling to concede, struggled desperately. Yet it was futile. Darkness encroached upon his vision, an overwhelming dizziness engulfing him, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as Shiryu felt he was on the brink of death, crack, the grip released. "Never entertain thoughts of betrayal against me. Unless you wish to perish." Shiryu, gasping for breath, heard the demonic warning. Cough, cough, with such a powerful captain. How could I possibly act out of turn? Shiryu chuckled, for it was only now that he truly acknowledged the shepherding spirit within him. The sea is a realm where the strong reign supreme. What were the previous trivial disturbances and minor setbacks worth? Shiryu had always been aware of his true desires. Nodding slightly, after Shiryu's breath had somewhat regained its steadiness, he proceeded towards the exit of Advanced City. At that moment, Advanced City was already in utter chaos. The Golden Lion had slain the guards, seized the keys, and liberated all the criminals from the 6th level below. Instantly, the long-suppressed emotions of those who had been imprisoned found their release. All the criminals from levels 1 to 6 escaped, countless guards were brutally killed, and the city's infrastructure was thoroughly destroyed. Finally, I have awaited your arrival, red-eyed shepherding spirit. Magellan stood at the exit, glaring fiercely at the shepherding spirit. It was this very individual who had disturbed the tranquility of Advanced City. Heh, are you prepared to meet your demise? With a crackling sound, Magellan could no longer restrain himself, his entire body bursting forth with venomous liquid, coalescing into a colossal poison dragon that surged towards the shepherding spirit. Magellan is in your hands. Can you hold him off? Oh, my esteemed captain, though I hesitate to admit it, I am indeed no match for Magellan. However, I can certainly delay him. Shiryu shrugged, drawing forth the thunderstorm, his eyes flickering with a faint crimson light. This was his first strike, and he was determined to demonstrate his worth to the shepherding spirit. The sea harbors no room for the inept. This is an immutable truth. With a swift motion, thunderstorm cleaved through the poison dragon, the surging sword light transforming into myriad glimmering blades, aimed directly at Magellan. Shiryu, you bastard! Upon seeing Shiryu, Magellan was consumed by fury. Heh, Magellan, you remain as you always were, day after day. Advanced City continues in the same manner. Do you not feel weary? Bang! The two became entwined in battle. Meanwhile, the shepherding spirit shifted his gaze elsewhere. Tall in stature, with an aged visage bearing a hint of languor, adorned in a golden pinstriped suit, and draped in a coat emblazoned with the Navy insignia. This was the Navy headquarters' ultimate force. Admiral Kizuru, you are the red-eyed shepherding spirit, a member of the Rocks Pirates, who has slumbered for 40 years. Gazing at the youthful countenance of the shepherding spirit, Kizuru felt a tumultuous wave within. Wasn't he a pirate from the same era as Garp and Roger? Why did he appear so youthful? TSK, I had expected at least 2 admirals to come, yet here you are, Kizuru. You truly underestimate me. Oh, that sounds rather ominous, but for you, I shall suffice alone. No sooner had he spoken, Kizuru vanished from sight. Though he seemed young, he was merely an old man. Why not stay in prison and await death instead? Lightspeed kick. Bam. A burst of golden light erupted behind the shepherding spirit as a brilliantly golden right foot descended from above, aimed squarely at him. Ding. The sound of swords clashing erupted as the Ying long sword was swiftly unsheathed, parrying Kizaru's kick. Instantly, a torrent of air surged from the point of their clash. In the next moment, the shepherding spirit's eyes turned crimson, and waves of terrifying conqueror-esque haki radiated from them, instilling fear across the battlefield. Such a degree of conqueror's haki. How is this possible? Kizaru, astonished, felt his body's speed gradually diminishing. With his strength, he should not be affected by mere conqueror's haki. The Yinglong's sword danced in the air, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent that surrounded Kizaru and struck down upon him. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately abandoned his thoughts. As his hands came together, a burst of golden light flashed, and a golden long sword manifested in his grasp. Tenga Kanoken. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce clash. As he evaded the golden sword light, the shepherding spirit swiftly executed a graceful movement, retreating several meters, gripping the Ying longsword. He channeled a torrent of sword energy into the blade. In the next moment, as if to tear through the very air, a thunderous explosion echoed as a colossal wave of slashing energy surged toward Kizaru. What a fearsome technique! But can you hit me? In an instant, the shepherding spirit's eyes narrowed. The overwhelming pressure of his conqueror's haki bore down upon Kizaru. Kizaru's expression changed instantaneously. The massive wave of slashing energy crashed down upon him, the explosion sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout Advanced City. The shepherding spirit did not harbor any illusions that Kizaru would be injured by such an attack. He swiftly executed several leaps to position himself above Kizaru. Crackling lightning enveloped the Ying longsword. The weapon emitted a chorus of sword cries. Having not tasted battle for 40 years, it was exhilarated. The air filled with the scent of singed matter, and the sound of crackling electricity grew increasingly pronounced. The shepherding spirit slowly drew his sword, and in that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted. Thunderclap. 8 trigrams. Boom! The overwhelming force of lightning exploded forth, transforming into a thunderous shepherding spirit as he descended heavily upon Kizaru. Obscured in the billowing smoke, shimmering light shield. Just as the thunderclap, 8 trigrams, was about to descend, a golden shield of light suddenly rose from the smoke. Bang! A tremendous impact swept through, causing Advanced City to tremble once more. Had I known you would be this difficult to deal with, I should not have acquiesced to Akiji's request. What a bother. As the smoke cleared, the golden shield had been shattered, revealing Kizaru's elongated grimace. The justice coat behind him had vanished, and his golden pinstriped suit bore faint, inconspicuous cracks. Clearly, enduring the thunderclap, 8 trigrams had not left Kizaru unscathed. The shepherding spirit said nothing, but the blood-red hue in his eyes grew increasingly sinister. No wonder Mr. Garp holds you in such high regard. That wave of slashing energy emulated the golden lion, and the thunderclap, 8 trigrams, mirrored Kaido's, did it not? Kizaru replied coldly, with a flick of his wrist. The crimson flowing cherry blossom haki enveloped his arms and sword, and the shepherding spirit charged toward Kizaru once more. Simultaneously, a battlefield shrouded in red mist materialized around the shepherding spirit. Humph, you truly are relentless. Then I shall have no choice but to defeat you. Boom. The previously disdainful Kizaru nearly knelt upon blocking that sword. It was as if a weight akin to a mountain erupted from the shepherding spirit, suffocating him to near breathlessness. This is impossible. Why do you possess such formidable strength? Kizaru stammered, his legs trembling in shock. The overwhelming force was simply suffocating. Refining the body 10 times not only augments physical strength, but also significantly enhances power, speed, and resilience. Of course, the shepherding spirit would not divulge this secret to Kizaru. The dead need not know. Clang, clang, clang. 1 sword, 2 swords. The shepherding spirit continuously swung his sword downwards, the blade transforming into a multitude of phantoms that surged toward Kizaru. Meanwhile, Kizaru, trapped within the battlefield, could only defend. The terrifying aura unleashed from their clash spread outward, permeating the surroundings. Kizaru's once upright legs began to bend, his gaze dimming considerably. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Although he appeared uninjured, his internal meridians had sustained damage. His lethargic face was now filled with rage. This battle was proving excessively stifling for Kizaru. Not only did his opponent possess an extraordinarily potent flowing cherry blossom haki, but he also wielded a seemingly supernatural conqueror-esque haki battlefield. Even more infuriating was the fact that beneath that seemingly frail exterior lay a strength akin to a giant. with his speed and power suppressed. Kizaru was on the brink of madness. Indeed, he should not have acquiesced to Akiji's request. How could he be so half-hearted in a battle against me? The cold voice of the shepherding spirit echoed in Kizaru's ears, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Bang! In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips, and with a series of cracking sounds, Kizaru was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood, his eyes became devoid of light. Is this the level of today's admirals? They pale in comparison to the valiant Vice Admiral Garp of yore, with the Ying longsword pointed downward, surrounded by the crimson hockey battlefield. The shepherding spirit advanced step by step toward Kizaru. If this is all you can muster, Kizaru, then today you shall meet your end here. The murderous intent surging from the shepherding spirit would show no mercy to Kizaru. With a single thrust, he aimed directly at Kizaru's chest. The Ying longsword's tip pierced through Kizaru's chest in an instant, yet no blood flowed forth. Could it be a ruse? Raising an eyebrow, the shepherding spirit harnessed his sword energy, instantly tearing Kizaru's body into fragments. There was no flesh, no blood. He disintegrated into specks of golden light that vanished into the air. A mirage of light, an ultimate move never seen in the anime? Could it be one of the awakened abilities of the glint fruit? Suddenly, Mu Ling laughed. Truly worthy of you. Huang Yuan to in murky waters. You fish for profit, cunningly avoiding confrontation whenever possible. Were it not for my pressing you to the brink, you would likely still be hiding your talents in silence. Oh, how terrifying. I almost fell victim to you. A voice dripping with disdain emerged from behind, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Laser beam, by Yubiu, without turning around. Mu Ling immediately executed his evasive technique, narrowly dodging the laser beam. The graceful movement of a startled swan, combined with Mu Ling's tenfold refined physique, allowed him to evade even the speed of light. Well, you managed to evade that. But how about this? Huang Yuan leaped, his entire being radiating with a brilliant golden light, resembling a miniature sun. 8-foot Cheong hook. In an instant, countless terrifying waves of light shot forth from Huang Yuan's crossed arms. Let's see how you evade this. Bang, bang, bang. The city of advancement began to tremble as the ground beneath them collapsed, revealing charred craters, and the sturdy platform was shattered into fragments by the onslaught of light waves. As the waves surged forth, Mu Ling found himself with no escape, engulfed in the torrent of light. On the other side. Is this the captain you pledge allegiance to? Unfortunately, he is already dead, Magellan scoffed, unleashing 3 or 4 toxic dragon bullets in pursuit of Shiryu. The flash of a red sword beam swiftly transformed the 3 toxic dragon bullets into poisonous water splashing onto the ground. Only a fool like you would think that. Shiryu's expression remained unchanged, his gaze intensifying as he panted. Magellan was indeed known as the strongest warden in the history of the advancing city. Although Shiryu could barely hold his own, he knew that if Magellan unleashed his ultimate move, he would stand no chance. For now, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the captain. At the entrance of the advancing city, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a figure. Mu Ling, his bare upper body shimmered with a radiant glow, flawless like white jade, yet his expression was extremely grim, as if he wished to swallow Huang Yuan whole. Huang Yuan nearly collapsed in shock. You are unscathed? I gave it my all, unleashed my ultimate moves, and yet you remain completely unharmed. Did I just unleash a fake ultimate move? Huang Yuan began to question his existence. Nonsense. You burned away my flowing hair. Scoundrel. Mu Ling was both furious and regretful, lamenting why he hadn't thought to refine his hair while honing his physique. Now, his head was smooth as a monk's. Utterly unappealing. Huang Yuan, at a loss for words, felt that even if Mu Ling didn't kill him, he would surely be driven mad by the latter's presence. I admit I underestimated you. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling. You are indeed formidable, just as Mr. Garp said. However, today, you shall not escape this advancing city. Bang. In an instant, countless golden lights surged from within Huang Yuan's body, coalescing into a massive sphere of light that expanded outward. The golden radiance, emanating from Huang Yuan as the epicenter, transformed the air into golden mirrors, encircling Mu Ling within them. Subsequently, Huang Yuan, situated at the center, vanished, merging into the mirrors. That you. By the overwhelming sensation of a bloodline limit surged forth. Yet Mu Ling would not remain passive. He immediately called upon his system. Beep, skill, wave slash, refinement level 1. Beep, skill, thunderous 8 trigrams, refinement level 1. Goodness, this supreme refining system is indeed exceedingly powerful. It can even refine skills. But that is still not enough. System, can Conqueror's Haki be refined? Of course. Oh, if that is the case, let us commence. Mu Ling exclaimed with excitement. Sorcery, this is undoubtedly sorcery. Beep, Conqueror's Haki refinement successful. Refinement level 1. Note, the target of refinement has special conditions. The next refinement must wait 100 days. 100 days? Mu Ling pondered briefly, but dismissed it, as it was quite normal for such a unique ability to have restrictions. To crimson-eyed Mu Ling. Instantly, Huang Yuan's figure emerged sequentially from the countless golden mirrors. However, Mu Ling knew that only one was real, while the rest were mere reflections. That Tio developed such a technique. Huang Yuan could indeed be called a genius. In the blink of an eye, numerous Huang Yuans pointed their fingers, and countless golden laser beams instantly targeted Mu Ling. Boom! A deluge of lasers surged forth, but Mu Ling did not resist. Instead, he straightened his posture, his crimson eyes narrowing dramatically, unleashing a wave of Conqueror's Haki exponentially stronger than before. Like a volcanic eruption, akin to the roaring of the sea, a profound rumble reverberated throughout the battlefield of Conqueror's Haki. Huang Yuan's expression shifted from triumph to dismay as ominous cracks appeared before him. Bang! 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 The golden mirrors crumbled one by one under the immense pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, dispersing into flecks of golden light. Huang Yuan spat blood and fell to the ground, yet upon seeing Mu Ling engulfed by the waves of lasers, he chuckled once more. Ha ha ha. Although you have countered my ultimate move, you shall still perish. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for leaving the confines of your prison to cause trouble. In the distance, the Navy cheered in unison. Huang Yuan is truly formidable. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling. Haha, he has fallen at the hands of Admiral Huang Yuan. Despicable pirates deserve to die. A gentle breeze swept by, and amidst the dissipating smoke, a towering figure gradually emerged. Instantly, all laughter ceased. Oh, what are you so happy about? Come, speak louder. Let me share in the joy. The familiar figure appeared before everyone, unscathed, without a single scratch. Fake. It must be an illusion. How could that be? After such a terrifying deluge of lasers, why was his body completely unharmed? Could it be that his strength has surpassed that of an admiral? The psychological defenses of the Navy crumbled in an instant. Mu Ling's might was akin to an invincible sword, severing the last remnants of their pride. Huang Yuan had nothing left to say. He had merely relied on his physical strength to withstand his strongest attack. Was he even human? This was clearly a monster. However, Huang Yuan remained unaware that due to the refinement upgrade of the Conqueror's Haki, his laser deluge was diminished by 20 upon reaching Mu Ling's vicinity. At this moment, Mu Ling appeared unharmed. Yet within his body, internal injuries subtly stirred. Tio think I could be injured. Indeed, one must never underestimate an admiral. With the 3-foot blue sword in hand, I shall slay the admiral. Huang Yuan struggled to rise, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, revealing that he was now at his limits. Even if he possessed the strength to battle Mu Ling, the vast disparity in their powers could not be bridged. Protect Admiral Huang Yuan. Kill him. Despicable pirates, how dare they be so brazen? The Navy, seemingly inspired by Huang Yuan, charged recklessly forward. A group of weaklings, with a furrowed brow. The terrifying battlefield of Conqueror's Haki enveloped all the Navy present. Sizzle, compress, expand, explode. Massive clouds of blood mist and shattered limbs filled the air in mere seconds. Anyone who stepped into the battlefield met a gruesome fate. Huang Yuan's previously nonchalant and languid demeanor transformed into one of fury, his golden aura surging as he prepared to confront Mu Ling. Huh? Does it hurt? Are you in despair? My comrades perished one by one at your hands back in the day. As he laughed, Mu Ling's eyes began to redden. The former Rock's pirates, countless close companions, and the stern yet benevolent captain, Rock's Mu Ling was a pure-hearted individual. Regardless of how vile the pirates were, the Navy's righteousness held no sway over him. He only knew that it was Captain Rox who saved him from starvation when he had just entered the world of pirates, providing him with his first morsel of food and water. You have your justice, and I have my principles. Moreover, it is a justice that has long decayed to the core. Humph, just pirates. Their deaths are inconsequential. Huang Yuan retorted coldly. How convenient it is to dismiss lives as inconsequential. The victor writes history. This is the law of the sea, and I have no retort. Yet now, as the prey, what right do you have to utter such words? Clang. The figure of Mu Ling elongated into a shadow as he charged towards the yellow ape with astonishing speed. A tempest of sword energy erupted from his being, and his eyes glowed an even deeper crimson. Damn pirates! Suddenly, a massive arm, as thick as a giant tree, came crashing down before Mu Ling, blocking his path. Yellow Ape, promptly report this matter to the Navy headquarters. As Magellan's voice faded, a flicker of black sword light appeared at the corner of his eye. Thunderous 8 trigrams, the terrifying thunder surged along the blade of the Ying longsword, slicing through the toxic arm as if it were searing through flames, and hurtled towards the Yellow Ape. Humph! With an angry grunt, Magellan spread his arms wide, unleashing 9 red venomous dragons that soared into the sky. Heading straight for Mu Ling. Bang! 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 Mu Ling swiftly retreated to evade the toxic dragons and deftly maneuvered through the air, dodging the lethal streams of venom. Although his body, refined through 10 cycles of spirit cultivation, was impervious to toxins, the might of Magellan's poison fruit was overwhelming, and Mu Ling dared not take any chances. Clang! 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 The sword light danced, and the dragon's roar resonated through the skies. Wave slash. Mu Ling's expression shifted as he gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing a colossal blue wave that cleaved through 3 dragons. The lion's sword dance. Imperial domain. A thunderous rumble shook the earth, igniting the infernal prison 4 levels beneath Impel Down, causing the blazing flames to surge and boil. The flames coalesced into a massive fire lion, comparable in size to Magellan's venomous behemoth. Boom! The fire lion roared and charged at Magellan. That moment, Mu Ling had already repelled the 4 toxic dragons and executed the graceful technique of the startled swan. Leaping towards Shiryu, who lay ensnared in venom. Captain, don't come over. Hurry, get away from here. This is Magellan's super toxin. Touching it means certain death. Seeing Mu Ling reach out to help him, Shiryu immediately roared in protest. Smack! Without uttering a word, Mu Ling hoisted Shiryu onto his back and made his way towards the exit. Shiryu was utterly dumbfounded, his frost-like visage twitching slightly, and his eyes appeared a touch red. Yet, he held back his words, resolutely etching this moment in his heart. As the venom on Shiryu's body came into contact with Mu Ling's skin, it seemed to be repelled, sliding harmlessly to the ground. With his heart settling, Mu Ling breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace towards the doorway. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling, are you perhaps contemplating fleeing without a fight? Magellan, furious after obliterating the fire lion with a punch, saw his terrifying red venom swell further, launching another 9 horrifying toxic dragons in pursuit of Mu Ling. Hee. Don't be impatient. Someone's coming to fight you. With a light chuckle, Mu Ling dashed out of Impel Down, finally spotting the naval warship anchored upon the sea. We can't delay any longer. Soon the Yellow Ape will summon all the elite forces from Navy headquarters. At that point, the Navy won't even need to intervene. A single barrage will suffice to annihilate them all. Ha, Magellan, I have finally emerged. Everything you have done to me, I shall repay in full. Desert Diamond Blade, Lion's Dance, Thousand Cuts Valley, Momo Tenfold Slash, Shark's Fist, Fire Fist. In an instant, all the criminals within Impel Down fled, including Crocodile, Barrett, and Bondywald. Fire Fist Ace, the Sea Warrior Jinbe, and others. Mu Ling even caught sight of Buggy. However, none of this concerned him. He leaped onto the naval warship, preparing to depart. Hey, wait for us. From a distant platform, some criminals spotted Mu Ling's escape and shouted, "Bastard! Wait for us." He actually ran off alone. The heavy horn of the warship reverberated across the entire sea. Why should I save you? If you wish to survive, rely on your own abilities, Mu Ling replied coldly. Soon, the warship began to move slowly, sailing towards the distant SEA. No one is allowed to escape. Magellan roared, but already heavily injured from the onslaught. He fought like a cornered beast. Ha! Well said, Mu Ling. Everyone relies on their own abilities. From the high platform, the Golden Lion immediately abandoned his assault on Magellan, letting out a long howl as he soared into the air, landing on the warship in a matter of moments. Humph! With an annoyed grunt, Mu Ling turned to face Shiryu. Hey, you brat, are you ignoring me again? The Golden Lion snapped, then stroked his beard and chuckled. Rain Shiryu was released by me. Who knew this rascal would refuse my invitation? From the looks of it, he seems to be afflicted by Magellan's venom. TSK, his days are numbered, the Golden Lion lamented, covered in large red blotches. Shiryu's previously dim gaze became even more vacant upon hearing the Golden Lion's words. Mu Ling shot a glare at the Golden Lion and gently patted Shiryu's head. Don't worry, I will cure you. His voice brimmed with confidence. He then began to summon the system. System, do you have an antidote? Beep. Please head to the system mall to make a purchase. Mu Ling smiled slightly, realizing there was indeed a system mall. Since awakening, aside from refining his body, he had yet to properly explore this supreme spirit refining system. He opened the system panel and accessed the upper right corner of the system mall. Magical antidote. 30 spirit points. What are spirit points? Mu Ling inquired. Beep. The host will receive spirit points at a 1:1 ratio upon successful spirit refining. Oh, I see. Mu Ling glanced at his balance, which read 100 spirit points. However, a glance revealed he also had 10 promotion points beside the spirit point balance. Promotion points. What are those? Beep. The host earns promotion points after successfully refining the Ying Long sword to the common tier spirit sword. Oh, rewards for upgrading spirit refining. What can promotion points be used for? Beep. The host can utilize promotion points to enhance the success rate of spirit refining or to enter a lottery. A success rate for spirit refining. TSK. The term sounds rather ominous. Mu Ling felt a sense reminiscent of his past life playing games and enhancing equipment. Truly, it felt like a matter of heaven and hell. He clicked to purchase. A flash of white light flickered, and a bottle of red liquid appeared in Mu Ling's hand. TCH. You think you can cure him? I don't believe it. Magellan is a poison fruit user, and only his homemade antidote can combat the toxins within him. The Golden Lion scoffed, his face filled with disdain, relentlessly mocking Mu Ling. He had never seen eye to eye with Mu Ling since their days in the Rocks Pirates. And now that they had escaped Impel Down, he felt particularly resentful and seized the opportunity to belittle Mu Ling at every turn. How about a bet? Oh, the Golden Lion perked up. All right, just tell me what you wish to wager. If I can cure Shiryu, you will impart your lion's sword dance to me. If I cannot, you may do as you please, Mu Ling declared resolutely. The Golden Lion gasped, his gaze shifting to one of suspicion. This brat is so confident. Could he truly save Rain Shiryu? But if I win the bet, I can have such a formidable force on my ship. It would undoubtedly be of immeasurable help to my plans. Even if I lose, it matters not, for this brat has already learned most of the lion's sword dance. The Golden Lion pondered for a moment, feeling assured that he would emerge victorious. All right, I accept this bet. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Golden Lion witnessed Mu Ling produce a bottle of red liquid from his bosom. The moment the bottle was uncorked, a delightful fragrance wafted into the air, and the Golden Lion was instantly struck by an ominous premonition. As the red liquid was poured into Shiryu's mouth, a green healing radiance enveloped him. The red venom that had been eroding his body gradually faded, ultimately dissipating without leaving a trace. Golden Lion -00 Am I dreaming? Is this real? I am actually healed, Shiryu exclaimed with joy, kneeling before Mu Ling. Thank you, Captain. Rise, you are my crew. Saving you is a given, Mu Ling replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Where did you obtain the antidote? A secret. You. The Golden Lion was momentarily at a loss for words, and in his frustration, he took out an item from his bosom and tossed it to Mu Ling. You have already learned my lion's sword dance. It's no trouble to give it to you. Having spoken, the Golden Lion no longer wished to cast even a glance at Magellan, choosing instead to sit on the deck and observe the approaching Impel Down. At that moment, countless figures were rushing towards the warship, all criminals who had escaped from within the confines of Impel Down. The main forces of the Navy headquarters were about to arrive at Impel Down, and prolonging the standoff with Magellan held no merit. The only wise course of action now was to flee. With a splash, a blue behemoth plunged into the sea, followed by a multitude of criminals who leapt in after him. The ocean was instantly stained red, for the waters around Impel Down were a windless zone, a veritable paradise for sea kings. The blue behemoth was Jinbei, a fishman and a favored child of the sea. In the water, he felt as if he had returned home, and within a few breaths, he closed the distance to the warship and leapt aboard. Mr. Magellan. Magellan nodded, signaling for him to take a seat. Jinbei was one of the few individuals Magellan held in high regard, strong, resolute, and ever grateful. Fire fist. Boom. From a distance, Ace, standing atop a high platform, suddenly unleashed a punch at the ground, causing countless fragments to scatter amidst the explosion's roar. Targeting the largest piece, Ace immediately jumped onto it, using the explosive force to propel himself closer to the warship. Momo 10X cannon. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. Bondi Walt, realizing he could not escape. This scoundrel sought to take Ace down with him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless boulders hurtled towards Ace. TSK. Wald is truly despicable, Magellan remarked with approval. Crocodile, emulating Wald's tactics, transformed into sand and leapt atop a massive rock, summoning a storm that shattered all the boulders hurtling towards Ace. Before long, the warship had departed from the waters surrounding Impel Down. Oh, isn't that the scoundrel red-eyed Magellan? Magellan was taken aback to see even Buggy had managed to escape, soaring onto the warship. TSK, his chop-chop fruit does prove to be quite useful at times. With a swift motion, Magellan severed Buggy into pieces. Ha! This old man cannot be killed no matter what. Disappointed, are you? The sliced Buggy quickly reformed. Though he could not seem to locate his kidneys if you utter another word. I shall toss your kidneys into the sea, Magellan threatened, brandishing Buggy's kidneys. Buggy, do not strike the face, nor stab the waist. Magellan, you scoundrel, lack of martial virtue. Back when he was part of the Rocks Pirates, whenever a battle ensued with the Roger Pirates, Magellan would specifically target Buggy and red-haired Shanks, mercilessly trampling them. During that period, every time Buggy caught sight of Magellan, his legs would tremble in fear. Then, from a distance, he would hurl a stream of curses to salvage his image, observing the glint of malice in Magellan's eyes. Buggy shrank back, cursing inwardly while feigning a cheerful demeanor. Hee, I assent that my brother Magellan, long time no see. I've missed you terribly. With a swish, a kidney flew into Buggy's hands. Miss me? Spare me. You're fortunate I'm not cursing you behind your back. Magellan replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze back to the sea and lapsing into silence. The warship had already drifted far from Impel Down, and on the other side of the sea, over a dozen naval ships were visibly racing towards them. Oh, they're arriving so quickly. The Golden Lion chuckled, showing no concern for the approaching fleet. Next, we might encounter ambushes. Magellan waved his hand, and the Yoru no Ken was instantly unsheathed. What are you planning to do? The Golden Lion inquired, perplexed by Magellan's display of weaponry. Look, following Magellan's, the Golden Lion beheld a figure, Bondi Wald. At that moment, Wald was not only being pursued by over a dozen naval ships, but also had 4 or 5 sea kings lurking in the water, eyeing him hungrily. Both Magellan and the Golden Lion began to laugh, their faces twisted with malice. Come. This is a perfect opportunity for me to teach you a lesson on what the lion's sword dance is. With that, the Golden Lion leapt into the air, his legs glinting with cold light, sword energy surging, lion dance. Thousand Cuts Valley. Whoosh! In an instant, as the Golden Lion spun through the air, countless razor-sharp waves of slashing energy erupted from his twin swords, hurtling towards the desperately fleeing Bondi Wald. Magellan, emulating the Golden Lion's rhythm, also unleashed his own waves of slashing energy, sending them crashing forth. Magellan, Shiki, you two scoundrels. Wald nearly lost his mind on the spot. The naval ships relentlessly pursued him from behind, and the Sea Kings were poised to strike, ready to take a chunk out of him. Were it not for his hockey, he would have been devoured long ago. With all his might, he had finally managed to swim out of the warship's cannon fire zone, only to find that those two fools were launching their attacks. Oh, you dare to curse us? Magellan chuckled, sending several more massive waves of slashing energy towards Wald. Boom, the waves ripped through the surface of the sea like straight arrows, crashing down upon Wald. Magellan, you bastard, I will kill you, Wald roared in fury, blood streaming from his body, while the bloodthirsty Sea Kings paid no heed, descending upon him like ravenous beasts. Bang, 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 the over a dozen naval ships, witnessing this a blue silhouette, soared from the horizon. Unmistakably the wielder of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division. Father, Ace has been saved. He has escaped from Impel Down, Marco exclaimed with joy. Yes, I am already aware. Seated in a lofty position, Whitebeard held a bottle of wine in his left hand and the latest newspaper in his right, his face brimming with satisfaction. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed. You old fool, finally willing to come out. What are your plans now? Have you truly no desire to join my pirate crew? I could reserve the position of vice captain for you, on a small island 1,000 miles from Impel Down. The Golden Lion frowned. He still wished to recruit Marco into his flying pirate crew. No need. I have my own plans. What plans? Marco remained silent. Placing his hand upon Golden Lion's shoulder, a surge of green light emanated from Marco's hand, enveloping Golden Lion entirely. What do you intend to do? No, my body is actually. The process of refining his spirit was successful, and Golden Lion was taken aback, closing his eyes to fully experience the transformation within his body. This sensation was as refreshing as being in paradise. After the glow subsided, Golden Lion opened his eyes, only to find himself inexplicably taller. Looking down, he was astounded to see his legs, once severed by his own hand, now whole and intact. "What is this? Marco, how did you accomplish this?" Golden Lion exclaimed, filled with shock. Marco ignored him, turning to leave. "Old man, continue to cling to life. Do not allow yourself to be easily defeated again." Golden Lion stood in a daze, touching the legs he had lost for 20 years, then gazing at Marco's receding figure with a smile spreading across his face. "You rascal, do not die too soon. I am leaving." With a resounding slap, Golden Lion struck the ground beneath him, causing the seawater to surge back, the massive island beginning to tremble and ascend into the sky. A subtle smile graced Marco's lips. He had no concern that Golden Lion would reveal the matter of his spirit refining. As for why he aided Golden Lion, it was merely out of pity, a gesture of comfort for the lonely elder. Yes, that was it. Golden Lion took most of the criminals and established a new flying pirate crew. While Rain Shiryu, the Sea Knight Jinbei, and Crocodile were the ones Marco insisted on keeping. "Very well, I have no objections. I am more than willing to join your crew." The response from Crocodile was surprisingly straightforward. "What about you, Jinbei?" Marco inquired, glancing at the blue giant. "I am deeply sorry. You rescued me from prison, yet I must decline your request." Jinbei's stance was resolute. Declining. "Who gave you the authority to refuse me?" Marco's expression darkened instantly, an overwhelming aura erupting from within him. "It was I who rescued you from prison. Thus your lives no longer belong to you. Remember this. I am not seeking your consent. I am delivering a command. Either you submit to me, or..." The blade of the dragon sword slowly unsheathed. Die. Jinbei's countenance shifted dramatically as the sheer force emanating from Marco was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Boom! The terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping Jinbei. A wave of helplessness engulfed him. He wished to resist, yet his body vehemently opposed him. To resist would mean certain death. "But I... Jinbei's tone faltered, wavering in uncertainty. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, that old fool Whitebeard will certainly have no objections. Moreover, what he can offer you, I can provide as well. As long as you truly and sincerely submit to me, Fishman Island will be under my protection." Marco declared assertively. "All right, fine." Jinbei conceded reluctantly, knowing that this man before him was a longtime friend of his father and a former comrade. Yielding to the pressure. "Haha. Let us set sail. Where to now, Captain?" "Water City." "What shall we name our pirate crew?" "The Evil Spirit Pirates." 2 days later, at Water City, a heavy horn echoed from the distant sea, causing those eagerly awaiting to board to gaze in astonishment. A massive naval warship was slowly approaching the harbor. "A naval warship? Why is a warship here? It must have come from Judicial Island. Could there be pirates in Water City? No. Wait. It's not the Navy. There are no Navy personnel on board. That flag, it's a pirate flag." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the Evil Spirit Pirates finally arrived at Water City. "Oh, is this Water City? Truly magnificent," Shiryu marveled. "Humph, country bumpkin," Crocodile scoffed. "Hee, do you wish to test my sword, Crocodile? Well then, come and try." A storm erupted within Crocodile, directed at Shiryu. Silence. At the captain's command, an immediate hush fell over the group. Shiryu shot a glare at Crocodile but refrained from further comment. Quietly polishing his sword, "By the way, Captain, what brings us here?" Compared to Shiryu, Crocodile was much more courteous towards Marco. After all, he understood that if Marco wished to kill him, it would be but a fleeting thought. The defiant Crocodile respected Marco's strength from the depths of his being. Water City possesses the largest shipyard in the world, and the shipwrights here are among the finest. As a pirate crew, we cannot continue to use this naval warship. It was evident that the captain had brought them here to transform this warship into a perfect pirate vessel. Among the four, aside from Marco, Jinbei was the most composed, instantly deducing Marco's intentions. "Jinbei is correct. Of course, in addition to crafting the most perfect pirate ship, we also need a shipwright, a top-tier shipwright." Facing the sea breeze, Marco spoke coldly. Before long, the ship docked, and Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbei went off to procure supplies and various necessities for the ship. Meanwhile, Marco proceeded to the mayor's office in Water City. The office door creaked open, and the guards in the hallway remained oblivious to Marco's arrival. Seated at his desk, the icy mayor was engrossed in paperwork, entirely unaware that someone stood before him. "Ah, Mayor Iceberg, quite busy, I see." Bang! The sudden voice startled Iceberg, causing his body to jolt, and the chair emitted a piercing creak. "Why you? Who are you?" Iceberg exclaimed, his face a mask of fear, hastily retrieving a gun from his desk and aiming it at Marco. "Hee, I have never been fond of having a gun pointed at me." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Marco spoke, Iceberg had already fired his weapon. The flaming bullet struck Marco's chest, yet left not a single mark. "You." Iceberg was left speechless, his eyes wide with terror, and he slumped back into his chair. "Why won't you let me go? The plans for Pluton have been destroyed. You all saw it with your own eyes." Despair seeped from Iceberg's eyes. He never expected that even after the Judicial Island incident, the world government would still pursue him. Yet, the Pluton plans had been reduced to ash by Frankie's flames. This had been witnessed by all. I believe Mr. Iceberg must be mistaken." The figure in the black cloak slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome young face. You are Akagami Marco?" Iceberg recognized Marco immediately, and as if struck by a realization, he quickly retrieved a wanted poster from his drawer. Former member of the Rocks Pirates. "Akagami Marco escaped from Impel Down 7 days ago, bounty of 710 million. Is it really you? A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million could be deemed a formidable pirate." And the young man before Iceberg not only commanded a staggering bounty of 710 million, but was also a legendary member of the feared Rocks Pirates. Gazing at Marco's youthful visage, Iceberg felt a sense of disbelief. His heart, which had previously raced, remained suspended in uncertainty. To him, there is no distinction between pirates and the world government. "Indeed. It is I. My purpose in coming here is not to acquire the design of the Pluto. To be frank, I harbor little interest in Pluto." Mu Ling chuckled softly, pulling a chair to sit down as he spoke slowly. He was not deceiving Ice Mountain, the legendary weapon Pluto. A colossal instrument of destruction capable of obliterating a city with a single shot. Was not what he sought. Not interested in Pluto? Then what brings you to me? Ice Mountain inquired, filled with skepticism. "Of course, I seek your expertise in shipbuilding. Are you not the finest shipwright in the world? Have you forgotten your original vocation?" Ice Mountain replied. "I possess a naval warship, a parting gift from the Navy headquarters upon my release. However, it is somewhat ostentatious. I hope you can completely transform it." A parting gift? What a ridiculous notion. Ice Mountain was instantly taken aback. "Very well. Since it involves modifying a vessel, that poses no issue. You need only offer appropriate compensation." Ice Mountain would not refuse due to the other party being a pirate. In the eyes of a shipwright, there are no evil ships, only malevolent individuals. Even the legendary Pluto falls into this category. It can be used for good or ill. Shipbuilding is one aspect. In addition, I have come here for another purpose, which is you." Mu Ling suddenly rose, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically. "For me? What do you intend to do?" I am not inclined towards that." Ice Mountain retreated 2 steps, his face a mask of fear, clutching his chest. Now it was Mu Ling's turn to feel unsettled. Who would not be inclined towards that? "Join my crew. I, Mu Ling, captain of the evil spirit pirates, formally extend an invitation to you. Become my comrade." Ice Mountain. Surprise, shock, and disbelief flooded Ice Mountain's expression. "Become your crew? You mean to make me a pirate?" "Yes. You are the world's most exceptional shipwright. You deserve a broader horizon to realize your dreams. Rather than remaining a mere mayor in Water City. Do you not find that a waste of your talents?" Mu Ling spoke the truth. For Ice Mountain, the legendary shipwright Tom's foremost disciple, he was undoubtedly among the world's elite shipwrights, his skills rivaling those of Frankie. Yet, Water City felt like a chain, binding him tightly to this place. No. I refuse. This is utterly impossible. My dreams lie in Water City, not upon the sea. Becoming a pirate is absolutely out of the question." Ice Mountain resolutely declined. "Dreams in Water City? Oh, I recall now. Your aspiration is to transform Water City into a colossal ship, is it not? Due to the Aqua Lagna, Water City is periodically besieged by massive storm surges. When the tsunami strikes, countless buildings are destroyed, and numerous citizens are swept away by the waves, posing a tremendous hindrance to the city's economic development, since natural disasters are unavoidable. Ice Mountain intends to convert Water City into a giant vessel to fundamentally resolve the tsunami crisis." "How do you know this?" Ice Mountain exclaimed in astonishment. It was his greatest secret, shared with no one apart from Frankie. "That is of no concern to you. I merely wish to ask you one question." "Then what?" Mu Ling's voice turned cold, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of piercing the soul, directly targeting the depths of Ice Mountain's heart. What then? Ice Mountain took a step back, somewhat intimidated by Mu Ling's gaze. "After transforming Water City, what next? Will you remain here for a lifetime, spending your days in mediocrity, continuing as mayor, groveling at the feet of former adversaries? Boom! Mu Ling's words struck Ice Mountain's heart profoundly. He had never considered what he would do after successfully transforming Water City. He had always believed that this plan was to be fulfilled with his entire life. From the very beginning, he had dedicated his existence to this city. Protecting its people and safeguarding its land was his unwavering conviction. A burst of green light erupted from Mu Ling's hand, and in an instant, Ice Mountain's eyes widened in astonishment. How can this be? Breathless, Ice Mountain snatched the teacup from Mu Ling's hand, cradling it as if it were a treasure. His entire demeanor becoming frenzied, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity. This is... Ice Mountain could hardly believe it. An ordinary teacup now radiated an aura of magnificence. Bang! Ice Mountain hurled the teacup against the wall. It did not shatter or deform, but instead, the wall was dented. Truly, this is real. This teacup has transformed into a treasure. Wow! Mu Ling's hand rested upon Ice Mountain's shoulder. Spirit Refinement 1. Instantly, Ice Mountain was rendered utterly dumbfounded. His eyes glazed over, gazing at Mu Ling as if he were a deity. How did you accomplish this? Ice Mountain felt as if he had regained more than a decade of youth. This is my ability. While you require a lifetime to achieve your goals, I can resolve them in a mere moment, Mu Ling declared confidently, drawing back the office curtains. Instantly, warm sunlight illuminated Ice Mountain's face, enveloping him in warmth. Think of Master Tom. Think of your junior, and then reflect upon yourself. Once, you were shackled by Water City. Thus you devoted yourself tirelessly, forgetting hatred, neglecting all that the world government has done to you. To your master, and to your junior. Now, with the shackles of your heart resolvable in an instant, what will you choose to do? Remain a mayor, continue serving the world government, become its dog, or bravely raise your weapon, causing this filthy world to tremble in your wake. Bang! Ice Mountain collapsed weakly onto the ground. Before him lay a photograph of the three of them together, their smiles and laughter still vivid. Yet the world had irrevocably changed. A dog for the world government. How ironic. Yet it rings true. As the mayor of Water City, am I not merely a dog for the world government? My master met a tragic end. My junior was slain, neither human nor ghost. And what of me? I remained content as mayor, oblivious to the agents lurking beside me for 5 long years. Worthless. I am a worthless fool. Ice Mountain berated himself repeatedly in his mind, yet his eyes grew ever brighter that he understood. He had come to a realization. I shall take my revenge. I can no longer drift aimlessly. The damned world government, who harmed my master and destroyed my junior, I shall annihilate you. Bang! With a bend of his knees, Ice Mountain suddenly knelt before Mu Ling. I have met the captain. Excellent. From this day forth, you, Ice Mountain, shall be a member of my evil spirit pirates. Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with joy, though his words remained cold. Clap! As if struck by a thought, Ice Mountain suddenly slammed his hands on the table, looking solemnly at Mu Ling. Captain, do you truly wish to take revenge on the world government? Of course, I do. Mu Ling replied in a deep voice. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not hide anything from you, Captain. Although the design of Pluto has been destroyed, I have long memorized it. Give me 3 months. In 3 months, I can create the ancient weapon. Pluto, boom. Mu Ling was struck as if by lightning, his entire being stunned. He was aware that the design of Pluto had been destroyed. Yet Ice Mountain had already committed it to memory. Mu Ling could hardly believe it, but in the next moment, he burst into hearty laughter. The ancient weapon Pluto, the ultimate weapon capable of destroying a city with a single shot. Why not pursue it? Very well, create it. Whatever you need, I shall support you. A smile finally graced Ice Mountain's face. Evening. Tavern. It has been ages since I savored such fine wine, Shirley exclaimed, clutching a large vat of rum, his voice ringing with joy. Humph, can drinking really silence your tongue? Lao Sha retorted, elegantly holding a goblet of red wine, though a glimmer of excitement could still be detected in his icy gaze. Finally free. Finally escaped that infernal place, Impel Down. Damn it. I will chop you into pieces. Shirley shouted furiously. Lord Shirley, you are mistaken. You would only turn him into a pile of sand. Jinbei lamented, his head hanging low, a look of distress on his face. The evil spirit pirates, how did I so unwittingly become a companion of the crimson-eyed Mu Ling? It feels as if I am living in a dream. Sigh, it is not that I do not understand. The world is changing too rapidly. In a secluded corner of the bar, after completing his task, the luminous sword in his hand, the celestial dragon sword, instantly transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the system's repository. Meanwhile, Mu Ling shut his eyes, and a golden panel gradually materialized in his mind. Supreme Spirit Refinement System host, Mu Ling bounty. 710 million weapon, Celestial Dragon Sword, ordinary grade. Body, ordinary grade, Spirit Refinement level 10. Abilities, Thunderous 8 Trigrams 1, entry level. Lion Sword Dance 1, entry level. Mutated Conqueror S Hockey Shura Field 1, mastery level. Armament Hockey, mastery level. Observation Hockey, entry level. Graceful as a Startled Swan, entry level. Spirit points. 70 system points. 10, here. The promotion points are changed to system points. Strength, 500 speed, 410 defense, 600 life, 350 Oh, I've been wanted again. And the bounty has astonishingly reached 710 million. TSK, what a long-lost feeling. Beep. Hosts Armament Hockey refined by 1. The next refinement period is in 100 days. Beep. Hosts Observation Hockey refined. The next refinement period is in 70 days. Indeed. The Spirit Refinement is determined by the mastery level of the 3 types of hockey. The cooldown for refining the mastery level Armament Hockey is longer, while Observation Hockey is relatively shorter. Entry level, mastery level, who knows what further classifications await? Mu Ling felt a surge of anticipation. Above the golden panel, adjacent to the system repository, lay the shop, followed by the lottery. Casting a glance at the trio, aside from Jinbei, who was still questioning his existence, the rest lay crumpled on the floor. For Jinbei, Mu Ling would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. A trustworthy companion who could shoulder one's burdens completely is more precious than anything in the vast ocean. Having once experienced the scattering of the Rocks pirates, Mu Ling was particularly sensitive to such matters. Observing Jinbei's helpless expression, Mu Ling's lips curled into a slight smile. Hee, the doors are welded shut. The brakes have been released. Do you still wish to leave? Not a chance. Closing his eyes, Mu Ling activated the luck-based invincible lottery. Price, 10 points per draw, quite expensive. Click to confirm. A heavy BGM rumbled in his mind, and a golden ceramic jar appeared before him, adorned with a myriad of golden cracks. Crack, crack. In an instant, it exploded. Beep, nature's extreme flame fruit 1. In that fleeting moment, flames erupted within Mu Ling, swirling in his palms, the intense heat causing the air to crackle. The next second, the flames gradually contracted, coalescing into a crimson demon fruit. Covered in bizarre patterns, Mu Ling was momentarily stunned. Then his heart surged with exhilaration. Wow, is the luck of the European Emperor upon me? I drew a nature-type devil fruit on my first try. Yet, in the next moment, a frown creased his brow. The fruit is indeed a treasure, but consuming it would incur the curse of the sea. This alone was enough to dissuade Mu Ling. Beep. This system's products are non-toxic, pollution-free, preservative-free, and without side effects, ensuring that the host can consume with peace of mind and satisfaction. Oh, so, if I eat this extreme flame fruit, I want to be cursed by the sea. The host is indeed as clever as this system. TSK, then what am I waiting for? Mu Ling took a decisive bite. Instantly, he froze in place. Ugh, it tastes terrible. I want to vomit. It's just as they say in the anime, just like that. Gritting his teeth through the discomfort. Mu Ling finished the extreme flame fruit in mere seconds. In that moment, a warm current surged throughout his body, a torrent of searing energy bursting forth from his chest, flowing into his limbs and veins. Is this the power of the extreme flame fruit? Tendrils of flame involuntarily shot from Mu Ling's palms, dancing in the air like fiery sprites, jubilantly celebrating. With a thought, the flames in his palms expanded dramatically, and Mu Ling transformed into a swirling mass of fire. Instantly, the temperature within the bar escalated considerably. Why is it suddenly so hot? Jinbei murmured, his gaze falling upon the flame-enshrouded Mu Ling. Shocked, he exclaimed. Captain, are you all right? Furrowing his brow, Jinbei slowly retracted his right hand hidden at his waist, shark-wave fist. In an instant, the moisture in the air tightened, becoming exceedingly arid. Meanwhile, a stream of water coalesced in Jinbei's palm, infused with a surge of power, and hurled towards Mu Ling. SSSS. The water transformed into steam, filling the entire bar. Yet Mu Ling's flames not only remained unextinguished, but grew even more vigorous. Jinbei. This is a strike unleashed with 80% of my power. It's like a mud cow entering the sea. Not a single splash. Am I, Jinbei the Sea Knight, once a warlord of the sea? To lose face like this, I'm fine. Mu Ling replied coldly. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the bar, causing Jinbei's eyes to widen in astonishment. As the flames surrounding Mu Ling began to recede, over 10 small fire dragons emerged from the flames, continuously exhaling heat and swirling around him. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Mu Ling felt a profound connection with these fire dragons. As if they were his own children, their thoughts intertwined with his own. The extreme flame is the emperor of fire, the purest flame in existence. Even Jinbei's earlier strike could not extinguish it. Fire dragons? Is this akin to Ace's flame powers? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of gravity. No, this is not ordinary flame. Having battled Ace for 10 continuous days and nights, he distinctly sensed a power far surpassing the flame fruit emanating from these fire dragons. Fear, panic, a disquieting urge to submit welled up within him. Beep. Extreme flame fruit, refined one. The next refinement period is in 200 days. Crack, crack. Instantly, Jinbei felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders, an overwhelming heaviness descending upon him. His leg joints crackled ominously, and just as he seemed about to collapse, he staunchly held himself upright. Very good, Mu Ling nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The power of the extreme flame, after a single refinement, had not only become increasingly pure and vast, but the supreme aura of the emperor was also astonishingly potent, exuding an air of supremacy that ordinary individuals could not withstand. That Jinbei could contend with it was already commendable in Mu Ling's view. Return. In an instant, the fire dragon surged back into Mu Ling's body, and the oppressive aura dissipated. Jinbei, drenched in sweat, could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I'll be waiting for you on the ship. With a whoosh, Mu Ling transformed into a breeze and departed the bar. As Jinbei panted heavily, just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly trembled. A continuous flow of warmth surged into every part of him, providing immense comfort. Has my strength increased again? Could it be that the pressure just now pushed me beyond my limits? Gazing out at the empty window, a complex expression flickered in Jinbei's eyes. Come on, you bastard Shiryu. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Ugh, I feel dizzy. Nonsense, you think you can take me down? I'll slice you to pieces with a single sword. Jinbei, all right, the captain has left, and I still have to deal with these two drunks. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Commander, let me go. I will definitely capture the crimson-eyed Mu Ling. The man in a striking red suit, adorned with an exquisite rose pin, Akainu, declared furiously he had just returned from the New World and had heard of a pirate escaping Impel Down. Such disgrace. This is akin to a pillar of shame in the annals of the Navy. Humph. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling is merely an old man who has slumbered for 40 years, discarded by this era. Akainu scoffed. Kizaru merely shrugged, saying nothing. He was all too aware of the strength of crimson-eyed Mu Ling. He did not believe Akainu could contend with him, but he do not underestimate Sakazuki. That man is not easy to deal with. Sengoku warned gravely. Though angry, Kizaru, who once shared your dismissive view, learned the hard way what underestimating the enemy could lead to. Kizu. Why drag me into this? According to intelligence, crimson-eyed Mu Ling, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Shiryu of the Rain have formed a new pirate crew. The evil spirit pirate crew is currently in Water City. You, Akiji, and Kizaru should go together. Boom. In an instant, the entire venue was enveloped in shock. All the naval commanders turned their gazes towards Sengoku, their faces etched with disbelief. The three admirals are all deploying together? This is simply too. Vice Admiral Fireburn Mountain exclaimed in astonishment. While it is true that the opponent has defeated Kizaru, SNT summoning all three admirals a bit overestimating him. The Ghost Spider spoke solemnly. I disagree. The three admirals represent the pinnacle of our Navy's combat strength and are the very face of our Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Crane, for the first time, voiced her opposition. I concur. How could a mere Akihito Makuro warrant the combined effort of three admirals? I object. Sakazuki and Kazan can go, but Kazara should rest and recover for now. Kazara cast a sidelong glance at the candidate admiral. T-Pig, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. Indeed, it is best to avoid such troublesome matters personally. He had no desire to face Makuro again. That was a true monster. Kazan and Akainu could manage. But do not forget the other three. Two former warlords of the sea and the notorious warden of Impel Down, known as the Iron Wall. These three are not to be underestimated. Sengoku pondered. Then I shall join as well. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, a candidate admiral of the Marine headquarters, stepped forward, her long sword subtly gleaming at her waist. In that case, I shall also make the trip. Vice Admiral Crane stated calmly. Two admirals and two vice admirals. With such a formidable lineup, Sengoku felt considerably reassured. Then I shall trouble you all. Let us set off. Akainu strode forward. exuding an overwhelming battle intent. The world government. In the shadows, Akihito Makuro, once a member of the Rocks Pirates, a chilling voice reverberated through the conference hall. Indeed, after 40 years of slumber, he still maintains his youth? Go. Bring him back. What? The cloaked figure hesitated. No matter. Even bringing back his corpse will suffice. With a snap, a golden transponder snail was tossed into the cloaked figure's arms. Understood. Whoosh. The figure soared out of the window, vanishing into thin air in mere moments. Within the expansive office, a bounty notice lay on the black table. It was none other than Akihito Makuro. The warships sliced through the waters, creating waves as they advanced towards Water City, due to geographical reasons. The naval vessels departing from Marineford directly passed through the gates of justice, reaching Judicial Island, now but a stone's throw from Water City. On the leading warship, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit gazed at her sister. Vice Admiral Crane, her face a canvas of questions. Sister, I never expected you would participate in this operation. Is it for my sake? Yes, but not entirely. Vice Admiral Crane spoke solemnly. What do you mean? Peach Rabbit felt perplexed. Is my sister speaking in riddles? First, I am somewhat concerned for your safety, and as for the second point, suddenly Vice Admiral Crane smiled, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. I merely wish to see an old friend whom I have not met in ages. An old friend? Is it Akihito Makuro? Oh, could it be that my sister has a close relationship with him? The corners of Peach Rabbit's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Could it be that the secret of my sister's long-term singlehood is about to be uncovered? Ha, close, perhaps more like mortal enemies. Vice Admiral Crane burst into laughter, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing her features before her expression gradually turned serious. Little rabbit, set aside your pride and never underestimate that man. But sister, is he truly that formidable? Peach Rabbit found it hard to believe. Had Makuro not escaped from prison, she would have never even heard of him. Moreover, with the presence of 2 admirals, 2 vice admirals, and 5 naval vessels, how could they not handle him? As a candidate admiral with the strength akin to a full-fledged admiral, Peach Rabbit held her own pride, although within the entirety of the Rocks Pirates. The name Akihito Makuro was not considered top tier. Regardless, in terms of will and potential, he was universally acknowledged as strong. Just how terrifying was the former ocean overlord, the Rocks Pirates? I believe it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. Even now, that name remains a taboo. Later, at God Valley, he faced 2 opponents. While ultimately defeated by Garp and Roger, every member under him was undeniably formidable. Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Big Mom, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and many others. And Akihito Makuro single-handedly slaughtered the Marine headquarters. Although he was captured and imprisoned in Impel Down, the Marine headquarters also paid an extremely heavy price. Taking a deep breath, Vice Admiral Crane gazed into the distance at Water City, her eyes filled with complexity. After 40 years of silence, you have finally escaped the cage. Are you planning to take revenge on this world? Peach Rabbit remained silent, her curiosity intensifying. Akihito Makuro, what kind of person could evoke such memories in my sister and instill such deep apprehension? Suddenly, the waves surged, and the sky darkened ominously. A storm was brewing. Water City, with flames swirling around him, Akihito Makuro sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes tightly shut, exuding an aura akin to an ever-strengthening inferno. The relentless power of flames coursed through his body, erupting in terrifying resounding booms. Complete lion sword dance. Beep. Loading successful. Ding. In an instant, a soaring sword light erupted from his hand, piercing the heavens and cleaving a gash in the clouds spanning several meters wide. Simultaneously, the fire dragon swirling around Makuro surged up the sword's blade. In the blink of an eye, a formidable fiery sword energy took shape. The lion sword dance, gifted to Makuro by Golden Lion, had been completely comprehended and infused with the power of flames. Its might surged exponentially. Suddenly, 2 massive fiery wings burst forth from Makuro's back, unfurling majestically. With a powerful flap, Makuro's body slowly ascended into the air. How incredible! The captain can actually fly, Shirito exclaimed in astonishment. Old sand. Hehehe, truly worthy of being the captain. Jinbei's face was agape, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly taken aback by Makuro's astonishing display. Fire can be wielded in such a manner? Makuro, suspended in midair, wore a smile of delight, but suddenly a glimmer caught his eye. What is that? Makuro focused his gaze in the distance, only to spot 5 naval vessels docked along the coast. Oh, 5 warships. How flattering. But to think the Navy discovered me so soon after arriving in Water City. Their senses are quite sharp. The previous context has been slightly altered. Ice Mountain has joined the evil spirit pirates. Prepare yourselves. A fierce battle is imminent. Observing the three individuals sunbathing on the deck, Makuro spoke nonchalantly. Oh, a fierce battle against a pirate crew. No, it is the Marine headquarters. The Marine headquarters. TSK. I wonder which admiral is leading the charge. I truly look forward to it. Old Sand sneered. Perhaps the three admirals have all mobilized to deal with the captain. Shiryu grinned wickedly, his demonic sword, Thunderstorm, trembling slightly, emanating a bloodthirsty glow. Clearly, he was already prepared for battle. Impossible. The three admirals are the pride of the Marine headquarters. They would never mobilize for a single individual. Jinbei retorted. Oh, are you underestimating the captain? Nonsense. I merely speak the truth. You bastard. Jinbei, do you want to fight? Come on. With a flourish, the fiery wings spread wide, and terrifying flames surged toward Shiryu and Jinbei. We are leaving. Makuro soared towards the coast. Two fools, casting a glance at the two who were left covered in soot from the flames. Old Sand chuckled and followed Makuro. The naval forces that had just disembarked on the coast heard a deafening sword cry erupting in the AIRDIN the next moment. A fiery mass shot toward them at an astonishing speed. All naval personnel prepared for battle. Kazan shouted, ice mist billowing forth to fend off the rising heat. In an instant, the 5 warships and over 100 naval soldiers became bustling with activity. Ha! 2 admirals, 2 vice-admirals. The Marine headquarters truly holds me in high regard. Boom! Accompanied by the boisterous laughter of the shepherd, the fireball landed heavily, causing the ground to tremble. Among countless gazes, the shepherd lifted his black cloak, revealing a face that instilled fear in all. Long time no see, little Crane. Is he truly the red-eyed shepherd? The jolt ran through the hearts of everyone present, setting aside his overwhelmingly brutal aura. His strikingly handsome visage was almost too much to bear. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, a pirate from the same era as Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he truly looked as young as the rumors suggested. It has been that long. After all, during your slumber in Impel Down, I visited you once or twice, yet you, my friend, have not changed at all. General Crane chuckled, waving his hand, as a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes upon beholding the unaltered countenance of the shepherd after 40 years. With this utterance, nearly everyone felt another jolt of surprise. Little Crane, visiting? Did these two share a connection? Although General Crane was aged, she held great prestige within the Navy headquarters. Even figures like Akainu and Akiji had to show her due respect, addressing her as Lady Crane. Instantly, even the usually stern Akainu turned his gaze toward General Crane, hoping to glean some information from her expression. Tontada stared wide-eyed at the shepherd, transfixed. There's some juicy gossip. You actually came to see me? He feigned lamentation. Everyone's expressions shifted once more. You rascal, your tongue hasn't changed a bit. General Crane chided with a laugh, yet she took the shepherd's banter lightly. 40 years ago, General Crane was not only beautiful but possessed an enviable figure, much like Tontada today. Before every great battle, the shepherd would always tease General Crane with a few playful words. I haven't changed, yet you have. Aged and grown less attractive. General Crane's face instantly darkened. This rogue. Enough of the reminiscing. Today, you will come with us, obediently. In an instant, General Crane's expression shifted, and an imposing aura erupted from her being. Did you truly believe that these youngsters could capture me? With a sudden burst, countless sword energies, accompanied by crimson flames, erupted from the shepherd's body, while behind him, Jinbei, Old Sand, and Shiryu had already readied themselves for battle. The atmosphere immediately tightened, swords drawn and tensions high. Boom. In a split second, General Crane's figure flickered, transforming into a phantom as she charged toward the shepherd. Captain, watch out. Jinbei exclaimed in alarm. No one had anticipated that General Crane would suddenly strike. With a swift motion, the shepherd clad his right arm and the blade of the Azure Dragon's sword in black hockey. Then without a glance, he slashed forward. Sword energy surged. Bang! Dust erupted, and a terrifying shockwave instantly exploded. TSK, little Crane, your strength has diminished considerably. You can barely withstand a single slash from me. As the dust settled, the shepherd stood firm, while General Crane, having received the blow, staggered back several steps, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Compared to you monsters, I'm at a disadvantage. It's only natural that my strength has waned with age, General Crane retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she transformed into a phantom once more. Tontada swiftly drew her sword from her waist, black hockey enveloping it as she engaged the shepherd in fierce combat. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of swords resonated, with sparks flying as their blades met, leaving numerous scars upon the ground beneath them. Having parried General Crane's strike, the shepherd swiftly turned, releasing a series of sharp sounds from the Azure Dragon Sword, tracing an arc toward her waist. Bang! The dazzling sword light immediately forced General Crane back, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably around her sword. In a matter of mere exchanges, faced with the shepherd's overwhelming might, General Crane began to show signs of decline. Extreme Flame, Celestial Flame Sword. With a fierce shout from the shepherd, flames erupted from within him, swirling around the Azure Dragon Sword like a fire dragon. Slash. The earth trembled as if it could incinerate all in its path. The torrential flames surged toward General Crane. Sister. Tontata cried out in alarm, rushing forward. Canine Red Lotus, and the next moment, a burst of red light erupted from behind General Crane, and 3 or 4 magma projectiles, marked with Akainu's face, shot forth at incredible speed. Boom! The sword energy collided with the magma projectiles, unleashing a rolling wave of heat that surged forth like a torrent. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Magma Fruit user Sakazuki, had made his move. Lady Crane, please step back. I shall handle the red-eyed shepherd. With a hiss, streams of magma dripped from Akainu's skin to the ground, scorching dark pits into the earth below. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char. Oh, Admiral Akainu. Just you. The previous Celestial Flame Sword was not even a fraction of its true strength. It was merely a standard attack. Does this fool believe that blocking a basic attack will suffice to defeat me? How amusing. A smirk played on the shepherd's lips as he shot forth like a gust of wind. With a whoosh, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. Akainu's body had fully transformed into magma, his insides filled with scorching black smoke. Bang! A fist met the blade of the Azure Dragon Sword, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from between them. Humph! The relics of the old era should have long since turned to dust. The Navy's justice will not be compromised. All pirates must perish, with a series of explosive sounds. Torrents of magma erupted from Akainu's right arm, consuming the Azure Dragon Sword as they surged toward the shepherd. Is that so? With a light chuckle, the shepherd swiftly retracted his sword, concealing it, then swung it outward. Roar! The sword energy sliced through the air like a shooting star. In the next moment, the sword light cleaved through the massive wave of magma, obliterating countless magma projectiles, and struck viciously against Akainu's hockey-clad right shoulder. You cough. Blood spurted forth, bright red from Akainu's mouth. Although the hockey mitigated the damage, the sheer force rattled his insides. Do not speak to me of Navy justice. I have no interest in hearing it. I am a pirate. You are the Navy. Our lives are eternally at odds. It is as simple as that. Bang! As he spoke, the shepherd slashed down once more. With a speed akin to light, he swung his sword, leaving Akainu no opportunity to react. Akainu staggered back, blood gushing from his mouth, his body beginning to sway. Though his injuries were not severe, the relentless barrage of sword strikes brought him immense humiliation. You bastard! How dare you! No one shall defy justice, especially the old relics of the bygone era. Die. Nether Hound. In an instant, the area within several dozen miles transformed into a sea of magma, as if one were amidst a volcano. Scorching and intolerable. At this moment, Akainu's arms had turned into a glass-like red magma, and with a powerful stride, he charged toward the shepherd. Note: everyone, please enjoy the free gifts. Those with wealth, contribute generously, and those without, kindly click for more updates. Potato is immensely grateful. Bang, bang, bang. The magma shattered the air, erupting in bursts of flames, like a colossal inferno raised high. Oh, you wish to exchange blows with me? TSK. I must commend your courage. The shepherd took a slight step back, the vibrant flames igniting within him. Countless fire dragons emerged from the flames, swirling around his right arm. In an instant, the extreme flame manifested, enveloping the arena in the presence of the Flame Emperor. Akainu paused mid-punch, towering over the shepherd, yet that crystalline magma fist hesitated to descend. Why do I feel a twinge of fear? Am I truly afraid of the red-eyed shepherd? No, this cannot be. Akainu, aghast, repeatedly denied his own feelings. Yet the magma enveloping him began to recede in the face of the extreme flame. Akainu was in a panic, bewildered by the phenomenon. Why did he sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from the shepherd? His current punch felt like an act of rebellion. Bastard. I am Admiral Akainu. Justice shall never be crushed. Boom. As two individuals simultaneously unleashed their punches. The clash between Jian and Chihua erupted instantaneously. In that moment, the island trembled, the sea surged backwards, and the ground fissured like an intricate spider's web. A tempest arose, uprooting countless trees and tufts of grass, only for them to be reduced to ashes by the ensuing flames. All present recoiled in alarm. With a thunderous roar, Akiji summoned a frigid blast that erupted from beneath him, intercepting the fiery onslaught that surged towards him. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the ears of everyone present. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. Cracks dot a multitude of crimson fissures sprawled across Akainu's right arm, under the relentless blaze of Jin. The glass-like magma not only failed to withstand the assault, but shattered into countless fragments scattered about. Are you mocking me? Taking advantage of his weakened state, Mu Ling offered no chance for Akainu to react. Transforming his right arm into the extreme flames of Mu Ling, he delivered a fierce punch to Akainu's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and Akainu's countenance turned an ashen pale. Humph, never mention the word justice in my presence again. For when it escapes your lips, it sickens me. Boom, boom, boom. The gust of wind erupted as the fist enveloped in red flames struck once more at Akainu. Ice two-pronged blades. Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot towards Mu Ling from afar. It was none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akiji, utilizing the powers of the ice fruit. Keek, you think you can deal with our captain? Do you truly believe we are inconsequential? Desert, great sword. In an instant, a colossal sand blade, moving at an astonishing speed, burst forth from beneath Akiji's feet, its razor edge cleaving through his flesh at the waist, severing him in two. A chill swept from Akiji's mouth as his expression turned remarkably frigid. Once a warlord of the sea, crocodile, crack. Meanwhile, two ice spears aimed at Mu Ling were shattered by Shiryu's sword strike. Humph, range Shiryu, I shall deal with you. Drawing his long sword from his waist, Peach Rabbit swiftly advanced, reaching Shiryu in mere breaths. Clash, clash, clash. With the cursed blade thunderstorm in hand, Shiryu, undeterred by the cigar in his mouth, engaged in a fierce battle with Peach Rabbit. Meanwhile, Jinbe grappled with Vice Admiral in an instant. The two collided, the massive magma glass arm firmly pressed against the mouth of the stone lion, its sharp fangs scraping against the arm, creating sparks. Magma fury pillar. A deafening series of explosive sounds erupted from within Akainu. Shaking the very earth, Akainu's momentum surged dramatically, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds as fine fissures gradually spread across the lion's head. Roar, the stone lion, enraged, unleashed waves of intense flames from its mouth, striking fiercely against Akainu's chest. The formidable layer of glassy magma dimmed significantly. Though the damage was not severe, it was enough to send a tremor through Akainu's heart. Akainu and the stone lion were locked in a stalemate. Mu Ling swiftly leaped onto the lion's body, a strand of extreme flame coalescing into a slender flame sword, which he grasped firmly. With a powerful leap, Mu Ling twisted his body atop Akainu's head, utilizing a brief moment of suspension to spin at an incredible speed. Instantly, the sword's intent surged to its zenith. Lion's might, Thousand Cuts Valley. In that split second, countless terrifying giant slashes erupted from the dual swords. The movements were fluid and seamless, and with the close range of the attack, Akainu had no opportunity to react. Crack, crack, crack. Countless slashes struck mercilessly against the head of the rock giant, causing red cracks to splinter like a spider's web. How is this possible? Akainu roared in disbelief, astonished that his rock giant could be so easily dismantled under Mu Ling's sword. Yet, the increasing number of cracks plunged him into despair, rendering him powerless to turn the tide. Boom! The rock giant vanished, disintegrating into shards of magma scattered across the ground. Akainu stood there, dazed, questioning the very essence of his existence. Akainu, be careful. Suddenly, Akiji, standing at a distance, exclaimed, realizing the danger. Akainu swiftly turned to defend himself. However, a glimmer of sword light streaked past his chest like a shooting star. Swoosh! Blood splattered as a terrifying sword wound extended from his collarbone down to his waist. You have lost, Akainu. But since you wish to capture me, let today be your last here. Mu Ling swung his sword once more, aiming directly at Akainu's chest. Frozen time capsule. Boom! A sphere of frigid ice erupted from Akiji's hand, moving at lightning speed. Finally unable to hold back, are you? But can you succeed, Akiji? Extreme flame, heavenly flame sword. A torrent of blazing sword energy slashed down, instantly cleaving the ice sphere in two, which was then vaporized into steam by the extreme flames. In the next moment, Mu Ling engaged in battle with Akiji. Bang, bang, bang. As Mu Ling struck down with his sword, shattering the ice blade in Akiji's hand, he immediately retreated. In an instant, dozens of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, transforming into a streak. Mu Ling closed in on Akiji. His left fist ignited with flames, crashing forward, frozen cold shield. Thud. An ice shield materialized to block Mu Ling's punch, but within seconds, it was melted away by the extreme flames. Akiji remained unfazed, knowing the potency of the flames in Mu Ling's hands. A right foot, covered in ice spikes, struck fiercely towards Mu Ling's left shoulder, only to be caught and smashed into the ground by Mu Ling. With a mighty roar, Akiji spun in midair, his other foot instantly transforming into solid ice. Aimed at Mu Ling's head. Yet, before the toe could make contact, a searing pain shot through Akiji's right leg. Flames in the form of fire dragons erupted continuously from Mu Ling's hand, incinerating Akiji's right leg in a frenzy. Frozen Ice Age, crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a wave of cold surged forth, encasing Mu Ling in a statue of ice, frozen in his original pose. Captain, Jinbi shouted, immediately launching a fist towards the ice statue, attempting to shatter it. Frozen cold prison. In that moment, terrifying ice peaks shot up from Akiji's feet, forming countless icy bars that ensnared Jinbi within. Suddenly, a flash of red light caught Akiji's eye, and he instinctively ducked to avoid Shiryu's sword. As he conjured an ice spear, ready to stab, boom, the ice statue shattered. Mu Ling, with his eyes now blood-red, trembled, surrounded by swirling crimson sword energy, creating a horrifying battlefield. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, as if a mountain was crashing down, erupted from Mu Ling's body, sweeping in all directions. The red pupils, Peach Rabbit's complexion paled as she fought against the wildly expanding Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, the red pupils have reappeared. Vice Admiral Crane remarked darkly at the same time. Flashes of memory resurfaced. That demonic crimson figure. But why was this Conqueror's Haki so terrifying? Peach Rabbit pondered, recalling numerous encounters with Conqueror's Haki, confident in her ability to handle it. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mu Ling's Conqueror's Haki forced her to exert her full strength. She had never encountered such a potent display of Conqueror's Haki. His Conqueror's Haki has grown even stronger, surely surpassing the ordinary. Peach Rabbit, protect yourself. This battle may very well be. Vice Admiral Crane hesitated, his meaning unmistakable. Peach Rabbit was left in shock. She never expected her usually dominant sister to show signs of retreat. Why is the red pupil Mu Ling so powerful? In an instant, Mu Ling transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Thunderous roars echoed as the Linglong's sword surged with lightning, dashing towards Akiji at breakneck speed. Frozen cold barrier, crack, crack, crack. Countless circular ice shields appeared before Akiji, forming walls to block Mu Ling's advance. Thunder Bagua. Boom. In an instant, countless sword energies mixed with lightning coalesced into a mass, shattering the first ice shield. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the second and third shields crumbled, and Mu Ling finally stood before Akiji. With a single downward stroke of his sword, clang, Akiji raised his ice blade to block the Linglong, but weakened by the battlefield's influence. He was sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You bastard. Cursing, Akiji wiped the blood from his lips, just as a fiery fist appeared before him. Boom. The ground shattered as Akiji was propelled away by the punch. His body tumbling like a kite with a severed string, rolling several dozen meters before halting against a boulder. Just as Akiji attempted to rise, that shadow reappeared. Then, a torrential downpour of fists rained down, each strike landing heavily against Akiji's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, cracks spreading everywhere, while beneath Akiji, a massive pit formed, gouged out by Mu Ling's relentless assault. Blood spewed from Akiji as he fought through the pain, slamming his hands against the ground. Frozen endless ice seal, crack, crack. Instantly, a wave of cold erupted from Akiji, transforming the landscape into an expanse of towering ice peaks, encasing the world in a frozen sculpture. Boom! As the ice shattered, Mu Ling prepared to strike once more. Frozen endless sting. With a swift motion, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, glinting with lethal cold, aimed directly at Mu Ling. Ha! Is that all? Scoffing, Mu Ling did not evade, allowing the ice spikes to collide with him, only to shatter ineffectually. You think I just with a body honed through tenfold spirit refinement? Akiji was left stunned, unable to comprehend the strength of Mu Ling's defense. Bang! Akiji was sent flying again by Mu Ling's powerful punch. With a swift draw, the Linglong sword carved deep grooves into the ground as Mu Ling advanced step by step towards Akiji. Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral Crane were already entangled with Shiryu, leaving Akiji with no one to rescue him. Any final words? Mu Ling's voice was cold. I can't believe the red pupil Mu Ling is this strong. It's truly infuriating. Akiji chuckled bitterly, resigned. Likewise. I never anticipated this generation of admirals to be so weak. Akiji, since there is nothing more to say, then perish. With a swift rise and fall of the sword, a sharp beam of light shot towards Akiji's chest. Clang! In that instant, a flash of icy light appeared from nowhere, piercing towards Mu Ling. Who? The shepherd's reflexes were astonishingly quick. He sensed the chilling glimmer the moment it materialized. Following the source of the sound, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled groan echoed, and then silence enveloped him. The space before him was utterly vacant, devoid of any visible presence. Clenching his fist, the shepherd was acutely aware that his strike had indeed connected. Invisibility? A transparent fruit, perhaps? No, the transparent fruit unmistakably belonged to the terrifying three-masted ship's Absalom. Yet just moments ago, suddenly, that previously vanished cold gleam reemerged, glinting under the sunlight and emanating a trace of frost. This time, I shall not let you escape. With a swift sidestep to evade the assault, the shepherd unleashed his sword like a dragon, sending forth a fierce gust of sword energy that sliced through the air. The clang of the sword energy resonated as if it struck iron, producing a series of muffled thuds. Following the sound, the shepherd threw another punch. Blood gushed forth, painting the ground crimson, as a towering shadow gradually materialized from the air. His face was ashen, clad in a dark suit. A chilling aura of murderous intent coursing through his being. The shepherd's heart raced as a realization dawned upon him. The secret agent of the world government? He thought in astonishment. TSK, quite clever and formidable. But soon enough, you shall be a corpse. The figure in black began to blur and fade, becoming a chill flickered in her eyes. Mu Ling had never anticipated that the Navy headquarters held her in such high regard. To the extent of deploying such a formidable weapon, this was the demon-slaying order. Boom! In an instant, the minds of the three exploded with disbelief as they gazed at Mu Ling. Shilio exclaimed. The demon-slaying order comprises 5 vice-admirals and 10 warships, along with the Navy's elite. Lao Sha cackled. How truly fortunate we are. Jinbei urged. Captain, we must flee. Bang! In an instant, 15 warships lined up in formation, and hundreds of cannon barrels trembled in unison, unleashing a torrential downpour of black cannonballs. The ground shook violently as the entire water city erupted into chaos. The anguished cries of the populace mingled with the merciless roar of artillery, accompanied by countless mournful wails. Limbs lay severed. Buildings crumbled, and raging infernos ravaged the city. Scoundrels! Unforgivable! Jinbei fumed, leaping into the air, striking each cannonball with a fist, and sending them crashing into the sea. Yet, it was futile, for the sheer volume of the projectiles was overwhelming. Boom! In that moment, countless flames erupted within Mu Ling, the terrifying heat causing the air around her to crackle. Extreme flame, Emperor! She concentrated flames in her right hand, akin to Ace's fiery punch, unleashing an unending torrent of fire pillars from her arm. Bang! The flames surged, consuming countless cannonballs, merging them into molten steel. However, after that singular punch, Mu Ling refrained from further action, instead turning her gaze towards the three that let us depart. If we linger, Water City may vanish because of us. Of course, Mu Ling's primary concern was the potential destruction of Water City, for it would delay the construction of her underworld king. Boom. With a single punch, she shattered a cannonball, prompting Jinbei to leap into the sea. His robust physique belied a remarkable agility as he cut through the water, creating ripples. Within minutes, he returned aboard a speedboat that we must go. Mu Ling transformed into a streak of fire, racing ahead. TSK, this is truly dire. Lao Sha scoffed, transforming into sand and reaching the speedboat in mere seconds. The speedboat zipped away rapidly, surging out to sea. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel also noticed the fleeing evil spirit pirates. Cease fire and change course. In an instant, Akiji waved his hand, and the barrage of cannonballs turned to ice sculptures, helplessly plummeting into the sea. Akiji, what do you mean by this? Akainu, standing on the deck, roared in anger. He was displeased with Akiji's cessation of fire upon Water City. The evil spirit pirates have already escaped. Our priority should be pursuit, not continued bombardment. Akiji's eyes glinted coldly, a chill radiating from him. He would not allow the horrors of the O'Hara incident to unfold before him again. Moreover, the citizens of Water City were innocent. We will pursue the evil spirit pirates, but once the demon-slaying order is activated, it shall not be halted. Crack! A colossal hand, wreathed in magma, slammed down onto the warship's railing as Akainu bellowed. Continue the assault. Ceasing the bombardment, all Navy personnel immediately set out to chase the evil spirit pirates. Akiji was furious. What do you mean? Do you intend to defy the orders of the Navy headquarters? Akiji remained silent, a wave of ice expanding beneath him, countering the searing magma in an instant. All Navy warships redirected their cannons towards Water City that a towering glacier erupted from the ground. Akainu's expression darkened further. The pirates deserve death, but the innocent citizens do not. Hiss. The magma penetrated the ice, transforming it into steam, only to be instantly frozen anew. Suddenly, a dispute ignited between the two admirals, leaving the Navy personnel in stunned silence. Their expressions a mix of confusion as they observed the tension. Enough. In a sudden outburst, Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice cut through their confrontation. What are you two trying to do? Engage in self-destruction. Cease all bombardment of Water City. All Navy personnel, heed my command and pursue the evil spirit pirates with all your might. But, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akainu protested urgently. This is an order. Akainu fell silent, refraining from further argument. Though he was an admiral, Tsuru held immense authority within the Navy headquarters. Akiji spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Incapacitated, send Akiji and Akainu back to headquarters for treatment. The remaining 14 warships will continue the pursuit. Extreme flame, heavenly flame slash. With a thunderous roar, a burst of red light shot forth. Countless fire dragons converging into a soaring sword beam aimed at the heavens. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sword energy cleaved through the Navy warships, splitting them in twain. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru, witnessing the dwindling number of warships from 14 to 3, was left with no choice but to issue a retreat order without top-tier combat strength. Ordinary bombardments posed no threat to Mu Ling. Upon seeing the Navy's withdrawal, the four who had long escaped to safety finally exhaled a sigh of relief. My goodness, after 3 days, that madwoman has finally retreated. Shilio collapsed heavily, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Lao Sha shook his head. Jinbei remarked, it feels as though we've just escaped the gates of hell. Truly, we owe it all to the captain. Although they had managed to intercept the cannonball attacks, the relentless 3-day ordeal had left them utterly drained. Had it not been for Mu Ling's presence, they would have long since sunk to the depths of the sea. Mu Ling shook her head, patting the speedboat that had undergone 3 rounds of spirit refining. Thank goodness I can refine spirits. Beep. Post has destroyed 10 warships for the first time. Rewards issued. Supreme Great Blade. Chachi Common Grade. 1. Oh, Supreme Great Blade. This is the pinnacle of swords in the pirate world. Confirm receipt. With a flash of light in her hand, a black longsword materialized in Mu Ling's grasp. The blade was wide, twice the width of the Ying-long sword, yet remarkably thin. Despite its lightness, it possessed substantial heft. 3 dark golden sword patterns ran from the hilt to the tip, exuding an impressive aura. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sword sound. A continuous flow of sword energy surged into Chachi. In an instant, Shilio, who had been lying on the boat, sprang up, his expression filled with shock as he stared at Chachi. Accursed sword? Huh, what do you mean? Mu Ling inquired, looking at Shilio. Captain, the sword in your hand is a cursed blade. After a pause, Shilio spoke solemnly, his gaze towards Chachi now imbued with fervor. In the next moment, the Raijin unsheathed, its crimson blade radiating waves of red demonic energy. Mu Ling was taken aback, for she sensed that the Chachi in her hand emanated an aura akin to that of Raijin. Do you feel it? That's right. My Raijin is indeed a cursed sword. And I can sense that same cursed energy emanating from your hands, Captain. Moreover, the two energies were not on the same level. Upon hearing Shilio's words, Mu Ling examined Chachi closely and confirmed the truth of his claim. The cursed energy emanating from Chachi far surpassed that of Raijin. A cursed sword, Mu Ling murmured. Tsk. They say cursed swords are the most capable of corrupting the soul. Those who wield them invariably meet untimely ends. However, upon reflection, it matters not. What of cursed swords? Wasn't Sandai Katetsu also a cursed blade? Zoro wields it with remarkable flair. Mu Ling would never consider herself inferior to Zoro. A week later, Gaia Island, Sky Island. I always thought it was merely a tale from the novels of Rolando. I never imagined it truly existed. On the surface of the sea, gazing at the enormous cloud overhead, Shilio sighed. But do stories from books truly exist? Unlike Shilio, who obeyed Mu Ling without question, Lao Sha expressed his doubts. Scoundrel crocodile, do you not believe in the captain? Shilio shot a glance at Lao Sha. Lao Sha replied, are you out of your mind? Is it not entirely normal for me to harbor doubts about such matters? Let us go. It's already midnight, the perfect time for the ascending currents to appear. Such a spectacle would not be witnessed in Impel Down, nor in Fishman Island, and certainly not in the desert wasteland of Alabasta. With a smile, Mu Ling seized the helm, steering the commandeered black ship towards the heart of the sea. Captain, there's a ship approaching us. Suddenly, Jinbei shouted. Oh, as Mu Ling, Xiu Lu, and Lao Sha turned their heads. They beheld a colossal black ship, its grand sails adorned with a pirate flag featuring a flamingo sunglasses motif. That flag could only belong to one individual. Xiu Lu furrowed his brow, recalling that the owner of the flamingo pirate flag was none other than that person. The Don Quixote pirates, Mu Ling intoned gravely. Lao Sha exclaimed, What? Don Quixote? Da Flamingo? But isn't Da Flamingo in Dressrosa in the New World? How could he suddenly appear in the Grand Line? Jinbei, stroking his blue head, appeared utterly perplexed. It shouldn't be Da Flamingo, but rather someone else, Mu Ling deduced, realizing that the only individual capable of wielding Don Quixote's flag and appearing at this moment beneath the Sky Island could only be one person, Bellamy the hyena. Da Flamingo's most devoted sycophant, a man whose every utterance echoed the dawn of a new pirate era, boasting with a demeanor rivaling that of the Four Emperors, after being soundly defeated by Luffy. He shamelessly sought another chance from Da Flamingo, much like a discarded dog. However, Mu Ling recalled that this fellow had indeed visited Sky Island once before, having stolen the golden bell and presented it to Da Flamingo. TSK, what a remarkable coincidence. The world truly is a small place. Let this be a mere appetizer before ascending to Sky Island. Amused, Mu Ling had no intention of intervening, for he found such individuals beneath his notice. What a repugnant visage it was, with his cold gaze fixed upon Bellamy's arrogant countenance. A swirling storm of sand materialized in Lao Sha's hand. The tempest grew increasingly fierce, manifesting as a colossal tornado that tore through the air, swirling countless volumes of seawater toward Bellamy's pirate crew. In an instant, the tempest, infused with seawater, surged with tremendous force, shattering the ship's hull and ripping the grand sail apart. With a deafening crash, the mast was severed, crashing down onto the deck. Instantly, the vessel split in two, and a cacophony of cries and curses erupted from aboard. Who the hell is it? Help. I can't swim. Who dares? I, Bellamy, will slay you all. In a flash, a blood-red sword aura descended from the heavens, instantly disintegrating the remnants of the shattered ship into fragments scattered across the sea. Damn you, Xiu Lu. Are you seeking death? Lao Sha roared in fury, indignant that Xiu Lu had dared to claim his prize. That it's clearly your slowness that's to blame. Xiu Lu retorted disdainfully. Shut it, Mu Ling coldly commanded, and immediately, Lao Sha fell silent. Jinbei shook his head in resignation, while Xiu Lu grinned with delight. In the next moment, the group's attention was drawn to a peculiar phenomenon on the ocean's surface. Countless enormous whirlpools had emerged, and the members of Bellamy's crew were swiftly engulfed, leaving them with no hope of burial. Steer closer, Jinbei commanded. Understood, Captain. With a firm hand on the helm, Jinbei guided the ship straight into the whirlpool. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Even as a fishman, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety in the face of the underwater vortex. This is quite thrilling. Crocodile, surely you haven't wet your pants in fear. Bah, it's merely a trivial underwater whirlpool. How could I ever be daunted? A chilling wail echoed from within the whirlpool as several sea kings were drawn into its depths. Staining the sea red, Xiu Lu and Lao Sha exchanged glances of disbelief, while Jinbei's expression mirrored their shock. Keep moving forward. Do not stop, Mu Ling commanded coldly. Half an hour later, with a tremendous surge, the ocean's waters rose violently, and countless upward currents exploded from beneath the ship, propelling them skyward. Steady yourselves, Mu Ling bellowed. Set sail. Understood, Captain, as the sails unfurled. The small ship was swiftly swept upward by the rising tide. In no time, the four found themselves in the White Sea, having officially arrived at Sky Island. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the White Sea, everyone except Mu Ling was left speechless. The legendary Sky Island truly existed. And they were now here. What a breathtaking sight, Xiu Lu remarked, his expression calm, though a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It's hard to believe we have actually arrived at Sky Island. Jinbei exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Not too shabby. Lao Sha maintained his usual prideful demeanor. Let us proceed. We must seek our comrades. I hope we can reach a consensus. If not, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Mu Ling gazed skyward, concerned whether Enel had already journeyed to the moon. If that were the case, their trip would be in vain. Half an hour later, Captain, what is our new comrade like? someone as rebellious as you. Perhaps even more arrogant. Lao Sha. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, and bolts of lightning illuminated the sky above the ship. A ship is flying in the heavens, Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment. The group looked up to see an ancient yet opulent vessel gliding gracefully overhead. Its bow fashioned from gold and emblazoned with a large character for God.A. An overwhelming aura of extravagance enveloped them. The Ark Maxim. Enel must have used it to reach the moon. At the bow of the Ark, a spectral figure silently regarded the 4.is at him. Xiao Lu inquired ominously. Indeed, however, this newcomer does not appear to be easy to deal with. Subdue him. If he refuses to join, then eliminate him. Understood. Suddenly, thunder roared above, and a multitude of lightning bolts converged into a singular, terrifying pillar of electricity that crashed down. Ha! A Logia-type fruit user. Xiao Lu's expression remained unchanged as he smiled deviously. In an instant, an ominous aura erupted, and the storm unleashed its fury. As the thunderous pillar descended, Xiao Lu raised his sword, and countless sword energies coalesced into a towering scarlet beam that cleaved the air. The thunderbolt was forcefully split in two. With a heavy heart, Enel stood at the bow, his countenance altered, utterly stunned. They actually thwarted the goddess attack. Who are they? Note. Thank you all for your gifts. I am immensely grateful. Here is wishing everyone a happy new year, and all the best from Tado. While Enel was momentarily dazed, Xiao Lu raised his sword once more. I do not appreciate having someone standing over me. With a strike more powerful than the previous one, a brilliant beam of sword light shot forth from the storm, crashing forcefully against the Ark, causing the vessel to creak ominously as countless fissures spread across its hull. In the next moment, the entire Ark was cleaved in two with a thunderous crash. The ship's remains plummeted into the White Sea, sending forth a cascade of water. You dare to attack the god? Enel roared, his body crackling with electricity, resonating with the fury of heaven and earth. The sky rumbled in response to his wrath, as a multitude of lightning bolts coiled above, casting a dark shadow of thunderclouds that released an oppressive pressure. You dare to proclaim yourself as God? Lao Sha chuckled, an icy killing intent radiating from him. What an arrogant fellow! Xiao Lu shook his head, regarding him with the patronizing gaze one might reserve for a child with learning difficulties. In the next moment, Enel swung a golden rod, striking heavily upon a thunder drum behind him. The sky erupted with a deafening roar as a ferocious lightning dragon surged forth from the drum, its gaping maw glaring menacingly at the 4. Behold, this is the power of a god, Enel declared proudly. Jinbei. A Logia-type lightning fruit. Lao Sha. It must be the fabled rumble fruit, an exceedingly rare treasure. Lao Sha. You know about it, Mu Ling remarked, astonished that Lao Sha had knowledge of the rumble fruit. I once glimpsed it in the Devil Fruit Compendium. It has been lost for countless years. Who would have thought this fool would consume it? TSK. Lao Sha, you're quite impressive, even having perused the Devil Fruit Compendium. Meanwhile, Enel's expression darkened at being called a fool. Fool, are you speaking of me? Bastards. You seem to be courting death. As the lightning dragon roared towards them, it was promptly shattered by a single punch from Mu Ling. I leave it to you, Xiao Lu. Capture him alive if possible, but if not, feel free to kill him. The shepherding path is of no consequence. Enel, without any guidance, was able to comprehend the intricacies of the mind network, also known as observation haki. Through the waves of the rumble fruit. He can be considered a genius. However, the Eni's lobby pirates have never been short of prodigies. They merely require companions who will obey commands. Whether Enel lives or dies is ultimately his own fate. How infuriating to defy the will of the divine. Do not presume that shattering the divine thunder dragon equates to challenging the deity. In an instant, Enel's body radiated with brilliant lightning, charging towards the shepherd like a bolt of lightning. This very individual shattered the thunder dragon with a single punch. How vexing. Truly troublesome. Do you not realize that your opponent is me? With a swift motion, Shirya's haki enveloped his right arm in the blade of the rain sword, positioning himself in front of the shepherd. With a downward strike, preposterous. You, a lowly inhabitant of the Blue Sea, believe your attack can harm a god? Enel neither dodged nor retreated, as his golden staff came crashing down on Shiryu. Bang! The staff collided against Shirya's shoulder, but was thwarted by his haki. Enel was taken aback for a moment, then an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. This is bad. Just as Enel, transformed into lightning, prepared to escape, a flash of the sword cut through the air before him. Blood erupted as a horrific gash, half a meter long, tore through his chest, spilling forth a torrent of blood and flesh. How is it possible for you to harm a god? Enel retreated several meters, utterly stunned. Am I injured? Bleeding? How can this be? I am a god. Hehehe, truly. The rumble fruit is remarkable, possessing speed akin to that of Kizaru. However, to evade my sword, it seems you possess observation haki as well. Quite impressive. As he spoke, Shiryu grinned with disdain. Though your talent is formidable, you remain a country bumpkin ignorant of haki. In an instant, Shiryu lunged forward like a sharp blade. Die. Bang. The rain sword clashed violently against the golden staff. Sparks flew in all directions, and shockwaves rippled outward. What the hell is this haki you speak of? Enel bellowed, feeling as though these individuals were privy to some secret knowledge. A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking Shiryu's head. Child's play. With a vertical slash, Shiryu's blood-red sword light cleaved the lightning in two. Yet, in the next moment, the disdainful expression on Shiryu's face froze. The space before him was empty. Enel, now a bolt of lightning, had vanished without a trace. This is what you call a god? Fleeing faster than anyone else. Damn it. Shiryu seethed. Suddenly, the shepherd transformed into a blazing inferno, erupting instantaneously, with countless sword energies augmenting him. He swiftly closed the gap to catch up with the lightning form of Enel. How infuriating. I am a god. You shall all perish beneath the will of the divine. Crack. The shepherd tightened his grip, his cold gaze fixed on Enel, remaining silent. Shiryu. Ha ha ha. So arrogant, even in the face of death. Old sand. Kill him, Captain. Jinbei. It seems he will not submit, even in death. Very well. Then we shall kill him. The shepherd nodded, feeling a twinge of regret. Had Enel chosen to submit, he would undoubtedly have become a key force within the Enies lobby pirates. However, that is of little consequence. After his demise, the system will claim the rumble fruit. Either I shall consume it, or it will be given to Shiryu or Jinbei, watching as the four of them casually decided his fate. Enel felt a profound despair. Am I to perish? His heart sank to the depths, and he felt on the brink of madness. Will you not inquire further? Matters such as this typically require multiple questions before I would yield. Though the will of the divine cannot be defied, what does it matter if I am dead? Enel, despite his arrogance and self-proclaimed divinity, feared death more than anyone, having endured a lonely childhood filled with humiliation and battling wild dogs for scraps. He had finally attained immense power and soared to greatness, and now, to die like this, how could he accept it? Wah, I am a divine being. The shepherd, what is he saying? Shiryu, he seems to be cursing again. Old sand, let me deal with him using a sand burial. Enel, what the hell are you talking about? I surrender. Okay. Wah, please. I submit. Enel trembled violently. Damn it. Still cursing. Just as Shiryu drew his sword, preparing to strike down. Jinbei interjected. Wait, I think I heard him begging for mercy. Is that so? The shepherd paused, loosening his grip slightly on Enel's throat. Cough, cough, cough. I submit. Do not kill me. I am willing to join you. Please, spare my life. Enel pleaded urgently. With a release of pressure, Enel fell to the ground, gasping for air. Glancing at the shepherd's expressionless face, Enel felt his body tremble involuntarily. Just moments ago, he had sensed the impending arrival of death. This person is terrifying. If he wished to kill me, it could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Very well. Since you have chosen to submit, you are now part of the Enies lobby pirates. Welcome. From this moment forth, we are comrades. However, should you entertain any ill thoughts, in a flash, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping Enel in a myriad of blood-red lights. Crack, crack, crack. As if bearing the weight of an immense mountain. Enel nearly collapsed, his leg bones creaking under the strain. You should understand what fate awaits you. The shepherd stated coldly. I understand, Captain. Instantly, all of Enel's dissatisfaction and grievances dissipated beneath the weight of this pressure. To tame a rebellious spirit, one must exert absolute force. He was left breathless, filled with fear and trepidation towards you. This is how the shepherd operated. Beep. The host has engaged in battle on Skypiea for the first time. Triggering rewards. Skill level of the Lingxi sword technique increased by 1. A warm current surged into the shepherd's mind, causing his breath to quicken. Suddenly, waves rippled across the plain, akin to a water surface, instantly transforming into giant screens of profound water patterns. That moment, a meteor-like beam of sword light pierced through the water curtain. Opening his eyes, the shepherd, having fully integrated the Lingxi sword technique, couldn't help but smile. Ha! What's this supreme spirit refinement? From now on, I shall call you first system. Beep. A system that does not seek to expand its business is not a good system. Very well. You possess ambition and righteousness. With Enel now subdued, the shepherd's task was complete. As for the golden bell, let it be. Soon, the Eni's lobby pirates returned to solid ground, having been ensnared by a balloon-like octopus. 1 week later, opened the control panel. A flash of golden light flickered in the mind. Supreme Spirit Refinement System. Host, Mu Ling Bounty, 2,300,000,000. Weapons, Ing Longsword, Common Level, Chayu, Common Level. Body, Common Level, Spirit Refinement 10. Abilities, Thunderous 8 Trigrams 2, Mastery Level. Lion Sword Dance 2, Mastery Level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura Field 1, Mastery Level. Armament Haki, Mastery Level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1, Mastery Level. Observation Haki, Entry Level. Graceful as a Frightened Swan, Entry Level. Spirit Points, 120. System Points, 10. Strength, 500. Speed, for 10. Defense, 600. Life, 350. Splendid. My bounty has indeed increased, reaching 2,300,000,000. TSK. It's nearly rivaling that of the 4 emperors. The Ice Mountain is still developing the king of the underworld and Water City, which will likely take another 6 months. Hence, this commandeered ship, the Evil Spirit, will be refined 5 times by Mu Ling, which should suffice for our group for half a year. Curse you, Shiryu, do you wish to fight? Ha ha ha. Enel, have you forgotten the sword wound on your chest? Ah, I will slay you. Enel roared in fury. Before long, Enel, drenched in blood, approached, appearing to have been defeated. However, Shiryu was not in much better shape. His entire being charred black, evidently having been struck by lightning. Mu Ling did not intervene. Competition breeds motivation. The Evil Spirit pirate crew will not tolerate any opportunistic intruders. Looking up, one could see where the sea met the sky. A vividly defined line dividing the heavens. On one side lay the azure ocean, basked in warm sunlight. On the other, a realm shrouded in black mist, rife with thunder and lightning. At last, we have arrived. Note: Happy New Year, everyone. I'm off to make dumplings. Here lies the so-called graveyard of pirate crews, the legendary Bermuda Triangle. Gazing at the mist-covered sky in the distance, Jinbei spoke solemnly. Moonlight Moria, a user of the shadow fruit, is known for his laziness and arrogance. After leaving Skypiea, Mu Ling discovered that their landing point was quite close to this place, so he decided to visit the terrifying 3-masted ship to subdue Moria. Should he refuse, he would simply plunder the shadow fruit. Simultaneously, Mu Ling aimed to verify certain matters. I am truly looking forward to encountering that fellow. Moonlight Moria, Shiryu said ominously. Those ensnared by the mist lose their sense of direction and are ultimately guided by a mysterious force, becoming his puppets, doomed to live without ever seeing the sun. This is merely the result of his fruit ability stealing their shadows. TSK, what a delightful rascal. As members of the 7 warlords of the sea, they were all too familiar with the affairs surrounding Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria, is he strong? Are we going to recruit him as a companion? Enel inquired, puzzled. This fellow possesses immense potential, yet he is exceedingly lazy, often placing his hopes on external factors. However, I believe that under my guidance, he will rise anew. After a cold smile, Mu Ling turned his gaze to the others. Of course, if we cannot reach a consensus. Does anyone have an interest in the shadow fruit? In an instant, a chill swept through the crowd. Had Mu Ling already sentenced Moria to death? Must it be so decisive, Captain? But I like it. Before long, the Evil Spirit sailed into the Bermuda Triangle. Beneath the terrifying fog, no ray of sunlight was visible, and the somber sky cast an oppressive atmosphere. Many believed that the formation of the Bermuda Triangle was due to Moria's influence. Yet, Mu Ling knew better. This place harbored secrets in the anime. There were beings resembling 3 towering mountains, with blood-red eyes, their mere gaze sending chills down one's spine. Yet, Mu Ling found this intriguing. 5 hours later, at the entrance of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Oh, it seems this place has been damaged. Observing the dilapidated ship and the corpses of zombies strewn about, Jinbei expressed his confusion. There must have been a fierce battle. Ha ha ha, that rascal Moria has perished, has he? Old Sand said with a sinister grin. Mu Ling continued forward, traversing the misty forest until he arrived at the castle ruins. A chilling wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Soon, they spotted the massive body of the demon Oz, lying motionless on the ground, while beside him, a shadowy figure lay unconscious amidst the ruins. It was none other than the warlord of the sea. Moonlight Moria, it appears the Straw Hat crew has already come through here. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is this fellow. This must be the corpse of the demon as that Moria stole. Poor wretch, what an intense battle this must have been. However, to defeat Moria, The adversary must possess considerable strength, Old Sand stated solemnly. You know him, oh right. Enel is also aware. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Mu Ling's eyes as he spoke coldly. Oh, I know this big-eared freak? Could it be that Straw Hat Kid? Old Sand immediately thought of the one who had defeated him, Monkey D. Luffy. That rascal. It's him. The mention of Luffy sent Enel into a furious rage. Forgetting to be angry at Old Sand's comment about him being a big-eared freak, observing the two fuming, Mu Ling said nothing. Although Luffy was the protagonist in the pirate world in his past life, Mu Ling had felt excitement for him. However, decades had passed, and that fervor had long since faded. Just a junior. In an instant, as if he had discovered something, Enel abruptly turned, his golden staff transforming into a bolt of lightning. Hurling it fiercely into the distance, with a thunderous boom, the sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. A nearby tree was violently shaken, as if struck by something. Moments later, a figure with a lion's face gradually emerged before them. The transparent fruit user, the commander of the terrifying three-masted ship's zombie army, Absalom, daring to sneak around under the will of a god, unaware of your own demise. Enel scoffed. What are you trying to do to my lord? Rascal, do not approach Lord Moria. The crowd's expressions shifted, while Mu Ling waved his hand, softly commanding, kill him. With a rumble, a torrent of lightning surged, countless bolts coiling in the sky. Then, they crashed down heavily upon Absalom. His lion mouth gaped wide, yet he could not utter a word. Poor Absalom could only watch helplessly as the lightning descended, engulfing his body. Absalom was fiercely loyal to Moria, yet Mu Ling could never bring himself to like him. Of course, it might be due to the fact that this fellow peeped at Nami while she was bathing. Beep. Do you wish to plunder the superhuman transparent fruit? Confirm plunder. With a flash of light in his hand. A white devil fruit adorned with peculiar patterns appeared in Mu Ling's grasp. TSK. This is the fruit Sanji has long desired. However, Mu Ling did not present it before the others, but instead stored it away. The transparent fruit held little use for him and could be given to others on the ship. Yet, further observation was necessary. Meanwhile, Moria, lying amidst the ruins, was awakened by the thunder. Likewise, he witnessed the scene of Absalom's demise. Note: my apologies. These past few days have been exceedingly busy, utterly drunk day in and day out. Starting today, I will resume updates. Sorry. Absalom, rascal, you have killed Absalom. I will slay you. With a rumble, the ruins trembled as Moria's towering figure shakily rose. Dark shadows swirling at his feet. Kill you. At that moment, Moria was oblivious to the others, his furious gaze fixed solely on Enel. It was him, this big-eared freak who killed Absalom. In an instant, the shadows beneath Moria trembled, shooting forth at blinding speed, morphing midair into a sharp lance spanning several meters, slicing through the air as it lunged fiercely at Enel. TSK, daring to strike at a god. It seems you truly seek death. Aniru chuckled, recalling the words spoken by Mu Ling earlier, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. With a crack of thunder, the 30 million volts of the thunder beast roared as he struck the thunder drum with a golden staff. And in an instant, a monstrous creature bathed in lightning surged forth from the drum. The thunder beast was swift, deftly evading the spear's point with a slight tilt of its body, then sinking its teeth into the shaft. Crack. The shadow spear, infused with surging electricity, erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds, and before Moria's incredulous gaze, it shattered into countless fragments. No, it cannot be. Did he truly dispel my attack with such ease? Oh, you have awakened, have you? Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain pierced Moria's ears. Startled, Moria turned to face the source of the familiar voice. You, crocodile. It's you. The unmistakable yellow coat, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and a prominent scar across his face. Crocodile, a fellow member of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could this bastard be here? You were supposed to be... Thud. Moria's heart raced, and his mind went blank as he realized that Crocodile had recently escaped from Impel Down and had joined a tremendously powerful pirate crew, the Phantom Pirates. And their captain, Moria's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the young, handsome man who appeared harmless yet bore an utterly terrifying gaze, red-eyed Mu Ling. Why? Why would such an existence appear on the terror three-masted ship? However, as his trembling body staggered, Moria's eyes fell upon the scorched earth in the distant forest. Fear dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming fury. Absalom was dead. All his comrades were gone. Bastard. What of the Phantom Pirates? What of red-eyed Mu Ling? You killed Absalom. You took my good friend. Today, you all shall perish. Shadow, assembly. Bang. In an instant, The entire Terror three-masted ship shook, and from the land, countless scar-ridden zombies erupted from the ground. The next moment, a multitude of shadows surged forth from the ruins beneath his feet, rushing into Moria's mouth. Enough! With my ultimate attack unleashed, it seems there is no room for negotiation at this moment. Mu Ling regarded Moria as nothing less than a dead man. Yet, he found Moria's actions quite admirable. To risk one's life for subordinates and engage in a life-or-death struggle against an insurmountable foe. This alone was enough to earn Mu Ling's respect. However, a dead man must still die. With a crackle of lightning, Aniro effortlessly evaded Moria's attack, flashing through the air before landing at Moria's feet, with a surge of lightning coursing through his golden staff. He struck Moria in the abdomen. Pooh! Already gravely injured, Moria had forced this move, and his unfamiliarity with it rendered him vulnerable. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shadows erupted from his mouth. Bastard! I will slaughter you. Enveloped by the negative emotions of 1,000 shadows, Moria had gone berserk. Bang! As Anira barely dodged a mighty strike, a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. Is this all you can muster? Another blow landed fiercely against Moria's abdomen. Bastard! From beneath Moria's feet, shadows flickered and transformed into a colossal shadow spear, engaging Anira in combat. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the agile Anira deftly maneuvered through Moria's attacks, weaving effortlessly between punches and kicks. Bang! Moria's strike missed, raising a jug of wine. Mu Ling gazed coldly at the sea and spoke. He pondered for a long time about the ownership of the transparent fruit. Giving it to Jinbei was out of the question. Although the system's products lacked the usual adverse effects of devil fruits, he would never consume it. The thought of a fisherman who cannot swim was terrifying. And then there was Shiryu, who had been saved from poison and remained fiercely loyal. Moreover, in the anime, it was indeed Shiryu who consumed the transparent fruit. Both emotionally and logically, it should rightfully belong to him. So this is what a devil fruit is. Inoru was momentarily stunned, recalling the blue fruit he had eaten during his childhood. The source of his power stemmed from such a small fruit. A superhuman transparent fruit? He chuckled, truly envious of Shiryu. TSK. Another landlubber like himself was about to be born. How delightful. The old pirate laughed heartily. Captain, is this not a bit too precious? Nonsense. It would be of no use to me. Of course, if you're worried that consuming this fruit will bring about a curse from the sea, you need not fret, for such a thing will never occur. Mu Ling spoke with confidence. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Not cursed by the sea. How could that be possible, Captain? Shiryu was momentarily troubled. While the transparent fruit was indeed advantageous with his superb swordsmanship, if he could conceal his form, it would enhance his combat significantly. But to become a landlubber? The moment his body touched seawater, he would be rendered powerless, not to mention being vulnerable to sea prism stone and other deadly substances. Shiryu felt it was a case of more loss than gain. Trust me, just eat it. Mu Ling extended his hand, conveying another meaning. If he did not believe him, it would indicate a failure to recognize talent, and the transparent fruit would be forever out of Shiryu's reach. I will listen to the captain. After a moment of hesitation, Shiryu expressed his complete obedience to Mu Ling with a few crisp bites. He devoured the transparent fruit entirely, in an instant. As he finished the fruit, Shiryu felt a shudder throughout his body, an unceasing surge of power flowing from his chest to every part of his being, watching as his body gradually became transparent, disappearing into the air. Mu Ling nodded, affirming he had not misjudged him. Incredible, he truly vanished. My Kinbunchika Haki can't sense him. Is this the power of the transparent fruit? Just as everyone was astonished, Mu Ling spread his sword aura. And in an instant, countless small sword energies surrounded the entire deck. Suddenly, Mu Ling's eyes widened, and he shot forward like a sharpened sword, covering 5 meters in an instant. With a loud clap, he grasped at the air, producing a muffled explosion. Then, with a powerful swing of his right arm towards the sea, a splash of waves surged up to 4 or 5 meters high. Silence. A silence that lasted several seconds. The crowd stared at Mu Ling, who had suddenly acted, and after a few moments of shock, they finally reacted. Did the captain just throw something? I feel like it's Shiryu. Heavens, that scoundrel Shiryu was thrown into the sea by the captain. Quick, save him. The old pirate and Inoru, both unable to enter the sea due to their powers, watched as Jinbei, although confused about Mu Ling's actions, jumped in without a second thought. Meanwhile, a figure gradually emerged from the depths of the sea. It was Shiryu. Help, help, I ate a devil fruit. I can't swim. Jinbei, you blue fatso, save me. Shiryu flailed about on the surface, wailing like a 3-year-old child, nearly losing his mind. Did the captain want to kill him? But if he wanted to kill him directly, why make him eat the devil fruit first? Was he mad? Suddenly, Jinbei's cold voice reached Shiryu's ears. Taken aback, Shiryu met Jinbei's gaze, which was filled with the look of someone viewing a fool, looking back at the others on the ship. He saw expressions of shock, confusion, and concern, as though they were caring for a mentally challenged child. With a jolt, Shiryu finally realized something was amiss. He was not sinking into the sea. Rather, he was floating on its surface. I wasn't cursed by the sea. The captain's words were true. Shiryu was so astonished that he stumbled over his words. Throughout history, devil fruits had existed for countless years, with numerous histories, legends, and records proving that anyone who consumed a devil fruit would be abandoned by the sea, losing the innate ability to swim. In that instant, Shiryu's worldview shattered. A month later, on the surface of the sea, a massive black ship sliced through the waves, heading rapidly towards Sabati archipelago. Mu Ling closed his eyes. While on the deck, Inaru was engaged in battle with Shiryu. Having consumed the transparent fruit, Shiryu had gradually learned to conceal his presence over the past month. This not only enhanced his own abilities, but also improved Inaru's Kinbunchika haki significantly during this short time. The old pirate was battling Jinbei, mastering haki. After the terrifying 3-masted ship, the Straw Hat crew would soon converge at Sabati archipelago. Not only them, but many other renowned supernovas would also arrive at this location. Several figures floated through Mu Ling's mind, and he had made a plan. Beep. Shall we activate the lucky invincible draw? Confirm. In an instant, a heavy BGM resounded in his mind, and a golden ceramic pot appeared before him. Surrounded by shimmering golden light and covered in cracks, countless streams of light burst forth from the shattered pot, flickering before him. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. 1. Beep. Spirit level sword technique. Demon sword technique 1. Beep. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique 1. Beep. Natural system. Storm fruit 1. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. 5 streams of light surged into Mu Ling's mind. Having spent 50 system points, he drew 5 times. Achieving a decent result, sitting cross-legged on the deck, Mu Ling opened the spirit-level sword technique. Demon sword technique. In an instant, an extraordinarily bizarre force surged within his mind. Evil, resentment, seduction, cruelty, slaughter, and many other negative emotions flooded his consciousness. Boom! The Conqueror's haki erupted spontaneously, and the blood-red sword energy surrounding Mu Ling grew increasingly eerie, as if each strand whispered dark tales. There was joy and sorrow, laughter and weeping, rage, curses, and countless demonic whispers filled his ears. The 4 fighters immediately halted, puzzled, looking at their captain, unaware of what was transpiring. Suddenly, a clear sword cry erupted, and the demon sword Chachi flew out from the storage, grasped in Mu Ling's hand. The blood began to circulate, and countless evil thoughts surged into Chachi like moths to a flame. Subsequently, a terrifying and disorienting malevolence surged within Mu Ling, growing ever stronger. After reaching a peak, it finally subsided. Upon opening his eyes, the blood color gradually faded, and the Shura field dissipated. Mu Ling was grateful for Chachi, a vessel capable of harboring such malevolent thoughts. The demon sword technique truly lived up to its reputation as a spirit-level sword technique. Extraordinarily powerful, he nearly fell into chaos from the invasion of evil thoughts. Recalling his sword aura and returning Chachi to storage, Mu Ling proceeded to click on the next reward, Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Not bad, a B-level ninjutsu. Although it was not as powerful as Fire Release, it had its own extreme flame combination, and its power was certainly not inferior. With a flash of light, a white, slightly yellow devil fruit appeared in his hand. Natural system, Storm Fruit. Without hesitation, Mu Ling took a bite. Once finished, a warm current surged in his mind, filling his body with the power of the storm. Mu Ling discovered that his body felt incredibly light, as if he could soar into the clouds with a mere leap. In an instant, extreme flames erupted, and a fierce wind roared. The combination of the storm power and extreme flames surged explosively, elevating its power to unprecedented heights. Flames burst forth, cleaving through the clouds and painting the sky above in a terrifying hue. The oppressive heat rippled like waves, continuously exploding from within the body of Mu Ling. Indeed, as anticipated, these 2 fruits complemented each other splendidly. Opening the system panel, the Supreme Spirit Refinement System revealed. Host, Mu Ling. Bounty, 2.03 billion. Weapon, Inglong Sword, Common Grade. Cheyu, Spirit Grade. Fruits, Extreme Flame 1, Storm 1. Body, Common Grade, Spirit Refinement Level 10. Abilities, Thunderous 8, Trigrams 2, Mastery Level. Lion Sword Dance 2, Mastery Level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki, Azura Field 1, Mastery Level. Armament Haki, Mastery Level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1, Mastery Level. Observation Haki, Novice Level. Fluttering Like a Surprised Swan, Novice Level. Divine Art, Demon Sword Technique, Spirit Grade. Spirit Points, 200. System Points, 50. Strength, 510. Speed, 420. Defense, 630. Life, 370.0. The Demon Sword Technique is considered a divine art? Mu Ling mused, astonished that the malevolent blade Chachi, infused with wicked thoughts, had miraculously ascended to the Spirit Grade, earning a reward of 50 points for this promotion. Excellent. Another chance for a 5-time draw. Suddenly, a great splash erupted, and the heavy sound of an explosion rang in Mu Ling's ears. An enemy attack. A cannonball, dark as night, shot from the cannon, striking the phantom ship and sending waves soaring. Damn it. Why is it taking so long? Hurry and bring the cannonballs. With a furious shout, a large piece of roasted lamb was bitten into by a heart-shaped mouth, devoured with fervor. Beneath her pink locks was a stunningly beautiful face. Her tall figure both devilish and voluptuous, with lips shaped like a heart that could ensnare one's very soul. One of the 11 supernovas, the gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie. Boom. Dozens of cannonballs were fired from Bonnie's hands, hurtling towards the phantom ship. In no time, the entire vessel was engulfed in waves and cannon fire. Ha! Watch me shatter your ship. Bonnie laughed heartily with the roast meat in hand, truly deserving of the title Captain. Impressive, Captain. However, did they not find that pirate flag rather familiar? The crew paused, glancing at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind amidst the smoke. The fearsome skull bore no distinction from other pirate crews, appearing rather commonplace. Yet, those blood-red eyes were indelibly etched in everyone's minds. TCH, what a ruse. Our captain is one of the notorious worst generation, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Indeed, I've never seen such a pirate flag. It must belong to some insignificant crew. The crew mocked vociferously, and Bonnie's spirits soared as she swiftly polished off a leg of lamb. Damn it, do you wish to starve me? Hurry and bring more meat. But in the next moment, Bonnie, mid-bite, froze and shocked. As the smoke cleared, the phantom ship was not only intact but completely unharmed. How is this possible? In an instant, a blood-red sword light pierced the air, slicing towards them. Get down, Bonnie roared, and then felt her body shake violently as the massive ship beneath her split in two, rapidly sinking. With a cacophony, seawater rushed in, the mast toppled, and the hull shattered, creating a colossal whirlpool. Shark wave fist. A resounding voice erupted from beneath the sea, followed by violent currents transforming into fists, relentlessly battering the remnants of the ship. Help, Captain, save me. Ah, damn it. Who are you? Watching her crew perish one by one, Bonnie was on the brink of madness. Who was their opponent? Suddenly, the wind howled, a tempest arose, and a terrifying storm surged forth like a whirlwind, unleashing a deafening roar. Boom! The massive ship was instantly lifted and shattered into debris. Simultaneously, the swirling waters, accompanied by countless pirates, surged into the storm, only to be enveloped in blood the next moment. Aboard the phantom ship, Lao Sha stared dumbfounded at Mu Ling, who single-handedly raised his hand skyward, his heart racing with astonishment. When did the captain acquire such power? 1 minute later, the Bonnie pirates were utterly annihilated, and the gluttonous girl Bonnie was thrown heavily onto the deck of the phantom ship. Unconscious. A day later, Sabaody Archipelago, Kakik. What a nuisance. Let us destroy it. Divine punishment. A tremendous bolt of lightning shot downward, obliterating all ships docked by the island shore. Damn it. Who are you? This is my ship. Stop. Clapping his hands, Enel, having completed his task, deftly steered the phantom ship to a now-cleared harbor. Upon witnessing their vessels destroyed by lightning, the pirates in the harbor erupted in fury. Oh, still daring to resist? Shiryu scoffed, unleashing his blade. A fierce arc striking down countless foes. Blood surged forth, the stench overwhelming the entire harbor. That pirate flag. Yes, it belonged to the phantom pirates, with a staggering bounty of 2.03 billion berries for the infamous red-eyed Mu Ling. What? That guy. Run. Ignoring the fleeing pirates, Mu Ling hoisted the still unconscious Bonnie over his shoulder and made his way deeper into the island. TSK. I've finally arrived at Spirit Archipelago, gazing at the breathtaking scenery. With towering trees and bubbles drifting through the forest, Mu Ling felt a fleeting moment of reflection. The beauty of reality always surpasses that of animation. After a while, inside a bar. Ugh, where is this? Half awake, Bonnie finally regained consciousness. Her dazed eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings as she murmured, "This is Spirit Archipelago." Boom! A chilling voice, like thunder, resounded in Bonnie's mind. "You? Who are you?" Instantly, Bonnie sprang up, forcing herself to endure her pain in order to see Mu Ling's face clearly. But in the next moment, she froze entirely. Her limbs felt cold, her legs weak, and despair flickered in her eyes. Before her stood an irresistibly handsome face, seemingly harmless, yet emanating an incredibly unsettling aura. Gazing at Mu Ling, Bonnie felt as if she were beholding a sovereign, an air of authority radiating from him that incited an instinctive urge to submit to red-eyed Mu Ling. Oh heavens, why have I crossed paths with such a being? Her gaze swept around, and Bonnie's anxiety only grew. The infamous former warlord Crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, and the notorious Shiryu of the Rain were all present. Even that big-eared oddity exuded a sense of danger. The bar was devoid of patrons. Even the owner had fled in terror. Rumors of the Phantom Pirates' arrival had quickly spread across the island. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Mu Ling cleared his throat, his mesmerizing eyes fixed on Bonnie. "One of the supernovas, the gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie, correct? I shall overlook your prior assault on me. Of course, your pirate crew is now completely obliterated. Now, you have two choices. 1. Join the Phantom Pirates. 2. Die. Note: Bonnie is not the female lead." "What?" Bonnie's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Ling. "You want me to join the Phantom Pirates? You won't kill me." But the next moment, her face contorted in worry as she envisioned unsavory possibilities. Utilizing her abilities for some rather distasteful deeds, she would never agree to such a thing. "Damn it. You wish to succeed? I would rather die," Bonnie shouted defiantly. Mu Ling replied, "I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. Should you join the Phantom Pirates, you will be our comrade, enjoying the same treatment as them. I shall never be subjected to humiliation or endure unfortunate events. Of that I can assure you. Of course, this is contingent upon your unwavering loyalty to us. Such moments of good temper are rare for the shepherd, and it is solely due to the presence of Jewelry Bonnie. Certainly, it is not her beauty that warrants such leniency, but rather the numerous enigmas surrounding this woman. She possesses the ability to alter her own age, or that of others at will. However, whether this capability originates from within her or is bestowed by a devil fruit remains an enduring mystery. Nonetheless, the shepherd speculates that she is likely an exceedingly rare wielder of time-based powers. If that is indeed the case, her potential is nothing short of astounding. Furthermore, her relationship with the tyrant is quite extraordinary. During the World Conference in the anime, she aged herself to infiltrate Mary Geos, disguising as the Queen Mother of the Sorbet Kingdom, and not a single soul questioned her identity. Moreover, the tyrant, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea and a revolutionary, was originally the king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Upon witnessing the tyrant being ridden like a beast by the celestial dragons, Bonnie displayed evident fury, even shedding tears. Taking all of this into account, the shepherd finds himself deeply intrigued by this woman cloaked in secrecy. "Are you serious?" Bonnie asked, gazing at the shepherd with caution. If what the shepherd claims is true, she would never refuse, for who wishes for death when they can live? "Indeed. You are not deceiving me. If you utter another word, I shall end you." "Very well. I agree," Bonnie replied with alacrity. Following a brief self-introduction, the shepherd instructed the others to gather supplies on the island while he ventured deeper into its interior. He pushed open the door of the bamboo bar with a creak and strode in confidently. "Welcome. What may I offer you, esteemed guest?" With a resounding crash, he slammed his drink onto the table, causing Shaki to widen her eyes in disbelief. You are the red-eyed shepherd?" The shepherd nodded but offered no response, instead surveying his surroundings. The Straw Hat crew was absent, and Rayleigh was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he had gone to the auction house. "Since Rayleigh is not here, I shall wait. Please bring me a glass of dragon fruit wine." "Thank you, Miss Shaki." Sitting at the bar, a hint of amusement flickered in the shepherd's eyes. "I wonder what expression that old man Rayleigh will have upon seeing me." Shaki quietly polished the wine glasses, remaining silent. She had met the shepherd before, but that was 4 decades ago. Meanwhile, at the auction house in Spirit Archipelago, a sea of people filled the venue. Who are these ruffians? They brazenly waltz in here. I yearn to eliminate them, especially that large-eared freak. That beautiful girl appears to be the recently famous Big Eater. Bonnie, in a corner, Kid, with his fiery short hair, cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu and the others. TSK, a group of arrogant individuals has arrived. Refrain from harboring such dangerous thoughts. Kid, that is the Big Eater Bonnie. One of the supernovas with a bounty of 140 million berries, and the individual clad in a beige robe, along with that blue chub, were once warlords of the sea. Crocodile, with a bounty of 230 million berries. Jinbe, with a bounty of 580 million berries. Kira, seated beside Kid, spoke in a low voice, then turned to Enel as for that large-eared freak. I cannot discern, but the man wielding the knife must be Shiryu. The former warden of Impel Down, with a bounty of 610 million berries. In an instant, the expressions of all members of the Kid Pirates changed dramatically. The Phantom Pirates. These individuals are members of the Phantom Pirates and subordinates of that man. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes surfaced in their minds. Kid recoiled, instinctively retreating into the shadows. With only a bounty of 300 million, he yearned to slay these individuals, yet the moment was not opportune. On the other side of the auction house, the Straw Hat crew stood frozen. Isn't that the large-eared freak we encountered on Sky Island? How did he? Luffy stammered. You all look? Isn't that Crocodile, the one you defeated in Alabasta? Luffy, good heavens, why are these two here? Nami could hardly articulate her fear. Crocodile, a nightmare of a man, and that Enel, who nearly annihilated them on Sky Island. Instantly, the psychological shadows looming over Nami expanded exponentially. I always thought that was merely a rumor. I never imagined it to be true. Robin's voice was low, her gaze sweeping over Shiryu and the others. The Phantom Pirates, Captain Red-Eyed Shepherd. This man has managed to gather these individuals, which means his own capabilities must be extraordinary. In that moment, silence enveloped the auction house, as all pirates who recognized Shiryu and his comrades fell into a hushed reverence. What are you staring at? I feel like gouging out their eyes, Bonnie exclaimed in fury. Jinbe, hold your horses. The captain won't allow you to do such a thing. Didn't the captain instruct us to gather supplies? Why are we here instead? Old Sand glanced at Enel, who insisted on entering. In such a lively setting, I naturally wanted to explore. Enel chuckled, waving his hand, his gaze sweeping over the nearby seats, inching closer to the front. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He had discovered an excellent spot. It was the front row, closest to the auction stage, typically reserved for nobility. However, it was now vacated, for 3 world nobles, the celestial dragons, occupied those seats. Humph! How dare they sit before the divine? Unforgivable. In the next moment, Enel appeared before the 3 celestial dragons, his icy thunderous gaze dismissing them. This is the seat of the divine. Get lost. Boom. Enel had yet to unleash his thunder. But every attendee was already rendered charred and tender by the mere aura he exuded. The seat of the divine, telling the celestial dragons to leave? Good heavens! This large-eared freak is actually commanding the celestial dragons to vacate. What is wrong with my ears? Did I hear correctly? These are the world nobles. Is this man seeking death? To stay. How amusing. What a reckless individual. Kid snickered, thoroughly entertained, as if he were about to enjoy a show, a bowl of sunflower seeds at his side. Yet, Kira beside him displayed a grave expression and rose to leave. Amusing? We should flee. What do you mean by that? Kid was taken aback. Once the celestial dragons come under attack, the nearest Marine Admiral will arrive here. At that point, none of us will escape. Kid's face paled. Comprehending Kira's insinuation, observing that large-eared freak, it was clear he was not the type to wait for death. He would undoubtedly do something catastrophic to the celestial dragons when the Marine Admiral arrives at Sabaody Archipelago. Oh no, our group could be caught in the crossfire. Damn it, that deranged fool. Cursing under his breath, the Kid Pirates swiftly departed. We should leave too. Lingering on this island poses a danger. The supernova, Trafalgar Law. Suddenly changed his expression, realizing he shared the same thoughts as Kira. Yes, beat him up, large-eared freak. Smash him. Luffy cheered, excitedly gesturing for Enel, unaware of the brewing storm. Nami, Robin, why do we have such a foolish captain? An admiral is coming. We must hurry to rescue Kami. We should strike swiftly and depart before the admiral arrives. Robin, ever the voice of reason, decisively declared if anything were to befall the celestial dragons, the auction would surely be interrupted, and with all attention diverted to the current chaos, the interior of the auction house would be left entirely unguarded. All right, Let us rescue Cammy. Go, large-eared freak, just as the current surged around him. Enel was momentarily taken aback, for he had heard a familiar voice. It sounded like that rubbery kid who had defeated him on Sky Island. Crack. Boom. Before he could even react, a deafening explosion coincided with bullets being discharged, piercing through his body and embedding themselves into the wall behind him. Charles Saint swore that since the day of his birth, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. This scoundrel before him would surely pay for his insolence, ensuring he would suffer a fate worse than death. Glancing down at Aniru, whose body was riddled with flickering bullet holes, he suddenly broke into a smile. How dare you attack a god? Clearly, this foolish pig is courting death. Bang. In an instant, a barrage of bullets erupted, striking Aniru squarely in the chest. Scoundrel, how dare you insult us and still claim to be a god? The dignity of the celestial dragons must not be tarnished. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dark storm clouds loomed over the auction house. Instantly, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone present. At that moment, the auction house was deserted. And Jinbei rushed forward, grabbing Aniru's arm. They are the world aristocrats, the celestial dragons. Killing them will make things difficult for the captain. World aristocrats? What of it? I am a god, Aniru declared with arrogance. Jinbei could only respond with silence. So you're a god. Is that supposed to impress me? Bang. In that moment, a thunderous pillar descended, obliterating the auction house's roof and crashing down upon the three celestial dragons. However, recalling Jinbei's words, Aniru refrained from killing the three. Opting to spare their lives. In the charred crater, the three celestial dragons had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Keek, what a splendid show. The old sand pirate chuckled. Is this what the celestial dragons are like? I fail to see the purpose of the world government coddling such swine. Shiryu scoffed. Let us go. I hear the Marine Admiral will be arriving soon. At that moment, Bonnie noticed that after she spoke. Shiryu, Jinbei, and the old pirate were not in a state of panic, but rather looked at her with mocking eyes. A Marine Admiral? Haha. Are they really that formidable? Keek, just a defeated subordinate of the captain. Bonnie was left speechless. Oh, the Marine Admiral you speak of. Are they truly impressive? How do they compare to Shiryu? Aniru suddenly grew interested. Shiryu remained silent, although he possessed the transparent fruit. Facing the highest combat strength of the Marine headquarters, the Admiral still made him feel somewhat intimidated, as the transparent fruit did not directly enhance his combat prowess. Forget it. This auction is a bust. Let us find the captain. Shiryu shrugged. And what about these pigs? Let me handle it, Aniru exclaimed excitedly, finding a large bag and stuffing the three celestial dragons into it. He then hoisted it onto his shoulder, beaming with joy. Let us go. I'm going to deliver them to the captain. The others were left speechless. At the bar, Rayleigh pushed open the familiar door, as he usually did. However, the next second, his smile froze, leaving his expression utterly rigid to face he knew all too well, red-eyed Mu Ling. What brings you here? Rayleigh exclaimed in surprise. TSK, of course, I've come to see you, you old coot. Mu Ling grabbed a bottle of liquor from the bar and hurled it at Rayleigh. Thanks, catching the bottle. Rayleigh drank it in one gulp. It has been so many years since we last met. I have grown old, yet you remain unchanged. Rayleigh sighed, reminiscing about the days when he and Mu Ling were both youthful. Yet, time marches on, and they have all aged, while this fellow still looks so young. Haha, that's why they say time is a butcher's knife. Rayleigh, you're the one who's a pig. By the way, there was a guy claiming to be a god who not only caused a ruckus at the auction house, but also seemed to have attacked the celestial dragons. That must be your man, right? Mu Ling paused for a moment. Then his expression turned resigned. It must be that Amu. But they are merely celestial dragons. If they are killed, so be it. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Ling gradually withdrew his smile. A chilling aura erupting from within him, directed at Rayleigh. Let us settle this. During the battle at God Valley, my Rock's pirates were defeated, and I had nothing to say. But today's battle is inevitable. This was the main purpose of his visit to Rayleigh. Sigh. Rayleigh sighed deeply, looking utterly helpless. After so many years apart, why are you still so stubborn? Bang. In an instant, both men sprang into action, and in the blink of an eye, they burst out of the bar and into an open space, engaging in fierce combat. I am filled with rage. Duong. The Yinglong sword slammed down onto the long blade. Instantly, shockwaves erupted like ripples, spreading outward. Note. Brothers, you are too kind. So many gifts. Thank you. Thank you. I can't express my gratitude enough. Bang. A tremor jolted through Rayleigh's hands as an immense force surged from the Yinglong sword, engulfing him. This kid possesses such strength? Rayleigh's expression turned bitter as the internal pressure of his chi and blood surged. He quickly switched to gripping the sword with both hands, channeling a powerful armament color to counter Mu Ling's attack. With a hiss, Mu Ling staggered back a few steps, the force of his strike carving 2 long grooves into the ground. He then stomped down fiercely, causing the ground to shatter as his body shot upward like a bolt of lightning. His already swift movements, akin to a graceful swan, were now augmented by the power of the storm, exponentially increasing his speed. In the next moment, he vanished from Rayleigh's sight. His speed is astonishing as well. A smile crept across Rayleigh's face. Although Mu Ling was fast, he remained unfazed, slowly closing his eyes. He found himself in darkness yet perceived everything with greater clarity, discerning Mu Ling's position with precision. In the depths of that darkness, a pair of eyes sparkling with brilliance slowly opened. It was as if ripples were spreading across a water surface, subtly emanating outward. With each minuscule sound of footsteps, the ripples drew ever closer to those eyes. Rayleigh's smile grew wider. His formidable Kinbunchika haki dominated the area, pinpointing Mu Ling's landing spot. Right here. In an instant, Rayleigh's eyes widened as he swung his long knife in a sweeping arc. Duong! The long knife collided fiercely with the Ying Long, sending both combatants reeling backward. Excellent Kinbunchiku. Just from this one exchange, Mu Ling realized that Rayleigh surpassed him in both Kinbunchiku and Busashoku, truly worthy of being Roger's first mate. It seems this old man has not been idle for the past 40 years. Contrary to the portrayal in the anime, ding! A clear ringing echoed as the sword sang against the Ying Long, its tip gradually rising. In the next moment, Mu Ling's aura shifted dramatically, and countless strands of sword energy swirled around him. Then, like a dragon, the sword surged forward, cutting through the air with a beautiful flourish, causing the entire space to tremble. The sword slashed through the waves, and at the tip of the Ying Long, numerous circular ripples appeared. As if the air itself were being cleaved apart. Lingxi one's sword. Mu Ling shouted. The intricate water curtain formed by the gathered sword energy blocked the sword's tip, as the Ying Long pierced through the water curtain. The sword energy surged, doubling in strength. This was the unique feature of the water curtain, which enhanced the sword energy in proportion to the number of layers. However, currently, it was only an introductory level Lingxi 1 sword, allowing him to create just a single layer of water curtain. Ha ha ha, splendid swordsmanship. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying wave of Haushika haki erupted from within him, sending shockwaves ripping through the ground. Barreling toward Mu Ling. Hee. While I may not surpass you in Kinbunchiku or Busashoku, I will not lose in Haushiku. The blood-red arena opened, unleashing countless crimson sword energies that mercilessly tore through the shockwaves. At this moment, Lingxi one's sword was nearly upon Rayleigh. Indeed, your Haushiku remains formidable. Unhurried, Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, a dense sword energy erupting from the long knife, forming a massive cutting wave. Boom! In an instant, it collided violently with the ethereal sword, resulting in a cataclysmic eruption that shattered the earth beneath. Countless trees were uprooted, their roots exposed, as layers of soil were upheaved, revealing barren ground. The forceful blast sent Mu Ling soaring through the air, but he quickly regained his composure, reversing his trajectory mid-flight. With his fiery wings unfurled behind him, he steadied himself in midair, holding the Ying Long sword aloft before his chest. Extreme Flame Heavenly Flame Slash. As his left hand brushed along the blade's length, flames erupted, soaring skyward with an unparalleled intensity. An aura of supreme power, reminiscent of a fiery sovereign, enveloped the battlefield. Storm Thousand Feathers. Razor-sharp wind blade shot forth from his right hand, entwining with the flames, ultimately merging into the Heavenly Flame Slash. This old fellow is indeed formidable. Rayleigh staggered back several paces, only stabilizing himself upon crashing against a massive boulder. Just as he was about to catch his breath, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. This is bad. In an instant, Rayleigh transformed into a phantom, vanishing from his original position. Boom! In that fleeting moment, a pillar of fire descended from the heavens, incinerating all in its path. Instantly, thick smoke billowed, and the terrifying flames spread across the land, causing it to crumble in waves. The dread sword aura of the Heavenly Flame Slash cleaved a deep, charred trench into the ground. From amidst the smoke, a shadow emerged. Rayleigh, his attire in tatters, and his right arm bearing scorch marks. This was my favorite outfit. Mu Ling, you've angered me. Traditionally amiable, Riley now seethed with rage, raising his blade to strike at Mu Ling. No more fighting. In a flash, the Ying long sword vanished from Mu Ling's grasp as he plopped down onto the ground. Gazing into the distance, he sensed the approach of someone. You. Riley was momentarily speechless with fury, wanting to curse but unable to utter a word. That scoundrel, declaring an end to the fight, and still as stubborn as ever. Hey, Captain, cackling with glee, Enel appeared, laden with a large bundle. Captain, I've brought you something good. Riley. Well, it seems this fight is off the table. All this for naught, and now I must seek compensation from that rascal Mu Ling. A while later, what, is this truly the gift you brought me? Mu Ling felt somewhat bewildered as he gazed at the 3 celestial dragons within the sack. Marine headquarters. Marineford. Bang. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There has been an incident at Sabaody Archipelago. The Marine announced loudly. Are those pirates causing trouble again as they attempt to enter the New World? But why are they coming to me with this? Sengoku, engrossed in various official duties, furrowed his brow in displeasure. No, it's not that. Admiral. It concerns 3 celestial dragon nobles at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku's pen abruptly halted, his expression contorting with annoyance. Those gluttonous fools again. What has happened to them? His tone was laden with exasperation. They were beaten up and then kidnapped. The Marine trembled as he spoke. Those are the descendants of the very institution that established the world government, the supreme rulers of the pirate world. How dare anyone lay a hand on them? What? Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm down on the table, causing all the documents to tremble. Kidnapped? Who did this? Have we identified the culprits? He was on the verge of madness. The world government has been pressuring the Marine headquarters incessantly. The failure of the Demon Slaughter Order twice in succession, the loss of the Marine headquarters top combatant, Admiral Akanu's left arm, and the confirmed death of Warlord Gecko Moria. All of this attributed to the Phantom Pirates. The Marines have suffered repeated defeats at the hands of the Phantom Pirates, leading even the world government to doubt their strength. Sengoku had been overwhelmed with work as a result. Report, Admiral, we've identified the culprits. Who? It's the Phantom Pirates. After a 3-second silence, Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and gestured dismissively. Fine, I understand. Notify Admiral Kizaru to come here. Understood, Admiral. Shortly thereafter, Kizaru entered the room. What a hassle. Why must I fight that guy again? He grimaced, recalling those blood-red eyes, feeling a headache coming on. There was no choice in the matter. The safety of the celestial dragons was paramount, while Akiji was in the New World, and Akainu was preoccupied with that particular issue. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku sighed that you're my only option left. Kizaru nodded in resignation. Rest assured, this time at Sabaody Archipelago, you will likely only be putting on a show, perhaps without even needing to engage. Why do you say that? Kizaru asked in surprise. Putting on a show? Slacking off? That's what I enjoy the most. With a relaxed sigh, Sengoku comfortably reclined in his chair, a mysterious smile gracing his face. For this mission is destined to fail. I have no doubt that those fools with their eyes on their foreheads won't survive against Mu Ling's crimson gaze. Swish! With a gentle flick of the Ying-Long sword. In the next moment, the head of Saint Rothward soared high, splattering blood in all directions. Meanwhile, Saint Charler and his sister Sherry were left utterly dazed, staring at the gleaming blade and feeling the hot blood streaming down their faces. Both were momentarily paralyzed with fear. Sherry buried her face against her chest, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, nearby, Saint Charler quivered in shock, his corpulent body shuddering. Their father is dead. How could this be? We are the noblest beings in this world. The ruling celestial dragons. How could anyone dare to kill us? Cackling. That old man is truly a foolish pig, daring to insult the captain. Indeed, why not just eliminate these two as well? Old Shah suggested ominously that Father, you, scoundrel, lowly human, how dare you kill my father? Lowly wretch, I shall kill you. Where are the Marines? Where are the world government agents? I will make you taste the most brutal execution in existence. Swish. 2 more beams of sword light struck, sending the heads of Saint Charler and Sherry flying simultaneously. They tumbled to the ground like soccer balls, their eyes wide at this moment. The Marine headquarters Admiral Kizaru, captain of the Marine Science Unit Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, and over a dozen pacifists have all arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. Suddenly, 2 beams of laser light shot forth. With a swift motion, Kid raised his arms, causing all metallic objects in the vicinity to tremble and subsequently adhere to his limbs, transforming into 2 enormous mechanical steel arms. Don't engage with them. We must flee quickly, Kid. exclaimed first mate Killer, dodging bullets amidst his frantic cries. Just as his words fell, a golden light appeared behind Killer. Have you ever been kicked by light? A voice, reminiscent of a demonic whisper, sent chills down Killer's spine. In the next instant, his head collided with an immovable force, sending it flying. Admiral Kizaru, Kid stammered. Why? Why has the Marine Admiral arrived so swiftly? Kizaru scratched his head and smirked, surveying the area before chuckling. Got a bounty of 315 million berries for the Pirate Kid, 249 million berries for the Magician Hawkins, 222 million berries for the Marine Trader Drake, 190 million berries for the DJ Apo, 108 million berries for the Monk Urich, 162 million berries for the Slayer Killer, 6 supernovas. How terrifying. Although he spoke of terror, Kizaru's expression betrayed no fear whatsoever. The onlookers were left speechless. Lightspeed kick. Boom. Urich had no chance to react before Kizaru's kick sent him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Damn it. Why? The ones who killed the celestial dragons are the phantom pirates. Why are you after us? Kid roared. However, such sentiments seemed rather childish at that moment. In the blink of an eye, a gleam of gold flickered in Kizaru's eyes, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Oh, have they been killed? How utterly lamentable. The crowd was perplexed. Trafalgar Dita Water Law regarded Kizaru with disdain. Though the old man disguised his glee well, Law nonetheless perceived the hint of joy. But that was acceptable. They were merely celestial dragons, so let them die. As long as it meant avoiding a battle with the grotesque figure that was red-eyed Mu Ling, everything was negotiable. Damn it. You will die. Roar. Hawkins instantly transformed into a straw monster. Black spikes shooting from his hands toward Kizaru. Meanwhile, Apu's arm morphed into a flute, unleashing a barrage of sonic blasts aimed at Kizaru. What of the Admiral? Drake transformed into a dragon, charging forth with a roar. At that moment, however, Kid discreetly pulled Killer, preparing to escape. What are you thinking? We are not even enough to withstand a single kick from the Admiral. In this life-and-death situation, Kid suddenly felt an unusual clarity. Yet just as they had managed to flee a short distance, a loud bang halted Kid in his tracks. His eyes glazed over. Filled with despair, he collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the crowd before him. Red-eyed Mu Ling, the phantom pirates. Oh heavens, why must I encounter these individuals? Kid lamented, regret coursing through him. Being captured by the Admiral would merely result in imprisonment at Impel Down, but in the hands of red-eyed Mu Ling, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Oh, Kid, Mu Ling remarked, surprised. Upon realizing the Marines had reached the Sabaody archipelago, Mu Ling had brought his crew to join the fray. Firstly, to find a worthy opponent for Inul and humble his arrogance. Since leaving Skypiea, he had encountered no formidable foes apart from his own crew. Thus, Admiral Kizaru was the ideal adversary. Secondly, the Straw Hat crew would soon arrive, and old grudges tend to resurface. However, Mu Ling had no desire for immediate conflict with the Straw Hats. Of course, it was not out of fear of Monkey D. Luffy. Yet he had not anticipated crossing paths with Kid here. But how fortuitous. What a wonderful opportunity for him. You are Kid, Bonnie exclaimed. So this is the infamous Kid. Ranked first among the supernovas, Shiria commented. He appears rather weak. Jinbe remarked, die under the will of the gods. Enel declared, let me take his life, laughed Old Sand. The cold blade of the dragon sword was drawn in an instant. Its icy edge pressed against Kid's neck. Join the phantom pirates, or die. Thud. Kid's heart felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer, leaving him dazed. Join the phantom pirates? An invitation for me? Kid rose, launching a furious punch toward Mu Ling. Damn it. Are you mocking me? Join your crew? Absolutely not. You shall not have me. I am destined to become the king of the seas. With a swift thrust, blood erupted, and Kid felt as if his body had grown light, the world spinning around him. He then caught sight of his neck, his headless neck spewing blood like a fountain. In another flash, the first mate Killer followed suit, meeting the same fate. Shaking his head, Mu Ling appeared utterly unimpressed. Because Kid possessed Conqueror's haki and immense potential, Mu Ling had considered recruiting him. However, if he were to die, so be it. He was merely a youth. Let us depart. The phantom pirates have slain 3 celestial dragons and fled to the New World. We were obstructed by these pirates, and despite our utmost efforts, we could not pursue them. Kizaru had already concocted his excuse. Is that so? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind Kizaru. The smile on his face froze instantly. Oh dear, this is troublesome. You again, recognizing the voice without turning to look. Kizaru knew who stood behind him. Who else would dare approach him but that old rascal, red-eyed Mu Ling? If you deceive the Marine headquarters like this, I shall be compelled to report you, Mu Ling teased. TSK to SK, a pirate wanted by the entire world daring to speak so boldly. Truly audacious. Turning to face Mu Ling, Kizaru scoffed. Trafalgar, you leave first and wait for me at the harbor with the prisoners. Understood, old man. Though he cast a concerned glance at Kizaru, Trafalgar knew this was no time for hesitation. Pacifists, our target is the Phantom Pirates. With a grand gesture, dozens of pacifists immediately sprang into action. Countless beams of golden light fixating on Mu Ling and his crew. Subsequently, Trafalgar departed the scene. Mu Ling did not intervene. Of the three captives, only Urich piqued his interest. However, with their capture, he thought it best to let it go. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying a whisper of sand. As the atmosphere of the battlefield grew tense, the stage was set for confrontation. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the eyes of 10 pacifists. And 20 terrifying laser beams erupted forth. The searing rays pierced the air, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, while the unmistakable scent of charred matter began to permeate the atmosphere. How fearsome these beings are! Lao Sha swiftly transformed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand, evading the laser beams, and then materialized at the feet of the pacifists, with a sharp clap of his right hand against the ground. A continuous surge of sand power flowed into the earth, corrosive cycle. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the ground trembled, and a whirlwind of flying stones erupted as countless fractured boulders shattered amidst the wind and sand. The unsteady pacifists promptly fell to the ground, their laser beams veering off course and shooting into the sky. Vast clouds of yellow sand sliced through the skin of the pacifists, revealing glimmering mechanical components beneath. It seems that the brute, Bao Xiong, has indeed undergone modifications. With a cigar clamped in his mouth, Shilio deftly withdrew his thunderstorm and leaped to evade the laser attack. Instantly, he pivoted and slashed. Ding. The crimson arc of his sword cleaved through the air, crashing down upon the head of a pacifist. Yet, in the next moment, sensing a crisis approaching from behind, Shilio swiftly twisted his body and spun in midair to dodge the laser. Whoosh! Another sword beam sliced towards his rear. The plum blossom skin, with his arms enveloped in powerful haki. Jinbei crossed them over his chest just as the laser struck perilously close. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosions resonated against Jinbei's arms, yet he did not waver. Resolutely withstanding the onslaught, lowering his body, Jinbei concealed his right hand at his waist and bellowed, "Fishman karate." In the next moment, a torrent of water converged around Jinbei's right hand, and he swiftly transformed his stance. Appearing at the feet of the pacifists in mere breaths, ultimate technique, Marine's wrath. Bang! The water sphere in his palm struck the pacifist's chest with the force of a cannonball. The cacophony of shattering metal erupted. As the water sphere detonated, piercing straight through in the blink of an eye, for pacifists were reduced to mere scrap metal. Alas, how troublesome! The yellow ape wore an expression of exasperation, but in the next moment, his demeanor shifted, his aura swelling as golden light converged at his fingertips. Come forth. Today, I shall not allow you to escape. With a resounding debut, beams of golden light shot forth, far surpassing the might of the pacifist's lasers. Hurtling towards Mu Ling. Mu Ling stood calmly, his expression unchanging, offering no hint of defense. You dare not evade. The yellow ape exclaimed in surprise in that critical moment. A bolt of lightning shielded Mu Ling, emanating from Enel. Boom! The thunder drum behind him resounded, shaking the very heavens with its thunderous roar. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Roar. The Thunder Beast, formed from lightning, erupted from the drum, devouring 2 laser beams in a single gulp before exploding into vapor. Lowly mortal, your adversary is me. Enel's icy, electric gaze fixated upon the yellow ape. Who are you? The yellow ape inquired. Astonished, I am a god, the supreme deity. In that instant, all present could not help but twitch their lips. The yellow ape regarded Enel with a look of incredulity. This big-eared freak must surely be deranged. In a flash, the yellow ape moved, appearing above Enel. His golden glimmering right foot descended with force. How dare you strike a god? With confidence, Enel gripped his golden staff. The haki enveloping the staff in his arms, bracing for the impact. Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Enel was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. You bastard! I will kill you! Enel roared, rising indignantly from the rubble. his right hand raised above his head. In that instant, a surge of terrifying lightning power surged within him. Divine punishment. Boom, the sky darkened with thunderclouds. Silver serpents danced wildly, and countless bolts of lightning coiled within the cloud. Soon, the silver serpents converged into a thunderous pool, coalescing into a colossal lightning pillar that descended upon the yellow ape in the blink of an eye. Oh, a lightning user, is it? How terrifying. The yellow ape smirked, seemingly unfazed, yet the radiance around him intensified. Bastard, die. The scornful expression on the yellow ape's face deeply provoked Enel. Boom, the lightning pillar struck down, and the yellow ape vanished without a trace. Ha! This is the fate of those who defy the gods. Enel laughed triumphantly, but inwardly, he remained vigilant, scanning for the yellow ape's whereabouts. Despite his arrogance, he had heard of the Marine Admiral's reputation and could not believe that the yellow ape would perish beneath his divine retribution. Ding! A subtle chime echoed in his mind as Enel's senses detected the yellow ape. Behind you! Bang! The golden staff whirled around, conjuring a tempest of lightning, striking backward with the ferocity of a lightning dragon. Oh, good reflexes, but still too slow. By Yubiu. Golden light flickered at his fingertips, and two laser beams pierced through Enel's right shoulder, erupting in a spray of blood. Bastard! Bang! The golden staff struck heavily upon the thunder drum, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar that reverberated across the battlefield. 60 million volts. Thunder dragon! Roar! The thunder dragon, formed of lightning, burst forth from the drum, bearing its massive maw and slashing at the yellow ape with its razor-sharp claws. Not bad, the yellow ape chuckled, crossing his arms over his chest. In an instant, countless golden threads shot forth from his body, converging between his hands. Sukatama. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted, and a golden longsword materialized in the yellow ape's grasp. He swung downwards at the oncoming thunder dragon. The thunder was cleaved in two by the golden light, and the dragon was severed from head to tail. Bastard! How could you be this strong? Enel gasped in disbelief. He had initially thought the yellow ape to be on par with Shilio, but never had he anticipated such strength. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The golden sword energy loomed above him, exuding an aura of chilling dread. Duong, the golden staff collided with the Sukatama, and Enel was sent crashing to the ground as if struck by a mountain. The speed was astonishing, and the power was equally terrifying. Is this the might of a Marine Admiral? Sparks flew, shockwaves rippling outward like ripples in water. In an instant, under the overwhelming strength of the yellow ape, Enel found himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, the members of the evil spirit pirates, having dispatched several pacifists, stood by, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. TSK, that Enel is truly lacking. Why retreat? He should be advancing. The disparity in power is staggering. Why can't he keep pace? How foolish. Enel's lightning is also supposed to travel at the speed of light. Right? Alas, he still lacks experience. As Enel fought, he overheard their murmurs, nearly choking on his own blood. These bastards, how dare they speak so freely? Suddenly, a towering figure materialized on the battlefield, warping space around it. Another pacifist? Shilio exclaimed in surprise. Let me deal with him. Lao Sha declared excitedly. No. Look at his hands. Upon hearing Jinbei's alarm, the others finally noticed the scripture in Baoxiong's hands, along with the gloves on his hands. Ordinary pacifists do not bear such adornments. It is him. This is the true bear. Bastard. Bonnie trembled, her eyes reflecting a mixture of hatred and complexity, which swiftly transformed into an overwhelming fury. Why did you do such a thing? Answer me. In an instant, Bonnie's aura surged, and a multitude of dazzling beams shot towards Baoxiong. Bonnie, what are you doing? The ferocious bear murmured in surprise, momentarily taken aback. However, this brief lapse was quickly remedied as he removed his gloves and, with a swift motion, swatted the beam away. Why? You bastard? Whoa! Bonnie cried, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly questioning the reason behind this chaos. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Bonnie shared a significant bond with the ferocious bear. Yet, what was the purpose of his presence here now? Mu Ling furrowed her brows, gazing at the bear, unable to comprehend his intentions. That a flicker of tenderness crossed the bear's eyes as he shifted his gaze from Bonnie to Mu Ling. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling. In an instant, the bear's paws pressed together, compressing the air, and he appeared before Mu Ling in the blink of an eye. Arrest! Boom! A colossal shockwave emanated from the bear's massive paw. crashing down towards Mu Ling. TSK. How quickly the situation escalates into conflict. Observing the red shockwave above her, Mu Ling remained unfazed. Her right fist rapidly ignited with flames, enveloping the arena in a searing aura. Extreme Flame Fire Fist. The thunderous collision between the fire fist and the shockwave erupted in a cascade of sparks. Billowing smoke enveloped the two combatants, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced apart. Slightly turning her body to evade another strike from the bear's paw, Mu Ling retaliated with a punch aimed at the bear's chest. Yet, in the next moment, a fleshy paw intercepted her fist. In that instant, Mu Ling felt as though her punch had struck a mound of cotton. The next second, an overwhelming force surged through her body. The ability of the flesh ball fruit to deflect all attacks was truly absurd. You all retreat. Amidst the smoke, Mu Ling and the bear both fell back. They then transformed into phantoms, engaging in an intense aerial battle. Bang, 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 flames erupted as fists collided. Observing this spectacle from a distance, Kazara let out a slight sigh of relief. The world government had long harbored doubts regarding the bear's allegiance, yet it seemed that all was well. Note, my dear brothers, I implore you for your support. With over 1,000 requests for updates daily, only a handful have engaged with the update videos that a wave of free gifts would suffice. Just a single tap on the update videos would bring me great satisfaction. Thank you all. Given the recent frequency of updates, I kindly ask for your support. Let us strive together. Thunder Metallurgy. The crackling thunder surged within Enel, and in an instant, the golden rod in his hand transformed into a sharp golden trident under the influence of the electricity. Duong. It clashed with the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi in a brief encounter. After a fleeting skirmish, Kazara swung his longsword forward, sending the trident flying, and then a straight beam of sword light sliced towards Enel. The sword light was swift, and realizing he was outmatched, Enel instantaneously teleported several dozen meters away. Oh, you're still as slow as ever. The radiant sword light descended upon him. Crack. The trident shattered in two, and Enel was sent reeling back. He coughed up blood, droplets scattering into the air. Bastard. I'm a god. Enel seethed with anger, yet felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The speed of his opponent was on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. His strength was equally terrifying. How could such a being be a subordinate of the captain? In that moment, Enel realized he had a long journey ahead, and his pride diminished significantly. Oh, you dare to divide your attention while battling me. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. Enraged, Enel spat blood. Bastard, I will slay you. In an instant, a tempest of thunder surged, and countless thick silver serpents darted through the clouds. 200 million volts, thunder god. Boom! A massive bolt of thunder descended upon Enel, enveloping him from head to toe. Gradually, a column of thunder began to rise, reaching ever higher. TSK, Kizaru smirked, retreating 100 meters, as the terrifying thunder surrounding Enel compelled even him to avoid the oncoming storm. The next moment, a towering figure composed entirely of electricity, the thunder god Enel, descended upon the world. Bang, bang, bang. The wrath of the thunder god left devastation in its wake. A trail of lightning accompanied by roaring thunder surged towards Kazara. Unfazed, Kazara maintained his composure, a hint of surprise flickering in his languid gaze, though it was fleeting. With a leap, he crossed his arms over his chest, his entire being radiating with golden light, resembling a miniature sun as he faced the battlefield. Yada no Kagami. Byubu. In an instant, a shower of golden light points cascaded like bullets towards the thunder god. Enel scoffed, his body crackling with renewed energy. The divine form of a god could not be shattered by a mere mortal. But Enel could hardly anticipate the swift retaliation that followed. The terrifying thunderous palm, upon encountering the points of light, shattered instantly, dissipating into the air as electricity. How is this possible? Enel gasped in horror. His divine form had been so easily dismantled by mere points of light. Too weak, Kizaru declared coldly. In the next moment, as the points of light remained, they struck the surface of the sea like cannonballs. Instantly, Enel's thunderous form, conjured from lightning, crumbled to pieces. Bastard! How dare you call me weak? Enel's face contorted with rage, his teeth gritted in fury. Kizaru had not only defeated him, but had utterly obliterated his pride. I will kill you. With a swift motion, the sword light sliced through the bear's shockwave, landing in the palm of the ferocious bear. Hiss! The once placid expression of the bear shifted dramatically, realizing that his flesh ball ability could not deflect this sword light. Do you think you are qualified to assist the Navy? Hiss! Another crimson sword light descended. The bear's expression tightened, aware that he had severely underestimated the capabilities of this crimson-eyed Mu Ling spatial transfer. Boom! The bear's flesh ball rapidly compressed the air, producing a series of explosive sounds, and in the next moment, his body vanished from sight. The two blood-red sword energies, deprived of a target, struck the ground fiercely, carving deep grooves into the earth. The bear's eyelids twitched, a sense of trepidation washing over him. It was time to consider how to escape this place. He had no desire to arouse the world government's suspicion by aiding Kizaru. Yet, given the circumstances, remaining here could very well lead to his demise. Oh, what are you pondering? Are you contemplating a retreat? In an instant, a bloodied figure appeared before the bear, none other than Mu Ling. How could this be? When did she arrive? Alarmed, the bear realized he had failed to detect Mu Ling's approach. Could her speed surpass mine? Hiss! The blood-red longsword was gradually drawn from Mu Ling's grasp, and a savage aura surged through the bear's body. Countless voices, akin to the whispers of demons, echoed in his ears, disturbing his mind, controlling his thoughts. Each voice was filled with insidious temptation, embedding themselves deep within his psyche. What is this? Get out! Get out of my head! The bear's eyes, tinged with crimson, gnashed his teeth in agony, his entire being spiraling into madness. Though Mu Ling observed the shachi in her hand, surprised to discover that this cursed sword possessed a capacity for mental assault. You are related to Bonnie. I will not kill you. Rather, I will pity you, a soulless being, condemned to wander this world in a mere husk, struggle to survive. Ding! The sound of the sword rang out, exploding in Mu Ling's grasp. Hiss! Countless crimson sword energies coalesced into a vast blood-red formation. Cursed sword technique, Night March of the 100 Demons. In an instant, a multitude of blood-red specters erupted from the blade of shachi. 100 frail and indistinct forms surged forth, resembling a tide of blood as they rushed towards the bear. Woo-woo! Save me! Kill me! I want to devour you! Keek! Kill! I want to eat! I want to kill! The ghostly whispers echoed in the air, causing the bear's eyes to turn blood-red, devoid of awareness as he gazed around, clearly oblivious to the imminent danger. Hiss! Hiss! The next moment, the tide of blood-red apparitions surged once more. From the bodies of the specters erupted strange sword energies, hurtling towards the bear. Bang! At the critical moment, for reasons unknown, a thunderous roar emanated from within the ferocious bear, as if some dormant program had been activated. Its blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity, yet it was too late, for the crimson tide of blades was already upon it. Suddenly, Mu Ling furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently behind the bear. A premonition washed over him, as if something was about to materialize. In an instant, a multitude of spatial rifts erupted behind the bear. Subsequently, a pair of colossal mechanical arms emerged from the fissures, seizing the bear's body and dragging it into the abyss. Bang! 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 The crimson blade struck nothing but air, dissipating into the atmosphere. Note: is it fast enough? What the heck? Who is this? Punching through the void? Is this really necessary? Mu Ling stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the unscathed space, confusion swirling in his mind as he recalled the recent events. Was that shattered void's mechanical arm the work of the naval scientist Vegapunk, the one boasting a mind that surpasses human intelligence by 5 centuries? But could this individual truly possess such power? Mu Ling pondered, yet chose not to dwell on it. TSK, this world of pirates is becoming ever more intriguing. Retrieving Chachi. He noted that using it for the first time felt quite impressive, indeed formidable. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of golden light flared before Mu Ling, revealing Enel crashing heavily to the ground, drenched in blood, his demeanor akin to a madman. Meanwhile, Kizaru, witnessing the bear's rescue, instantly transformed into golden light and vanished without a trace within mere breaths. Mu Ling made no attempt to pursue. After all, Kizaru's speed was comparable to his own, and there was no hope of retaining him. Old sand. Keek, is that not the supreme deity? Shiryu. He has been thoroughly beaten. Jinbei. How pitiful. Mu Ling. It is truly unimaginable that our god could be so grievously wounded. Tisk Teske. The final remark came from Bonnie, who felt compelled to fit in. Enel. Damn it. I will surely kill him. With great effort, Enel rose to his feet, his voice laced with fury. Then let us train diligently. Mu Ling replied coldly, turning towards the harbor. Rayleigh should have finished coding the Phantom ship by now. Having claimed the Straw Hat's bounty today, he would not have to endure 2 more years of training. However, none of this mattered to Mu Ling. Perhaps his past self would feel regret upon witnessing it. But in this life, he lived solely for himself, regardless of who you are, be it protagonist or otherwise. A day later, at the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. All right, I understand. Let it be as it is, slamming the phone down. Sengoku slumped wearily in his chair, a hint of anger flickering across his face. TSK, a call from the world government? Garp chuckled to himself nearby. Get lost. Don't even think about stealing my senbei. Sengoku appeared quite displeased, snatching the snacks from Garp's hands and devouring them in a matter of moments. Garp. This time, Garp truly hadn't pilfered any food. The treats were his own. Yet upon reflecting on Sengoku's earlier ridicule, Garp found it hard to remain angry that I've told you long ago. If you wish to attain freedom, you must never occupy a high position. You refuse to listen, and now look where you are. Humph. Sengoku suppressed the impulse to punch Garp, resigning himself back into his chair. No matter. The person is already dead. Even if they were a celestial dragon, it's that red-eyed Mu Ling who is becoming increasingly troublesome. And I've noticed that his phantom pirates are reminiscent of the past. The remainder of Sengoku's words trailed off, as that name held a certain taboo within the Navy. No. After having endured such an event, the red-eyed Mu Ling will surely not repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, the dangers posed by the Rocks pirates will not resurface. Garp's voice began low but soon erupted into laughter. Even if the Rocks pirates were to reappear, I would shatter them with my fists. Moreover, they are merely a small-time pirate crew. Ahaha, Sengoku. It is truly perplexing where this fellow draws his confidence. By the way, what is the status on Akainu? Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated nearby, suddenly inquired. Sengoku. It has been successfully executed. It will be publicly announced to the world in a week and publicly executed in half a month. Excellent. If we can eliminate the devil's offspring, it will undoubtedly intimidate countless pirates and bolster the Navy's authority among civilians. Akainu has done well. Hehe. Holy Land Mariewa. Another failure. Failure. It is truly vexing. I dread facing that sobbing old man again. But it cannot be helped. His only son and 2 grandsons have perished. Red-eyed Mu Ling. What a persistent little pest. He will inevitably meet his demise, will he not? Indeed. Yet let us set him aside for now. The devil's offspring, the new warlords of the sea. Indeed. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Dracul Mihawk, Marshal D. Teach, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Keek. Is there truly one from the D clan among them? It matters not. Time will erode all things. True, in the New World, there exists a fellow known as Whitebeard too, but will Zephyr allow this? It matters not. True, so be it. Boom. In an instant, the vast conference hall plunged into an eerie silence once more. A week later, on the seas of the New World, wow, a seagull delivering newspapers perched on Jinbei's shoulder, clutching a fish before soaring away. The latest edition of the World Economic Times. Jinbei deftly shook it. And sure enough, several fresh bounty posters tumbled out. Red-eyed Mu Ling, captain of the Phantom Pirates, responsible for the deaths of 3 celestial dragons, St. Roswald, St. Charlos, and St. Shalilia, on Sabaody Archipelago a week ago. Subsequently, evading Navy capture. Bounty, 3,200,000,000 berries. Sir Crocodile, member of the Phantom Pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government and escaped from Impel Down. Bounty, 540,000,000 berries. Jinbei, member of the Phantom Pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government and escaped from Impel Down. Bounty, 710,000,000 berries. Shiryu of the Rain, member of the Phantom Pirates, former chief warden of Impel Down. Bounty, 920,000,000 berries. Inel, member of the Phantom Pirates. Bounty, 310,000,000 berries. Notably, Bonnie was absent from this bounty poster, suggesting that the Navy remains unaware of her joining. Smiling, Jinbei realized that since joining the Phantom Pirates, his bounty had indeed soared. Setting the bounty posters aside, Jinbei opened the newspaper. In that instant, he was left utterly speechless. My goodness, what is this? A voice of sheer horror erupted from Jinbei's lips on deck. Note, Ace did indeed escape, but was recaptured by a certain individual wielding the sword of filial piety, in collaboration with Akainu, so do not question it. What's wrong, Jinbei? Were you frightened by my exorbitant bounty? Ha! Shiryu burst into laughter, though his mirth quickly faded, for Jinbei's expression was one of profound distress. The newspaper stated that Ace, he is to be executed. Jinbei exclaimed in shock. Boom, upon hearing this news. A wave of dread swept through the crowd. Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Did he not escape with us that day? Shiryu questioned in confusion. He recollected vividly how Captain Mu Ling had shattered the prison and battled Kizaru and Magellan. The Golden Lion had seized the opportunity to release all prisoners, among them the incarcerated Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, I saw him leave with my own eyes. Old San nodded, equally perplexed. Is Fire Fist Ace a magnet? How could he be imprisoned again? The newspaper did not elaborate, only mentioning that Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, would be publicly executed at the Navy headquarters in Marineford in 1 week. Jinbei lamented deeply. Before he joined the evil spirit pirates, he shared a profound friendship with Ace, and the two were even imprisoned together. But now, a public execution. Heh, that old man Whitebeard would never let this go unpunished. Old San spoke gravely. TSK, it seems we have a spectacle to witness. Captain, shall we? Jinbei glanced at Mu Ling, his voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. He hoped Mu Ling would nod in agreement, that the evil spirit pirates would accompany them to Marineford to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Yet, this was undoubtedly pressuring Mu Ling. Jinbei felt uneasy. Mu Ling remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at Ace's face on the newspaper. How could he have been captured again? The butterfly effect. Was the war at the summit inevitable? The relentless march of history, unstoppable. Nonsense. I refuse to believe in such absurdities. Otherwise, what purpose would my existence as a time traveler serve? Ace's fate is of no concern to me. The last time I saved him was merely out of respect for that old fool Whitebeard. A cold tone emanated from Mu Ling's lips. Indeed, Jinbei's gaze dimmed slightly. However, for such a grand event, we must certainly join the fray. Set sail. We head to Whitebeard's base and infiltrate Marineford alongside them. The target, Demise Island. Jinbei was aware of Whitebeard's base. Ace's fate held no significance for Mu Ling, but having already foreseen the outcome of the Summit War, Mu Ling could not bear to watch Whitebeard perish before him. Whitebeard, you old fool, you once protected me. Now it is finally my turn to save your life. TSK, I truly wish to witness your expression at that moment. That a smile crept upon Mu Ling's lips. Demise Island. The stronghold of the Whitebeard Pirates. Heh, this lad is doing quite well. His bounty is almost catching up to mine. Within the massive structure, Whitebeard sat grandly in a recliner, holding Mu Ling's bounty notice. Yet, upon opening the World Economic Times, his expression turned from joy to a dark scowl. Boom! A colossal fist slammed into the wall beside him, causing the entire island to tremble. Old man. 1st Division Captain Marco the Phoenix looked at Whitebeard. We must save Ace. I will not let those damned Marines escape unscathed. How dare they attempt to execute Ace publicly? Instantly, upon learning of Ace's predicament, the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew erupted in fury. The Marines? Humph. With a cold sneer, Whitebeard's expression was as frigid as ice. Set sail. Marineford. Rescue Ace. Bang! A fist shattered the round table before him as Whitebeard bellowed. All right. Rescue Ace. Set sail. Destroy Marineford. Annihilate those vile Marines. Damn it. I will not let them off the hook. On Claykena Island, a black mist enveloped the entire forest, where numerous towering figures wielded swords and fiercely battled. At a first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that each warrior's swordsmanship was increasingly exquisite. Beyond the forest stood a black castle. Flipping open a newspaper, one could see a figure cloaked in coldness amidst the trees. Those eagle-like sharp eyes suddenly radiated a glint of intensity. The warlord recruitment notice? Fire Fist Ace's public execution? Will you come, Whitebeard? I eagerly anticipate the chance to face you. On a small island in the New World, a figure in black approached me. Outside a thatched hut, a corpulent man with a long, curved mustache exclaimed in surprise. Who seeks my dear Weibel? A short, exceedingly unattractive woman emerged. Ahem, are you Edward Weibel? A government agent spoke in a deep voice. Indeed. That is I. Who are you? Weibel appeared exceedingly simple-minded and spoke in a foolish manner. Yet he was a ruthless man with terrifying combat prowess. The right hand of former Marine Admiral Zephyr was severed by him, alongside a ship full of students. That I represent the world government. Here to extend an invitation to you, as one of the warlords of the sea. What? Warlord of the sea? Weibel's mother, Bakken, gasped. Then she burst into laughter. After a moment, Mother, am I truly going to become a warlord of the sea? Nonsense. Have you forgotten how I raised you? You are the descendant of the strongest man in the world, possessing the bloodline of Edward. No one can rival you, but the one to be executed this time is is a subordinate of my father. No matter, this will be your chance to see your father. Do I resemble him? We are practically cut from the same cloth. Hee, I can't wait. Agent. Though he was an adversary, he felt that this woman was insulting Whitebeard. Quite an eyesore. I think I'll take my leave. A week later, at Marineford headquarters. With that, the agent transformed into a shadow and vanished in an instant. Note. Thank you, immensely grateful. Many thanks to my brothers for the gifts, and for yesterday's big health boost. Tofu was deeply appreciative. On Snake Princess Island. Sister, something terrible has happened. Bang! The old hag barged into the palace and was immediately sent flying. What are you shouting about, you old crone? It's deafening. The wretched Snake Princess, not a shred of respect for the elderly. After a moment, inside the palace, the old hag held a newspaper, her wrinkled face clouded with worry. Fire Fist Ace? What does that have to do with me? On the throne, Boa Hancock said calmly. 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, will be publicly executed in a week. Can't you see this is merely a pretext? A name to instill fear in all pirates. Moreover, the Marine's true target is that man. Who? Boa Sandersonia asked urgently. The strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. The old hag spoke solemnly. Furthermore, I suspect that man will also appear at Marineford. Who is he? Hancock frowned, glancing at the old hag. Akagami Mu Ling, once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Now the captain of the evil Spirit Pirates, he has been dormant in Impel Down for 40 years. With a bounty of 3,200,000,000 berries. Why? Because he was once the closest companion of Whitebeard. The old hag spoke gravely, then turned to the woman seated on the throne. At this point, what do you think, Snake Princess? The warlord recruitment order has already been issued, and the warships heading to Marineford have been waiting offshore for quite some time. Are you certain you wish to go? On the throne, with waist-length black hair and clad in a red snake-patterned cheapao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, the woman was none other than Boa Hancock, one of the warlords of the sea. She did not answer the old hag's question, but instead pondered something. In her gem-like clean, beautiful eyes, a hint of crimson suddenly appeared, her delicate brows knitting slightly. The Whitebeard Pirates are formidable, I know this. But is Akagami Mu Ling truly that strong? Boa Marigold asked in confusion. Due to the remote location of Snake Princess Island, news of Mu Ling had not reached them. Indeed, extremely formidable during the Water City incident. 2 Marine admirals fell at his hands, with Admiral Akainu losing an arm, and even the strongest Demon Slayer order crafted by the world government in collaboration with the Marine headquarters was utterly defeated. He subdued Crocodile, who was on par with the Snake Princess, and Jinbei the Fishman, effortlessly slaying Moonlight Moria, another warlord of the sea, and you are already aware of that incident where 3 celestial dragons perished at his hands. Moreover, I suspect this man has not even unleashed his full power in these battles. Boom. The entire scene was filled with astonishment as the 3 sisters of Boa stared, wide-eyed and incredulous, at Granny Jia. How could one be so formidable? So, how does the Snake Princess feel about this? Hancock remained silent, her delicate brows arching, and her cherry lips curving into a delightful smile. Clearly in high spirits, of course I shall go. He is a benefactor to both myself and my 2 dear sisters, and I must repay him well, Hancock remarked with grace. The report that followed the demise of the Holy Trinity of Charlos had reached the island of Nine Snake. Albeit somewhat belatedly, yet the sisters instantly recognized these 3 as one of the celestial dragons who had once imprisoned them. The Boa sisters had 2 great benefactors. One was Fisher Tiger, who single-handedly ascended the Red Earth continent to the Holy Land of Mariewa, liberating countless civilians held captive by the celestial dragons. The second was Akatsuki Mu Ling. Regardless of the intentions behind their actions, gratitude is eternal and cannot simply fade away. However, this would undoubtedly position Nine Snake Island in direct opposition to the world government. Granny Jia's face clouded with worry. While expressing gratitude is commendable, it also risks inciting the ire of the world government. Humph. I care not for such matters. I only wish to repay my debt of gratitude. Indeed, what my esteemed sister says is true. Akatsuki Mu Ling is our benefactor. We must assist him, absolutely. Observing the resolute expressions of the Boa sisters, Granny Jia chose to remain silent. Acknowledging kindness is not a vice. Yet, given the impending war, whether Akatsuki Mu Ling would truly appear remained merely speculative. Should her estimation prove erroneous, Hancock would find herself spared of many troubles. Beep. Would the host like to initiate a 5 consecutive draws? Affirmative. Beep. The host has expended 50 points. Balance is now 0. The heavy background music swelled as a golden ceramic jar began to tremble violently, cracks spreading across its surface. Crack. Skill. Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike. Minor success. 1. Resurrection Coin 1. Common skill. Blade Drawing /1. In an instant, 2 streams of warmth surged from his mind, converging in various parts of his body. Countless sword lights took residence in Mu Ling's sea of consciousness. The Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike has actually leveled up. Beep. Blade Drawing /Refinement 1. Beep. Blade Drawing /Refinement. Beep. Blade Drawing /Refinement 4. It has ascended to Breaking Void Blade Drawing / Spirit Level Sword Technique. The next refinement period is in 100 days. TSK. The refinement is indeed fruitful, and point allocation is no longer a concern. Resurrection Coin. 50 chance of revival. Also allows for death. This item must be used with caution. Opening the control panel. Supreme Refinement System Host. Mu Ling Bounty. 3,200,000,000 Weapon. Long Sword. Common Level. Chayu. Spirit Level. Fruits. Extreme Flame 1. Storm 1 Body. Common Level. Refinement 10. Abilities. Thunderous 8 Trigrams 3. Mastery. Lion Sword Dance 2. Mastery. Mutated Conqueror's Hockey Arena 1. Mastery. Armament Hockey. Mastery. Breaking Army Ascending Dragon Strike 1. Minor success. Observation Hockey. Beginner. Graceful Swift as a Hummingbird. Beginner. Breaking Void Blade Drawing / Mastery. Divine Arts. Demon Sword Technique. Spirit Level. Ninjutsu. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Spirit Points. 260 System Points. 10 Strength. 510 Speed. 420 Defense. 630 Life. 370 Beep. The host purchases 5 Rejuvenation Pills. Spending 100 Spirit Points, glancing at the 5 vibrant pills in his hand. Mu Ling chuckled, distributing them among Shirlu and others. After all, with the Great War approaching, this serves as a means of self-preservation. With 3 days remaining until Ace's public execution, the crew of the evil spirit pirates, under Jinbei's guidance, arrived at Dikimo's island. Bang! Suddenly, a cannonball exploded near the evil spirit ship, sending towering waves crashing forth. Dough. Is that old man Whitebeard up to something? Mu Ling chuckled. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Mu Ling's words fell, dozens of cannonballs erupted from the opposing sea, hurtling toward them. Hey, this old coot is serious. Mu Ling became displeased, drawing the Long sword in an instant, intercepting most of the cannonballs mid-air. The remaining projectiles were dealt with by Shirlu and Enel. Yet, the cannon fire showed no signs of abating. Captain, something feels off. Those foes don't seem to be from the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei squinted, sensing something amiss. Not the Whitebeard pirates. Then who could they be? Mu Ling questioned with bewilderment. However, he soon discovered who was attacking them, the 4 emperors of the New World. Kaido of the Beasts, along with his crew. Keek. So it's the 4 Emperor Kaido. This is getting more interesting by the moment. That horned fellow must be Kaido. He certainly looks infuriating. But why is the Beast Pirates here? Have we arrived too late? Has the Whitebeard Pirates already set sail for Marineford? Amidst the discussion among the crew, Mu Ling suddenly had an epiphany that he recalled that in the original anime during the Marineford War, the red-haired pirates had attempted to prevent the conflict but arrived too late. As it was nearing its conclusion, there was an explanation for this. While the entire Whitebeard pirates were mobilized to save Ace at Marineford, the Beast Pirates stealthily set out to cause trouble. They ambushed Dikimo's, which is Whitebeard's stronghold. The reason for the red-haired's tardiness was to thwart Kaido. So now, was he taking the place of the red-haired? TSK, but this also works out well. It provides an opportunity to see old friends. In an instant, countless flames swirled around the Long sword, and Mu Ling, with fire wings unfurling behind him, hovered in the air, gazing down at the multitude of ships in the distance. With a gentle caress of his left hand over the blade, the sword energy surged dramatically, flames shooting skyward. Extreme Flame, Emperor's Sword. With a thunderous roar, the sword light descended straight down, instantly cleaving the nearest ship in two, intercepting the sea between them. In a heartbeat, the vessel shattered, and the waters surged inwards, engulfing numerous pirates. Who is it? Help, Heavenly Father, Captain, save me. I will kill you. Who is it? At that moment, many members of the Beast Pirates fell into the water from the split ship. Due to Kaido's philosophy, he aimed to form a crew entirely composed of devil fruit users, leading to most of his pirates being artificial devil fruit users. Thus, Once they touched the sea, they would become powerless and sink to the depths. That Mu Ling's strike resulted in countless casualties. Scoundrel! Akatsuki Mu Ling, I shall slay you. Thunderous 8 trigrams crackled as a bolt of lightning erupted on the deck, followed by a massive spiked club shattering the remaining sword energy. Despite his fury, Kaido remained clear-headed, promptly instructing his subordinates to steer the ship towards the nearby island. Kill me. It's been 40 years, Kaido. Have you not only grown arrogant, but also quite bold? Although they were once members of the Rocks Pirates, as a secondary combat force, Mu Ling was not one to be compared with a mere intern like Kaido. The reason Kaido later became stronger and ascended to the rank of 4 Emperor is attributed to receiving a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit from Big Mom during their parting. Of course. This also relates to Kaido's innate talent and diligent training, that he had painstakingly honed the fish fruit to its current level. All of the above is corroborated by the immense survival instinct of the potato. It must be some mythical beast like a dragon carp. Yet now he dares to seek trouble with me. Bring the ship closer. Enel, what are you waiting for? Mu Ling bellowed, casting a cold gaze at Enel. Understood, Captain. In an instant, countless thunderclouds coalesced in the sky, as thousands of silver serpents intertwined. Continuously unleashing thunderbolts, bathed in lightning, Enel raised a hand to the heavens, embodying sheer dramatic flair. Boom! The next second, 3 or 4 thick pillars of lightning descended, instantly obliterating 5 massive ships. In that moment, cries of anguish, screams for help, and Kaido's furious roars melded into chaos. Damn it! Despicable evil spirit pirates! I will kill you all! A brilliant flash of fire erupted from the opposing ship, as the infernal figure of Ember, the third calamity, transformed into a toothless wyvern, soaring towards the likes of Mu Ling and his companions. Is this the infamous Ember, second only to Kaido of the beasts? Let us engage in a duel. With a sly grin, Shirei slowly drew his cursed blade, Reiju, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. As the saying goes, king against king, general against general. As the vice-captain of the beast pirates, Ember could only be confronted by Shirei. Despite the dissatisfaction brewing within the ranks of Crocodile and Enel, there was no doubt that beneath Mu Ling, Shirei represented the pinnacle of strength. Bang! The sword light cleaved through the air. Yet Ember deftly evaded with a nimble roll. Soon after, a sphere of flame coalesced in Ember's maw, which erupted into a barrage of fireballs. Though diminutive in size, their potency was unmistakable. How intriguing, Shirei cackled, as his blade transformed into a mirage, producing a multitude of shimmering sword strikes. Swish, swish. The speed of his strikes intensified, and the sword light became increasingly fierce. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with explosions as the fireballs detonated upon contact with the sword light. With a flick of his left hand over Reiju, vibrant crimson blood began to corrode the blade. In an instant, Shirei's presence transformed into something otherworldly, his aura surging to its zenith. Crack! With a leap onto the ship's mast, he soared through the air, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy that surged forth at blinding speed. Roar! Ember sensed the peril of this sword light and attempted to evade, but realized he was a moment too late. Cursed fiend! In a dazzling display, Ember enveloped himself in a conflagration, resembling a blazing sun. The next instant, he charged directly into the path of the sword light. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, rippling like waves in all directions. At that moment, the majority of the beast's pirates' vessels, including the Phantom ship, had reached the shore. In an instant, tension filled the air, heralding the impending battle. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling, you wretched scoundrel, you're still alive? Kaido's laughter boomed. Perfect. With new grudges and old resentments, you shall perish by my hand today. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Kaido, rippling outward like shockwaves. He then stomped down heavily, propelling his towering form towards Mu Ling like a streak of light. It was evident that the recent assault from the Phantom Pirates had ignited Kaido's fury. Tsk, my old friend seems eager to meet his demise upon our reunion. Alas, why rush? Is a cordial greeting not in order? In a flash, flames engulfed Mu Ling's right arm, dark crimson hockey spreading like fiery patterns. This is where it all ends, Kaido. Boom! The two collided, fists meeting with a resounding impact. In that moment, the island trembled, the ocean churned, and cracks resembling a spider's web erupted across the earth beneath them. What is there to discuss with the dead? Kaido swiftly withdrew his fist, drawing a spiked kanabo from his waist. and brought it crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of the kanabo slicing through the air echoed in Mu Ling's ears as he summoned forth a blood-red longsword with a flash of light. Cursed blade, shich, duong. The sword met the kanabo with a fierce clash. Sparks flying and explosions ringing out. With his initial strike thwarted, Kaido steadied himself, raising the kanabo high above his head, preparing for a powerful swing. Meanwhile, Mu Ling gripped his sword with both hands, concealing it against his body. In an instant, a myriad of blood-tinged golden sword energy erupted from within him. Roar! A colossal golden dragon's head manifested above Mu Ling, its gaping maw glaring down at Kaido. Breakthrough Dragon Strike, transformed into a golden arc of sword energy. Mu Ling unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp sword beams from the dragon's mouth, aimed directly at Kaido. "You scoundrel! Perish!" Thunderous 8 trigrams. Simultaneously, the kanabo, shimmering with myriad bolts of lightning, descended. In the next moment, the two forces collided. Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying rift of black void shattered instantaneously as seawater surged into the breach, the overwhelming power causing the island to begin to crumble. Breakthrough Dragon Strike, Force Charge, and Lift Effect in the face of the rules. All power is but a jest. Ha ha ha. What of the four emperors? I fear you not. Amidst the explosions, Mu Ling's roar echoed across the island. Kaido's expression shifted. He realized his kanabo was slowly rising. He was losing power to Mu Ling. How could this be? With a swift upward thrust, a blood-tinted sword beam cleaved through the air, carving a horrific gash across Kaido's chest. Boom! In the wake of the explosion, both Mu Ling and Kaido staggered backward. Crimson droplets fell to the ground as Kaido stared incredulously at the wound. How many years had it been? How long had it been since he had been injured, since he had bled? You wretched scoundrel. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling, you have truly enraged me. With a sweep of his blood-red sword energy, Mu Ling forced Ember back. Shirey, bathed in bloodlight, appeared like a demon, his crimson eyes fixated furiously on Ember above. Roar! Ember opened his mouth, unleashing another massive wave of flames. Shirey stood firm, unleashing a colossal slashing wave from Reiju, cleaving the flames in twain. Yet the moment the flames parted, a blazing wyvern erupted from within, its sharp beak aimed like a blade at Shirey. Cunning fiend, Shirey chuckled, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. As Reiju crossed in front of him, the two clashed with a thunderous roar. They plummeted downward, bolstered by the wyvern's immense strength. In an instant, Shirey was forced back, his legs carving long grooves into the ground. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of the sword echoed, and finally, Shirey stomped down hard, stabilizing himself as he held his ground against Ember. Is this all that the calamity Ember can muster? A sinister grin spread across Shirey's face, causing Ember to shudder. Boom! In a flash, countless blood-red sword energies erupted from Reiju, tracing arcs of crimson light. Enveloping Ember within a grand sword formation, Ember's complexion paled. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light pierced through the flames, leaving a series of bloody gashes upon the wyvern's tough hide. You scoundrel! I'll crush your skull and use it as a night jar, enduring the searing pain. The wyvern flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the sky. Yet Shirey was relentless. As the sword light surged, blood gushed forth. By the time Ember escaped the encirclement of sword energy and soared into the air, he had already transformed into a blood-soaked dragon. Phantom pirates, Shirey of Rain. Very well. I shall slay you. Roar. In the next moment, Ember's furious roar resonated as waves of terrifying flames began to emanate from within him, engulfing his entire form. With a crackle of lightning illuminating the battlefield, a languid voice reached Jack's ears. You are one of the calamities of the beast's pirates. Drought Jack? Bang! Jack, the ancient Zoan-type mammoth user, wasted no time, drawing forth two blades and slashing at the large-eared figure before him. You lowly wretch, daring to raise a hand against a god. Damn it! Thunderous bolts cascaded down, crashing heavily upon Jack's head. The shimmering lightning engulfed him, consuming him within its electric embrace. With a flick of his wrist, the golden staff transformed into a golden trident, enveloped in a pitch-black layer of haki. You scoundrel! How dare you steal my opponent? A tempest erupted, swirling sand swept countless pirates into the air. Help! Someone save me! Who will come to my rescue? Damn you, crocodile! You vile wretch! I shall make you pay! Ah! The merciless sand swept through the bodies of every pirate, and in the next instant, each individual was transformed into a desiccated corpse. Old Sand wore a gloomy expression, Despite having taken many lives, he felt no joy in this encounter. Only Kaido and the two calamities. Drought and famine had arrived from the beast's pirates, while the rest were mere lowly minions. As Shiryu faced off against famine, Old Sand had nothing to say. However, Enel sought out Jack. Would this not make him appear weaker than Enel? Damn it! Enjoy the sensation of sand coursing through your body. A fierce whirlwind erupted in Old Sand's palm, conjuring a towering tempest, claiming the lives of numerous pirates in midair. TCH, I am a god. With a disdainful glance at Old Sand, Enel's expression shifted dramatically in the next moment. As the lightning dissipated, Jack stood and scathed upon the charred earth, as if nothing had happened. Is this fellow made of some impenetrable hide? Enel was completely taken aback. Cackling with delight, he exclaimed, not even a scratch. How delightful. Boom. Enraged, Enel swung his golden trident down towards Jack. Duong. Yet, Jack's twin swords firmly parried the blow. In an instant. An overwhelming force cascaded downward, causing Enel, who had initially been the aggressor, to falter and bend low in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. A user of the mammoth fruit. Even without transforming, Jack's immense strength and impeccable defense were beyond the capability of ordinary challengers. Bang! The lightning erupted, prompting Enel to retreat, only to vanish in a flash of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Bolts of thunder reverberated through the air, and flickers of lightning danced around Jack. Unfazed, Jack remained vigilant, resembling an indomitable fortress, ever prepared for Enel's assault. Boom! With the first impact, the offensive commenced. Clang, clang, clang. Jack's twin swords sliced through the air, creating illusions that violently collided with the oncoming golden trident from all directions. Sparks flew. The sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the arena. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes. Within a mere half hour, Enel, now fully unleashed, bore a frigid gaze filled with fury. The sharp trident hammered down relentlessly upon Jack's twin swords. Faced with such a rapid barrage, Jack could hardly fend off the onslaught. Yet, through sheer brute force, he endured Enel's tempestuous assault. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shattered, spiderweb-like fissures erupted beneath Jack's feet. Gradually, a massive pit formed, sinking deeper and deeper. Concurrently, as Enel's frenzied attacks continued, white markings began to appear on Jack's body. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. At last, Enel was on the verge of breaking through Jack's defenses. A flash of lightning ignited in Enel's eyes as he perceived the oddities in Jack's form, signaling his moment had arrived. Thunderclouds gathered ominously, morphing into countless thick silver serpents, and in the next instant, thousands of silver serpents converged as a thunderous storm descended. Gripping the golden trident tightly, Enel leaped, melding with the descending thunder in an instant. The resounding crash of thunder erupted. A terrifying roar reverberated across the small island. The golden trident vanished, completely consumed by the frenzied infusion of lightning. Dare to defy a god? Prepare to perish. Gazing upon Enel, who wielded the might of 1,000 thunders, Drought Jack's expression finally shifted. Boom! A dense aura exploded within him, and gradually, his hair lengthened, while 2 ivory tusks emerged from his mouth, resembling silver crescent moons. Damn it! Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Roar! Thick fur cascaded across his body, and powerful limbs stomped heavily upon the ground, producing a resonating boom. The final form of Drought Jack, the ancient species mammoth, had emerged. Boom! The crimson battlefield erupted, countless blood-red sword energy swirling around Jack, forming a blood-red sword formation. Demon Sword Technique. Night Parade of 100 Demons. Instantly, from the swirling chaos, numerous dark specters erupted, coalescing into a torrent of blood-red sword energy directed at Kaido. Thunderclap. Black-purple lightning erupted from Kaido's mouth, crashing into the torrent of sword energy. Yet, in the next moment, a look of disbelief crossed Kaido's face. The sword energy, shattered by the lightning, did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into countless beams of blood light, surging into his body, cackling. I shall consume you. Die. Succumb. How could the weakling stand against me? Hovering in the air, the dragon-like Kaido's eyes turned crimson, and a seductive whisper infiltrated his mind like a sinister melody. What? What is this? Who is speaking? Damn it. Red-eyed Jack. Is this all you can do? Bang, bang, bang. Suppressing his discomfort, Kaido's massive dragon form surged into the thunderclouds. In an instant, a dense golden flame coalesced in his mouth. Inferno. Ocean of flames. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, it crashed down like a volcanic eruption, aimed at Jack. Infuriated are we? Swish, swish, swish. sword energy surged, and countless fire dragons erupted from the sword. Swirling around Jack, waves of flames rippled like water, expanding ever larger, until they reached a kilometer in width. Tempest, sudden storm. The power of the tempest unleashed its full might, as the furious winds, capable of tearing everything apart, swept through the flames, escalating to an overwhelming crescendo. A flash of light flickered in Jack's hand as he gripped the radiant dragon sword with his left hand. As Jack unfurled his fiery wings, soaring into the sky, he slowly extended his arms towards the cascading flames. Lion's might, ultimate flame, thousand cuts valley. Note, brothers, let us get those free gifts rolling. Boom. At the moment the flames intertwined with the sword energy, a deafening explosion resonated. Then, with a graceful motion, Jack began to spin violently in midair. Swish, 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 countless colossal slashes, intent on cleaving the heavens, seemed to split the sky itself. Surging toward the clouds. As Kaido expelled a torrent of flames, the encroaching sword energy completely severed it. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy was upon the beast's Kaido. His pupils dilated in shock, and the coiling Kaido nearly lost his sanity. The massive slashes, infused with terrifying flames, instantly carved a gash along his dragon form. Blood gushed forth, flesh torn asunder. Damn it! Is this the old man's ultimate technique? No, wait. This sword energy, stronger than his. You filthy old coot. Do you think I fear you? The dragon's tail swung fiercely, shattering dozens of sword lights. Then, as Kaido's form shifted, he obliterated countless slashes. Boom! Thunderclaps formed dense clouds above Kaido's head. Dark purple lightning erupted from the thunderclouds, cutting through the air with lethal precision. Surging into Kaido's mouth, thunderous roar, 8 trigrams. The world-shattering roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Crackle, more bolts of lightning cascaded down, consumed by Kaido. The spherical lightning surged in size, growing ever larger, its power intensifying. Meanwhile, Enel, engaged in battle with Jack, cast a glance upward. How can this fellow also harness the power of electricity? Finally, as the Azure Dragon lifted its head, plunging into the clouds, it descended like a tempest. Crack! As the dragon's jaws clamped shut with force, countless fissures spread across the spherical lightning, shattering in an instant. They transformed into a myriad of black bolts of lightning, descending upon the world. Ha ha ha, red-eyed Jack. Do you think you can escape this? Bang, bang, bang. The response was still a flurry of slashes, violently colliding with the descending lightning. In that moment, the entire sky resembled a lake's surface, countless waves of shock rippling through the air, stirring up monumental surges. Boom! After unleashing the final slash, Jack ceased his spinning, gazing at the torrential rain of lightning. A smile graced his lips. Intriguing, a flash of brilliance flickered as Jack sheathed the radiant dragon sword. Then, placing his left hand upon the blade of the Shachi sword, he made a decisive swipe, causing the blood-red hue to deepen. Ting! As if sensing its master's blood, the Shachi sword joyfully resonated with a chorus of sword cries. The blade spun lightly, tracing a long arc through the air. Subsequently, bloodlust surged. An overwhelming desire to kill erupted from Jack's being. Demon's sword technique. Specters of the abyss. With a crackling sound, the sword tip pointed ahead. A surge of blood energy erupted, and the void shattered. As the night gradually receded, the thunder within the clouds dissipated, revealing a hue of crimson that enveloped the entire world. What have you done? Gazing at the blood-red glow reflected upon his own body, an inexplicable dread of the unknown surged within Kaido. What is this? Why has this realm transformed into a sea of blood? Boom! Just as Kaido was engulfed in uncertainty, a streak of blood-red sword energy erupted from the ground, shattering the thunder above. Bang! 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 Dozens of blood-red sword energy shot forth, piercing the sky and obliterating countless bolts of lightning. In an instant, the earth resembled a boiling cauldron, as numerous blood-red sword energies erupted from the ground, soaring into the heavens. The thunder, swept away by a tempest, vanished without a trace under the onslaught of the sword energies. Bastard. This sword energy is. After attempting to shatter the sword energy, Kaido immediately fled in all directions. Yet, amidst the dense barrage of sword energies, he could only evade critical strikes as best as he could. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword energy sliced through dragon scales, tearing flesh and gushing forth a torrent of blood. Bastard, that wretched crimson-eyed beast. I shall slay you. Kaido was on the brink of madness, yet he found himself powerless against the blood-red sword energies. The one who had always prided himself on his formidable defenses had utterly miscalculated today. Below, the beastkin had long been rendered speechless. Goodness, this demonic sword technique is astonishing. No, this is no mere swordsmanship. It is clearly a divine power. Halt. As Kaido attempted to flee, the beastkin's fiery wings unfurled, transforming into a streak of flame that pursued him relentlessly. Extreme flame, Emperor's sword. The flame surged skyward once more, reaching for the clouds. Slash. A small segment of the dragon's tail was cleaved in two by the fiery sword energy, plummeting to the ground. Cackling. Are you angry? Shilio grinned malevolently, observing the inferno that had transformed into a mass of crimson flame, and unleashed another sword strike. The sword light sliced into the inferno, yet vanished the very next moment. Shilio's brows furrowed. He sensed that this flame was anything but ordinary. But so what? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless beams of sword light erupted from the storm, all plunging into the flames, yet none emerged unscathed, devoured by the inferno. After a brief silence, the fiery disaster finally ceased its quietude. You have forced my hand. Today shall be your demise. Reigned Shilio. Ha! From within the flames. The disaster ash's arrogant laughter echoed. Humph! What a ruse, Shilio scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. Bang! A pair of wings, ablaze with fire, unfurled dramatically, growing exponentially larger than before. As the flames subsided, the dragon body, claws, and glimmering fangs of the disaster ash were fully revealed. This moment, the disaster ash was not only larger in size, but also radiated a formidable aura far surpassing its prior state. The flames engulfing its body instilled in Shilio an overwhelming sense of pressure. Roar! Perish! The disaster ash, soaring above the clouds, descended like a sharpened blade, targeting Shilio directly. Note: thanks to all my brothers for their gifts. 2 divine certifications are immensely appreciated. Tonight, there will be an additional update. Boom! The instant the disaster ash landed, the ground trembled, causing the entire island to shudder. A dense cloud of dust swiftly rose, engulfing both Shilio and the ash. Amidst the smoke, Shilio lay upon the spider-webbed ground, sword in hand, with 2 massive, flaming claws looming above him. In a critical moment, Shilio, reacting with remarkable speed, did not evade but instead braced himself against the disaster ash's assault with his own body. Of course, given the speed, evasion was not an option. Sizzle! The searing flames above scorched Shilio's skin, the scent of singed hair wafting through the air. The sword of thunder felt like a molten iron, almost too hot to grasp. Crack, crack, crack. The disaster ash's claws exerted pressure, and in an instant, the razor-sharp talons pierced through Shilio's neck, leaving 5 shallow gashes. Humph! A trapped beast still struggles. Your death is merely a matter of time. The disaster ash sneered. Its current power was vastly different from before. With its strength amplified several-fold, it was no match for Shilio Do. Is that so? Shilio's voice sounded oddly peculiar, yet the ash paid it no mind. Continuing to apply pressure. Crack, crack, crack. The 2 remained locked in a standoff. Minutes later, as the dust settled, the ash finally discerned Shilio's face, causing a jolt to course through its body, its dragon-like eyes filled with disbelief. Dark red patterns, resembling ghastly symbols, were etched across Shilio's visage. His once blood-red eyes now appeared hazy and eerily strange. Cackling. How troublesome. I hadn't intended for it to come to this. Shilio's tone conveyed a sense of resignation. Bastard. What are you babbling about? Bang. The disaster ash trembled, its flames flaring even more fiercely. However, the claws that had been pinning Shilio down could no longer descend even a fraction. In fact, the ash felt an inexplicable sensation of being lifted. Do you know why I was imprisoned within Impel Down? Bastard. Are you underestimating me? The ash howled frantically, realizing that it was gripped by an uncanny fear in the presence of Shilio. No, this is impossible. He is merely a mediocre swordsman. Haha, because I killed a prisoner, I was locked away in the 6th level of the infinite prison by Magellan. Shilio ignored the ash's furious roars, continuing his monologue. The dark red blood patterns on his face grew increasingly pronounced. In truth, I did not wish to kill those prisoners. Yet, I cannot contain the murderous intent within me. Boom! In an instant, a surge of blood-colored demonic energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, obliterating the disaster ash. Bastard! You wretched fiend! Do you seek death? The ash, propelled into the air by the demonic energy, could not contain its rage, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Sizzle! The moment the words left its mouth, the ash felt a flash of red before its eyes. It did not even see how Shilio struck, and its right arm was suddenly seized by excruciating pain. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the blood-colored thunder continuously severed the ash's right wing, carving a deep gash into it. The ash writhed in agony. This strike was akin to cleaving its right wing in two. Without the support of its right wing, it plummeted to the ground, cackling. Now, you cannot ascend. Shilio approached with a devilish grin. Extreme flame. Heavenly flame slash, swoosh. Another beam of sword light descended, shattering countless dragon scales. Bastard crimson-eyed beast. You have truly incurred my wrath. I shall slay you. Do you believe it? Kaido bellowed as he fled at a tremendous humiliation. When has one of the 4 emperors ever faced such treatment? Believe it. 1,000 times over. But why are you fleeing? Come here and face me. The beastkin taunted, hot on Kaido's heels. Pa, if I were in good health today, you would have long been a corpse. Kaido was on the verge of spitting blood. Yet he was powerless. After a few simple exchanges, he realized he was no match for the beastkin. Continuing to fight would surely lead to his demise. TSK, TSK. After so many years, your skin has thickened considerably. Nonsense. I call it knowing when to adapt. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The beastkin's speed did not wane. Innumerable sword energies erupted from the Shachi sword, hurtling towards Kaido. Since he refused to fight, then perish, boom, the sword light struck down. And a large spurt of blood erupted from Kaido's body to that moment. The beastkin extended its once jade-white hand toward Kaido, gently sweeping it in his direction. Beep. Host's visual perception plundered one. In an instant, a stream of light shot forth from Kaido's body, firmly grasped in the beastkin's hand. Puff. The beastkin nearly burst into laughter. Visual perception. Does this mean that Kaido is now blind? I can't see. Bastard. Who is it? What has happened to my eyes? Mu Ling, is it you? You scoundrel. Though Kaido was utterly astonished by the loss of his vision, his speed remained undiminished. Indeed, your mind is quite sharp. A cold smirk crept onto Mu Ling's lips. Although Kaido reacted swiftly, that brief moment of distraction was more than sufficient. In a clash of masters, every minute detail presents an opportunity. Demonic sword technique. Blood Sea Fury. With a resounding roar, he wielded the blade Chachi and swept it fiercely, instantly unleashing a crimson torrent that surged forth from Mu Ling's strike. Above the blood river, countless ghostly figures were ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. The air was filled with wails, screams, and confessions that echoed incessantly. How despicable! What have you done? What is that sound? Who is speaking? What has happened to my ears? The haunting melody reverberated once more in Kaido's ears, leaving him in a state of panic, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Haha, rest easy, for this time next year shall mark your demise. Oh, my apologies, but I doubt anyone would bother to visit your grave. Boom! Just as the blood river was about to engulf Kaido's form, a piercing sword light shot up into the sky, cleaving the blood sea in twain. I implore you all, grant me this favor. Might we cease hostilities? Yuji Shiryu, I shall slay you. Enraged, the embodiment of the calamity. Enzai Jin was covered in dripping sword wounds, resembling a bloodthirsty dragon. Within as the sinister blade, Chaucer, was slowly unsheathed. A wave of eerie energy permeated within Mu Ling's being in an instant. Every countenance tightened, and the atmosphere on the battlefield grew frigid to the core. I hope that in today's confrontation, you can amend your meddlesome ways. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as Mu Ling, wielding Chaucer, charged toward Shanks like a blade itself. Do not intervene. Shanks bellowed, his entire being emanating an aura of sword energy, each sound of clashing blades resonating through the heavens. He was there to avert war, not to contend with the phantom pirate crew. With a sudden clash, the swords collided, unleashing a terrifying ripple of shockwaves that surged outward. Sparks flew as the two formidable sword energies collided and tore through the air. The clang of metal echoed repeatedly. Shanks, after releasing a wave of sword energy, immediately retreated, transforming into an illusion just as Mu Ling was about to close in. A dark crimson aura enveloped Shanks' right arm, instantly altering the dynamics of the battle. Soaring sword light shot towards the heavens, piercing through the clouds. With a leap, he struck down towards Mu Ling. Extreme flame. Emperor. The flames erupted, countless fire dragons coiling around the blade, while simultaneously, the aura of the battlefield surged with oppressive energy, crashing down upon Shanks. Instantly, The brilliance of his sword dimmed in the next moment. The swords intertwined, their energies colliding, sending forth waves of black ripples that exploded around them. Are you truly adamant about this? There is no need for us to fight. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Shanks's furious roar broke through. I cannot fathom your reasoning. Ace is on the verge of execution, and you still have time to meddle. While others may not recognize the identity of Fire Fist Ace, I presume you are not ignorant of it. TSK, what a heartless individual. In an instant, Mu Ling, sword held aloft with one hand, trembled, unleashing the full might of his power honed through 10 refinements. I shall never forsake the bloodline of Captain Roger. As for you, this power? Shanks's expression shifted dramatically. The famed sword, Griffin, let out mournful cries, and under Mu Ling's overwhelming strength, Shanks was gradually forced back 1 step, 2 steps. With a final burst of sword energy, Shanks was sent flying, tumbling for dozens of rolls before crashing against the mountainside. Finally coming to a halt, "Captain," cried a member of the red-haired pirates in shock. "Rest assured, do not underestimate him." Ben Beckman spoke solemnly. "However, this crimson-eyed Mu Ling is truly absurdly powerful," Beckman observed keenly. In that last strike, Shanks not only lost in strength to Mu Ling, but also fell short in swordsmanship. Moreover, Beckman's expression darkened. He sensed that Mu Ling had not even unleashed his full potential. Additionally, the color of his conqueror's haki was peculiarly formidable. Among all he had encountered, Shanks possessed the strongest conqueror's haki, yet Mu Ling's current aura of the battlefield was no weaker. Your conqueror's haki has grown stronger, brushing off the dust from his attire. Shanks spoke gravely. It's not too late to concede. I could spare your life. Humph, such audacity. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from within Shanks. The cascade of Black Conqueror's haki enveloped the scene, causing everyone present to feel an oppressive weight upon their hearts, as if a mountain had settled upon their shoulders. However, as this conqueror's haki surged toward Mu Ling, the blood-red battlefield immediately retaliated with unmatched ferocity. Boom! The sounds of explosions and rending filled the air. As countless clashes echoed, all present clutched their ears, unable to bear the spectacle. With a violent explosion, the two auras of Conqueror's haki dissipated simultaneously. The two then re-engaged in fierce combat. The clash of swords rang out, the air filled with their energies, leaving scars upon the earth. Countless trees were uprooted, the ground shattered, and the entire island was cleaved in twain by their conflict. After withstanding Mu Ling's downward slash, Shanks coughed blood, gradually feeling the strain of exertion. With wings of fire unfurled, Mu Ling soared into the air, his blood-red eyes coldly surveying the red-haired pirates that I must hurry to Marineford to rescue, an old acquaintance. If you can withstand this strike of mine, I shall let you go today. In an instant, a thunderous resonance of sword cries erupted from within Mu Ling, and a terrifying bloodlust spread across 100 miles. The Chaucer sword was raised high above his head, its momentum escalating to its zenith. Demonic sword technique. Blood rain devour. Note: thank you for the gifts, brothers. The blood river surged skyward, cascading like a waterfall. With a swing of his sword, Mu Ling unleashed a torrent of blood, formed from countless malevolent energies, aimed skyward. Boom! The violent explosions tore through the clouds, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Following this, the blood river reached its apex before plummeting like a waterfall. Immediately, Mu Ling flicked his fingers, directing a sword energy into the blood river. Boom! In an instant, the blood river erupted, countless malevolent entities soaring forth, transforming into a sky filled with blood-red sword energies. Instantly, the night vanished. Enveloped in crimson hues, devour them, slaughter them. All the tumultuous events of the Warring States period left many in a state of utter dismay. He truly wished to be spared any further ill tidings. On the New World's Demise Island, the gloomy spirit pirates clashed with the beast pirates. The red-haired pirates have also joined the fray. Boom! A collective shudder coursed through the hearts of all present. 2 of the 4 Emperor's crews, alongside an individual of equal caliber to the Emperors themselves. How did these 3 come to blows? After a moment's reflection, one could surmise that Kaido of the Beasts intended to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Whitebeard pirate stronghold following the departure of the old man Whitebeard from Demise Island. The ghost spider spoke in a grave tone. However, he could not have anticipated that Akash Mook would have the same intention. Major Fireburn Mountain interjected. The 2 of them then collided and engaged in fierce combat. Ultimately, neither anticipated the intervention of the red-haired pirates. Major Crane remarked that it is difficult to say. Historical records indicate that Akash Mook shares a strong bond with Whitebeard. What, then, is his purpose on Dicamos Island? Perhaps he intends to join forces with Whitebeard to rescue Fire Fist Ace. In that instant, the atmosphere fell silent. The mere presence of the Whitebeard pirates was already enough to cause the Navy considerable distress. Now, with the addition of the overwhelmingly powerful Gloomy Spirit pirates, the situation was dire indeed. By the way, what is the current state of the battle? Garp suddenly inquired. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. The Beast pirates have suffered severe casualties. One of the calamities, the Flame Calamity, is on the brink of death, and Kaido of the Beast has been injured by Akash Mook. As for the red-haired pirates, they have not incurred any casualties, but all have sustained significant injuries. Observations indicate that the Gloomy Spirit pirates have suffered no losses and have since departed Dicamos Island. Based on navigational routes, their destination appears to be Marineford. Well then, this confirms it. The expressions of the assembly remained unchanged, clearly having steeled themselves for the forthcoming events. Ladies and gentlemen, we have but 2 days until the Navy headquarters is beset by an unprecedented war. We must not let our guard down and ensure vigilant patrols of the surrounding seas to prevent any pirate crews from exploiting the chaos. This task shall fall to you, Peach Rabbit, Sengoku commanded solemnly. Peach Rabbit nodded, her mind retracing the memories of her last encounter with Akash Mook. Will we meet again? This time, I shall not let you escape. By the way, has Zifa departed? A hint of sorrow flickered in Sengoku's eyes. His voice low. Indeed, old Zifa is currently in the New World. We received intelligence just yesterday. Akiji replied quietly. The former Admiral Black Arm Zifa, due to Edward Weevil, the newly appointed Shichibukai, Zifa has defected from the Navy headquarters. Well, it is likely that many present have received his guidance. They are among his students. However, I must emphasize that Zifa is no longer part of the Navy. He is an enemy of justice. An enemy of the Navy, we must show no mercy. Sengoku's voice resonated throughout the expansive conference room. The following day, in a certain sea region of the New World, the Gloomy Spirit ship, racing towards Marineford, cleaved through the towering waves, advancing into the distance. Beep. The host has successfully defeated a 4 Emperor of the New World for the first time, triggering a task reward. Level up for observation hockey. 1. Boom. In an instant, Mook felt a surge of warmth flood into his mind that a flash of golden light illuminated his vision, and Mook realized he could perceive every individual aboard the Gloomy Spirit with remarkable clarity, as if his mind were equipped with a surveillance system. Each person's actions were now vividly imprinted before him. Simultaneously, a series of indistinct images infiltrated his consciousness without warning that a smirk graced Mook's lips as he recognized these sudden visions as manifestations of his enhanced observation hockey, granting him foresight into potential futures. The entry-level observation hockey allows one to sense surrounding entities, akin to Enel's mantra, albeit Enel had ingeniously amplified its range through his mastery of electromagnetic waves. The advanced level of observation hockey, akin to Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, enables glimpses into brief moments of the future. Indeed, I greatly appreciate this reward, onward and upward, system, TCH. The system expressed its disinterest in engaging with Mook. After a simple lunch, the crew gathered together. Captain, we should arrive at Marineford within a day and a half. The helmsman Jinbei pondered before speaking solemnly. We are almost there. My cursed blade is growing restless. Humph, at last, I can indulge in some exhilarating slaughter. I am eager to witness the expressions of those who see us. Old Shah chuckled sinisterly, eyeing the recent clash with the Beast Pirates. He had merely played a supporting role, contending with insignificant lackeys. His pride had long since begun to fray. Bonnie remained silent, feeling despondent. Wah, my strength is lacking. I have no right to speak. Prepare yourselves. A fierce battle is imminent, Mook declared coldly. According to the anime, the formidable figures who appeared during the Marineford War were limited to just a few. Yet Mook harbored concerns that his presence might trigger a butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen consequences. Though unafraid, such complications would be bothersome. Fear not, Captain. I have long been prepared, Enel proclaimed confidently. Did you not notice your shortcomings during your previous battle with Droughtjack? Mook scolded. Instantly, Enel bowed his head in silence. Shirey. That was merely a tickle. Old Shah. Hardly a tickle. Enel is a god. It's more like a massage. Enel, these 2 rascals, the pills I provided must be preserved. They are truly life-saving. Furthermore, once we arrive. Bonnie, be sure to keep your distance. While you are shrouded in secrets, I do not wish to pry. Regardless, your strength is the weakest, so ensure your safety. Bonnie nodded, then seized a coarse lamb leg nearby. Chomping down eagerly. Wah wah wah. Worry not, Captain. I understand. I shall keep my distance and observe your battle. Mook? The implication of your words suggests you intend to live off the spoils after this battle. Shirey, you shall train Bonnie, and as for Enel, I will personally oversee your training. Instantly, Bonnie and Enel's expressions darkened. Night fell. After the crew had drifted into slumber, only Jinbei remained, sitting alone in the lookout, unwaveringly gazing at the sea. Despite his calm demeanor, Jinbei felt an undercurrent of anxiety. No other reason than that Ace and Whitebeard occupied significant places in his heart. Ace and Pops will surely be fine, Jinbei murmured. Suddenly, a white light streaked overhead. An enemy? Jinbei realized instantaneously that enemy vessels were undoubtedly patrolling the surrounding waters. Bang! In the next moment, a dark cannonball exploded near the gloomy Spirit. Splashing waves surged forth, rocking the ship. And within moments, Mook and the others had appeared on the deck. The pitch-black sea revealed a massive Navy warship swaying precariously upon the waves. You too, having defected from that decaying Navy to follow me. Do you harbor any regrets? A cold voice emanated from a tall, purple-haired elder. Daiti was none other than the former admiral, Black Arm Zifa. He now gazed intently at the distant, gloomy Spirit, his expression complex. I am wholeheartedly devoted to following my teacher. So am I. Teacher Z, you are the goal I shall pursue for life. A man and woman beside Zifa spoke with unwavering conviction. They were none other than former Navy officers and Zifa's disciples. Ein Bins. Hee. Zifa chuckled lightly, casting his gaze upon the Navy warship beneath his feet, a bitter expression crossing his resolute face. The Navy? The pirates? Two sides of the same coin. Ruthless pirates wreak havoc across the seas. And the final words of Pirate King Roger have left countless civilians bereft and displaced. Yet, what has the impotent Navy, the decaying world government, accomplished? Aside from turning a blind eye, they have failed to enact any effective measures. The Shichibukai? A pirate is still a pirate, and no government flag can alter the savage nature that lies within. Ignoring the anguished cries of the innocent, disregarding the rampant devastation wrought by pirates. Under the name of the Navy, they are unworthy. The world government, the supreme ruler of the entire world, maintains stability and peace. Nonsense. With a resounding crash, a formidable metallic right arm slammed against the railing, echoing with a series of dull thuds. Teacher, please take care of yourself. An expressed his concern. Indeed, teacher. Zifa remained silent, yet suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His gaze fixated on the sky above. A burst of flame illuminated the night, resembling a miniature sun, as Mu Ling soared above the naval warship, casting a glance down at the three below. Who dares to attack my ship? Ah, it's you, Zifa? Fiske, long time no see. In an instant, Ein and Binzi felt a jolt throughout their bodies. Beneath the black cloak, that handsome visage was strikingly familiar. The pair of fiery wings emitted an endless heat. Even the air carried a hint of char. The two recognized Mu Ling, identifying the face they had only seen on wanted posters. You are the captain of the evil spirit pirates, Mu Ling, with a bounty of 3.02 billion berries. The one who escaped the infamous underwater prison, then battled the Navy admirals, obliterating the Demon Slayer Order and slaying Moonlight Mariah. Though lacking a title of emperor, you are indeed formidable. What brings such a person here? Ein's body trembled involuntarily, fear glimmering in his eyes. This was a profound dread that could not be swayed by her will. Ah, it's you. Long time no see. Upon seeing Mu Ling, Zifa was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon regained his composure. An old acquaintance, in his heyday, known as the Black Arm and an admiral of the Navy. He had fought this man many times. Although he had heard much about Mu Ling, witnessing that youthful and handsome face made Zifa feel a twinge of nostalgia. Time spares none. How has this old fool changed so little? So, what's it like? Betrayed the Navy, have you? Care to join my evil spirit pirates? Mu Ling teased. Upon seeing the inverted Navy emblem on the massive sail behind Zifa, along with a golden sword piercing the pirate skull insignia, Mu Ling understood everything. The Enyo Navy, the formidable organization newly established after Black Arm Zifa's defection from the Navy headquarters. They had annihilated countless pirate crews, once cornering the Straw Hats into a dire situation. Moreover, Zifa, though not a devil fruit user, like Garp, relied solely on his fists to dominate, purely through overwhelming hockey to intimidate all. Heh, Zifa scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Mu Ling. There's no need for such nonsense. You don't even believe it yourself. Tis TSK, just as I thought. You remain unchanged. Since we cannot come to an agreement, I regret to inform you that I must kill you. Shrugging, Mu Ling had anticipated this outcome long ago. Zifa, whose entire family, including dozens of students, had perished at the hands of pirates, harbored an unquenchable hatred for all pirates. You bastard, Mu Ling, don't be so arrogant. Indeed, vile pirate, I shall make you pay dearly. Ein and Binzi chimed in, glaring at Mu Ling as if performing a comedic duet. Boom. In an instant, Mu Ling's form shifted, and where he had stood in midair a moment ago, he now appeared atop the warship. Swish, swish, swish. The Yinglong sword was drawn in an instant, and countless exquisite sword lights erupted like razor-sharp blades across the deck. Flourish. Binzi, the user of the flourish fruit, bellowed. Suddenly, the tree behind Mu Ling exploded with vibrant green light, with a rush akin to a stimulant. The leaves thickened, and the previously slender branches grew robust. Whip-like thick branches, akin to constrictor snakes, rapidly ensnared Mu Ling, climbing upwards, tightening around his neck, attempting to strangle him alive. Ha ha ha. There's no escape now. You shall perish under my powers. Binzi laughed triumphantly at the sight of Mu Ling immobilized. Boom. A surge of intense flames erupted from within Mu Ling, and a flash of sword light shattered countless trees. Binzi, be careful, Zifa shouted, rushing towards Mu Ling. In a blink, Mu Ling appeared before Binzi, who was retreating. Shaking his head at Binzi's futile attempts to escape, Mu Ling declared, too slow, too weak, time to die. With a swift motion, a straight beam of fiery sword light blossomed before Binzi's chest, splitting him in two as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Beep. Host has killed Binzi, acquiring the flourish fruit. A stream of light appeared in Mu Ling's hand, only to be swiftly stored in his warehouse. The Zoan-type chameleon fruit, the magnet fruit, the shadow fruit, and now the flourish fruit. TSK, I'm almost becoming a supplier of devil fruits. Boom. All members of the Enio Navy were left in shock, staring at the bloody scene, momentarily speechless. The very Binzi who had vowed to follow his teacher to the death was no more. Binzi, you killed Binzi? Ah, I will slay you, Mu Ling. Witnessing Binzi's corpse, Zifa erupted with fury, a tidal wave of rage surging within him. Simultaneously, the images of the students brutally slain by Whitebeard too echoed in Zifa's mind. I will kill you. With a surge of speed, Zifa swung his massive metallic arm towards Mu Ling. Heh, Mu Ling coldly chuckled, parrying the heavy blow with his sword, then immediately retracting it, unleashing a fiery explosion from his left fist. Extreme flame. Fire fist. The scorching heat approached Zifa, relentlessly roasting his skin, yet in his rage, he cared for nothing else. Kill Mu Ling. Avenge Binzi. Pulverized blaster. The mechanical arm contracted, transforming into a dark cannon's mouth. In an instant, the arm trembled, and a golden beam shot forth, aimed directly at Mu Ling. Boom. Mu Ling, refusing to dodge or evade, allowed the cannon fire to strike him, and to everyone's shock, his body, comparable to a legendary artifact, remained unscathed. Heh, Zifa, is this all you've got? Mu Ling's disdainful gaze pierced Zifa deeply. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. A lightning-charged dragon surged from the distance, crashing onto the deck of the warship. Crackling, the terrifying currents spread rapidly, enveloping every member of the Enio Navy. What? Is that the former Admiral Blackarm Zifa? With a flick of his sword, Shirlu unleashed a tempest of lightning, cleaving through dozens of foes in an instant. The desert diamond sword, the sand, like a pair of scythe-like blades, sliced through the Enio Navy, cleaving them in two while draining every drop of moisture from their bodies. Within mere minutes, with the arrival of the evil spirit pirates, the Enio Navy, aside from Zifa and Ein, was utterly annihilated. At this moment, Zifa had just defected from the Navy, with very few subordinates and only one warship. This differs from the theatrical version. Boom! Terrifying explosions erupted on the warship, rippling outward. Zifa, with blood-red eyes, had completely lost his sanity. The Enio Navy was decimated, leaving only himself and Ein. With a fierce punch, he sent Mu Ling staggering back, but suddenly, Zifa's body began to convulse uncontrollably. Teacher! Ein exclaimed in alarm, realizing his teacher's illness had flared up again. Trembling, Zifa retrieved a syringe from his waist and injected it into himself, stabilizing significantly. Damn it, bastard. Mu Ling, I will kill you. Boom. As Zifa's words fell, a fiery fist barreled toward him, crashing into his face. Zifa felt darkness envelop him as he was sent flying. The next moment, his body twisted midair, akin to a sword, charging back towards Mu Ling. Bang, bang, bang. The two were instantly entangled in a fierce battle. With each strike, a flurry of blows echoed through the air, sparks flying as fists met flesh. Suddenly, pivoted, his right hand igniting with flames, and swung it fiercely backward, crashing down upon the mechanical arm. Crack! A web of fissures spread across the metallic surface, yet remained unfazed, his focus fixed on the battle, relentlessly throwing punches. After absorbing a heavy blow to his chest, he launched another attack, but deftly sidestepped, transforming his hand into a claw and pressing it down hard onto the mechanical arm. Snap! In an instant, the metal shattered, revealing half of his arm. Seizing the moment, delivered a punch to his abdomen, and as doubled over, he unleashed a fiery kick to his opponent's head. Boom! Was sent flying, rolling several times before colliding with the ship's mast. Finally coming to a halt, with a deep exhale, regarded with a complex expression. After a pause, he declared, "Let us depart." Suddenly, lost interest, now a mere shadow of his former self, trembled on the ground, stripped of his previous valor. Resembling a feeble old man, witnessing his once formidable adversary reduced to such a state stirred an indescribable emotion within, not pity, for sought no one's sympathy. Such feelings would be an affront to him. Was it a case of sorrow for a kindred spirit, perhaps, as pondered whether he, too, might one day find himself in a similar weakened state? In that moment, his mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, and the others, though puzzled, harbored no doubts about command that was the last to leave. But just as he prepared to leap aboard, a resounding crash echoed as massive hand struck the deck, causing the entire warship to shudder. Halt! Back on his feet, bellowed with thunderous intensity, his feet stamping the deck, creating indentations with each step. He appeared almost delirious, his eyes aflame with fury, his voice reverberating through the air, with a clash of fists. They both staggered backward. I require no sympathy from anyone. Though I have betrayed the Navy, the justice within my chest remains untarnished by any soul. To be pitted by a pirate? You insult me. With that, launched another punch, easily deflected by .imz. You can kill me, cast me into the sea to be slain by 100 swords, blood flowing like a river, but you shall never show me pity. Boom! Was sent hurtling back again. He fell, rose, attacked, and fell once more. His body trembled, on the brink of collapse, his vision blurred and shrouded in crimson. Yet, the indomitable aura he exuded remained unyielding. Do not harm my teacher. Rushed towards like a madman, only to be kicked beside. Let her go. S. voice was grave as he uttered those words. He resembled a benevolent teacher, gently stroking his head, his eyes brimming with reluctance, said nothing but nodded. Though he longed for the backward fruit, out of respect for, he chose to spare. Perhaps, witnessing this former rival on the brink of death evoked a fleeting, uncharacteristic sympathy within him. Come, casting aside, propelled his weary body towards. Perhaps, at the moment killed all the students aboard, had already perished. The inheritor of his name, Z, swore to eradicate all pirates and establish a new navy. Yet now, like a dream shattered upon awakening, boom, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Teacher, as beheld collapsing amidst the flames, she was rendered inconsolable. Everyone wore solemn expressions as they bowed deeply towards. This was a tribute to the deceased, a mark of respect for the mighty. Half a day later, beep, the host has slain Blackarm. Rewards issued. Host strength 10, speed 10, defense 10, life 10. Felt a wave of refreshing energy coursing through him, slightly taken aback. Is this how task rewards work now? Beep. The system is diligently optimizing and upgrading itself. All right, let us keep pushing forward. He opened the control panel. Supreme Refinement System host. Bounty. 30 billion 20 million weapon. Longsword. Common grade. Chayu. Spirit grade. Fruit. Extreme Flame 1. Storm 1 body. Common grade. Refinement level 10. Abilities. Thunderous 8 trigrams 3. Master level. Lion Sword Dance 2. Master level. Mutated Conqueror's Hockey Arena 1. Beginner level. Armament Hockey. Master level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1. Minor accomplishment level. Observation Hockey. Master level. Graceful as a swallow. Entry level. Breaking air drawing sword strike. Master level. Divine techniques. Demon sword technique. Spirit grade. Greedy hand ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Spirit points. 200 system points. 10 strength. 520 speed. 430 defense. 640 life. 380 beep. Lion sword dance refinement 1 has now been upgraded to common grade sword technique. Next refinement time. 100 days later. Beep. System points 10. The rejuvenation pill cost 100 spirit points, leaving 200 remaining. The system points stand at 20. Not too shabby. With some free time on his hands, search for the floating fruit in the system shop. The gold lion's fruit had always been a coveted prize. It could alter the gravity of objects, allowing them to float freely. With the floating fruit, the lion sword dance could unleash its full potential. Ding. A voice echoed in his mind, and spotted the floating fruit on the shelf. Amazing. There it is. Yet, the next moment, his expression soured. Superhuman floating fruit. 500 spirit points. No side effects. Unrelated to the real floating fruit. Damn. 300 short. Patience is key. How's the working for you lately? Let me take a look. What? Why are you running away? Does your scorpion tail needle need some maintenance? Don't look at me so fearfully. I won't charge you. You. Beep. Demon sword refinement 1. Beep. Demon sword refinement 1. Beep. Demon sword refinement 10. Beep. Demon sword has been upgraded to common grade. Captain, this is unbelievable, exclaimed, nearly beside himself with excitement at a renowned blade. No. Now eclipses even the finest blades by several magnitudes. Go on. Waved his hand nonchalantly. Was his first recruited crew member, fiercely loyal, and thus deserved this privilege. Besides, he also needed refinement items to accumulate spirit points. Beep. Golden Rod Refinement 1. Beep. Golden Rod Refinement 5, though lacking the radiant aura of, was already quite satisfied. Thank you, Captain. Expressed gratefully that you're welcome. Next, then turned his attention to, without any weapons, looked bewildered. Smack. Grasped both of his fish-like hands and began the refinement. Beep. Fish hands refinement 10. Unlike, had full confidence in from the start. Thus he received the same treatment as. What is this? Gaped in astonishment at his hands, which began to shimmer with a faint glow. In an instant, blade struck down upon its right hand. However, there was no sword energy. Otherwise, would have suffered a fate akin to Duong. The blade collided with his hand like steel, producing a muffled thud. Oh my. This is simply astonishing. Captain, I want that too. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at seemingly ordinary hands. Instantly filled with envy. Come, hand over your scorpion tail needle. Beep. Scorpion tail needle refinement 5. Pass me that leg bone you have. Beep. Leg bone refinement 5. Clutching the now formidable lamb leg bone, Bonnie found herself in disarray. How delightful it would have been had I feasted upon fish earlier. At least fish bones possess a certain sharpness. After a brief pause, a series of beeps echoed. Ding. Ordinary shoes refined to 5. Ding. The mast of the ghost ship refined to 5. Ding. The deck of the ghost ship refined to 5. In pursuit of spirit points, Mu Ling was on the brink of madness. Nearly everything aboard the ship that could be refined had been subjected to his fervent efforts. Ding. Host purchases the superhuman fruit for 500 spirit points. TSK finally acquired it. A flash of light danced in his palm, revealing a grayish-white devil fruit adorned with bizarre patterns before Mu Ling's eyes. A minute later, waves of warmth surged through his body, an ethereal sensation enveloping him. With a mere thought, Mu Ling's body seemed to shed all gravity, slowly ascending into the heavens. Cough. Fire wings. You may retire now. The captain, you. What is this? Shiryu stared in bewilderment at Mu Ling soaring into the sky, utterly at a loss. How impressive. The captain has taken flight. Isn't the captain always capable of flying? No. Look behind the captain. There are no fire wings. What a marvel. Just as the crowd found themselves in utter confusion, Mu Ling darted to the deck, slamming his right hand down with great force. In an instant, the ship creaked ominously. The sound of surging seawater resonating in their ears, amidst a series of thunderous booms, the ghost ship gradually ascended, lifting higher and higher above the ocean's surface. The curiosity of the onlookers soared to unprecedented heights. Isn't this the old trick of Gold Line Shiki, Captain? How is it that you two possess such abilities? Silence. Shiryu commanded sharply. Instantly, all was quiet. Mu Ling cast a glance of appreciation at Shiryu. Not bad. Perceptive and astute. The others began to connect the dots. Flames, storms, the transparent fruit consumed by Shiryu, and now the identical powers shared with Gold Lion, the captain harbors secrets. Yet they all understood that such knowledge was beyond their reach. Let us depart. With a surge of speed, the ghost ship soared through the air, slicing through the clouds and braving the tempests, heading towards Marineford. Night fell. Mu Ling gazed out at the boundless sea of clouds before him. Suddenly struck by a thought. Since the system shop offers devil fruits, could it also facilitate recovery? Ding. Recovery is possible. However, the system will deduct a portion as a platform fee. Damn the platform fee. Superhuman fruit of abundance. Zoan fruit of chameleon. The shadow fruit shall be reserved for Ice Mountain. A decision Mu Ling had long ago made. The magnetism fruit is decent, but only a fool like kid would misuse it. Nonetheless, Mu Ling had no intention of utilizing it himself. Ding. Superhuman fruit of abundance. 200 spirit points. Ding. Zoan fruit of chameleon. 300 spirit points. Does the host wish to recover? Quite satisfactory. The prices align with Mu Ling's expectations. Confirm recovery. Ding. For 50 spirit points have been credited. Wasn't it 500 points? Platform fee. Very well. I detest middlemen profiting from the difference. Morning. At the current pace, we should arrive at Marineford in about an hour. Jinbei spoke in a low voice. Emichum. Nodding, Mu Ling gazed at the azure sea beneath him, yet his mind was preoccupied with the current timeline. Luffy should have already stormed into Impel Down, but due to my own actions, he missed the opportunity to encounter Hancock. However, I believe Rayleigh will undoubtedly assist him. After all, he is the son of the old captain, and Rayleigh would not wish for Ace to perish. Since Luffy has entered, Blackbeard must be close behind. Yet all the criminals within Impel Down have been released by me. Although I heard that Akainu later recaptured many, there can't be too many strong foes left. The war on the summit must be erupting by now. I wonder if that fellow known as the Great Whirlwind Spider has delivered a strike against Whitebeard. Lost in thought, Mu Ling felt a sense of confusion. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding cannon blast erupted beneath his feet. Enemies incoming. It was the naval patrol surrounding Marineford, cackling. It's that woman again. Rear Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Note. Who do you intend to give the magnetism fruit to? On the surface of the sea, the Navy, peering through their spyglass, seemed to have spotted something, their bodies trembling, fear flickering in their eyes. At the flying pirate crew, led by Gold Lion. Peach Rabbit spoke coldly, scanning the horizon. The first thought that crossed her mind was the legendary Gold Lion Shiki. Report to Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. No, it is not the flying pirate crew. This flag. It belongs to the ghost pirate crew. Their course is set for Marineford. Boom. Every naval officer present felt a simultaneous jolt of shock. The ghost pirate crew. What? That scoundrel Akatsuki Mu Ling again. Peach Rabbit's elegant brows furrowed as she gazed at the enormous pirate ship soaring in the sky. As expected, their predictions were spot on. The ghost pirate crew has indeed joined the fray. Despicable scoundrels. The public execution of Fire Fist Ace has commenced. We cannot allow anyone to obstruct the Navy's operations. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Peach Rabbit's command fell, dozens of dark cannonballs erupted from the warship, hurtling towards the ghost ship. Ignore this woman. Reaching Marineford is paramount. Mu Ling snorted coldly. Then utilized the float fruit to elevate the ghost ship to a height beyond the reach of the cannonballs. Prioritizing the mission, I have no time to waste with this madwoman. The cannonballs detonated in the air, producing massive shockwaves, yet they posed no threat to the ghost ship. Damn, the cannon's range is too short to strike the pirate vessel. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, what should we do now? Are we to merely watch as they fly into Marineford? Bastard. Bang. Stamping her foot, Peach Rabbit immediately leapt into the air, propelling herself higher and higher, closing the distance to the ghost ship within mere seconds. The winds howled violently in the air as Peach Rabbit drew her long sword, her right arm enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, while waves of sword intent surged within her. I shall not allow you to set foot in Marineford. The sword energy spread, and a gigantic arc of sword light erupted, slicing towards the ghost ship. However, just as the sword arc was about to reach the vessel, boom! A colossal fire fist collided with the sword energy, shattering it to bits. In the blink of an eye, flames surged forth, racing towards Peach Rabbit and seizing her by the throat with tremendous force. Why must it come to this? I had no intention of engaging you. Mu Ling's voice was icily calm. You bastard. Squeezing tighter, Peach Rabbit's right hand gradually exerted pressure. You scoundrel. Ugh, you despicable pirate. Akatsuki Mu Ling. I will not let you escape. Even at this stage, her defiance remained unyielding. Teske, a stubborn duck indeed. Yet, Considering your sister, I shall spare your life today. The resemblance between the young Tsuru and Peach Rabbit at this moment was striking. Gazing at her, Mu Ling felt as though he had been transported back several decades. TSK, have I grown old? Am I now reminiscing about my youth? You scoundrel, if you dare. With a release of his grip, Peach Rabbit plummeted towards the endless ocean below. Splash. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Quick, save the Admiral. Someone help. Ignoring the chaos below, Mu Ling returned to the ghost ship, pressing onward towards Marineford. Deep beneath the sea, at Impel Down. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates had already traversed the infinite prison, discovering that Ace had been taken away, and were now attempting to escape Impel Down en route to Marineford. Yet no one anticipated that. Amidst the fierce battle between the two factions, they would find themselves in the 6th underground level, cackling. It is rumored that Akatsuki Mu Ling released all the prisoners within Impel Down 6 months ago. But who could have imagined that the Navy would prove so formidable, managing to recapture most of the escaped criminals? Standing in the corridor of the 6th underground level, Blackbeard chuckled darkly, holding the prison keys. Ha! How fortuitous for us, isn't it? That Straw Hat Kid is probably on the verge of being defeated by Magellan, right? Not a chance. Did you not notice that that man is also present? TSK. That rascal Straw Hat is truly formidable, having the legendary First Mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, as his protector. Heh. Yet the little Straw Hat never anticipated that in doing so, he would inadvertently aid me. His enemy. Ha! The crew of the Blackbeard pirates erupted into laughter. You. Who are you? Release us at once, shouted a captive, infuriated. You arrogant scoundrel, let me out. I shall slay you. Although the infinite prison may not be at its peak, it still holds a few terrifying pirates who have been captured. You are bondi-walled. Ignoring the shouts of the prisoners, Blackbeard strode to the end of the prison, gazing coldly at the figure seated quietly in his cell. With a mocking grin, he declared, click. The sea prison stone shackles rattled as bondi-walled tilted his neck, fixing a frigid stare upon Blackbeard. Remaining silent, he yearned to exterminate this wretch with uneven teeth. TSK, quite the proud one. In an instant, tendrils of black mist erupted from Blackbeard's hand, surging into the cell and enveloping Bondi-Wald's body. Ah, my body, no. His anguished screams echoed throughout Impel Down. After a moment, Blackbeard inquired, have you considered my offer? Would you like to join my pirate crew? With bloodshot eyes and a body marred by wounds, Bondi-Wald glared furiously at Blackbeard, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. The sight of the black mist rendered him speechless. Damn it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to lower his head in submission. I am the king of the sea. I am the pirate king. I am Marshal D. Teach. Let us go, my comrades. Let's create chaos. Click. The World Destroyer, a man who once instilled fear in the Navy, has emerged. Bondi-Wald's eyes flashed with humiliation, followed by an overwhelming rage and deep-seated resentment. Red-eyed Mu Ling, Gold Lion Shiki, you two scoundrels, I will surely slay you. Note. Due to the change in the storyline, I have Rayleigh escorting the Straw Hat crew into Impel Down. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates clandestinely infiltrated the 6th level during the Straw Hat crew's battle with Magellan. Of course, Rayleigh would only assist to this point and would not venture to Marineford. Far away in the skies above Marineford, a ship adorned with a colossal golden lion emblem stands resolutely against the raging winds. The flying pirate crew, Captain Shiki, at our current speed, we shall reach Marineford in approximately 2 hours. On the deck, Shiki, facing the tempest, appeared like a lion with its fur bristled, his golden locks standing on end. Splendid. Though it may be slightly delayed, it is still satisfactory. Shiki laughed heartily. However, Captain, do we truly intend to meddle in this affair? Poor Gastida Ace has no connection to us, a pirate brought from the 6th level questioned doubtfully. Do not pose such inquiries again. Shiki replied coldly. In an instant, the notorious pirate shivered and lowered his gaze. Though Shiki typically wore a jovial demeanor, those familiar with him knew the terror that lay beneath when he was provoked. Such an event cannot unfold without me. Gold Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, and you, Mu Ling, you little brat. I truly look forward to witnessing the astonished expressions on your faces when we meet. As he spoke, Shiki rubbed his head. Where the ship's helm had once been firmly lodged, now, it was bare and empty that he had removed the helm himself. The helm had pierced his nerves, rendering Gold Lion unable to utilize hockey, remembering the moment he was defeated by Luffy. Shiki resolutely decided he could no longer continue in such a manner and decisively removed the helm. Fortunately, he survived. I owe you my gratitude, kid. Humph. An hour prior, at Marineford, the public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander. Port Asti.Ace was about to commence. A heavy explosion reverberated throughout Marineford as countless Navy soldiers stood at attention, weapons drawn towards the shoreline, their expressions resolute with military conviction. Port Asti.Ace was to be executed. And Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, could not possibly remain indifferent to such an event. Today, a great battle was on the verge of unfolding. Bring forth the criminal. Bang! On the towering execution platform. Heavy sea prison stone shackles dragged Ace forward, escorted by the Navy, as he wearily approached the platform. Why won't you listen to me? Suddenly, a deep and sorrowful voice rang in Ace's ear, turning his head. Ace was momentarily stunned. It was an elderly man, someone he had once known intimately. Now, he sat quietly on the execution platform, silently observing Ace, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that made Ace's heart tremble. Gramps, with a hint of sorrow, Ace gazed at the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, who had raised him, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why didn't you heed my words, Ace? Why did you choose to be a pirate instead of a Navy officer?" "Why?" Garp shook his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Ace, whom he had raised as if he were his own grandson, his heart filled with anguish. Ace was about to be executed by the Navy. And yet he could do nothing to intervene. A naval hero? Gramps. Tears welled in Ace's eyes as memories of Garp's past admonitions flooded his mind. "I'm sorry, Gramps." At the base of the wall, TSK. "What a touching scene," a chilling voice remarked. Clad in a pink plush coat resembling flamingo wings, his rebellious eyes obscured by dark red sunglasses, it was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the ruler of Dressrosa, a former celestial dragon. And one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Beside him stood the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, all quietly observing the coast with rapt attention. How exhilarating. I shall soon meet my father. Suddenly, in a burst of excitement, Weevil grasped Doflamingo's hand, tugging fervently. "You're just as thrilled, aren't you? Rejoice with me, for I am about to meet my father." Doflamingo furrowed his brow, ready to unleash his fury when, Mama said I looked just like my father. It's as if I'm staring into a mirror." The others were left speechless. This was perhaps the most humiliating moment for Whitebeard. In an instant, a sharp thread erupted from Weevil's palm. Doflamingo could no longer contain himself. Yet, in the next moment, Doflamingo's pupils dilated, staring at the shallow cut on Weevil's palm in shock. His thread had been completely thwarted? Such formidable physical defense. Kuma gasped in astonishment. Even the usually silent Mihawk cast a surprised glance at Weevil. As for Boa Hancock, she paid no mind to the commotion, her beautiful eyes fixated on the coast. "I wonder if my benefactor will arrive today. You scoundrel, you dare strike me?" Weevil bellowed angrily, raising his blade to slash at Doflamingo. Clang! The moment their attacks collided, Doflamingo growled, "You wish to die, don't you?" "Enough! Stand down!" roared Sengoku from atop the wall. Instantly, both Weevil and Doflamingo retracted their attacks, as if nothing had transpired. "Humph, just you wait." Weevil spat angrily. Doflamingo seethed in frustration. He hadn't even spoken, and this fool had already issued threats. "Silence! A fierce battle will soon commence." Boom! As Kuma's words fell, the distant sea suddenly erupted with waves. In the next second, a colossal pirate ship surged forth from the depths of the ocean, upon its towering sails. A crescent-shaped pirate flag, emblazoned in every pirate's heart, flew proudly. "Ace, we have come to rescue you." The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors and the strongest man in the world. He officially appeared before everyone. The mere mention of the name Whitebeard was enough to send shivers down the spines of the majority. Yes, it is Whitebeard. Good heavens, it is indeed that man. He has truly come. Quickly, prepare for battle. Everyone get ready to face him. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire Marineford battlefield became unbearably tense. A thunderous clash was about to commence. Boom! Ice Age. The Marine Admiral Akiji summoned a thick layer of frost with both hands, instantly freezing the entire sea surface. Subsequently, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco, engaged Akiji in fierce combat. After a brief exchange of blows, both sides retreated, staring intently at one another. An hour later, just moments before the phantom pirates were set to arrive at Marineford. At this moment, "Father, I'm sorry." The treacherous Squardo stealthily approached Whitebeard from behind, a glint of cold light flashing in his hand. In an instant, no one, not even the formidable Whitebeard himself, could have anticipated that Squardo, who had always been loyal to him, would suddenly strike. With a flash of cold light, Squardo plunged his sword fiercely into Whitebeard's back. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an explosive sound resonated throughout the arena, and just as everyone heard it, crack, the sound of shattering metal echoed behind Whitebeard. What on earth? A sword? What is that on the ground? Oh heavens. Squardo, you bastard. What do you intend to do to father? Whitebeard remained silent, gazing at Squardo, his brow furrowed in confusion. Even he could not comprehend why his son would commit such an act. Amidst the crumbling ground, a blood-red longsword was quietly embedded in the earth. It was the cursed sword Shachi. Beside Shachi lay a short blade, while the other half was currently in Squardo's grasp, just as the phantom ship was about to descend. The enigmatic Muckling witnessed this scene. Thus, he unleashed a flying sword to save Whitebeard's life. TSK, I saved your life. Remember that, Whitebeard. With that remark, a burst of fire suddenly appeared, revealing a young and handsome face to the crowd. Who are you? Crimson-eyed Muckling. In the next moment, the massive phantom ship slowly descended from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, it stirred up towering waves in the hearts of all the Marines. Yes, it is the Phantom Pirates. Good heavens! Crimson-eyed Muckling, the notorious pirate Muckling with a bounty of 3,200,000,000 berries. They have also arrived at the execution platform. Yes, it is Mr. Muckling, Ace exclaimed as he then lowered his head in shame. Mr. Muckling had saved him once in Impel Down, and now he had come to rescue him again. How useless am I? Ace felt deeply embarrassed. Garp, sitting beside him, remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gazing intently at Muckling, that old man. As expected, they have come, on the high platform. Humph, just as expected, the Phantom Pirates have indeed arrived, Sengoku said solemnly. The Whitebeard pirates alone were already enough trouble for the Marines. Now another equally powerful force in crimson-eyed Muckling has appeared. Those damned pirates. Ugh, it's him again. What a troublesome fellow, Akiji lamented. Humph. Akainu's expression was frigid, molten magma dripping onto the floor, clearly seething with rage. Touching his left arm transformed by magma, Akainu's eyes glinted with ferocity. Bastard, today, I will surely kill you. Kizaru said nothing, his lazy gaze blankly staring ahead, as if indifferent to everything. Perhaps his salary for the month hasn't been paid yet. Beneath the city wall. Hey, that fool over there. Do you see? The one in black. That's your father. Doflamingo chuckled mischievously. Why don't you hurry and acknowledge him as your father? Oh, is that really him? He is my dad? Good heavens, we look so alike. It's like looking in a mirror. Whitebeard too exclaimed excitedly at Muckling. Everyone. All right, this is just a fool who can't even distinguish who his own father is. Just for laughs. So, he is crimson-eyed Muckling. Mihawk murmured. The sword light that descended from above contained an unparalleled sword intent that only a swordsman like him could truly perceive. That overwhelming sword aura. An indomitable will. Ha ha ha. Such a worthy opponent. This is splendid. Originally, he had only wanted to engage in a sword duel with Vista of the Whitebeard pirates. But now he felt that he had come to the right place. He is my benefactor? Hancock's cheeks flushed as she secretly admired the straight figure in the distance. That's so handsome. Slap. Whitebeard, awakening from his daze, brightened up, rushing forward to embrace Muckling fiercely. Ha! You rascal. I knew you would come. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. Instantly, Whitebeard's ecstatic laughter echoed throughout Marineford. Muckling was also filled with emotions, gazing at Whitebeard's gradually aging face, momentarily at a loss for words. Captain Rox had saved his life, but his journey of growth had been under Whitebeard's protection. A mentor and a friend, a reliable big brother. This is how Muckling viewed Whitebeard. Slap. His right hand heavily patted Whitebeard's back, and then green light rippled in Muckling's palm. Beep. Whitebeard's body cultivation increased by 1. Beep. Whitebeard's body cultivation increased by 5. In that instant, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the ailments that had accumulated within him vanished in an instant. He felt as if he had been rejuvenated by several decades. What is this? Whitebeard could hardly believe it, yet he was acutely aware that this was not merely an illusion. Did you do this? Seeing the smile in Mu Ling's eyes, he instantly understood. He became even more excited. No, no, no. If you want to say thank you, there is no need for that. Just bring me a few large jars of fine wine next time. Of course, if you feel overwhelmed with gratitude and want to weep. Then please, do continue, Mu Ling teased Whitebeard. This rascal, his mouth is as sharp as ever. Even Mu Ling had not noticed that the once taciturn man had become more talkative upon encountering Whitebeard. All right, having exchanged pleasantries. It was time to get down to business. A chilling aura suddenly erupted from Mu Ling's body, directing itself at Squirdo, who was surrounded by a crowd. I told you, Ace has already been rescued. How could he still be caught? TSK, so it was you, Squirdo. You colluded with the Marine Admiral Akainu, condemning Ace to imprisonment. I was right. With a swift motion, Mu Ling drew his sword, countless sword energies swirling around him as he charged towards Squirdo. Betraying his comrades and delivering Ace to the Marines, this is an unforgivable sin. Boom! In an instant, countless sword energies descended upon Squirdo with great force. Closing his eyes, Squirdo, already resigned to his fate, offered no resistance and silently endured everything. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates did not intervene either, merely watching Squirdo with sorrowful eyes. Betraying the pirate crew is undoubtedly a capital offense. Duong. Suddenly, a mighty sound erupted before Mu Ling. The next moment, everyone was frozen in shock. The supreme blade Song Yun cut? Is it? Father, the raging winds blew away the dust, revealing the curved blade like a silver crescent moon before Mu Ling's eyes. The colossal Song Yun cut intercepted Shachi just as it was about to strike Squirdo. Why? Mu Ling asked, perplexed. Perhaps the you of the past would have made the same choice as I did. Whitebeard looked at Mu Ling, a glimmer of sadness flashing in his eyes, the once cheerful and sunlit youth. You. Mu Ling understood Whitebeard's sentiment, but there was nothing to be done. He had indeed changed greatly. Helplessly shaking his head, he sheathed Shachi. This old man? Why? Father, why do you want to? Marco questioned. Bewildered, he did not understand why his father would save a traitor. Boom! Song Yun cut slammed heavily into the ground, instantly causing a tremendous upheaval. There is no reason. I spared him simply because he is my son. Bang! The giant spider Squird instantly collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself like a maggot, weeping uncontrollably. Why? Father, did you save me? Why would you do such a thing? Woo. Father, tell me that Ace is not the son of Pirate King Roger, and that you did not gamble our lives to rescue him. Tell me. Woo. This cannot be true. Boom! In that moment, all members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a collective shock, staring incredulously at Whitebeard. Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger. No, Squird, you fool. Do you even realize what you are saying? How could father ever do such a thing? Nonsense. You dare to question father. Ace is our brother. I would willingly give my life to save him. I trust father. Sigh. Even amidst enemies, at this moment, Mu Ling couldn't help but regard Akainu with newfound respect. This scheme of deception was indeed executed beautifully. In no wonder he would later elevate the Navy's strength to unprecedented heights. Ha. I finally understand. Looking at the inconsolable Squird, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. He then embraced Squird tightly in his arms. You fool, how dare you question father? Indeed, Ace is the son of that scoundrel Roger. But to think I would trade your lives for Ace? What utter nonsense. In my eyes, all of you are the same. There is no hierarchy of importance. If it were any one of you standing on the execution platform today, I would unhesitatingly risk my life to save you. Because you are all my family. Father, the giant spider Squird immediately clung to Whitebeard, weeping loudly that he regretted it so much, regretted believing that scoundrel Akainu's words. That he would turn against his own father? Bang! In the next moment, Squird knelt heavily before Mu Ling. Thank you, Mr. Mu Ling, for stopping me just in time. Otherwise, I truly cannot bear to imagine. Tears fell to the ground, creating large wet patches. It was evident that Squird, this traitor, was genuinely remorseful. Mu Ling waved his hand, saying nothing. After all, he had nearly killed this fellow. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is now our moment. Bang! Whitebeard, wielding the supreme blade Song Yun Xie, transformed into a blur, appearing on the battlefield, enveloped in immense fury. A tremendous aura gradually filled the air. Duong, with his left hand, he struck down heavily into the void, instantly causing countless fissures to spread across the battlefield. The mountains trembled, the seas surged, and numerous deep trenches erupted beneath their feet. Akainu, you dare to mock my son? Unforgivable. Boom. The enraged Whitebeard swung his supreme blade, Song Yun Xia, towards the city wall with great force. Crack, crack, crack. A continuous series of shattering sounds echoed as the space shattered, surging towards the three admirals on the wall. Dreaded pirates, do not be so arrogant. Magma, great fire. Boom. Towering magma suddenly erupted from Akainu's right arm, as if from a volcanic explosion. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, heavy collision sounds erupted continuously as the searing magma clashed with the spatial slashes, creating shockwaves that exploded like ripples, although he managed to block this wave. The overwhelming force forced Akainu to continuously retreat 1 step, 2 steps. Then, his feet carved deep grooves into the ground, crashing against the city wall and sinking into it. Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. Incredible, incredible. He actually repelled an admiral with one move. Truly the strongest man in the world. Akainu he. Crack. Pulling himself free from the wall, Akainu wore a bewildered expression that he had thought that even if he couldn't defeat Whitebeard, he wouldn't be far off, but now. Mu Ling found everything quite normal. In the original anime, Akainu was never a match for Whitebeard, akin to being crushed. Moreover, he was not under the influence of the filial sword and had undergone his own enhancements. Free from ailments, he was just as formidable as in his youth. Dealing with you, Akainu, should be a mere trifle. Note, large scenes are difficult to write, especially battle scenes, so it may take a bit longer. Also, today is a recommendation day, brothers. Let us shower free gifts. Thank you. Potato is extremely grateful. Bang. Suddenly, a tall, corpulent man, covered in flab, rushed forward. Father. Is that you, father? The newcomer was none other than Whitebeard's second son, Edward Weevil. He dashed toward Whitebeard. Tears and snot flowing, his golden braids flailing, resembling a moving artillery platform. Whitebeard stood momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Weevil. However, the next second left everyone utterly astonished. Weevil, upon reaching Whitebeard, did not stop but rather, like a whirlwind, zipped past him. Thud. He knelt before Mu Ling. Father, I finally found you. We really look alike. Looking at you is like staring into a mirror. When others are not embarrassed, it is you who feels awkward. Mu Ling, who had intended to witness a touching father-son reunion, was left dumbfounded in place. Father, father, I am Weevil. I am your son. Look how much we resemble each other. Whitebeard was utterly bewildered, while Marco looked as if he had seen a ghost. The members of the evil spirits pirates were nearly in stitches. Ha ha! The captain has such a big son. This is hilarious. Is this the lesser shipmaster? I've never seen the captain with this expression. It's unbelievable. You scoundrel, that scoundrel. Sengoku in the stands was nearly driven mad, internally cursing certain members of the world government to no end. This is the warlord of the sea you found, a man comparable to an admiral, to acknowledge a father on the spot. I can't believe it. Ace was already in a daze, while Carp suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, I didn't expect Akainu Mu Ling to have such a large son, ha. Instantly, Sengoku's face darkened further. Ah ha ha ha. This fool, he actually believed it. This is killing me, ha ha. Hancock, Myhawk, and Bartholomew exchanged glances, silently eyeing the laughing Duflamingo.its all you're doing. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Who is your father? I am not your father. In that instant, amidst the gazes of countless people, Mu Ling lost his composure that he spewed foul language, cursing angrily. You are not my father? Weevil was momentarily stunned, then a flicker of anger began to surface on his face. You scoundrel! How dare you toy with me? And that flamboyant fool in pink attire. I will slay you both. Doflamingo. That flamboyant fool in pink attire. Duong. Weevil's long knife clashed violently with Mu Ling's blade. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground shattered, countless black trenches crisscrossing below them, swords clashed, and explosive roars reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Although Mu Ling knew this fool was strong, having single-handedly defeated 16 divisions of the Whitebeard pirates. It was only after engaging in battle that he realized this fellow had already attained admiral-level strength. Hiske, not bad. He should be slightly stronger than Shiryu. Boom! Sword energy surged, countless blood-red energies swirling around Mu Ling as he unleashed a powerful strike against Weevil. Extreme Flame, Heavenly Flame Slash, Zing Zing Zing. The sword's radiance soared straight into the sky. Slash. Seeing this, Weevil immediately raised his long knife in defense. only to be instantly engulfed by a dense red light. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through the dust, and in the next moment, more than 10 fire dragons erupted from Mu Ling's body, circling around his left arm. Upon witnessing Weevil's form, Mu Ling unleashed a punch. Extreme Flame, Fire Dragon. The searing flames swiftly transformed into a colossal fire dragon, opening its massive jaws to fiercely bite down on Weevil's arm. "You scoundrel, how dare you strike Weevil? Mother said that whoever dares to strike Weevil shall meet their demise." Bang! The long blade spun, its haki instantaneously enveloping it, and it swung down towards the dragon's head. Simultaneously, Mu Ling swiftly retreated, hands forming seals, and in but a breath's time. Bang, bang, bang. Flames surged within his mouth, a searing aura immediately engulfing the surroundings. Fire Release, Grand Fire Dragon Technique. A dragon of fire, immensely larger than before, erupted from Mu Ling's mouth. Instantly, the temperature on the battlefield soared. Damn it. Weevil is going to take you down. Bang! The long blade cleaved fiercely at the fire dragon, and the roaring Grand Fire Dragon was instantly split in two. Just as Weevil was about to taunt. Roar! The two flames, once severed, reformed into a fire dragon, completely engulfing Weevil. Oh hot. Damn it. I'm being scorched alive. The storm surged. In an instant, with a powerful wave of Mu Ling's hand, a tempest arose, howling winds rushing into the flames at that moment. The towering flames, once dozens of meters high, instantly surged to a height of 10 zhang. Hundreds of Navy soldiers near Weevil were also swept into this inferno. Help! My body, my hands are on fire. Who will save me? Following the relentless roar of the storm, the flames swelled once more, sweeping across the sky like a tornado. Freezing time capsule. Suddenly, waves of extreme cold erupted from beneath the city wall. Admiral Akiji leaped down, hurling an ice ball into the fiery tempest. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike ice sculpture of flames stood tall on the battlefield. Hiss! Raindrops slowly unsheathed. Observing Akiji's intervention, Shiryu could no longer contain himself. Hee, your opponent is me. Swish! Blood-red sword energy traced an elegant parabola in the air, instantly slashing down towards Akiji. Oh dear, what a bother! Reluctantly shaking his head, Akiji immediately exhaled a gust of cold air, transforming it into an ice blade to counter. In the next second, everyone sprang into action. Akainu had just landed when the infuriated Whitebeard locked onto him, striking down with a single blow. Hey, you old geezer. Yes, I'm talking about you. Come down and fight me if you dare, the seated Kizaru remarked. Old man, why is it always this big-eared freak? Oh, are we going to fight again? TSK, truly terrifying. Whoosh, the Kizaru transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly arrived on the battlefield, charging towards Enel. Note: brothers, let's shower the gifts freely. Those with money, please support with cash. Those without, support with videos. Thank you. 1,000 thanks. This time I shall not lose. The golden staff in hand whistled through the air, and upon seeing Kizaru approaching, Enel's confidence soared. He had been training hard during this time. He would not allow himself to be beaten down like last time. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden light before him flickered and vanished. His eyelids twitching, Enel thought to himself that something was amiss, raising the golden staff to shield his head. Bang! A familiar sensation, as though struck by a small mountain, sent Enel flying. Bang, 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 rolling along. He finally halted, only to find a pair of golden shoes before him. Ziz! A surge of danger enveloped Enel, who swiftly transformed into lightning and retreated. Oh, even a god can flee. Enel. Duong. A strike of the staff collided with a kick. Thunderous lightning and golden light merged and clashed violently, tearing into one another. Amaterasu's sword. Golden light erupted from his hands, and a dazzling golden sword slowly materialized in Kizaru's grasp. Thunder Gold. Arise, golden trident, Enel bellowed, infusing electric currents into the golden staff, attempting to morph it into a golden trident. Ziz! In an instant, thunder roared, but the golden staff showed no signs of transformation. Stunned, Enel gazed at the unyielding golden staff amidst the lightning. And after a moment of contemplation, he finally understood. Well, this staff is no longer the same one. Because of the refining effects from Mu Ling, it could no longer revert to a trident. Oh, where's your trident? Can't change back? Golden light flickered as Kizaru approached Enel, slashing down with his sword. What does it have to do with you? Enel seethed in anger. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed repeatedly, surging lightning and splintering golden light, creating numerous pits in the hardened ground. Dodging the incoming golden staff, Kizaru swiftly repositioned himself a few meters away. Whoosh! Golden light shimmered at his fingertips. Laser! Bayubiu, Enel instantly transformed into lightning to evade, but alas. The laser's speed was too great, and a splash of blood blossomed on his right arm. Divine punishment. Raising his left hand amidst a multitude of thunderclouds, a pillar of lightning descended, engulfing Kizaru. Immediately after, the thunder surged within Enel's grasp, countless raging silver serpents morphing into thunderbolts, crashing down and merging into the golden staff. Though divine punishment was immensely powerful, Enel would never believe Kizaru would fall for that. Boom! Grasping the thunder, Enel's body elongated into a slender bolt of lightning, his observation haki reaching its zenith point 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, he saw it. He successfully sensed Kizaru's position. Thunderous explosion. In that moment, with the might of 1,000 bolts of lightning, Enel struck down with his staff. Duong, a sword sliced down, and Weevil hastily retreated several steps, anchoring his long blade into the ground to steady himself. Damn it! I will take you down for daring to strike Weevil. Bastard! Bang! With a fierce stomp, Weevil leapt into the air, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. I will kill you. Ding! Suddenly, a glimmer of sword light accompanied by a crisp ringing echoed across the battlefield. With both hands gripping the sword at his neck, Mu Ling exuded a powerful sword aura, breaking the void, draw, and slash. In an instant, a massive arc of the sword burst forth from his blade. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the sword arc traveled, it was unstoppable and unbreakable. Within a radius of several miles centered around Mu Ling, all naval soldiers were slain. The detestable red-eyed Mu Ling, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters, wielded 8 long swords. Exerting every ounce of strength to resist the onslaught of the sword arc, however, it was short-lived, as he was soon sent flying. Yet he did not perish. After all, he was a renowned Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, the sword strike from Weevil desperately met the sword light, his body suspended in midair as fierce sparks erupted from the blade. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, fissures appeared, the blade splintering into fragments. And once reduced to debris, Weevil was sent flying by the sword arc. Damn you! Though the robust Weevil was struck by the sword light, his body bore little damage. With a swift maneuver, he sprang up and charged at Mu Ling. Wielding the half-shattered long blade. TSK, this guy's defense is quite formidable. His skin is tough. Pouting, Mu Ling's body suddenly rippled with layers of water mist, and then the sword shot forth like a dragon. Piercing into the void, ding, the sword emitted a light sound, and ripples akin to water surfaces radiated from the sword's tip. Sword slice ripples. In an instant, the sword light surged forth, followed by over a dozen fire dragons encircling. Ling C1 sword. A brilliant sword radiance erupted, slashing towards Weevil. Simultaneously, a massive curtain of mysterious water slowly materialized in the void. Just as the sword light pierced the water curtain, the sword energy instantaneously surged in strength. Slash, bang, the hilt shattered, splitting in two, and a diagonal splatter of blood erupted from Weevil's chest. Instantly, blood gushed forth, flesh rolling. Observing Weevil collapsing into a pool of blood, Mu Ling would not grant him the chance to linger. His body transformed into flames, charging forward. Hee, I didn't expect you would join the evil spirit pirates as well. Jinbei, looking at the former warlord of the sea, the fishman Jinbei, Doflamingo smirked. Enough chit-chat. What does it have to do with you? Jinbei, after joining the evil spirit pirates, found his tone considerably more assertive. Doflamingo paused, clearly realizing that Jinbei was somewhat different from before. It indeed has nothing to do with me, but I truly do not wish to kill you. In a swift motion, 5 extremely thin threads, brimming with lethal intent, erupted from Ming Ji's grasp. With a slight tilt of his body, Jinbei evaded the threads and stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself towards Ming Gu like a sharpened sword. Plum blossom skin, armed with the color of armament, his arms were enveloped in a dense flow of water that swiftly coalesced in his palms. Shark Fang fist. With a resounding crash, the roaring seawater surged forth towards Ming Gu. Humph! With a cold snort, Ming Gu suddenly contorted his right hand into an awkward pose and forcefully thrust it upwards. Despicable line. The 5 white threads shot forth, piercing the air like razor-sharp blades, emanating a chilling aura as they aimed directly at Jinbei's heart. Note: I apologize if the battle scenes are challenging to convey. Boom. Jinbei's heart trembled as he sensed the impending danger from the ground. Instantly, his right palm, which had been directed at Mingo, shifted its trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. The sheer force of his fist shattered 3 of the threads, yet he was unable to intercept the remaining 2 in time. He die, Mingo cackled maliciously. Clang, the 2 needle-like threads struck Jinbei's palm with tremendous force. However, in the next moment, Ming Ji's smile froze in disbelief as he beheld the shattered threads. His own despicable line had been thwarted by Jinbei's mere fleshly palm. Impossible. Even the slightest touch of ordinary armed color would repel it, never shatter it. Could it be? Has Jinbei's armed color ascended to a higher realm? Minggu was puzzled, yet Jinbei beamed with joy, aware that it was the result of his mastery of spirit and soul, as he gathered another surge of seawater in his palms and hurled it forward. Line saw. Ming Ji's right foot blazed with a chilling light as a robust giant thread erupted from his toes like a saw. Bang! The collision of fist and foot resonated in an explosive clash. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from Mingo, relentlessly battering Jinbei. His legs trembled. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. Jinbei, join me as my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. Mingo sneered, delusional, with a tremor of his palms. Jinbei, resisting the onslaught of Conqueror's haki, felt his own fist power surge once more. Humph! Foot shaving line. With a graceful pivot, Mingo lifted his left foot, unleashing 8 sharp threads that tore through the air. Aimed viciously at Jinbei. 7,000 tile spinning kick. The spinning kick, capable of shattering 7,000 tiles, erupted from Jinbei's right foot, colliding violently with Ming Ji's left. The ground cracked like a spider's web beneath them. As the shockwave intensified, it reached a crescendo before erupting violently. Amidst the dust, both warriors staggered back, sliding across the ground before finally coming to a halt. I simply cannot fathom why you would choose to follow such an old fool. Wouldn't it be better to be my ally? I recall extending an invitation to you once. Minggu maintained his cheerful demeanor. Your actions have long been common knowledge. Hence, our paths diverge. Spare yourself the effort. Jinbei shouted in anger, already weary of Ming Ji's insistent persuasion. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Minggu in an instant. Water heart, seawater shoulder throw. His body shook as Jinbei wrapped his arms tightly around his right shoulder. A torrent of seawater erupted from his shoulder, surging forth like a roaring dragon. He, truly ruthless. With a whoosh, the threads erupted from his fingertips, instantly transforming into a web as they soared into the air. Spider's nest. The howling water dragon was swiftly torn apart by the sharp threads, cascading down in large droplets. Following this, with a flick of his fingers, an exceedingly thin and razor-sharp thread shot forth from Mingo, akin to a bullet line. As Jinbei faced the incoming thread, fully aware that evasion was futile, he charged forward, gathering seawater in his palms while radiant light glimmered around him, as blood bloomed from his right shoulder. Jinbei reached Ming Ji's front. Fishman Karate's ultimate technique. Fist of destruction. Boom! His palm struck Minggu's chest with tremendous force. Bang! A fiery fist sent Weibel crashing to the ground, followed by a leap from the spirit of the shepherd. With flames coalescing around his right fist, the shepherd descended like a god of fire, delivering a devastating blow to Weibel. Crack! The sound of shattering ribs echoed relentlessly. Blood gushed from Weibel's mouth as his chest caved in, his expression darkening, clearly on the brink of defeat. Monster! Weibel attempted to speak, but the blood flowing from his mouth rendered him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. You'll have to save your words for the afterlife. With a swift motion, the blood-red sword energy flashed past Weibel's neck. In an instant, a bloody head soared into the air, falling lifelessly to the ground. Weibel, the second generation of Whitebeard and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has perished. Damn it, that detestable red-eyed shepherd. Bang! Upon witnessing Weibel's tragic demise, Sengoku smashed the armrest of the chair beside him. While he had never held a favorable view of Weibel, the latter represented the Navy's honor and the worldview. Are you? Luffy was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, clearly struggling to recall Enel's name. Oh right, you are that big-eared monster from Skypiea. Enel, it seems you cannot get past this hurdle, can you? Bastard. I never expected to encounter you here. In the next moment, just as Enel was about to utter a threat, he froze, for Luffy had already dashed away, leaving no trace behind. That despicable fellow. Don't run. Bang! a flash of sword light descended vertically, grazing Enel's body, carving a deep scar into the ground. You think you can escape? The tattered and torn suit of Kizuru made him appear exceedingly disheveled. Clearly, despite having the upper hand in the earlier battle with Enel, he bore some cost. Heh, escape. I have come here with the intent to kill you. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, golden light and lightning surged like two beams, wreaking havoc in the air. Continuous collisions ensued. With a swift motion, the golden rod, infused with the power of lightning, struck heavily upon Kizuru's shoulder. Yet, in the next second, Kizuru transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating in an instant. Damn it. Another clone, Enel grumbled furiously. He then activated his mind network, capturing Kizuru's position in that fleeting moment when the golden rod descended. Boom! It collided fiercely with the Amatsukami sword. However, in the next second, Enel's expression changed, displaying a cunning glint. Crack, crack, crack. A dense mass of electrical energy encased them like a protective sphere, and within the sphere, thunder roared, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. Ha! You fell for it, didn't you? Within my thunder prison, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat me. Thunder of the divine punishment. Boom! In an instant, the thunder prison, suspended in the air, trembled violently, then erupted with innumerable bolts of lightning, shooting straight towards the heavens. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded, losing its brilliance to a thick veil of thunderclouds. 10,000 thunders. What could originally only be unleashed through the Arc Maxim, now could be conjured solely by Enel himself. Of course, its power was considerably diminished. Oh, what a formidable opponent indeed. Kizuru smirked, remaining silent. As the Amatsukami sword transformed into a sphere of golden light, merging into his being, whoosh! In the next moment, an unending stream of golden light erupted from Kizuru, resembling a dazzling little sun. Shortly after, the golden light radiated, blossoming into the most resplendent golden flower amidst the oppressive thunder, shimmering radiance. Thousand reflections, crack, 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 accompanied by Kizuru's deep voice. The golden light enveloping him shifted instantly. The radiance ceased to disperse, forming colossal walls of light that thoroughly encased Enel, rendering him airtight. Bastard! What are you planning? A sense of foreboding gnawed at Enel as he grasped the golden rod, striking towards the light barrier. However, it proved futile. The barrier passed right through him, causing no damage whatsoever. TSK, truly worthy of being an admiral. Indeed impressive. Enel chuckled, observing the golden light that filled the entire thunder prison. Slowly extending his hand, divine punishment, thunder's embrace. Boom! In an instant, thick pillars of lightning rained down, one after another, crashing down relentlessly, akin to a carpet bombing within the golden light. Simultaneously, the light barrier struck by the lightning pillars did not dissipate. Instead, it fragmented, forming countless golden mirrors, each the height of a person. Enel, give up! Whoosh! In that moment, a multitude of Kizuru's voices echoed all around, sending shivers down Enel's spine. Each voice represented a Kizuru, and within each mirror existed a shadow. Whoosh whoosh! As he raised his fingertips slightly, explosive laser arcs shot forth from all directions, aimed at Enel within the light barrier. In the ocean of lasers, a maddening sting and burning sensation engulfed him. Enel, bloodied and furious, was driven into a frenzy. Ah, damn it! I am a god. No one can stop me. 200 million volts. Thunder god. Clang. Sword energy surged. Countless brilliant beams of light illuminated the battlefield. Bang. The supreme blade. Black Blade Knight struck fiercely against Shachi. Sparks flew, and the sword light unleashed in their clash cascaded outward. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy permeated, crashing down upon the ground, instantly cleaving nearby unsuspecting marines in two. One sword, two swords, countless blades surged with the spirit of the sword. Gazing at the icy-eyed Mihawk before him, he suddenly broke into laughter. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, would you care to join my evil spirit pirates? Boom! With a swift motion, a colossal wave of slashing energy erupted from Mihawk, who remained silent, yet his fighting spirit surged ever higher. This is it. This is the kind of opponent, this kind of swordsmanship that can make me stronger. You wish for me to join your pirate crew? Then defeat me in swordsmanship. Bang! The sword energy soared, piercing through the thunderclouds, creating a large opening in the sky. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the two above. Note: Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. How about a wave of free gifts? Boo-hoo, I can barely afford potatoes to eat. Woe is me, humorous. Bang. With a punch, Luffy knocked down the Marine before him. Stretching his arm forward, in an instant, it elongated, firmly grasping the corner of the city wall. Ace, I have come to rescue you. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Luffy shot towards the city wall like a rocket. Stop. A cold yet gentle voice resonated in his ear, followed by a pair of large black hands intercepting Luffy mid-air, striking him down. Boom. The next moment, a magma ball exploded where Luffy had just been. Bastard. Bartholomew Kuma, do you know what you are doing? Akainu roared in fury. He suspected that Kuma had intentionally saved the Straw Hat Brat. I am merely doing what I must, Kuma replied flatly, turning to leave. Damn Shichibukai, damn pirates. Bang bang bang. Just as Akainu was cursing, sections of space erupted instantaneously, followed by a crescent-shaped blade slicing through the void. Hurtling towards him, it was Whitebeard, wielding the Tsongyun cutter. Akainu immediately raised his right arm to block. Crack crack crack. The magma-infused arm shattered, revealing his bare arm. Hellhound. Seizing the moment when Whitebeard held the knife with both hands, Akainu's left arm, enveloped in magma, aimed a punch at Whitebeard's chest. Yet, this Whitebeard was no mere shadow of his anime self. Haki enveloped him entirely, withstanding the Hellhound, while his left fist coalesced a mass of spatial power, crashing down heavily. Spurt. Blood sprayed as Akainu's head contorted grotesquely under the influence of spatial power. You treacherous scoundrel. Forcing my sons to turn against one another. Today, I shall surely take your life. Bang. Once more, the spatial power from Whitebeard's left fist erupted, driving Akainu's head into the ground. Then, the blade shimmered, and the tip of the Tsongyun cutter shattered the space in its path. Destruction. Boom. A frigid glimmer vanished in an instant, aimed to cleave down upon Akainu's head. Stop, Duong. In that instant, a golden Buddha's palm descended from the heavens, intercepting the Tsongyun cutter. Bastard. You vile Whitebeard. I will kill you. Thanks to this block, Akainu, who had been mercilessly hammered into the ground by Whitebeard, finally found a moment to breathe. Gathering countless streams of magma in his right fist, he unleashed them instantaneously. Die, dog bite, Red Lotus. Bang bang bang. Over a dozen magma balls, emblazoned with Akainu's visage, rocketed towards Whitebeard like armor-piercing projectiles at such close range. Akainu was confident he could breach his opponent's defenses. Lion's might. Imperial domain. Ting ting ting. In that instant, a cacophony of crisp sword sounds resonated across the battlefield. The ground cracked, and countless fragments of rock swiftly coalesced into a gigantic lion's head. Roar. Pushing aside Whitebeard, the lion's maw opened wide, swallowing every last one of the magma balls. Ha! Whitebeard, you old fool. This time, I have saved your life. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, as if something had obscured the entire realm of the heavens. Humph. Who is it? You bastard. Upon hearing that voice, Whitebeard instantly comprehended the situation. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Saved twice in a single day? What nonsense. The sky rumbled ominously, echoing like thunder. Instantly, all eyes were drawn upward. But when they beheld the two islands obscuring the sun, they froze in disbelief. Heavens! Oh heavens! This cannot be real. That flag. This is the Flying Sky Pirates, and that person is none other than the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion. Renowned alongside the Pirate King Roger. Good heavens! The Whitebeard Pirates, the Phantom Pirates, and now even the Flying Sky Pirates have arrived. Is this the end of days? TSK, TSK. Indeed, this old coot has come too, with a slight curl of his lips. After a brief exchange with Mihawk, the retreating Mu Ling looked up at the sky, exclaiming helplessly, that scoundrel Shiki is not one to develop in peace. How infuriating. Why must he appear as well? Buddha Sengoku. Transformed into a colossal figure, wore an expression of sheer rage, his golden chest heaving violently. Clearly on the verge of exploding with fury, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Phantom Pirates were already enough to give the Navy a run for their money. Now, this old man has joined the fray. 3 rascals. What does this mean? Are you all reuniting the Rocks Pirates? This is looking grim. At that moment, even the typically jovial Garp wore a somber expression. Gazing at another massive island, he felt an ominous premonition creeping in. This is truly a headache. Akiji grimaced, casting a resigned glance at the 2 islands above him. Hee, what is this? Are you ready to concede? In an instant, blood-red sword energy erupted from the storm, slicing towards Aokiji. Crack, crack. A rapid formation of ice suddenly burst forth from beneath Aokiji, surging toward Shiryu. He using that move again. Such an old trick. Leaping nimbly to evade the ice, Shiryu swung his sword downward, swiftly intercepting the encroaching frost. Icebound Phantom Dragon. Roar. As the sword cleaved through the ice, two frozen serpents emerged, intertwining before diving towards Shiryu with ferocious intent. With a flash, Shiryu evaded one dragon's assault, gripping Thunderstorm, and without a glance backward, he struck with his sword. Bang! The blade collided with the ice dragon, sending shards flying, yet the creature remained unscathed. Hiss! The ice dragon, having withstood the blow, sank its sharp teeth into Shiryu's side, piercing through flesh and causing blood to flow profusely. Bastard! A surge of eerie blood energy swirled around Shiryu's wound, and instantaneously, the ice dragon, tainted by this bloodlust, turned its eyes crimson, charging madly towards the ground. With a poof, it disintegrated into a flurry of ice shards. In the next moment, to Aokiji's disbelief, Shiryu mysteriously vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Aokiji felt utterly dumbfounded. Behind a massive boulder not far away, the translucent Shiryu discreetly retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his pocket, gifted by Mu Ling. He swallowed it whole. In an instant, a cascade of verdant, healing light enveloped him, gradually restoring the numerous wounds at his waist. Realizing the miraculous properties of the rejuvenation pill, Shiryu's insides twisted with regret. How careless I was. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so reckless, wasting such a precious elixir. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from above, as countless projectiles seemed ready to rend the very heavens asunder. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, this is a grand gift from me to you. Catch it. In that instant, beneath the watchful eyes of all, the island on the left side of the sky plummeted towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford, crashing down upon the massive walls. Note, it's loud. The noise is unbearable, with cannon fire everywhere, but it's to be expected. It's the new year. Hee hee, happy Lantern Festival to everyone. Boom. Sengoku, bewildered, raised his head to witness the descending island. He stood frozen. The true strength of Shiki the Golden Lion does not lie in his swordsmanship or his haki, but rather in his terrifying devil fruit powers. Casually tossing an island your way is nothing short of a cataclysmic strike in warfare. Madman, Shiki, you are a madman. This old fool, I will make you pay. Sengoku roared in fury. Good heavens, this is disastrous. Are we destined to perish? The Golden Lion Shiki is truly terrifying. It's over. We've lost. We are all doomed. Countless Marines gazed up at the island, sinking into profound despair. Damn it, Aokiji bellowed, and in the next moment, the ground within a radius of several dozen miles around him instantaneously froze. Crack, crack. 5 densely packed, solid ice pillars rose like mountains, standing tall, as if they were pillars reaching the heavens, firmly propping up the massive island above. Boom. The island halted its descent. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha. Excellent. Then let us see how you handle this. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the audacious laughter of Shiki echoed, as he waved his fingers, causing the massive island beneath him to rise once more, pressing heavily down upon the island that was being supported. TSK, TSK, this fellow is truly a madman. With a flash, Mu Ling, dodging Mihawk's sword light, chuckled. It would be wise for you to focus your attention here. Observing Mu Ling's divided focus, Mihawk's anger surged uncontrollably as a wisp of dark mist enveloped the black blade Yuru. As he leaped and slashed downward, clang, the two engaged in another fierce clash. Amidst the surging sword energy, Mu Ling suddenly laughed. The Marine headquarters is in dire peril. Don't you want to lend a hand? However, at such a scale, it seems even Mihawk would struggle to cleave through the island with a single strike. Mu Ling felt capable, but he must utilize the ultimate Emperor's slash infused with the power of storms. I only care about the battle at hand. Everything else is inconsequential to me. Having finally encountered someone whose swordsmanship is comparable to his own, and perhaps even slightly superior, Mihawk was unwilling to concern himself with anyone else. Boom! With a heavy shattering sound, the 5 ice pillars exploded consecutively, crumbling into useless chunks of ice that fell helplessly. Aokiji, his face pale but undeterred, once again unleashed a chilling aura, summoning forth another 10 ice pillars. Ha! Sengoku, embodying the Buddha, roared in fury, conjuring a dozen ethereal Buddha hands from behind him. Bang! 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 Each Buddha palm radiated a terrifying white shockwave, crashing into the underside of the island, amidst the hopeful gazes of countless Marines. The island came to a standstill once more. Yet everyone knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. Sengoku and Akiji would soon exhaust their strength, and when that moment came, the inevitable would still arrive. This calls for me to step in. Bang! In an instant, a heavy explosion reverberated through Garp's body. Rising to his feet, Garp's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the island. With a series of cracking sounds echoing from his joints, Garp's aura transformed. Like an unending river, it surged forth, akin to rolling waves, ceaselessly crashing forward. A terrifying momentum radiated from his form like a shockwave, impacting everything around him. Instantly, everyone on the battlefield felt this unparalleled might, a presence that could shake the heavens. It was Vice Admiral Garp, the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Splendid. Vice Admiral Garp is about to make his move. All the Marines cheered with exuberance upon witnessing this. Boom! Garp slowly extended his iron fist, as terrifying beams of white light coalesced around his knuckles. As if to shake the heavens themselves, Garp propelled himself like a cannonball, soaring upward. With a single punch, bang, 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 the entire Marine fort was engulfed in the resounding echoes of Garp's strike. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The island ceased its descent, and the 10 or so ice pillars supporting it shattered under the strain. Meanwhile, Sengoku's numerous Buddha hands retracted this moment. With one man and one punch, Garp single-handedly halted the descent of the colossal island. Cracks, dark and densely packed, erupted from the fist, subsequently sweeping across the entire colossal island. Bang! A massive chunk of debris plummeted from the heavens, reduced to mere fragments by a single punch from Garp. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless rays of sunlight pierced through the fissures of the boulders, illuminating the earth below. The giant island shattered, transforming into a cascade of colossal stones, plummeting to the ground with the velocity of cannonballs. Everyone, be cautious. Ice Age. The cold wave surged forth as Akiji swiftly froze the descending boulders. Halting them midair, Sengoku, the Buddha, unleashed a series of punches, obliterating boulder after boulder. The other naval commanders quickly reacted, their formidable prowess and aura enabling them to withstand the barrage of rocks. Yet, the ordinary sailors were at grave risk of perishing. Garp, having shattered the island with a single blow, returned to the execution platform, his expression untroubled, appearing as though nothing had transpired. However, Ace, seated beside him, keenly sensed that the old man was beginning to tire. At that moment, a crimson figure darted amidst the falling boulders, scaling the towering execution platform with relentless fervor. With a flicker of his brow, Sengoku spotted the scurrying Luffy, his irritation flaring. Straw Hat Kid. You shall not escape. Boom! The immense Buddha palm descended toward Luffy with ferocity. Suddenly, a vibrant green beam materialized before Luffy, revealing Marco, transformed into the Phoenix. Luffy, quickly save Ace. Got it, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Bang! The wings intercepted the Buddha palm, followed by an explosion of countless luminous flames erupting from Marco, shattering the palm and hurtling towards Sengoku. Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, Phoenix Marco, you wretched pirates, none of you shall escape today. With a powerful leap, Sengoku shattered the flames with a punch, engaging Marco in fierce combat. Note: it seems to be from the latest chapter, where Marco single-handedly confronts the Calamities, Ember and Queen, showcasing his true strength far exceeding what was witnessed at Marineford. During that battle, Garp defeated Marco with a single punch. Thus, I have always believed Garp possesses strength surpassing that of the Yonko. Of course, my personal sentiments may also play a role in this belief. I hope for your understanding. Thunder rumbled ominously as the colossal Enel, the god of thunder, crackled with electricity, wielding his golden staff transformed into a thunderous weapon, akin to a gigantic lightning rod in his grasp. Towering several meters high, his thunderous form surged amidst the laser-filled ocean. Yet, the torrents of lasers pouring in from every direction did not dissipate. Instead, they intensified. Baby Enel's body was pierced, revealing a multitude of identical lightning wounds, rendering him akin to a sieve. Meanwhile, the Kizaru's 1,000 mirrors technique relentlessly enveloped Enel's form, tightening its grip. Damn it! I am a god. Do not underestimate me. In an instant, a wave of dark golden ripples surged within Enel's body. His formerly blue form now appeared as though bathed in a layer of black-purple lightning, his armed haki enveloping the god of thunder entirely. Bang, bang, bang. The crackling sounds of lightning echoed throughout the heavens. An inferno of rage surging within Enel's chest that he cared not for the state of the battlefield. Life or death was of no concern. His sole desire was to eliminate the person before him. Clash. The thunderous rod collided fiercely with the Amatsukumi's sword, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Kizuru braced against the strike, his body sliding back 100 meters. Yet, amidst the tumultuous thunder, the shimmering barriers remained unshattered by the tumult. Light. It is indestructible, no longer exhibiting his former lethargy. A grave expression manifested on Kizuru's face, imbued with utmost seriousness. Thunder and 1,000 bolts. Boom. The heavens roared as if they were about to be torn asunder. Countless robust pillars of lightning hurtling toward Kizuru. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed by this overwhelming thunderous force. Hehehe, this kid is quite impressive. Shiria chuckled lightly, his translucent form weaving through the crowd. As red lightning struck down, mercilessly slaughtering the naval forces. What is this? An invisible enemy. Help me. Oh heavens, what manner of creature is this? The crowd erupted into chaos as Akiji, incensed, activated his observation haki, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Clang, sword energy surged forth as he parried Mihawk's blade, while putting swiftly drew her sword, the dazzling Ryu no Kin glinting in her left hand. Lion's Majesty. Extreme flame 1,000 cuts, in an instant. Colossal waves of heated slashes erupted from her whirling twin swords. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the battlefield, causing the extreme flames to surge once more. Duong. Shattering a fiery slash, Mihawk retreated, performing dozens of somersaults to evade 4 or 5 more slashes. Yet, in the next moment, the slashes surged, their searing heat slicing toward Mihawk like a furious blade of fire, unable to evade. Then I shall endure. Clash, clash, clash. The shadows of swords rained down, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy emanating from the black blade. Yuru, Mihawk stood firm, raising and wielding his sword, his hands becoming mere phantoms. Ho ho ho. This kid is quite impressive. The golden lion Shiki, perched atop the giant island, observed Pudding unleashing her 1,000 cuts below. A proud expression gracing his face, akin to a father witnessing his son's growth. Let us descend. Bang. The golden lion leaped down, his form gliding through the air like a nimble fish, charging toward Sengoku. Garp Sengoku. Ha ha. I have come for revenge. In an instant, the famed sword, Sakura, was drawn, unleashing a massive slash directed at Sengoku on the execution platform, for it was Sengoku and Garp who had captured him, leading to his imprisonment in Impel Down. For someone like Shiki, vengeance was an all-consuming fire, leaving no room for negotiation. Humph, just with you. The Buddha palm gathered waves of white shockwaves as Sengoku engaged in a fierce battle against 2 opponents. The 3 embroiled in a chaotic melee. Thunder rumbled ominously, thousands of thick pillars crashing down. Kazoo, darting around to evade the lightning, maintained a calm demeanor, even displaying a slight smile. Shining light wings, standing beneath the thunder. Kizuru extended his arms, golden light flaring as countless golden motes surged into the shimmering barriers. In an instant, the barriers began to shift, a barrage of sharp, radiant golden spikes surged forth from the barriers. Whoosh, 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 the light spikes shattered the thunder, a dazzling amalgamation of golden and lightning energies intertwining, blinding to the ordinary eye. Thunder, light spikes, and a cacophony of explosions erupted in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The light spikes battered against Enel's form. Damn it, the majesty of a god cannot be tarnished. Enraged, Enel bore the piercing sensation of the spikes, fiercely swinging his lightning rod to smash against the barriers. In an instant, the rod trembled violently. As if obstructed by an unyielding force, the towering barrier began to shrink, reshaping into a humanoid figure. Kizuru, in his grasp, the Amatsukumi's sword swelled, transforming into a celestial golden sword. After repelling the lightning rod, he swung down toward Enel. Boom! Sword met rod. A clash of golden weapons. Waves of tremors radiating from the collision, spreading outward. The earth fractured. The icy surface of the sea shattered with each impact, causing the very ground of Marineford to tremble. Meanwhile, in a corner of the battlefield, Bonnie quietly concealed herself, occasionally intercepting 2 or 3 approaching naval soldiers. However, They were swiftly dispatched by her lamb bone, either knocked unconscious or reduced to helpless infants. Amidst the fervent battle outside, Bonnie diligently recalled her captain's advice: stay far away. Your strength is lacking. Do not put yourself in danger. Yet, even without Pudding's counsel, Bonnie would not dare to engage in battle at this moment. Goodness, is Enel truly this formidable? The captain is truly incredible. Ha! Shiryu, that rascal, has been discovered by Akiji. What is old Sanji doing? Oh, he's teaming up with Jinbei to take on Doflamingo. Sigh. I am so hungry. I crave meat. Rubbing her stomach, Bonnie felt famished, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture as they instinctively drifted toward the lamb bone in her hand. Crunch. With a fierce bite, Bonnie clutched her mouth and began to whimper. That bite felt no different than biting into steel. One of the members of the evil spirit pirates, Joely Bonnie. Suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. It was Rear Admiral Git Spider from the Navy headquarters. With a flourish, he brandished 8 long swords, howling as he lunged at Bonnie. Duong. Bonnie, secretly munching on her snack, was startled and swung a lamb leg bone at him. Stop! In the blink of an eye. A red figure darted out from behind Git Spider. Before he could react, Git Spider was kicked away. Damn it! Who could it be? But upon recognizing the newcomer, Git Spider's fury intensified. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Why? Do you even understand what you are doing? As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, why would you assist a pirate? With a graceful flick of her long, white legs, Hancock looked disdainfully at Git Spider. Her face filled with contempt. I detest your gaze. Is that a problem? Git Spider replied, bewildered. Faced with the world's most beautiful woman in the pirate realm, her enchanting visage left him momentarily dazed. Was my gaze too sinister? Did I frighten her? Oh, that surely shouldn't be the case. I truly ought to be more considerate. That was clearly just an excuse she used to mask her own crimes. Git Spider finally snapped back to reality. His elite admiral aura enveloping the area once more, betraying the world government, attacking a Navy rear admiral, sheltering pirates. Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, you were committing a capital offense. I could arrest you right now on these charges. Git Spider's face turned serious, a hint of murderous intent radiating from him. Humph, you wretched man. I simply find you displeasing. What's the matter? With a flash of sword light, Git Spider's body vanished from sight. Charging towards Hancock at an astonishing speed. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to discuss. A pirate is a pirate, and their inherent ferocity can never change. Bang! The 8 longswords struck the ground with tremendous force but missed. As Hancock had already leapt into the air, fragrant leg, Git Spider was fast, but Hancock was even quicker. Her legs, as pure and white as jade, appeared to him like a nightmare. Crack! The 2 long swords meant to intercept Hancock's kick instantly petrified. The speed of the transformation rushing towards Git Spider's arm. Without hesitation, Git Spider discarded his long swords and charged again. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of blades and fists erupted as Hancock and Git Spider engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Bonnie, watching from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. The warlord of the sea saved me, and now she's fighting a rear admiral of the Navy on my behalf. What on earth is happening? Bonnie's mind was filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Damn it, that vile Navy. In the next moment, when Bonnie saw Hancock, weaponless and in a precarious position, she shouted, "Catch!" and hurled the lamb leg bone towards Hancock. Hancock, catching the lamb leg bone, was momentarily stunned. Isn't this for eating? But there was no time for Hancock to ponder further, as Git Spider's 6 longswords were already closing in. Crack! The lamb leg bone was thrust forward to block, producing a sound of shattering metal that echoed in Hancock's ears. How could this be? Git Spider was in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. All 6 of his long swords had shattered. Surely, he couldn't have coated his hair with hockey, could he? Humph, that wretched man. How dare he treat me with such disrespect? You're asking for death, a stunning beauty, wielding a massive lamb leg bone. Hancock's demeanor completely shifted. Bang, bang, bang. Without his long swords, Git Spider could only defend himself with 6 short blades against Hancock's relentless assault. Yet, that seemingly ordinary lamb leg bone struck him as if it were a weight of 1,000 pounds. Git Spider was on the verge of breaking down. Boom! A flash of golden light erupted as Kazara raised his radiant sword, cleaving Enel, transformed into the God of Thunder, in half. The rumbling lightning that had coalesced into the God of Thunder dissipated in an instant. Ultimately, in his duel with Kizaru, Enel was outclassed and fell. However, Kizaru was not in good shape either, his clothes tattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Hugged, he let out a long breath, glancing at the fallen Enel with resignation before shifting into a beam of light. Charging towards Git's spider, spitting blood, Enel watched as the Navy closed in on him. Damn it, those vile scoundrels! Trembling, he retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his pocket, placing it in his mouth while closing his eyes. I hope the captain isn't deceiving me. In an instant, a stream of green healing light surged through Enel's body. The next second, amidst the ferocious gazes of countless pirates, Enel raised his right hand. Divine punishment. While Hancock was engaged in battle with Git's spider, she sensed an impending crisis from behind. She extended the lamb leg bone to block. Bang! The laser beam was deflected, and the lamb leg bone fell to the ground. Oh dear, what a predicament. After all, a pirate is a pirate. Golden light transformed into Kizuru, who stood atop a nearby boulder, gazing down at Hancock. The Navy headquarters admiral, Kizoo. Bonnie's heart trembled in shock. Damn it, Hancock shouted angrily. I cannot fathom why, as the pirate empress, you would choose to stand against the Navy for someone like Joelle Bonnie. Git Spider questioned in confusion. I have no obligation to explain my actions to you. You. Git Spider was momentarily at a loss for words, his anger rendering him speechless. Kizuru, however, paid no heed to their exchange, transforming as his right leg, radiating golden light, kicked towards Hancock's head. Have you ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick. Oh no, realizing too late, Hancock attempted to evade, only to find it was already too late. The opponent's speed was simply too swift. Bang! In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, and a blood-red longsword flew in from nowhere, blocking Hancock's path and intercepting Kizuru's light speed kick. Swish, swish, swish. The sword, which shielded Hancock, was wielded by Mu Ling, who trembled as countless streams of blood-colored sword energy erupted from the blade. Kizuru, have you ever been slashed by a sword? Extreme Flame Emperor's slash. Boom! The soaring sword light, intertwined with flames, pierced through the overcast sky, creating a massive hole. It aimed straight for Kizuru, on the other side. This guy, leaving just like that, and I wasn't even finished fighting. Damn it, Hawkeye sighed, touching the scar on his chest, shaking his head in resignation. Although they appeared evenly matched, that scar spoke volumes. With the captain absent, I shall step in to fight you. Ziz, lightning flashed. As Enel positioned himself in front of Hawkeye, casting a glance at the golden staff in Enel's hand, Hawkeye's expression instantly turned icy. Not interested to battle with you. I would rather seek out Vista from the Whitebeard pirates. Enel, note, everyone, please take care of your health, smoke less, drink less, and if you feel unwell, hurry to the hospital. Health is the true wealth. Keep it up. Boom, the soaring sword light shattered the flowing clouds. Descending with an unstoppable force, clang, Kizuru immediately summoned the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi to block the sword light. However, having just fought Enel, Kizuru was no match for Mu Ling at this moment. Crack, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi shattered. Scattering into flecks of golden light in Kizuru's grasp, Mu Ling's body transformed into an apparition, vanishing from sight. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds generated by bodies traversing through the air drew closer to Kizuru. A bitter smile crept onto Kizuru's face as he felt he had been dealt a rough hand today. Why must I engage in such a life-and-death struggle with these individuals? How troublesome. Whoosh! Just as Kizuru bent down, a streak of sword light swept over his head. Immediately after, Kizuru flipped his body, revealing his right foot, gleaming with golden light, as he executed a beautiful upward kick towards the blade. Bang! The golden light surged, prompting Mu Ling to retreat a few steps. After performing a graceful sword flourish in midair, the sword energy surged like a dragon, and Mu Ling's body bent low. Breaking army, rising dragon strike. A resounding roar echoed as countless strands of golden sword energy converged to form a majestic dragon's head, its roar resonating through the heavens, accompanied by the ethereal transformation of Mu Ling into a long arc of sword energy. The golden dragon opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards the yellow ape, glittering light shields. In an instant, more than 10 shimmering shields enveloped the yellow ape's form, thwarting the advancing onslaught of the breaker dragon strike. One shield, then two, shattered as 5 were breached, yet the relentless force was finally halted. Subsequently, a fierce upward slash of sword light obliterated the remaining 5 shields, striking the yellow ape. Duong. However, the blow was intercepted by the armament hockey. I truly do not wish to engage in battle with you, but I have no choice. With a forceful burst, The yellow ape surged forward, delivering a lightning-fast kick towards Mu Ling to eye in a swift motion. Mu Ling reversed his body, withdrawing his sword with his right hand while his left coalesced a sphere of flames, retaliating with a powerful strike. Bang! In that fleeting moment, golden light and flames merged, neither yielding, unleashing a series of intense shock waves. Almost immediately, Mu Ling, now gripping the Chachi's sword with his reverse hand, felt surges of thunderous energy coursing through him. Thunderous bagua, the sword energy crackling with menacing lightning. Swiftly darted past the yellow ape, grazing his form before reaching his rear. A spray of blood erupted, leaving a minute sword mark upon the yellow ape's waist. Desert diamond blade, shark fang fist, with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently as a torrent of concentrated fist intent surged forth, crashing towards Doflamingo. The agony surged through Doflamingo's waist, and as he attempted to rise and evade, a massive sand blade cleaved him in two. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Doflamingo's body disintegrated into countless threads that erupted into the air. Thread clone puppetry. Old Sand exclaimed in shock, casting a glance around. Ha ha ha, two of you ganging up on me. Truly heartless, crocodile. Doflamingo's laughter was low and sinister as an unsettling aura burst forth from within him. You have forced my hand. Bang! In an instant, the ground around Doflamingo transformed into a blinding white, composed of countless threads. Robust and menacing. The awakening of the paramecia-type thread fruit enabled him to transmute everything in his vicinity into thread, dye, raging white threads. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the earth shattered, and two massive white threads, as thick as waves, surged forth, shattering the very fabric of space as they lunged towards the two adversaries, twisting and intertwining, their tips sharp and emanating a chilling glow. What is this? Jinbei exclaimed in horror. The paramecia-type thread fruit has awakened. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, even in such a perilous moment, Old Sand maintained his composure. The cacophony of explosions accompanied the raging white threads as they continued to erupt, their razor-sharp edges ceaselessly assaulting the two. Doflamingo spread his arms wide, manipulating the trajectory of the raging white threads with precision. Bang! With a powerful punch, Jinbei shattered dozens of threads before leaping high, only to be met with an onslaught of countless threads. Bang! 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 The intent of his strikes surged forth, powerful torrents crashing down upon the white threads. Yet, just as he landed and prepared to counterattack, the ground beneath him crumbled, and innumerable white threads coiled around Jinbei's body, tightening like a twisted braid. Offering no chance for Jinbei to react, they cascaded upon him like the relentless tide, swiftly ensnaring him within their grasp. Damn it! Old Sand bellowed, slamming his hand down upon the ground. Erosion rebirth. In an instant, the earth fractured, and a tempest of sand and wind erupted, the sharp sand blades permeating the air, ruthlessly tearing at the white threads. Yet, in the next second, a relentless stream of threads surged forth. Jinbei's anguished cries echoed from within the white threads. Jinbei, though their relationship was not particularly close, he was nonetheless a comrade aboard the ship. And Old Sand's heart raced in a panic. Bang! Another raging white thread lunged forward, seizing Old Sand's body while he was momentarily distracted, ensnaring him in a dense web of threads. Curse you! Bang! Having just collided with Akiji, Shirya's gaze fell upon Old Sand and Jinbei, his heart filled with urgency. Worried about your comrades. I won't let you leave here. Exhaling a chilling breath, Akiji manifested 3 spears of ice, hurling them towards Shiryu. With a resounding crash, thunder struck down, consuming the 3 spears entirely. Go save them. I'll handle him. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Enel arrived. All right, Shiryu laughed heartily. Yet, just as he prepared to rescue Old Sand and Jinbei, his body suddenly froze. Ting! A clear sound of a sword echoed throughout as a massive blue slash erupted from the black blade Yoru, severing the 2 raging white threads with ease. The one who intervened was none other than the world's greatest swordsman. Dracul Mihawk, you bastard, Mihawk, what are you doing? Doflamingo roared infuriated. I am merely fulfilling my promise, Mihawk replied coldly, touching the scar upon his chest, fulfilling a promise to become a member of the Phantom Pirate crew. After countless simulations of battles in his mind, Mihawk, having fought against the flower sword Bista, finally conceded. The crimson-eyed Mu Ling had utterly surpassed him in swordsmanship. Zoro was far too weak, the waiting game too prolonged. And Bista was not as formidable as he had envisioned. Mihawk could not fathom how, Having witnessed such swordsmanship, he could remain complacent. Note: it seems I have somewhat overstretched the canvas. Brothers, let the free gifts flow. Bang! Damn it! Mihawk Dracul, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the detestable warlords of the sea, Sengoku, sent flying by a sword strike from the Golden Lion, bellowed in rage. Meanwhile, Luffy had made his way to the execution platform. Ace trembled, his heart aching at the sight of Luffy's battered form, tears welling in his eyes. Luffy, you fool! You've truly made it here. Ace, Luffy laughed heartily. Suddenly, a towering figure blocked Luffy's path, his face a mask of anger. Umph, what a display of brotherly affection. However, as a Marine Vice Admiral, I cannot allow you to pass, Grandpa. Luffy stood in shock, staring at Garp, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he clenched his fist with unwavering determination. Ready to strike. No one can stop me from rescuing Ace. Not even you, Grandpa. Bang! In that instant, a surge of heat enveloped Luffy, a cloud of smoke swirling around him, revitalizing his spirit and amplifying his strength manifold. You shall not. Garp swung a fist down towards Luffy. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy's fist, propelled with the speed of a bullet, struck Garp squarely in the face. Bang! Garp was sent flying, sliding several meters along the high platform. Ultimately collapsing, unable to rise in an instant. The arena fell silent, every onlooker stunned by the spectacle. In no way. This must be a trick. Vice Admiral Garp. He lost? No, it can't be. Impossible. This cannot be. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp was injured during his previous confrontation with the giant island? Mu Ling remarked. TSK. More watery than a potato. Boom. A punch sent Marco flying, and as Sengoku's body flickered, a surge of white shockwaves coalesced in his palm. His fury ignited. Damn you, Garp. You are nothing but a scoundrel. While others might remain oblivious, Sengoku understood all too well. Garp was intentionally holding back. Grandpa. Luffy gazed at Garp in astonishment, surprised. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Rescuing Ace was paramount. Humph, Straw Hat Brat. You shall not save Fire Fist Ace. Akiji, engaged in a fierce battle with Enel, conjured a frost-laden orb in his palm, hurling it towards Luffy. With a flash of crimson light, the time-freezing capsule was cleaved in two by a scarlet sword energy. Akiji stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of indignation crossing his face. Ha. While saving or not saving Fire Fist Ace is of little concern to me, seeing you in such a fluster brings me delight. Shiri remarked sinisterly. As Luffy drew ever closer to Fire Fist Ace, the bloodied yellow ape transformed into golden light, vanishing from sight. Just as Mu Ling prepared to pursue, he felt a tug on his sleeve. I have come to pay my respects, benefactor. Hancock, with a blush adorning her face, lowered her head shyly. Once born with extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of the fabled beauty that could sink fish and cause birds to fall. She now gazed at Muckling with her doe-like, shimmering eyes filled with bashfulness. Meanwhile, her delicate, porcelain-like fingers clutched firmly at the hem of Muckling's garment. In that instant, Muckling was rendered speechless. Such potent charm in a mere smile or frown. Calm down. I must remain composed. Women are but fleeting illusions, only serving to hinder the swiftness of my blade. Yet, what of this benefactor? The 3 celestial dragons slain by him were indeed my enemies. Noticing Muckling's perplexity, Hancock spoke softly. Muckling understood. It was she who had claimed Luffy's bounty, thus earning Hancock's favor as a reward. No wonder she assisted Bonnie in dealing with Admiral Spider. Why does the benefactor remain silent? Could it be that he despises me? Hancock inquired nervously. Just call me Muckling. You stay here with Bonnie. Better to be cautious. Muckling nodded, suppressing her discomfort as she withdrew her sleeve. Take this elixir. It possesses the power of resurrection. After all, the other party had betrayed the world government for her sake. Even discarding the title of Warlord of the Sea, Muckling would not respond with coldness that I understand. Hancock nodded, resembling an obedient young bride. Her cheeks flushed as she held the rejuvenating pill, daring not to meet Muckling's gaze. Yet at that moment, Muckling had already vanished, hurrying towards the execution platform. Bonnie, with a beaming smile, grasped Hancock's hand, her expression laced with mischief. Just moments ago, she had uncovered a secret. The captain, known for his mercilessness, appeared so flustered in Hancock's presence, a strange sound resembling a key turning echoed, accompanied by the clanking of sea-stone cuffs hitting the ground. Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, was finally rescued. Luffy, you scoundrel, this is so perilous. You truly are. With tears streaming down his face, Ace embraced Luffy, a mixture of joy and anger coursing through him. Garp, fallen to the ground. Bore a slight smile. Not a single one of you shall escape today. In an instant, a deep, resonant bell tolled, reverberating through the heavens. Countless golden rays erupted from behind Luffy, revealing the enraged figure of Sengoku the Buddha. Die? Boom. The terrifying sound of air rupturing accompanied the surging shockwaves emanating from the Buddha's palm, growing ever more intense. Haha, I shall not permit you to harm my brother. Fire Fist, with a hearty laugh. Ace launched himself forward, shielding Luffy with his body to in an instant. A torrent of flames surged forth, engulfing the sky like a tidal wave, creating a towering wall of fire that consumed the Buddha's palm. Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the opposite side of the battlefield. Whitebeard, who had been fiercely battling Akainu, felt a jolt in his chest, incredulity washing over him as he glanced down at the tiny wound. In that moment, the scene froze. All gazes were fixed on the towering figure in the battlefield, and beneath his fist lay none other than the Marine Headquarters Admiral. Akainu, old man, Marco exclaimed. You bastard, who did this? Sneaking an attack on the old man. You scoundrel, I shall slay you. The Whitebeard pirates erupted into chaos. Keek, if it weren't for the fact that you were locked in such a fierce battle with Akainu, I wouldn't have been able to take advantage so easily. Wouldn't you agree, old man? The grotesque visage, the corpulent form, and the jagged teeth, the gun in his hand still smoldered with smoke, the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. Now one of the warlords of the sea, Marshal D. Teach. It's you? Teach, you bastard. How could you commit such an atrocity? I will slay you. You vile creature, how dare you show your face before us? Instantly, the already furious crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted with rage upon seeing Blackbeard, having murdered comrades and captured Ace to offer to the world government in exchange for his warlord title. How could such a fiend dare to appear? Sir Ororo, what a lively day it is. An odd voice reached everyone's ears, and then, under the gaze of all, a tall man emerged from behind Blackbeard, clad in black and white prison garb. Wearing a horned hat, with a defiant expression, he was none other than the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Following him were 4 or 5 equally notorious pirates, all infamous within Impel Down. Everyone gasped in shock. A sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's expression darkened completely. Impel Down has fallen. You bastard. Teach. What have you done? Where is Magellan? What have you done to him? Sengoku cried out in anguish. In an instant, the faces of all the Marine Headquarters officers turned ashen. They were all too familiar with who Magellan, the director of Impel Down, was. Even if he were to perish, he would never allow a single criminal to escape. And now, with Blackbeard's crew arriving in Marineford, it was evident that Magellan. Wah! Is that you, Admiral Sengoku? Have you grown so old that your mind has dulled? Since we are all here, does it not speak volumes? Blackbeard laughed heartily, then turned his gaze towards Whitebeard, who was leaning on his sword, panting heavily. Old man, what ails you? You look as if you are on the brink of death. Tisensei, your marksmanship has waned. Failing to take me down with a single shot? Alas, what an exhilarating turn of events. Wah! Instantly, the battlefield echoed with Blackbeard's arrogant laughter. Whitebeard remained silent, clutching his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. Bastard, I will slay you. Boom! Fiery flames erupted as Ace, surrounded by countless flames, reached a boiling point of fury. Fire Fist. Oh, isn't that Ace? You're still alive? Waving his hand, Blackbeard's left hand conjured a swirling mass of black mist, consuming all the flames that surged towards him. Wah! Have you seen my abilities? From this day forth, I, Marshal D. Teach, shall be the future pirate king. In that instant, the air was filled with a profound sense of danger. The atmosphere stilled, and the world dimmed. Mu Ling, in a fierce display of Haushiko Haki, appeared before Blackbeard like a crimson specter. You scoundrel! In a fit of rage, Mu Ling unleashed an explosive strike, landing a powerful blow upon Blackbeard's face. It felt as though a mountain had collided with him. Blackbeard was enveloped in darkness, unable to comprehend who had struck him before he was sent flying. Bang! 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 The ground shattered beneath him as Blackbeard's body bounced like a ball, each impact creating a massive crater. Everyone was left in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed at Mu Ling. That single strike, even those at a distance, including Bondi Waldo, were unable to witness how Mu Ling had delivered such a blow. Cough, cough, spit. Emerging from the rubble, Blackbeard coughed up blood, shrouded in a veil of black mist, his grotesque visage twisted in fury. "Bastard, who dares to strike me? I will slay you." Just then, at the very moment Blackbeard's words fell, a crimson figure appeared behind him, with dark red hockey enveloping his arms. Mu Ling, without employing any devil fruit abilities, unleashed a torrent of sword energy swirling around his fist, crashing down upon Blackbeard's head. Thunderous roars resounded, and Marine Ford began to tremble. Dense webs of fissures spread across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His fists, akin to phantoms, struck mercilessly upon Blackbeard's skull. Each impact shattered the earth beneath him. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The crowd. Is this the true strength of Mu Ling, the one with the crimson eyes? How terrifying. Blackbeard possesses not an ounce of power to retaliate. I cannot even see his figure, not even knowing when he had appeared behind Blackbeard. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were left utterly stupefied. Their captain is truly formidable. The sheer strength is utterly astonishing. TSK, that insufferable brat. The Golden Lion shook his head, silently mourning for Whitebeard within his heart. He was all too aware of the esteemed position Whitebeard held in the hearts of many. Yet, this fellow known as Blackbeard managed to acquire the dark fruit. With a frown, Shiki's expression turned grim. "Hurry, we must rescue the captain. Damn it, did he not vow to lead us in conquering the entire sea? Why is it that upon his emergence, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates was on the brink of madness? They incessantly proclaimed their dreams of becoming the pirate king, the sovereign of the seas. Yet, scarcely had those words left their lips when they were forcefully brought to the ground and pummeled. This is outrageous. The outside world is terrifying. Perhaps I should just return to Impel Down." Bang, bang, bang. The frostbitten Mu Ling remained oblivious to the happenings outside, his crimson eyes fixated on the pit below. 1 punch. 2 punches, 3 punches. Yet still, he had not received any notification from the system regarding Blackbeard's demise. "Bastard. I came all the way to Marine Ford to reverse the death of that old man Whitebeard. And you dare to." With his heart pierced, even someone as formidable as Whitebeard is powerless to turn back the tide. However, there remains a revival coin in the warehouse, albeit with only a 50-50 chance of success. At this thought, Mu Ling's fury intensified. Bang, bang, bang. His fists became mere phantoms, relentlessly striking Blackbeard. But as he continued, Mu Ling sensed an excruciating burn as though his fists were being seared by some horrifying entity. Boom! In an instant. A crisis arose as a towering black mist erupted from the pit. The tumultuous black smoke surged upwards, resembling a colossal black pillar reaching for the heavens. "This is bad," Mu Ling thought to himself, retreating immediately. His arms feeling as if countless tiny insects were viciously gnawing at him, an unbearable pain coursing through him. The chilling sound of consumption echoed in his ears, as vast clouds of black smoke billowed forth from the pit. As if a merciless hand were reaching out towards Mu Ling, Supreme Flame Emperor slash. With a whoosh, countless fiery sword energies circled around Mu Ling, as over 10 fire dragons opened their massive maws, merging into the blade of Shachi. One slashed downward. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy spread, tearing apart the black mist, while the pit where Blackbeard resided collapsed in the wake of the attack. In that moment, a figure shrouded in black mist, with a grotesque and terrifying visage, was revealed to all. "You bastard! I will kill you." Boom! A dense flame erupted from Ace's body, circular patterns of flame blooming beneath his feet. Great flame ring. Bang! Countless fiery circular patterns burst forth, enveloping Ace, growing ever more intense, as a terrifying aura permeated the entire battlefield. In the next moment, Ace raised his right hand, hoisting a colossal fireball that blotted out the sun. Flame Emperor. Clutching the fireball, Ace dashed towards Blackbeard. The thunderous fireball crashed down, forcefully landing in Blackbeard's pit. Instantly, a gale arose, the searing heat wreaking havoc within the pit, voraciously consuming Blackbeard's form. That a smile crept onto Ace's lips. Yet Mu Ling, standing not far from Blackbeard, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. After all, a mere series of punches from him could obliterate a small island. But this Blackbeard, indeed, is it the power of the dark fruit at play? Yet, why had such a scenario never occurred in the anime? Or was it that no one had ever forced Blackbeard into such a predicament? Mu Ling was uncertain. The world of pirates held many secrets, and the Sea Kings, who clearly possessed advanced technology, existed alongside the primitive. It felt as though this world was but a fragmented reality. Here lies the pirate world depicted in anime, Yet one cannot merely apply the understanding gleaned from watching the anime to navigate this realm. Boom. Ha ha. Ace, you underestimate me far too much. Suddenly, from within the flames, Blackbeard's boisterous laughter rang out, his arrogance reaching new heights. Immediately, a torrent of black mist surged forth from the flames, resembling a gaping maw that devoured all the fire. A shadow darted out, rushing towards Ace at an astonishing speed. In a swift movement, Ace evaded Blackbeard's punch, but as he prepared to counter, the scene from that fateful day resurfaced in his mind. He could not allow that black mist to touch his body. Ace transformed into a blaze, retreating rapidly while forming solid flames in each hand. Divine fire, unknown fire. Bang! 2 fiery spears were hurled forth, embedding themselves within Blackbeard's arms. Bastard! Dark gravity. Crack! A tremendous force of attraction surged forth as Blackbeard's furious grip seized Ace by the neck. He. I spared your life once before, but since you seek death now, don't blame me. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ensnared by the power of the dark fruit, Ace found himself immobilized, unable to move, forced to watch as the black mist enveloped his face. A piercing pain coursed through his entire being. Bastard! Blackbeard, how dare you? Release Ace. Upon seeing Ace captured, Luffy immediately swung his fist towards Blackbeard. Yet in the next moment, Blackbeard's dark gravity pulled him closer, trapping his abilities and pinning him beneath his foot. I intended to kill you last time, but your brother saved you. This time, I will not let you escape. Crack! Drawing a pistol from his waist, Blackbeard aimed it at Ace's head. Let your demise mirror that of your deceased father. Ding! A crisp sound of clashing swords echoed behind him, a chill sweeping through Blackbeard as the Shachi sword pierced through the black mist, resting against his throat. Ah, so you're the crimson-eyed Mu Ling. Is that all you've got? Blackbeard scoffed. Mu Ling's heart harbored a cold smile. The fruit's ability may hold no sway over you, but what of divine powers? Demon sword art 100 ghost night walk. Boom. In an instant, blood-red sword energy erupted. Numerous subtle yet malevolent laughs resonating within Blackbeard's mind. Devour you. Keek. Allow me to feast upon your flesh. The scent of blood is intoxicating. Be a good boy and remain still. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy surged forth, shattering the black mist as countless malevolent entities surged into Blackbeard's mind. Caught completely off guard, the man who held unwavering faith in his dark fruit ability was immediately ensnared. His eyes turned crimson, and Blackbeard clutched his head in agony. What? What is this voice? Get out! Get out of my head! You wretched fiend! Who dares to speak? Hiss, hiss, hiss! Vast plumes of black mist involuntarily erupted from Blackbeard, dark golden patterns crisscrossing across his grotesque face. A sight most terrifying. Witnessing this scene, Mu Ling felt a jolt of unease, as an overwhelming discomfort surged within him upon encountering those dark golden patterns. Indeed, the most mysterious of the natural fruits, the dark fruit, harbors anomalies. Mu Ling's right hand transformed into a pearlescent hue as he silently prayed, his hand sweeping towards Blackbeard with force. Beep. Host successfully plundered the dark fruit, effective for 10 minutes. Oh, Mu Ling beamed, observing the black mist receding like a tide from Blackbeard. He wielded the Shachi sword energy, striking downwards. Note, it's my first day at work, and I've pulled overtime. I managed to rush this out during a break, feeling a bit guilty. Thank you for your understanding. Tomorrow will be better. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous boom, a robust arm intercepted Mu Ling's strike. Walled? Mu Ling exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow would dare to save Blackbeard. Is this a jest? Though reluctant to save this scoundrel, Wald grinned maniacally, his eyes blazing with malice. I shall never forget what you and the Golden Lion did to me. Today marks your demise. Boom. With a single punch, he shattered the Shachi, unleashing an overwhelming aura from his towering form. Momo tenfold strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering air accompanied the explosive force of his fists. Momo tenfold speed. Boom. Wald, endowed with the powers of the Momo fruit, capable of augmenting any object or even the body itself, surged forth like a tempestuous black hurricane towards Mu Ling. Since you are so eager to offer the Momo fruit, I shall graciously accept. With a light chuckle, the blade in his hand transformed into a fleeting light and vanished. Subsequently, Mu Ling, enveloped in a vortex of wind, unleashed a torrent of blazing fire dragons, each more ferocious than the last that a punch was thrown. The resounding clash of fists echoed, reverberations ripping through the ground and upheaving the earth. The onlookers recoiled, unwilling to be drawn into the fray between the two combatants. He, with tenfold strength, I can dispatch you with ease. Ha! Wald bellowed, his muscles swelling as if possessed by a frenzy, withdrawing his fist and swinging it with reckless abandon. Mu Ling, unperturbed, maintained his composure and met the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Yet this punch bore a cataclysmic force. Crack! In an instant, Wald's bones shattered, his stark white skeleton piercing through his flesh. Blood gushed forth, even wrapped in the armor of hockey. It disintegrated under Mu Ling's strike. The terrifying flames surged forward, devouring Wald's limp right arm. How can this be? An excruciating pain coursed through Wald's body, and he retreated frantically. The searing flames climbed up his arm to his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Wald transformed his left hand into a blade and severed his own right arm. Crimson-eyed Mu Ling, I shall slay you. With the Momo fruit granting him 20-fold speed, Wald lunged forward. Boom! In a most awkward posture, Wald's body halted mid-air, then propelled himself forward with a gust of wind. Mu Ling, having vanished from sight, reappeared mid-charge, interrupting Wald's assault. His left hand moved with the swiftness of a gale, effortlessly absorbing Wald's punch, his body not even swaying. Then, before Wald's horrified gaze, his right hand transformed into a blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Swoosh! Wald's arms were severed cleanly. Father, are you all right? Marco gazed at Whitebeard in disbelief. Nearly rendered speechless, the old man, whose heart had been pierced by a bullet and on the brink of death, had miraculously recovered after consuming a green pill. What is this miracle? Marco's face was awash with question marks. Nonetheless, despite his confusion, he promptly turned to Hancock, who had delivered the green pill, expressing his sincerest gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Empress Boa Hancock. From this day forth, you shall be the best ally of the Whitebeard pirates. The other pirates of the Whitebeard crew, witnessing their father's miraculous recovery, teared up as they expressed their thanks to Hancock. Whitebeard nodded silently, fully aware of Hancock's unexpected act of kindness towards him. A man known for his disdain for other males. That rascal. Seems he has quite the fortune in love. However, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon the kneeling Teach in the distance, and his expression darkened. To kill his comrades and betray the crew, now he dares to strike against me. Haha, very well. Crack. In an instant, a fissure of white void opened up as Whitebeard's fists unleashed an overwhelming force of spatial power. Boom! Like a sword, Whitebeard's fist descended upon Teach. Protect the captain! Everyone! Charge! The cries erupted as all members of the Blackbeard pirates sprang into action. Yet, in a comical twist, they did not engage Whitebeard. Instead, they fled with great haste. Smoke trailing from their feet. You want us to fight Whitebeard? Do you take us for fools? That idiot Wald is near death. How infuriating. And he claimed he would lead us to dominate the seas? Nonsense. I want to return to Impel Down. It's much safer there. Boom. Caught off guard and stripped of his dark fruit abilities, Teach, plagued by madness, found himself utterly defenseless. The ground crumbled beneath him, forming a massive pit, within which lay the bloodied and barely conscious Blackbeard. Father, spare me. I am your son. Teach gasped desperately. His crew had fled, and for reasons unknown, all his powers had vanished at this moment. He could think of no other means to survive than to plead for Whitebeard's mercy. You dare call me father? Despicable traitor, I shall end your life. The Whitebeard crew erupted in fury, glaring at Teach. Without uttering a word, Whitebeard cast a deep, penetrating glance at Teach, as if he had already seen through the man. Crack! The air filled with numerous spatial fissures that erupted, a continuous wave of white shockwaves coalescing around Whitebeard's right fist. The terrifying aura swelled, growing ever more potent until it reached its zenith. You are unworthy to be my son. Boom! A punch descended. Mu Ling, who had just twisted Wald's neck, was suddenly alarmed at this turn of events. That had his mind. I want the dark fruit. Boom! The thunderous explosion resonated throughout the battlefield as Teach, struck in the chest by Whitebeard's fist, widened his eyes in rage, uttering his final words. I, Marshal D. Teach, I have no regrets. With those words, the legendary pirate, Marshal D. Teach, fell. No. Mu Ling's anguished cry reverberated across the battlefield, his expression blank as he stared at Teach's lifeless body. Lost in contemplation, never did he anticipate that this old fool, Whitebeard, would snatch away the head he coveted. The crowd murmured, "What is happening?" Has Mu Ling taken pity on that scoundrel Teach? No, it cannot be. Utter nonsense. Who is he? I do not know, but he seems rather forlorn. Beep. Host successfully eliminated Bondi Wald and has acquired the Momo fruit. A deep blue, intricately patterned devil fruit appeared in Mu Ling's hand, shimmering with light. Casting a vacant glance at the Momo fruit, Mu Ling stored it away. Although formidable, it paled in comparison to the dark fruit. Hey, are you all right? Whitebeard questioned, bemused by Mu Ling's peculiar demeanor. Mu Ling chose to ignore him. Rolling his eyes, however, he soon regained his composure. What is lost. What I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my fate. Straw Hat Brat, do you know who I am? Suddenly, the golden lion roared at Luffy. Huh? You are? Luffy replied, perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. The already visually impaired Luffy found it even harder to recognize the golden lion without the helm atop his head. You scoundrel! How dare you ignore me? The golden lion fumed, incensed at being overlooked. Lion's might. Swish, swish. In an instant, countless blades of lion energy erupted from the dual swords of Sakura Shikibu. Roar. In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, multiple towering lion heads rose from the ground. With a sweeping motion of his sword, the waters surged into the lion heads, thickening their forms. Today, I shall avenge my humiliation. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, all the lion heads surged forth, encircling Luffy and descending upon him. TSK, TSK, it seems the golden lion has finally recognized Luffy. Mu Ling smirked, noticing Enel's gaze, equally fixed on Luffy with intensity. A veritable sea of enemies. Yet, old Shaz appeared unfazed, merely observing Luffy as if he were a stranger. Mu Ling couldn't help but regard old Shaz with newfound respect. Look at that. Now that's true magnanimity. Shiki, you old fool. What madness is this? Whitebeard exclaimed, displeased. Luffy is Ace's brother, my family. How dare you lay a hand on him? Luffy, be careful. Fire fist. Boom. Flames erupted from Ace's hands, instantly breaching a lion head. Then, Ace's body sank low, poised for action, his arms suddenly outstretched. Flame wave. In an instant, a towering inferno erupted from Ace's body, forming a wall of flames several meters high that obstructed all the lion-faced foes. On the high platform, a voice questioned, Marshal, are we truly going to refrain from intervening? What does it matter to us? Isn't a pirate mutiny more advantageous? Sengoku replied grimly. But, there are no buts. Are we prepared? Ready, let it begin. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the darkness, towering figures with golden eyes, resembling humanoid weapons, poised for action. Ha. I never expected this brat to be your crew member's brother. Nevertheless, I shall ensure his demise today. Shiki seethed with rage. The mere sight of Luffy reminded him of the fateful day when the Thunder Axe descended from the sky. Luffy, in his Gear 3rd, had defeated Shiki with a colossal thunder-infused kick. You scoundrel! Boom! With a furious swing of his twin swords, the enraged golden lion turned, unleashing 2 colossal slashes that tore through the flames, hurtling towards Luffy and ACDO. You dare, golden lion? In that moment, a piercing roar erupted from Marco. Enveloped in azure flames, as his arms transformed into blue fiery wings, he flapped them with power. Phoenix Mark, previously utilized by Marco and Wano. Boom! Instantly, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a brilliant blue blaze. The Phoenix Mark soared through the skies. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of explosions resounded as the slashes collided with the Phoenix Mark, dissipating into nothingness. Humph! The golden lion snorted disdainfully, unleashing another flash of sword light to cleave through the oncoming phoenix. Whitebeard, you old fool, do you wish to oppose me? Do not force my hand. Thud, the massive Tsongyun cut struck the ground with ferocity as Whitebeard glared menacingly at Shiki. Luffy is Ace's brother. I will not permit you to harm him. Bastard, then come at me. Immediately, the previously divided flying pirate crew and the Whitebeard pirates stood on the brink of confrontation. The nine-tailed fox, Cater Daping, the tyrannical king, Abelo Pizarro, the colossal battleship, St. D. Hungry Wolf, and the drunken Jotter. These were all vicious pirates that Shiki had unearthed from the depths of Impel Down 6th level. Simply put, they were the remnants of the deceased emperor's crew. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A multitude of spatial rifts erupted from Whitebeard's fists, becoming increasingly dense, clearly reaching their zenith. Meanwhile, the golden lion above was equally unyielding, sword energy swirling around him as he gazed at Whitebeard. Young shepherd, whose side do you intend to aid? Suddenly, Shiki's gaze fell upon the shepherd. "I am just here to enjoy the show," responded the shepherd, munching on a snack. Whitebeard turned his attention as well. "Humph, you two old fools ought to consider the gravity of this situation, but if you wish to fight, then do so. Since Ace is already rescued, I shall take my leave." Waving his hand, the shepherd expressed his helplessness. Ace had been saved, Whitebeard was unscathed, and Blackbeard was dead. This battle at the pinnacle had lost its allure. Just as he was about to depart, both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion froze, intent on saying something. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as countless terrifying laser beams erupted from the city walls, cascading towards all the pirates like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, several dozen cannons fired in unison, raining down shells like meteors. "Leave, destroying all of Marineford? Can you escape?" With a whoosh, a circular black-purple portal materialized instantaneously. "Who goes there?" The Golden Lion bellowed furiously. The shepherd's gaze shifted towards the void portal. Spatial rift, shattered void, space. Counterflow. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from within the portal. Moments later, 3 black-purple gateways appeared behind the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the shepherd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the void trembled, and a terrifying tearing sound, akin to a gale, began to tug at the bodies of the 3-bastard. The Golden Lion roared in fury, crossing his swords as a multitude of sword energies sliced towards the portal behind him. Yet, in the next moment, the seemingly ferocious sword energy was swallowed by the void, disappearing without a trace. Crack! Black rifts erupted beneath the Golden Lion's feet, merging with the void portal and completely consuming Shiki's form. "Damn you." Shiki attempted to flee, striving to escape the portal's grasp. However, despite exerting every effort and fully unleashing the power of his float fruit, he was far too slow to escape the collapsing void. A few breaths later, Shiki vanished, the void returning to its original state as if nothing had transpired. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The Golden Lion had simply disappeared. This was too. "Father, be careful." Suddenly, Marco cried out. Crackle, crackle, crackle. 2 black spatial blades appeared before Whitebeard, shattering space and methodically pushing him towards the void portal. "You shall not." Channeling spatial power into his right fist, Whitebeard's muscles bulged as a terrifying aura erupted around him like a shockwave. Shatter. Boom. The 2 spatial blades exploded instantly, obliterated by Whitebeard's punch. With a fierce thrust, Whitebeard swung his fists, demolishing the portal behind him into fragments. "Damnable Whitebeard." The ancient voice seethed with rage. "Shepherd, Captain, release him." Sword light flashed as flames and storms converged. Yet the shepherd could not evade the portal's relentless pull. Amidst the cries of the onlookers, the shepherd's form was gradually enveloped in darkness, sinking into the void. "What the hell? System, think of a solution." Beep. Analyzing the void portal. "Time needed." "Damn it, bastard." Whitebeard roared, seizing the Tsungyun cut and cleaving towards the shepherd. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the blade surged forth, a multitude of white rifts erupted alongside it. Boom. The space trembled, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground, revealing the gaping void before the crowd. Yet the shepherd, following in Shiki's footsteps, had long since vanished. "Captain, has he disappeared?" Shiryu exclaimed in disbelief. "Shepherd." Hancock gasped, staring at the emptiness before her. Spatial rupture? Void portal? Could it be the legendary Paramecia-type space fruit? Old Sand's eyes reflected a hint of horror as he spoke gravely. "Inel, I don't know, but I trust the captain will not perish." Bastard. That despicable fiend. Whitebeard was beside himself with rage, having been mere seconds away from rescuing the shepherd. Boom. Suddenly, a massive rift in space appeared above the heads of the pirates, followed by a deluge of cannonballs and laser beams surging forth. The spatial misalignment rendered what was once a great distance now perilously close. In an instant, the sky was filled with cannon fire raining down, exploding amidst the crowd. "Everyone, be cautious." "Ah, save me, please." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Terrifying laser beams pierced through the bodies of countless pirates, resulting in a catastrophic toll under the barrage of cannon fire. "Continue firing. Do not relent. You vile pirates. Not a single one of you shall escape today," Sengoku commanded, gesturing for the pacifists and cannons to continue their assault. Fire fist. Ace, engulfed in flames, unleashed punch after punch, shattering cannonballs as they came. Phoenix mark. Once again, a blue fire phoenix erupted from Marco, spreading its massive wings to intercept countless cannonballs and laser beams mid-air. The battlefield reverberated with cries of battle, screams of agony, and the sound of explosions. Just as Hawkeye snapped back to reality from the shepherd's extraordinary disappearance, he dashed towards the high platform. If we only focus on defense, we shall forever be on the receiving end of blows. The immediate priority is to obliterate those pacifists and cannons. In an instant, his body moved with the grace of a fish, nimbly darting through the chaos of cannon fire. Within a few breaths, Hawkeye reached the base of the city wall. Heh, Hawkeye my hawk, you disgraceful traitor, I will not allow you to succeed. Molten lava dripped from Akainu, forming a massive lava stone wall to block Hawkeye's path. Boom! In the next moment, the magma stone wall shattered and crumbled, obliterated by a single strike from Mihawk. Humph! The title of Warlord of the Sea is of no consequence. Clang! Amidst the heavy shadows of swords, countless beams of light intertwined with Akainu's arms, erupting in thunderous explosions. Bastard! With a furious roar, Whitebeard shattered dozens of cannonballs with a single swing, his auras surging violently as he aimed to strike at the void gate suspended in the air. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon! Crackling with electric fury, a silver serpent danced wildly as a surging thunder dragon shot forth from Enel's thunder drum, charging toward the void gate. Bang! 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 Instantly, the space trembled, thunder roared, shattering innumerable cannonballs as the void gate began to quiver. Meanwhile, as Mihawk engaged Akainu in battle, a streak of crimson sword energy burst forth from the tempest. Soul Cutter! Whoosh! The soaring sword light coalesced into a massive arc, slicing through every cannon muzzle in the stands. Just as Shirita turned his gaze toward a dozen pacifists, a flash of golden light appeared as Kizaru, wielding the Yada no Kagami, intercepted him. Boom! After the final surge of spatial power from the Yada no Kagami, the void gate above shattered as well. How troublesome. I initially planned to deal with all three of you at once, yet I inadvertently overlooked one. The aged voice, though soft, carried an extraordinary potency, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Yet it matters not. Remnants of the old era, Edward Newgate, you shall meet your end here today. With a shimmer, a tall man clad in a black suit emerged. Long hair, a flowing beard, and a towering frame made him appear quite imposing. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present tightened, for they recognized the figure before them. It was none other than the supreme ruler of the world government, the Gorosei. Note, let me clarify a few points. One, that I do not particularly emphasize the strength of the Gorosei, nor do I suggest that their combat prowess is diminished. The spatial fruit possesses a unique attribute that has never been witnessed before. Thus, Mu Ling and the Golden Lion were merely caught off guard by the Gorosei's tactics. 2. The reason the Gorosei targeted the three is that he knew he was not a match for Mu Ling and the others. Capture the leader first. Taking advantage of the fact that no one understood the spatial fruit, he suddenly struck, effectively sealing them within the void, though not to lethal effect. 3. It is akin to a natural counter. The formidable thunder fruit succumbs to the rubber fruit, while the spatial fruit, which Mu Ling and the Golden Lion found utterly perplexing, holds no such advantage over Whitebeard's tremor fruit. That is all I have to say. For those who wish to abandon this story, let us part amicably. I also noticed those who claimed they would abandon it. None offered a 5-star rating, nor did anyone present gifts. So be it. Farewell, my fellow wanderers. Blackness, an endless void of blackness. Before me, apart from the hollow abyss, lay a shroud of confusion that I could not perceive the Golden Lion and was uncertain of his whereabouts. Perhaps he was not even in the same dimension as myself. A Paramecia-type spatial fruit. Surely the one who came must be one of the Gorosei. Is he truly that powerful? Or is the spatial attribute simply unique, and I have yet to discover a solution? Mu Ling recalled the image of Whitebeard shattering those two spatial blades with a single punch. It did not seem particularly formidable. One punch, and it was destroyed. System, where are you? The system remained silent, offering no response to Mu Ling. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Mu Ling appeared somewhat resigned. This must be the strongest adversary he has encountered since entering the pirate world. Perhaps not the strongest overall, but undoubtedly the most enigmatic and troublesome. An unassailable spatial technique, the unpredictable void gate. Tsuke, this is fascinating, he mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he did not appear too agitated. With Whitebeard present, along with the flying pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and the evil spirits pirates. Mu Ling felt reassured. After a brief moment of calm, he had long since awakened from his initial astonishment. He and the Golden Lion had merely suffered due to their lack of experience. They had never faced a spatial fruit user before. Hence, they fell prey to a surprise attack. If the opponent were truly that strong, they would have dealt with him and the Golden Lion in a single blow. If that were the case, the four emperors would no longer exist, and the seas would have long since settled into tranquility. With this realization, Mu Ling felt considerably lighter and continued onward. Outside, heavens, is it truly the Gorosei? Both the crimson-eyed Mu Ling and the Golden Lion have been dealt with. This cannot be. What should we do? Should we run? Bastard, cursing vehemently, the massive warship, the Holy Land Huo Lang, pivoted and sped toward Marineford. The other members of the flying pirates promptly followed suit, much like the Blackbeard pirates, who subdued their foes with raw power. Once the Golden Lion was gone, the entire flying pirates would crumble and cease to exist. Humph, a bunch of useless fools, Enel scoffed disdainfully, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the pacifists. Divine punishment. Thunder rolled as a massive bolt instantly obliterated two pacifists. Thunder God Enel. A chilling voice rang in his ears, and icy tendrils swiftly encased Enel, turning him into a frozen statue. Yet, in the next moment, thunder descended from above, shattering the ice. Admiral Akiji, how intriguing, Enel chuckled. Meanwhile, Shiryu was locked in combat with Kizaru. 1 red, 1 gold, their sword lights intertwined, clashing incessantly. Oh dear, it seems your captain has perished, Kizaru teased, a smirk on his lips. I can only assume you are incapable of defeating my captain, hence your naive hope for mercy. Shiryu retorted defiantly. Oh, how arrogant. Clang. In an instant, the thunderstorm collided once more with the Yada no Kagami. Boom! Whitebeard shattered the void blades before him with a single punch. Then, upon recognizing the newcomer, scoffed derisively. Humph, you think you can take me down here? Not a chance. With that, he surged forward, gripping the Yada no Kagami like a cannonball. Humph, spatial, folding. The Gorosei let out a cold grunt as he condensed a sphere of white spatial energy in his hands. In the next moment, as he crossed his arms, two black circular folds of space erupted on either side of Whitebeard, resembling two sharp blades poised to strike down. Duong. The next second, they were shattered by Whitebeard's fist. How is this possible? You shouldn't be this strong. The Gorosei's face contorted in terror as he beheld the approaching Whitebeard, his body instinctively leaning back, vanishing into the void gate behind him. According to intelligence from the world government, Whitebeard was plagued by illness and his strength had diminished considerably. Yet now, how? Humph, trying to escape. Bang! With a twist of his blade, dense spatial energy enveloped the sword, and he struck down. Crack! The void shattered. Yet the Gorosei's figure was nowhere to be found. Whitebeard halted, closing his eyes, his formidable observation hockey enveloping the entire battlefield like a vast net. 1 second, 2 seconds, found you. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Whitebeard swung a powerful fist backward. The Gorosei, who had just appeared behind him, was taken completely off guard. He never anticipated Whitebeard's reaction to be so astute. Spitting a mouthful of blood, the Gorosei vanished into the void once more. After repelling the Gorosei with a punch, Whitebeard wore no smile. Instead, he gazed oddly into the distance. Humph, how weak. Indeed, with the fruit's power, I am undoubtedly your greatest nemesis. The Golden Lion and Mu Ling are still alive, right? After all, you are not particularly strong. Your fruit ability is merely unique. In an instant, Whitebeard's body sank, as if he were gathering strength. A continuous surge of spatial energy radiating around him, veins bulging, teeth gritted. The entire battlefield trembled under this overwhelming aura. Ah, the Gorosei, nothing more? Boom! Whitebeard's hand spread wide, and in an instant, the entire space quaked, countless fissures erupting around him, which began to fragment and cascade to the ground. With a glint of insight in his eyes, Whitebeard immediately punched through the void before him. Reaching inside, it was none other than the Gorosei, who had been secretly hiding within the void. The fabric of space shattered. As the fragments of the void descended, they shimmered with an eerie blackish-purple hue, aimed directly at Whitebeard, piercing downwards with lethal intent. Oomph! Mere trifles. With a vice-like grip on his opponent's throat, Whitebeard wielded his sword, Song Yun Xie, and cleaved through the fragments, reducing them to ashes. Release them. Otherwise, I shall end your life. The sounds of cracking bones echoed as the five elders, their faces flushed and eyes wide with terror, struggled like fledglings clutched in Whitebeard's grasp. In the void, Mu Ling wandered aimlessly, oblivious to his destination. Even the point where he had recently stood had vanished. The surroundings remained perpetually unchanged, with distorted space, and apart from the earlier cacophony of explosions, nothing else drew attention. For heaven's sake, at least conjure something for me. Don't these scenes in novels usually feature a monster or an enemy? System, are you there? Have you perished? Is your house on fire? The Supreme Spirit Refinement System of Class 3. Your mother is waiting for you with 2 cans of Wangzhe milk at the school gate. Well, with no one to converse with, even banter would suffice. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, and the surrounding warped dimensions crumbled, revealing vast voids of blackish-purple. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, as if a tremendous pressure had been released, and the powerful suction relentlessly tore at Mu Ling's body, pulling him step by step towards the void. What the hell? Again, having learned a lesson, Mu Ling dared not be careless this time. Who knows what lies within that void? Another twisted space? Or perhaps a location within the pirate world? Who knows? It might even be Rafdel. As the light flickered in his hand, Mu Ling grasped his dual swords and plunged them downward. The sharp blades sliced through the distorted matter beneath him, gradually gliding towards the void. Although his speed had significantly decreased, the fundamental essence of his movement remained unchanged. Anxious and restless, Mu Ling activated the power of the float fruit to its utmost, continuously resisting the overwhelming suction. Storm binding. With a roar, countless gusts of wind erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being in a rapidly swirling cyclone. Boom! The cyclone clashed with the suction, 2 powerful gales tearing at one another, their collision resonating in a relentless cacophony. Simultaneously, Mu Ling finally halted his descent, remaining stationary. This is utterly ridiculous. Exhaling deeply, Mu Ling felt far more adept this time. Having gained experience, he nearly faced oblivion. Beep. Host, please exit the distorted space as soon as possible. Countdown. 5. Mu Ling. What the heck? You survived. Did you create this? Beep. Yes. The system has deciphered this distorted space. The host can now exit. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? In the next moment, Mu Ling transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the void. Crack. The space shattered, and countless fissures erupted from Whitebeard's hand, gradually spreading towards the 5 elders. Even if you kill me, I will not release those 2. The infuriating Whitebeard, a remnant of the old era, you shall eventually meet your demise at the hands of the world government. With his throat firmly grasped, his face a deep crimson, the 5 elders gasped for breath. Their thoughts already resigned to death. However, confining the golden lion and the red-eyed Mu Ling in the void forever would make even death worthwhile. You truly believe I hesitate to kill you? Crack. Whitebeard was enraged, his grip tightening, and once again, a series of bone-cracking sounds filled the air. Kill me. Quickly. The 5 elders would rather be struck dead by Whitebeard than linger perpetually on the brink of death. You bastard. Go save him, Sengoku bellowed, transforming into a colossal Buddha, preparing to rush in to rescue the 5 elders. Yet, upon glancing back, he found Garp seated like a mountain, utterly unmoved. Garp, what are you doing? Tissish. If you want to go, then go. I have no intention of joining you. Garp scoffed, dismissively cleaning his nose. These wretched 5 elders had lectured him endlessly on lofty ideals to help him ascend to admiral in the past. It was utterly tiresome. Garp might as well hope Whitebeard would finish off this scoundrel. Yu. Sengoku was left speechless. Suddenly, a portal to the void exploded open beside Sengoku on the high platform. Then, before everyone's eyes, Mu Ling emerged from within. Red-eyed Mu Ling. How? How did you? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Sengoku stared at Mu Ling as if he were a ghost. Oh Sengoku, don't worry, I won't trouble you. In a whirlwind, Mu Ling appeared next to Whitebeard. Captain, this is truly wonderful, Shiryu exclaimed, exhilarated. I told you, that's the captain. Enel, who was engaged in battle with Akiji, couldn't help but beam with joy, his face glowing. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly escape from the void? The 5 elders were dumbfounded, staring at the unscathed and smiling Mu Ling, their worldview shattered. Could it be that my space fruit was a sham? This is utterly. Ha! Since Mu Ling is fine, then you shall die. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, his robust arm beginning to exert force, intent on choking the 5 elders to death. Wait, leave the head to me. A sword beam shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Although Whitebeard was unsure why, he recalled Mu Ling's actions after Blackbeard's demise. When did this kid develop a penchant for collecting heads? What a peculiar habit. The sword light vanished in an instant, and a torrent of flames instantly reduced the 5 elders to ashes. Thus, one of the rulers of the world government, a member of the 5 elders, met their end. Mu Ling, it's truly wonderful that you are safe. A fragrant breeze swept in, Hancock instantly leaping into Mu Ling's embrace, weeping profusely. With a beauty in his arms, Mu Ling stiffened momentarily. No. This won't do. Women only hinder my sword-drawing speed. I am Mu Ling, the iron-willed man. I am but a sword master devoid of emotions. It's all right. Don't worry. He gently ruffled the little head in his arms, smiling. Beep. The host has killed one of the 5 elders. Hey Nadimo, you have acquired his superhuman space fruit. A flash of light revealed a pale white fruit adorned with strange patterns in Mu Ling's hand. An exceedingly rare space fruit from the pirate world. Determined to consume it himself, Mu Ling resolved that such a treasure should not be squandered on others. Beep. The host has killed a member of the 5 elders for the first time. Task rewards issued. Celestial rank sword technique. / the gods one. A torrent of warm energy surged through Mu Ling's mind, as countless dazzling sword lights reverberated within. Subsequently, a resounding and profound voice resonated throughout the realm. The righteousness of heaven and earth, everlasting and vast, not seeking to slay the immortals, but to vanquish the gods. Note, the 5 elders are not weak. Among the 5, one wields a long sword and wears a samurai robe. The sword in hand is one of the supreme great swords, the original demon slayer. Without absolute strength, it is impossible to subdue this blade. With a thunderous roar, the sword beam descended straight down, and Mu Ling awakened. A glimmer of sword light flashed in his eyes as he smiled slightly. That truly the celestial rank sword technique. / the gods. TSK, quite impressive. After offering a few simple words of comfort to the weeping Hancock, Mu Ling turned to Whitebeard. Shall we conclude this? Whitebeard nodded, a complex glint passing through his eyes. This time, it was likely the closest they had come to obliterating the entire Marine headquarters. However, neither dared to take the risk. For the Marine headquarters held the might of the world government. Thousands of Marines, countless rear admirals and vice admirals. Not to mention, no one knew if the Marines had even more secretive means yet to be revealed. If the offensive continues, it is likely that only a handful will survive. At this juncture, the battle on the battlefield has already concluded. The members of the evil spirit pirates encircle Mu Ling, chuckling as they observe their captain. Ming Gu has fled. Although he awakened the powers of the line fruit, he has not succumbed to recklessness and has chosen to retreat. Hawkeye is also present, now a member of the evil spirit pirates, constantly contemplating a rematch in swordsmanship against Mu Ling. Let us go, Luffy. Zoro sheathed his sword, having felt utterly disgruntled at merely spectating the entire war. Indeed, it is time to depart. We should also engage in rigorous training. Sanji spoke solemnly. This war has undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to all members of the Straw Hat crew. Too weak. That ace. We are leaving. At this moment, Luffy seemed to have matured slightly, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented complexity. Chitong, Mu Ling, Whitebeard, the 3 Marine admirals, the 5 elders, and so forth. These are formidable foes Luffy has never encountered before. Weak, truly weak. Let us go. But what are your plans for the future, to the New World? Ace inquired earnestly. For the time being, I want to be going. I plan to take my comrades to find Uncle Rayleigh so he can train us. Otherwise, with our current strength, there's no place for us in the New World. Clenching his fist, Luffy spoke with gravity. All right, once I've settled matters within the crew, I shall come to see you. It's settled then. Farewell. Waving his hand, Luffy and the others leaped onto the Thousand Sunny, disappearing from the surface of the sea in a matter of moments. We're leaving. Whitebeard waved his large hand, issuing the order to retreat. Neither pirate crew objected, for all present bore varying degrees of injury. Continuing the fight would be unwise. Kapu, you old bastard, clean your neck and wait for me. Next time we meet, I want to hold back. Waving his hand, Mu Ling bid farewell to Kapu on the platform. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Hurry up and leave this place. Kapu laughed heartily. Sengoku. Although reluctant to let these pirates depart, Sengoku looked at the ruins of Marineford and sighed heavily. Marshal, are we truly going to let them go? Akiji spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, Akainu, drenched in blood and half-slumped on the ground, had fought fiercely against Whitebeard and then Hawkeye, making him the most hard-working one on the battlefield. Yes, though I am loath to do so. It is also a necessary decision. This time, the Marine headquarters has suffered severe casualties. If we continue fighting and reach a point of no return, Sengoku is confident he could eliminate all pirates here. However, that would mean the end for the Marine headquarters. In that instant, Sengoku's grim expression reflected his myriad thoughts, the antagonistic relationship between the Marines and pirates, as well as their mutual reinforcement and elevation. Humph! Akainu scoffed coldly, gazing at the retreating pirates, his body igniting with renewed fervor. Akiji remained silent, his gaze drifting as he pondered something unknown. As for Kazuru, he had long since settled in a chair, casually trimming his nails, having sustained the lightest injuries among the three admirals. Let us go. Ace declared that as long as Dad is safe, this is the best outcome. Ha! When we return, we must celebrate. You should tend to your wounds first. Suddenly, as everyone prepared to leave, a massive pirate ship rose from the depths of the sea, its terrifying flag sending shivers down the spines of every Marine. Is that the red-haired pirates? Heavens! Why is one of the four emperors? Red-haired Shanks, come to Marineford. We are doomed. This is the end. The previously despondent Marines now found themselves in utter despair. Damn it, the red-haired pirates have actually shown up? Akainu shouted furiously, trembling as he stood, clearly ready to fight. Huh! A stream of icy mist escaped Akiji's lips, enveloping his wounds, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Well, what perfect timing! Sengoku's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Shank's arrival. See, another meddler has arrived. Mu Ling chuckled as he spoke to the others. Shiryu. Hee, they truly are everywhere. Enel, is he expecting us to give him some face again? Old Sand. Can't say for sure, but it's quite possible. From what I know of Shanks, he should not be here to fight. Hawkeye spoke seriously. Mu Ling then recalled that Hawkeye and Shanks were quite good friends. However, ever since Shanks lost his left arm, Hawkeye had lost interest in dueling him. Red-haired Shanks. What brings you here? Whitebeard inquired in surprise. Smack. Shanks leaped off his ship, gazing at the crowd, his aura surging instantly. Everyone, I come not to engage in battle, but to put an end to this ceaseless war. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to grant me, red-haired Shanks, a moment that no. Enough of this. Stop it right there. Suddenly, a weary voice interrupted Shanks' words. It was Mu Ling. We were just about to leave and not engage in battle. So, you need not concern yourself with any notions of face. Farewell. With that, as Mu Ling's words fell, the evil spirit and Moby Dick ships soared into the sky, flying above the gazes of countless onlookers. Shanks. The crowd. Smack, smack, smack. A series of crisp slaps echoed in Shanks' ears. Captain, Jesus Burgess immediately erupted in fury, bullets chambered in his hand, glaring at Mu Ling. What do you intend to do, Jesus Burgess? Don't forget the purpose of our arrival. Beckman spoke solemnly, but that rascal Mu Ling has dared to speak disrespectfully to the captain. Silence. Shanks was enraged and turned to leave. Note: the Summit War has finally concluded. Shanks has been publicly disrespected, and the Straw Hat crew has recognized their own inadequacies. Ace has survived, and Whitebeard has not perished. Once they flew out of the waters near Marineford, Mu Ling released Moby Dick into the sea. Old man, let us part ways here. Take care of yourself, and do not kick the bucket too soon. You rascal. Hurry up and leave. Waving his hand, Whitebeard chuckled. Thank you, Mr. Mu Ling. Ace bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Mu Ling. The members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their gratitude in unison. Ha! Farewell. With a long laugh, the evil spirit ship cleaved through the turbulent waves, heading into the distance. Captain, where are we headed next? The helmsman Jinbi asked curiously. To Water City. Considering the time, Iceberg should have completed the Pluton by now. Moreover, he should be returning to his rightful place. Gazing at the cloud sea, Mu Ling spoke lightly. TSK, the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. I can hardly wait. Shiryu sighed. Old Sand. It is said that it can destroy an island with a single shot, making the world government tremble in fear. Umph. Is your arc really superior to this? Enel scoffed disdainfully. The crowd froze in unison, their faces displaying a strange expression, their gazes towards Enel now tinged with concern. After all, caring for the intellectually challenged is everyone's responsibility. You've never seen the world, country bumpkin. This is not your fault. What? What kind of look is that? Enel grumbled, clearly familiar with such expressions. Nothing. You performed quite well this time. An old sand. After this war, do you have anything to say? Upon hearing Muckling's question, Old Sand's previously jovial demeanor instantly fell into despondency, although Muckling was inquiring about him. Everyone understood the underlying meaning. Enel had shown brilliantly during this war, while he could only contend with ordinary marine officers and lowly minions. Too weak. Currently, he cannot be considered among the elite within the pirate crew. At best, he is merely second-rate. This is something that the usually proud sand crocodile cannot endure. I understand, Captain. When necessary, I will take my leave. What? Leave? No. Captain, the ever-discordant Shiryu was the first to voice his dissent. So do I. This crocodile cannot leave the pirate crew, Anairu exclaimed nervously. Although they were all a band of rogues, hardly noble souls, after so long together, how could they simply part ways? Jinbi tilted his head. Looking quizzically at Mu Ling in his mind, the captain was not the sort to act this way. Despite being cold-blooded and having taken countless lives, one could sense that deep within Mu Ling, there still lingered a trace of warmth. Mu Ling paused momentarily, reflecting on this overly sentimental bunch. Then, with a flash of light from his hand, a black magnetic fruit soared into Crocodile's embrace. This is a devil fruit? Crocodile exclaimed in surprise. Jinbi remarked, another devil fruit. The captain is truly remarkable. It must be a paramecia-type devil fruit. Shiryu spoke gravely. Anairu added, since it is bestowed by the captain, it should, like Shiryu's transparent fruit, carry no side effects. This is Kid's magnetic fruit. It now belongs to you, Crocodile. Moreover, anyone who dares to speak of leaving the pirate crew without my consent will be considered a traitor. With that declaration, Mu Ling transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished from sight. Crocodile, holding the magnetic fruit, gazed at Mu Ling's fading silhouette, a complex expression flickering in his eyes that I must become stronger. 7 days later, wow. A seagull delivering newspapers swooped down, tossing the paper towards Jinbi before flying off with a fish in its beak. Oh, is this the latest newspaper? It should report on the recent Marineford war. Shiryu mused while wiping the rain from his brow. That IT must be. Hee hee, I wonder if my bounty will exceed 1 billion this time. Anairu chuckled. Hee hee, even if it does, it won't surpass mine. Don't get your hopes up, Shiryu retorted. Wanna fight? Tesh, I'm too busy for that. Are you scared? Shiryu waved his hand dismissively, his face a picture of exasperation. It's all the captain's fault. He's been holed up in his room for 7 days. Who knows what he's up to? That hawk-eyed guy comes every day wanting to duel with me. It's becoming quite bothersome. The captain must have significantly raised his bounty after killing the world rulers, the Gorosei, at Marineford. Bonnie, gnawing on a lamb bone, expressed her envy. The others were momentarily stunned, instinctively turning their gazes towards the newspaper in Jinbi's hands. Originally at 3,200 million, this bounty was likely to approach 4 billion. With a rustle, the newspaper was unfolded. The fall of an era, the ascendancy of a new emperor. Jinbi's eyes widened as he read the headline. His entire being shaking with shock. 7 days ago, Port Gas D.Ace, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division and the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, was publicly executed at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, with heavy defenses in place. The entire Marine Headquarters was mobilized for this battle, known as the Marineford War. During this monumental conflict, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phantom Pirates, and the Flying Sky Pirates converged, launching a massive offensive. From this chaos, a new emperor emerged. He defied the odds, rescuing the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, slaying one of the world government rulers, the Gorosei member Hina, defeating 3 admirals, and utterly destroying Marineford. A figure of demonic prowess. He, one of the remnants of the old era, has risen without a hint of decline, singing his way to the throne. He comes from the old era, ascending to the new age, now the 5th emperor of the sea. Red-eyed Mu Ling. Boom! The crowd was rendered speechless. The 5th emperor of the sea. Good heavens, the captain is incredible. From now on, we shall all be emperors of the sea. Quick, I want to see the bounty. Hurry, hurry, Aniru exclaimed excitedly. Jinbi shook the newspaper, causing several fresh bounty notices to flutter down onto the deck. Red-eyed Mu Ling, 5th Emperor of the Sea, captain of the Phantom Pirates, responsible for the deaths of 3 celestial dragons. And 1 week ago during the Marineford War, killed Gorosei member Hina. Bounty, for 1,200,000,000 berries. Crocodile, member of the Phantom Pirates, former warlord of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped Impel Down. Participated in the Marineford War. Bounty, 970,000,000 berries. Jinbi, member of the Phantom Pirates, former warlord of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped Impel Down, participated in the Marineford War. Bounty, 1,100,000,000 berries. Shiryu, member of the Phantom Pirates, former warden of Impel Down, escaped Impel Down, participated in the Marineford War. Bounty, 1,520,000,000 berries. Inel, member of the Phantom Pirates, participated in the Marineford War. Bounty, 1,100,000,000 berries. Jewelry Bonnie, former supernova, now a member of the Phantom Pirates, participated in the Marineford War. Bounty, 310,000,000 berries. Dracul Mihawk, former warlord of the sea, later betrayed the world government to join the Phantom Pirates. Bounty, 2,300,000,000 berries. Mihawk's bounty is highly controversial, as it seems to have appeared during a frenzied incident. I believe this price is quite fitting. At the New World, on Cake Island. In a dark palace, the Marines actually lost the Marineford War. The Whitebeard pirates achieved a resounding victory. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, red-eyed Mu Ling, bounty soaring to 4,200,000,000 berries. What? Mom, what should we do now? The eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, exclaimed anxiously while clutching the newspaper. Red-eyed Mu Ling, Whitebeard, "Heh, you bastards, die." With a furious sweep of her hand, Big Mom sent all the desserts on the table crashing to the floor. Her terrifying gaze radiated cold fury. And instantly, everyone in the palace felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. "Mom," Perispero shouted in alarm, "the Marines are a bunch of useless fools. That old man Whitebeard didn't die, and that bastard Mu Ling has become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Temporarily cease all external activities. Do not provoke them. Besides, red-eyed Mu Ling and that old man Whitebeard share an unusually close bond. Now, it's time to take some measures. Immediately contact that bastard Kaido," Big Mom commanded. "Understood, Mom, but," Perispero hesitated, wanting to say more. "What is it, Katakuri? Has he already set off?" Big Mom paused, recalling that it had been half a year since Katakuri departed to bring back red-eyed Mu Ling's head. "Quick, contact Katakuri and have him return." Big Mom panicked. This was tantamount to sending a meat bun to a dog. Once gone, there was no coming back. "Understood, Mom." Instantly, the palace was shrouded in darkness once more. In Wano country, at the Rabbit Bowl, Duong, a massive wine bottle crashed against the rock wall, and moments later, Kaido's furious roar echoed from within the cave. "Where's the wine? Bastard, hurry up and bring me some wine." After downing an entire barrel of fine wine in one gulp, Kaido slumped onto his seat, the latest economic report from the world lying beside him. Next to it was Mu Ling's bounty notice. Damn it, that old Whitebeard is still alive. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? Humph, that despicable guy? Kaido's chest heaved with anger, and just seeing that bounty notice brought back the memories of that earth-shattering sword strike. He had lost, defeated by Mu Ling. Moreover, his capable subordinate, the Calamity of Flames, had yet to fully recover. Damn it. Kaido's fury escalated as he smashed the wine jug in his hand. "What should we do now?" "Lord Kaido," Queen asked softly. "Let's lay low for a while. Don't provoke that guy for the time being. Also, contact that old hag Big Mom." "Heh, Whitebeard, Mu Ling, just you wait," at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baldigo Island. Apart from the 4 commanders from the north, south, east, and west, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were gathered together. Each held a newspaper in hand, their faces etched with disbelief. Fire Fist Ace has been successfully rescued. Marineford has been destroyed, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku has resigned in disgrace. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, red-eyed Mu Ling, has risen powerfully. The Phantom Pirates. Unbelievable. The Marines have actually lost? A cacophony of discussions echoed in the conference room. As they absorbed this news, it felt as though they were witnessing the dawn of a new era in the pirate world. "Oh, I see your son, Dragon. That boy Luffy is quite an impressive young man." The king of transgenders laughed heartily. This time, Luffy was able to infiltrate Impel Down not only due to Rayleigh's assistance, but also at a tremendous personal cost. Humph. Dragon snorted coldly, gazing at Luffy's image on the newspaper. Lost in his thoughts that we need to take any action. Dragon? Not for now, but I believe it is imperative that I meet with this crimson-eyed muckling. What? The king of transgenders exclaimed in astonishment. The storm of the new era has already begun, and the Navy will undoubtedly implement a series of measures following this defeat. This remnant of the old era intrigues me, Dragon stated solemnly. Bang! Sabo, what's the matter with you? Suddenly, the Revolutionary Army officer Kurla pushed aside his chair and rushed to Sabo's side. Only then did everyone notice Sabo's face twisted in agony, his eyes bloodshot and red. Clutching his head incessantly. Why? Why do they seem so familiar? Ah, my head. Sabo, what's wrong? Are you all right? Doctor. Excited hormones. Within the cabin of the Phantom Spirit, the control panel was activated. Supreme Spirit Refinement System. Host. Muckling. Bounty. For 1,200,000,000. Weapons. Inglong Sword. Common level. Chea. Spirit level. Fruits. Extreme Flame 2. Storm 2. Space 1. Float 1. These are the spirit refinements. Body. Common level. Refinement 11. Abilities. Thunderous 8. Trigrams 3. Master level. Lion Sword Dance 2. Master level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura Field 1. Master level. Armament Haki 1. Master level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 3. Minor level. Observation Haki 1. Master level. Graceful as a Hummingbird 2. Master level. Breaking Airblade Strike 1. Master level. Spirit Resonance Sword 2. Master level. Divine Arts. Demon Sword Technique. Spirit level. Greedy Hand. Slash of Gods and Demons. Immortal level. Ninjutsu. Fire Style. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Spirit Points. 50. System Points. 20. Strength. 540. Speed. For 50. Defense. 660. Life. For 100. With a wave of his hand, terrifying rifts in the void appeared at Muckling's fingertips. He gently pointed at the air before him. In an instant, a minute void gate gradually expanded, revealing a twisted black-purple space within. The next second, an old man with vacant eyes and disheveled hair emerged from the gate. Where is this? Did I come out? Sigh. Another dream. Forget it. If I die, I die. Staying in here is worse than death, the once formidable Golden Lion muttered, resembling a walking corpse, as he slowly drew Sakura tin and brought it to his neck. Muckling. TSK, he actually wants to commit suicide? Impressive, impressive. What a bold thought. Come on, make it swift. I'm eager to watch. A mocking voice reached the ears of the Golden Lion. Shiki was momentarily stunned, realizing that the voice sounded remarkably like that rascal Muckling. What? Not going to kill yourself anymore. Do you want me to help you? Shiki. You rascal. How dare you toy with me? Shiki retorted angrily, preparing to charge at Muckling. Hee, this is the second time I've saved your old self. So, how about a little gratitude? Gratitude for what? Join my crew, the Phantom Spirit Pirates. Nonsense. I have my own pirate crew. How could I possibly? Haha, dreaming are you? Your sky pirates disbanded a long time ago, after you vanished. They all disappeared without a trace. Bang! Shiki plopped down on the ground, a look of despondency on his face, aged beyond his years. This must be yet another failure, right? Note. Thanks to reader, Bishua Chanqing, for the explosive update and reader, Gu, for the 3 urging updates. My heartfelt gratitude. To be honest, the gifts have significantly decreased recently. Brothers, let's keep the free contributions coming. Even a penny is love. In the battle against Roger, he had the advantage of both terrain and numbers. Yet he never anticipated the factor of timing. After Roger's demise, believing himself to be unmatched, he launched a suicidal assault on the Navy headquarters and was imprisoned in Impel Down, later at the cost of his legs. He managed to escape and secretly conducted experiments in the East Blue. Ultimately, he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Following that, Muckling escaped from prison, rescued himself, and miraculously healed his legs. Yet now, with vacant eyes, Shiki stared ahead, suddenly feeling a profound sense of insignificance in this vast world. Questioning his own path, it seems I've truly aged. So, what are you considering? Join me, and I promise to make you the vice-captain. Muckling said cheerfully, though he knew deep down that the Golden Lion would never join the Phantom Spirit Pirates. Not for any other reason than that he was the Golden Lion Shiki. Humph. How could I possibly join your pirate crew? Don't be ridiculous, you brat. After a brief moment of shock, the golden lion snapped back, casting a disdainful glance at Muckling. Muckling. You old fool. Humph, I wouldn't even want to associate with you. After a moment of realization, the golden lion burst into laughter. Ha! Not bad. Not bad. The fifth emperor of the sea. Counting this time, you've saved me twice. I shan't waste any more breath. Farewell. The golden lion transformed into a whirlwind and departed, leaving Muckling with a helpless expression. Please don't die. Understood. The voice of the golden lion faded into the distance amidst the clouds. At this moment, it was already deep into the night, yet the deck was brightly lit, with everyone celebrating. Captain, you finally emerged. Shiryu laughed heartily while clutching a bottle of wine. Hee, you lost. Drink up, drink up. Jinbei seized a bottle and forcefully shoved it into Enel's mouth. Enel, woo woo woo. Bonnie indulged in roasted meat with one hand and fine wine with the other, savoring each bite with unmatched delight. However, Muckling was surprised to find that the pirate Empress Boa Hancock was still present. Was this woman planning to stay? Shifting his gaze, Muckling spotted Dracul Mihawk perched on the ship's mast, sipping wine delicately. Meanwhile, Old Sand continued his training, surrounded by swirling sands that whirred loudly. Yet, when Muckling focused, he discerned the secret within. Magnetic sand. Tisk tisk. Well done, Old Sand. Managing to create magnetic sand all on your own. Captain, come, come, Jinbei urged, attempting to pull Muckling towards Hancock. Jinbei, is my broad physique to blame? After the fierce battle, it was indeed time to unwind. Observing the joyous crowd, Muckling returned the Momo fruit to its place. Deciding to select again tomorrow, Muckling-sama, I have a request. Would you grant it? Suddenly, Hancock, her face flushed, spoke softly. What request? Go ahead. I wish to join the Phantom Spirit Pirates. Hancock shyly covered her face. Muckling was taken aback. The pirate empress wanted to join his crew? Gazing at Hancock's rosy cheeks and the glimmer in her eyes, Muckling's expression gradually morphed into something peculiar. Clearly, your intentions lie elsewhere. I see you as a companion. Yet you wish to be my wife. Very well. I agree. From this day forth, you are a member of the Phantom Spirit Pirates. Muckling readily consented, not only due to Hancock's formidable strength but also her status. The ruler of Amazon Lily, the queen of the daughter country, this was a force not to be underestimated. Upon receiving Muckling's approval, Hancock's face blossomed with joy. The next morning, tsk, it seems I was truly drunk last night. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Muckling washed his face and stepped out of the cabin. Surveying the surroundings, he found Hancock had already departed. It was likely he had sent her off last night. After all, she was a sovereign, and given that she had betrayed the world government for his sake, she needed to return to Amazon Lily to maintain order. It was said that her grandmother's phone had nearly exploded from calls. Boom! A flash of sword light erupted. A wave of slashing energy shot from the black blade towards Shiryu. Damn it! Cursing loudly, Shiryu's face paled slightly as his body transformed into an illusion, leaping into the air. The crimson sword energy erupted from the tempest, colliding fiercely with the slash of Hawkeye. In an instant, thunder rumbled, the clouds parted, and the fierce winds surged, causing the entire phantom ship to tremble. Ha! Splendid swordsmanship. Come again. With a clang, the intrigued Hawkeye's blade seemed to become an apparition, entangling with Shiryu in a fierce duel. The dance of blades and the ethereal sword energy filled the air, sending waves of shockwaves rippling from beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the onlookers appeared utterly unfazed by the spectacle, continuing their activities with serene composure. Waving his hand, Muckling approached Jinbei, who was watching from the sidelines. That a flash of light revealed a blue-green, intricately patterned devil fruit in Muckling's grasp. It was none other than the Momo fruit, seized after the demise of Bondi Wald. Muckling intended to offer it to Jinbei. Here you go. With a clap, Jinbei froze upon receiving the fruit. This is the Momo fruit. You must know its powers, right? Muckling stated nonchalantly. I know, but there are no side effects. You needn't worry about becoming a fishman who can't swim, Jinbei exclaimed. The notion of a fishman unable to swim sounded utterly terrifying. Won't eat it. If you refuse, I'll give it to someone else. Muckling feigned to take it back. No. I'll eat it. I will. With a groan, Jinbei swallowed the Momo fruit in one gulp, his face contorting in distaste. Ugh, it's so awful. He appeared both nauseated and hesitant to vomit. Note: An additional update has been made. Gratitude to all the brothers who gifted today. Thank you immensely. In an instant, Jinbei's entire being quaked, as he felt an unending surge of power coursing from within. A new ability user had been born. Hawkeye intoned gravely, though, my poor Jinbei, I forgot to mention, one bite of the devil fruit is sufficient. Shiryu pretended to lament that as Jinbei, still absorbing the capabilities of the Momo fruit, cast a bewildered glance at Mu Ling. Don't look at me. I was about to say something, but you just shoved it in my mouth. Tch. Impressive. Mu Ling gave a thumbs up. Instantly, Jinbei's expression darkened further. How does it taste? Is it an unforgettable experience? Enel chuckled mischievously at a cadre of rogues. Jinbei mused silently, then closed his eyes to contemplate the wondrous energy within him. If I were you, I would take a swim in the sea first, Old Sand remarked. With a jolt, as if struck by lightning, Jinbei finally recalled this essential fact, regardless of the power he possessed. He could not forsake the dignity of a fisherman. Meanwhile, Mu Ling chuckled as he gently lowered the phantom ship, for such experiences were far more enlightening than mere words. With a splash, Jinbei plunged into the sea, gliding through the water like a dragon entering its domain, agile and graceful. A month later, above the skies, 1,000 miles from Water City, in an instant, sword energy crisscrossed, as countless terrifying flames erupted from the Yinglong sword, manifesting into more than a dozen fire dragons. Extreme flame, emperors, slash, boom. The sword energy shattered the cloud cover, then shot straight down from Mu Ling's hand, cleaving through the heavens with a resounding crash. Ha ha, splendid, with a hearty laugh. Hawkeye, wielding the Black Blade Knight, sought to avoid damaging the phantom ship, leaping gracefully onto the ship's mast before vaulting into the air. Clang, the crisp sound of the blade rang through the heavens, as a green wave of slashing energy blossomed before the eyes of all. Bang, the two forces of sword energy collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that soared into the sky. Thunderous roars echoed amid the clouds, while the two combatants on the deck resumed their fierce engagement. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades sparked fierce embers, as waves of energy erupted like ripples, evading the fiery sword strikes. Hawkeye swiftly spun in midair, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that bore down upon Mu Ling. With a horizontal sweep of his blade, Mu Ling blocked dozens of lethal sword strikes, his foot striking the ground with force, concealing the Yinglong within. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon's roar resonated through the realm, as a golden dragon hung above Mu Ling, slowly opening its massive maw. Breaking army, rising dragon strike. Boom! In an instant, Mu Ling transformed into a radiant arc of sword energy, charging forth with countless beams of light aimed at Hawkeye. Unfazed, Hawkeye raised his black blade, preparing to unleash a formidable strike, a torrent of overwhelming power surging within him. Slash! Boom! The two immense forces collided once more. Instantly, the phantom ship quaked violently, while the onlookers prudently retreated to the corners, silently observing the clash. Truly deserving of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he can engage the captain in such an exchange. Bonnie marveled. Indeed, when it comes to swordsmanship, Hawkeye is merely a notch below the captain. Shiryu, a fellow swordsman, observed keenly, recognizing the subtle gap between himself and Hawkeye. Surely they won't destroy the phantom ship. Jinbei expressed his concerns. How could that be possible? Enel chuckled merrily. Boom! The two forces of sword energy clashed once more, igniting an unprecedented tremor that surged through the phantom ship. Cracks of panic began to emerge across the deck, where sword energy spread like wildfire. Everyone, this is several thousand meters above the ground. Let's call it a day here. With a flourish, the Yinglong's sword vanished from his grasp. All right, Hawkeye, his complexion slightly pale, retracted the black blade, a rare smile breaking the perennial coldness of his face. This was the life he yearned for. Rather than languishing in a castle, drinking and reading newspapers, he preferred honing his swordsmanship amidst worthy adversaries like Mu Ling and Shiryu, who was nearly his equal. Hawkeye had fallen in love with this vibrant existence. An hour later, Water City, shipyard factory. Thank you for your hard work, Iceberg. Mu Ling expressed heartfelt gratitude upon seeing Iceberg's weary visage, the fatigue evident in his eyes. As a member of the Phantom Pirates, this is my duty, Iceberg replied passionately. Haha, come, let's meet our new companions. With a dramatic flourish, Mu Ling drew back the curtain, revealing the culmination of 7 months of tireless effort, painstaking refinement, and continuous innovation. A ship of unparalleled grandeur, crafted from atom wood, embodying the pinnacle of craftsmanship from across the world. The king of the underworld had finally arrived. Tranquil. Remarkable. This is the legendary king of the underworld. This is simply unbelievable. Everyone stood in awe, including Mu Ling. Even the typically composed Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the king of the underworld. One word. Immense. 2 words. Magnificent. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. As everyone struggled to find the appropriate words to encapsulate the awe-inspiring behemoth before them, the flawless curves of the ship's hull were a testament to its formidable construction, designed to withstand any onslaught. Equipped with the latest propulsion systems and fortified by Iceberg's unique pressure structure, bestowing upon it unparalleled destructive capabilities, with the intention of dismantling the world government, Iceberg left no stone unturned in enhancing its offensive capabilities, elevating it to new heights beyond its original design. One shot could obliterate an island, a claim not made lightly. Half an hour later, with the sails unfurled, the flag of the Phantom Pirates billowed in the wind. Gathering a sphere of flame in his hand, Mu Ling ignited the king of the underworld himself. From now on, this ship shall be known as the Phantom Ship. Set sail. Destination, New World. Everyone. With a thunderous roar accompanying their cheers. The newly christened Phantom Ship soared gracefully into the sky. Note. Haha. The king of the underworld has finally made its debut. Special thanks to reader, Lion's Bone Song, for the gift of a showpiece and character summon. Once again, thank you. A day later, in the skies en route to the New World. Beep. Phantom Ship Refinement 1. Next refinement in 100 days. Leaning against the mast, Mu Ling smiled, as expected of an ancient weapon. It received treatment on par with a divine artifact. Wow, it's so vast, Bonnie exclaimed in astonishment. They were exploring the internal structure of the Phantom Ship. TSK. This is a combat room, Old Sand remarked, somewhat taken aback. Not due to its design, but rather the sheer absurdity of finding a combat room aboard a pirate ship. What an unnecessary addition. No offense, Iceberg, but I don't think this combat room serves much purpose. Bonnie shook her head. Haha, rest assured, the walls around us are reinforced with super strong metal, providing exceptional damage resistance. Iceberg declared confidently. In the next moment, Lao Sha casually conjured a ball of magnetic sand, transforming it into a spear and hurled it towards the wall. Boom! A bowl-sized crater formed instantly, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. However, this place serves quite well as a storage room. Indeed. Wow, this floor is actually an aquarium. Jinbei, look, there are so many of you. Jinbei cast a helpless glance at Bonnie. Hesitating to speak, be careful, or I'll crush you with 100-fold fish palm. Do you believe it? Iceberg, come here. With a wave of his hand, Mu Ling beckoned. What is it, Captain? A loud hand clapped down on Iceberg's shoulder. Beep. Iceberg's spirit cultivation increased by 1. Beep. Iceberg's spirit cultivation increased by 3. Instantly, waves of warm light rippled around Iceberg's body. This is... Iceberg felt warm currents surging into his body, flowing into his limbs and blood vessels. The weariness etched on his face from months of relentless toil vanished in an instant. Wrinkles smoothed out, and a pearlescent glow sparkled between his brows. That moment, Iceberg felt as though he had regained a full decade of youth. Captain, this is too. Iceberg stammered. It's nothing. This is an acknowledgement of your efforts over the past 6 months, and this is your true power. Genuine power. As dazzling light flickered, the shadow fruit appeared in Mu Ling's hand and was then handed to Iceberg. This is the shadow fruit of the former warlord Gecko Moria, capable of extracting other shadows for your own use. It has no side effects and is not cursed by the sea. Now, it belongs to you. Is this the legendary devil fruit? Iceberg exclaimed, holding the fruit in his hands. Yet, memories of the formidable CP9 suddenly flooded his mind, the despairing strength they possessed. At last, might he also grow stronger? Thank you. Captain, without further hesitation, Iceberg promptly consumed the shadow fruit. Of course, the process was excruciatingly painful, and Mu Ling did not reveal its secrets. How could I bear such torment alone? Mu Ling's dark side had emerged. However, those witnessing the scene exhibited no surprise. Instead, they nonchalantly continued with their own activities. Their captain supplier of devil fruits. Everyone had long been in tacit agreement. Thus, half a month passed. The ghostly pirate crew finally arrived in the new world. At Jinbei's request, the crew decided to rest for a day on Fishman Island. Just like that? I'll hang up now. Not allowing me to hang up. You. Fine. I've thought about it. Are you satisfied now? What? Not sincere enough. What a nuisance. With a sharp press, Mu Ling forcefully ended the call, disregarding Hancock's resentful voice on the other end. Humph. Women, one must not pamper them. Just kidding. After hanging up, Mu Ling, having nothing to occupy his time, stepped out of the cabin and discovered Iceberg preparing to repair the ship. With a flick of his fingertip, Iceberg's shadow instantly split into 3 humanoid figures, which gradually became full and began assisting Iceberg with his tasks. Moving items and hammering. Ugh. Mu Ling found himself at a loss for words. Iceberg was quite clever, and he had developed the abilities of the shadow fruit remarkably well. However, there was one downside. Most of the abilities were utilized for labor and repairs. The only 2 or 3 combat skills were forcibly extracted by Shiryu. I can't bear to look any longer. My head hurts. Leaping off the ship, Mu Ling headed towards the Dragon Palace. Now that they were at Fishman Island, he had to at least take a glance at the Dragon Palace. Holy Land Mariawa. Panga City, between the flowers, in the Dark Palace. We greet you, sir. Bang, at the foot of an enormous staircase that seemed to reach the heavens. 4 figures knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, too afraid to look up. These 4 were the rulers of the world government, the Gorosei. Heinadmo is dead. A voice, cold and unfeeling, echoed with chilling severity in the next moment. From the countless steps above, a tall figure with a high bun and cold golden eyes slowly stood up, fixating his icy gaze on the 4 below. We report to Lord Im, Heinadmo is dead. Killed by the red-eyed Mu Ling. The elder among the Gorosei, dressed as a warrior, spoke solemnly. The space fruit? It has vanished. It has been acquired by another. Who? Unknown. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, followed by an endless stillness. Lord Im remained silent, his golden eyes gazing into the distance to this moment. His piercing gaze seemed capable of traversing mountains and rivers. The 4 kneeling at the foot of the stairs trembled, the invisible pressure akin to blades piercing their minds. Sweat poured down, and none dared to utter a word. Kill him. Suddenly, a wanted poster fluttered down from Im's hand, then was fiercely stabbed into the ground by a sharp blade. The poster depicted a man standing with a sword. Surrounded by a fierce aura of sword energy, it was none other than Mu Ling. We shall faithfully obey the divine edict. The 4 chorused. Note: the big boss has made his appearance. Thank you, brothers, for the gifts. I am immensely grateful. Potato is nearly moved to tears. Sniff, sniff. Fishman Island. Mu Ling dove headfirst into the sea and swam towards the depths without a second thought. Whoosh! The sword energy beneath his feet whirled like a propeller, propelling his body forward. Suddenly, streams of water, sharp as swords, cascaded around Mu Ling. Due to the need to hold his breath, his vision was severely impaired, making it difficult for him to see distant objects. Whoosh! With the observation hockey activated, Mu Ling could see the surrounding sea clearly for dozens of miles. It was a group of fishmen. Ha ha ha! Humans! What audacity for humans to dare appear in the depths of the sea. Kill him. Lowly human, you seek death. A dozen fishmen brandishing harpoons aimed their weapons at him. They were pirates from the new Fishman Pirates. Like their captain Hody Jones, they were extreme racists, harboring a deep hatred for humans, to the point of ruthlessly killing anyone they encountered. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced through the water, shooting towards Mu Ling like arrows. Alas, such creatures failed to pique my interest. A hint of resignation crossed Mu Ling's face. He didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the bullets to clang against him without leaving a single mark. They are simply too weak. What? Bullets are ineffective against him. No, it can't be. Accursed human. You reusing tricks? I shall slay you. Mu Ling. Tricks? When did that happen? Boom. In an instant, blood-red sword energy erupted from Mu Ling's body, slicing through the water and leaving trails of crimson as it swept across the fishmen's necks. Sizzle. In the next moment, the water turned crimson with blood. Over a dozen fishmen were reduced to nothing before they could even utter a cry. Boring. Mu Ling pouted and continued swimming downward. 10 minutes later, Mu Ling arrived at the gates of the Dragon Palace. However, In the next moment, he froze. Two fishmen clad in Dragon Palace Guard uniforms now lay lifeless on the ground. Their bodies were emaciated and pale, clearly drained of all blood. Turning the corpses over, Mu Ling noticed that the guards bore with a quiet exclamation. Mu Ling immediately dashed towards the source of the sound, which was situated in the heart of the Dragon Palace's Grand Hall. Suddenly, a figure resembling Jinbei was propelled out from within like a cannonball. Stumbling momentarily, Mu Ling swiftly extended his hand to halt Jinbei's advance. In that instant, the overwhelming force caused Mu Ling to lean slightly backward. A master! Just from this single interception, Mu Ling discerned that the power of the person inside the hall was undoubtedly extraordinary. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Jinbei was drenched in crimson, his vitality waning as clots of blood continuously spilled from his lips. Damn it! Mu Ling was thoroughly enraged. How could they have beaten Jinbei to such a state? In an instant, countless strands of sword energy erupted from within him, transforming into terrifying torrents of blood-red sword aura that enveloped Mu Ling. Struggling to suppress his fury, Mu Ling promptly purchased a rejuvenating pill from the shop and administered it to Jinbei. Thereafter, he steadily advanced toward the hall, a tidal wave of murderous intent surging within him. Captain, be cautious. The enemy is exceptionally strong. I understand. With a sharp sound, the sword named Cha-Chi was drawn, and in the next moment, Mu Ling charged into the hall, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of blood-red sword energy. Billowing clouds of smoke filled the air, revealing Neptune, the lord of the Dragon Palace, slumped helplessly on the ground, while behind him stood Princess Shirahoshi, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, a dry corpse shot out from the smoke. Tumbling to the ground, judging by its attire, it appeared to be a mermaid maid. Keek, such delightful blood. Where are the treasures? Hand them over quickly, or else. Ha ha ha. The voice was hoarse and malevolent. Gradually, the smoke dissipated, revealing the true visage of the bloodthirsty fiend. Tall and gaunt, with white hair braided into two plaits draping over his shoulders, he donned a crimson shirt and blood-red trousers, his feet clad in gold-trimmed black leather shoes, and a large blood-red cloak draped over his shoulders. Around his neck, he wore a blue rose, and in his hand, he grasped a slender umbrella with a bat-shaped handle. Yet, his aged face was marred by numerous wrinkles, resembling mud caked upon his skin, a most repulsive sight. Mu Ling stood frozen. He recognized this individual. Although they had only met a few times, the distinctive aura of terror he emitted was forever etched in Mu Ling's memory. The Red Count, the Solitary Red, the Solitary Rider, such were the titles bestowed upon him by the outside world. Barolik Lidefield was his name. One of the remnants of the old generation, he had once stood shoulder to shoulder with legends like Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion, relying solely on his own strength. Damn it! Wasn't this the guy who had battled the former Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong to exhaustion, only to be captured by Garp and imprisoned in Level 6 of Impel Down? Blackbeard. As that grotesque visage flashed through his mind, Mu Ling quickly understood. During his escape from prison, Gold Lion had informed him that Barolik had not been released, so it must have been Blackbeard's intrusion that facilitated his escape. That scoundrel! How dare he free this ancient wretch? You are that kid from the Rocks Pirates? Compared to Mu Ling, Barolik appeared even more astonished from afar. You've recognized me? Ha ha! Barolik chuckled lightly, his gaze towards Mu Ling brimming with unrestrained fervor. Then, tilting his head with an eerie smile, he stretched his pale, snow-white skin, an unsettling sight indeed. In the next moment, a continuous surge of blood energy began to churn within him. The craving for blood. This is life. With arms outstretched and head tilted back, he let the blood energy rise around him. The sickly flush crept across his deathly pale skin, and then a horrifying scene unfolded. Crackling sounds resonated as his bones shifted, followed by a frenzied popping noise. His emaciated muscles began to swell, and his aged, wrinkled body started to regain vitality. An utterly perverse smile crept across Barolik's face. Boom! The explosive sounds emanating from within him multiplied, as if each explosion rendered Barolik a year younger. In mere moments, he had transformed back into the visage of his youth, the very image etched in Mu Ling's memory, the Zoan-type bat fruit amidst the cacophony of explosions. The blood-soaked battlefield surged forward like a relentless tide, as the crimson sword energy cleaved through Barolik's conqueror's haki with ruthless precision. It then tore towards Barolik with unyielding ferocity. You bastard! He bellowed. Retreating swiftly, Yet the sword energy, moving with blinding speed, closed the distance in an instant. The frenzied blade-like wind struck his armored right arm, sending echoes of thunderous roars through the air with a flourish. The dual blades enveloped in extreme flames soared high in the hands of Mu Ling, positioned horizontally before his chest, in a swift, clean arc. The sword light flickered and transformed into two colossal arcs, hurtling towards Berelic. Humph! With a cold snort, Berelic spun his umbrella staff with remarkable speed, unleashing a multitude of blood-red sword energies that coalesced into a formidable barrier. Boom! The first arc collided with the barrier and disintegrated instantly, forcing Berelic to involuntarily step back. Bang! The second arc shattered the barrier, the scattering sword energies grazing Berelic's chest and leaving a fresh crimson mark. Keek. Such is the power of youth, Berelic mused, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face as he caressed his staff, before it morphed into a towering sword pillar enveloped in a blazing crimson glow. Become my nourishment. With a thunderous roar, Berelic gripped the umbrella handle tightly and executed a sweeping strike. This swordsmanship, perhaps rivaling that of Shanks, his body twisted, and at the critical moment, the blade's light narrowly grazed the tip of Mu Ling's nose, cleaving the grand palace doors behind him that a horizontal sword scar, stretching 1,000 meters, was carved into the resilient seabed, creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep. Before Mu Ling could retaliate, another beam of sword light descended. Moving with blinding speed, it became unavoidable. Extreme flame. Emperor's slash. The flaming sword energy pierced through the palace ceiling, halting just as it was about to breach the Dragon Palace's barrier. Slash. Berelic horizontally positioned his umbrella staff, forcefully intercepting the blade of light. Bang, bang, bang. A weighty force coursed through his body, driving Berelic's legs deep into the ground, rendering him as immovable as a wooden stake. Struck into the earth by Mu Ling, in the next moment, Berelic erupted from the soil, his sharp staff thrusting backward. Behind you, the portal to the void opened, and Mu Ling, having just emerged, was caught completely off guard as Berelic's staff pierced through his right arm. Fire fist, almost instinctively, without a moment's thought. Mu Ling's left fist, ablaze with flames, struck out in retaliation. Berelic was instantly engulfed by the extreme flames. Wow! A terrifying roar reverberated throughout, akin to a nocturnal predator, its sharp fangs its most formidable weapon. His fervor for blood had long obscured the fact that he was once human. In the next moment, Berelic, in a furious rage tinged with an old man's weariness, erupted violently, his blood-red cloak transforming into a pair of fearsome bat wings, which he unfurled with great force. Nightfall. In an instant, the entire Dragon Palace was shrouded in profound darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Humph! A bat, indeed. With a dismissive huff, Mu Ling activated his observation haki, meticulously scanning his surroundings. However, due to the nightfall and the bat fruit's unique ability, the scope of his observation haki was severely limited, allowing him to perceive only his immediate vicinity. 1 second, 2 seconds, after an agonizing wait. Mu Ling still detected no sign of Berelic's assault. That, oh no, this is bad. In a flash, relying on his memory of the palace's layout, Mu Ling dashed towards Jin Bei and the others, the sound of blood being siphoned echoed ominously. With wings as thin as a cicada's, Berelic moved stealthily like a specter, suddenly materializing behind Neptune. He traced the deep wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing across Berelic's gaze. Aging. It was the one thing he could not accept. Otherwise, he would not resort to drinking human blood to maintain his youth. Neptune, the lord of the Dragon Palace? Keek. I had no intention of killing you. But circumstances have changed. Once I eliminate this brat and uncover the secret to restoring my youth, I shall no longer endure this life of perpetual darkness. To drink human blood, to transform them into mere husks. Such brutal measures are more horrifying than murder and utterly intolerable. As they utterly defy nature, the moment he laid eyes on Mu Ling, Berelic deduced that the youth undoubtedly possessed a treasure capable of restoring youth. Thus, the rumored treasures within the Dragon Palace that could maintain one's youth were nothing but worthless trinkets. Caught off guard, Neptune, who stood protectively over Shirahoshi, felt a violent jolt coursing through him, followed by an excruciating pain at his neck. Just as he was about to scream, a blood-soaked hand clamped down over his mouth. At that instant, Neptune could even hear the sound of blood gushing from his body, the unmistakable sound of his gradual descent into death. Jinbei stood firm ahead, a resolute guardian like a statue. As his vision dulled and his flesh began to wither, Neptune realized his demise was imminent. Damn it! Keek. Exquisite! Barilek chuckled maliciously. Doe. Is that so? A frigid voice echoed in his ear, followed by the resounding clash of swords. The sword energy, intertwining with ferocity, struck Barilek, who was too engrossed in his sanguine feast to evade, severing his right wing in an instant. Ah! Bastard! My wing! Boom! In the shroud of darkness, the sword light blazed anew as Mu Ling re-engaged Barilek in combat. Clang, clang, clang. With a deft twist, leveraging the momentum of Barilek's strike, Mu Ling countered with a sweeping blade. Duong. The swords collided, erupting into a shower of sparks. The torrent of sword scars erupted, etching terrifying marks into the ground. He intercepted the umbrella staff, and with his left arm coalescing spatial energy, he shattered the void and launched it towards Barilek, the legendary space fruit. Is it? Intriguing. With a flap of his wings, Barilek opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Wow. A terrifying wave of crimson energy surged forth, akin to a shockwave. Father, what is wrong with you? Wailing, Shirahoshi knelt before Neptune, her cries drowning out even Barilek's roars. Damn you, little girl, Barilek yelled, swinging his sword towards Shirahoshi. Boom! In the next moment, the thick fog parted, and seawater surged back, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble. Roar! A deep and majestic roar echoed from afar, stirring tumultuous waves beneath the sea, resonating in the hearts of all. The dark night was shattered, and countless furious roars reverberated overhead. At that moment, gazing at the weeping Shirahoshi, Barilek felt an unsettling chill. Sea kings? Why were there so many sea kings suddenly appearing here? Could it be this girl who summoned them? Having witnessed the depths of human hearts, Barilek was well aware of certain secrets in this world. Looking at Shirahoshi, he abruptly recalled a certain legend. Father, whoa, please don't leave Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is so scared. Whoa. Tears streamed down Shirahoshi's face as she wept pitifully. Though Neptune was not yet dead, he had lost most of his blood and was as good as lifeless. Crying, always crying. Barilek was thoroughly annoyed by the incessant wailing, but in the next moment, as if struck by inspiration, he became exhilarated. Since you are so unique, your blood must be transformed into a shadow of red. Barilek lunged towards Shirahoshi. Bastard! With arms crossed, Jinbei, enveloped in black hockey, charged forward. Bang! A fist and a sword collided violently, and in the next moment, Jinbei was sent flying by Barilek's sweeping strike. A fishman, Barilek scoffed disdainfully. Damn you, Momo! Tenfold strength. With a swift stomp of his foot, Jinbei was jolted by a surge of power that erupted from within him. The essence of fishman karate manifested. Momo no ji. In an instant, a torrent of formidable water streams coalesced in his palm, the terrifying intent of his fists swirling around him like ocean currents, reminiscent of a dragon in flight. It exploded forth in a flash. The fishman's palm, enveloped in this potent energy, swelled dramatically, resembling a small mountain as it descended upon Barilek. What a troublesome adversary! With a horizontal sweep of his umbrella staff, a beam of blood-red sword energy shot upwards. Stamping his foot down fiercely, Barilek thrust his sword forward with both hands. Bang! 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 The space trembled as the fierce sword energy collided violently with the fishman's palm, dark purple lightning crackling between them. You bastard! I will kill you! Momo no nijibai! Boom! In a fit of rage, Jinbei unleashed the powers of the Momo fruit once more, instantly amplifying the pressure on Barilek. Meanwhile, Jinbei's complexion began to pale noticeably. Having just obtained the Momo fruit, this exertion placed a heavy burden upon him. Bang! 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 As Barilek stumbled backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground, he suddenly chuckled. Is brute force all you know? How pitiful! You fishman! With a powerful flap of his bat-like wings, Barilek leaped into the in a flash. He executed multiple somersaults before descending upon Jinbei with a single sword strike. Swish! The sword energy cut through the air, forming a towering pillar of blade that plummeted downwards. However, due to Barilek's sudden ascent, Jinbei's fist intent remained unbroken, and he fell to the ground, helplessly watching the sword light descend upon him. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated in Barilek's ears. The ocean surged violently, akin to a tempest in the eye of the storm. A massive tail came crashing down from above, obscuring the light and plunging Beroric into darkness. How could this be? Bang! Before he could finish his thought, the colossal tail of a sea king struck him, sending him crashing to the ocean floor. Roar! In the next moment, a chorus of roars erupted as countless sea kings, both large and small, whipped their tails and opened their gaping maws. Surging towards Beroric below, with a thunderous crash, one sea king collided, causing the dragon palace to tremble. Bang! Three massive tails converged, simultaneously smashing down into the pit. Instantly, the grand palace crumbled to ruins. Mu Ling stared blankly at the scene before him, overwhelmed by the multitude of sea kings that shrouded the light above. Goodness, he could swear that even after days adrift at sea, he had never encountered such a plethora of sea kings. Casting a glance at the weeping Shirahoshi beside him, Mu Ling waved his hand helplessly. Truly, this was the Sea King Poseidon. It was no wonder the world government held such trepidation towards him. If Shirahoshi were to fully master her ability to control the Sea Kings, the world government would undoubtedly be at her mercy. The strength of a single individual may be formidable, but when faced with thousands, even millions, of Sea Kings from the vast ocean, it all seemed utterly insignificant. Bang! 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 Beroric was still enduring the onslaught, the weight of each massive body pressing upon him, leaving him gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Jinpei retrieved the rejuvenation potion he had given to Neptune before the Battle of Marineford. Urging him to consume it, Mu Ling did not intervene. Having already provided it to Jinpei, how he dealt with it was his own affair. You bastard! Sizzling blood-red sword light erupted from the pit, instantly obliterating 3 or 4 sea kings. Enraged, Beroric leaped forth, his complexion ashen, resembling the frail figure he had first appeared as. Roar! A sea king lunged at him. Beroric deftly spun, evading the attack, and thrust his sharp, bloodied claws like a sword into the eye of the nearest sea king. In the next moment, the colossal creature began to wither, its lifeblood pouring into Beroric's body. The sea king screamed in agony, its massive form twisting in vain. Within mere seconds, Beroric withdrew his arm, appearing significantly younger, while the sea king crumpled into a lifeless husk. Tsk, is this desperation or indiscriminate hunger, resorting to attacking beasts now? Just as Beroric turned his gaze towards another sea king, Mu Ling's the blade's aura danced as the parasol staff transformed into a phantasm, incessantly striking forth from Beroric's grasp, intercepting waves of slashing force. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, unable to withstand the sudden onslaught. Beroric's body immediately bent into an arc in an instant. Countless sword marks marred his flesh, each one a harrowing gash, as torrents of blood surged from within, dripping onto the ground. Yet, Beroric appeared older than ever. With a flash of sword light, the razor-sharp edge rested against Beroric's neck, though the bat could restore one's youth. It bore a fatal flaw. Once deprived of blood, not only would one age, but one would become even older than before. The once mighty parasol staff had lost its former luster, now resembling merely a crutch. Propping up Beroric's frail form, his face was haggard, pallid, with vacant eyes and increasingly labored breaths. Damn it, how infuriating! If only I could regain my youth like you. Then I would never be defeated. How infuriating! In a flash of light, Mu Ling withdrew the razor. Beroric's eyes brightened, believing Mu Ling might spare him. Huh, you are clearly indulging in wishful thinking. How could I ever let you go? I merely recalled the most fitting demise for you. With a concentration of spatial power in hand, the next moment, accompanied by the sound of space fracturing, a black-purple void gate emerged behind Beroric, swallowing him whole. Now, withering away in the endless, twisted expanse, Mu Ling's voice was icy. All right, the enemy is dead. Send these sea kings back. With a wave of his hand, Mu Ling coldly addressed Bai Xing, I'm just a poor soul. Bai Xing was immediately terrified into tears at the sight of the bloodstains and splattered gore on Mu Ling. Mu Ling. He then turned his gaze to Neptune that if you wish to keep your daughter's secret from being exposed by the world government, it might not be a bad idea to keep these sea kings as guests in the Dragon Palace. Without heeding Neptune's ashen countenance, Mu Ling seized Jinbei and soared out of the Dragon Palace. Beep. Host has slain Beroric, acquiring the Zoan-type bat fruit, vampire form, a dark purple devil fruit, adorned with strange patterns. Appeared in Mu Ling's hand with a flash of light. Tsk, did this old fool die so quickly? What a pity to lose such a top-tier observation hockey. Beep. Host has slain the solitary Baloric. Rewarding mission completion. Spirit Tier Sword Technique. Phantom Sword Dance 1. Note: when I mention being blocked creatively, it refers to my mind being stuck. Moreover, am I the kind of person who gets creatively blocked easily? Humph. Sundara. Waves of warmth surged in my mind. Exquisite sword lights reverberating before Mu Ling's eyes. Spirit Tier Sword Technique. Phantom Sword Dance. Isn't that the skill of our great sword soul? Truly, the system is impressive for being able to conjure this. Yet, gazing at the bat fruit in hand, Mu Ling felt perplexed. Who would consume this? Even if offered for free, it would likely be unwanted. Without any power enhancement, the only benefit was that consuming human blood would reverse aging. It seemed only those deluded like Baloric would desire such a thing. Recycle. Beep. Confirm recycling of the Zoan-type bat fruit. Vampire form? Confirm. Beep. 300 spirit points. Excellent. The recycling system is quite effective, even if much of it is siphoned off by middlemen. Upon returning to the phantom ship, the others had already returned and were preparing to set sail. That Mu Ling noticed Shiryu cleaning blood off his sword. Shiryu, did you engage in battle? Jinbei inquired curiously. Indeed, just now a group calling themselves the New Fishman Pirate Crew insisted we leave Fishman Island, claiming we are mere lowly humans. Hee. Shiryu smirked slyly, his intent unmistakable. Jinbei paused, well aware of what the New Fishman Pirate Crew represented. His expression darkened slightly as he recalled that he, too, once harbored such intense hatred for humans. Perhaps, without Tiger, he might have turned out like them. Jinbei, steer the ship. Iceberg called out, preparing to set sail. Understood, dismissing his dark thoughts. Jinbei suddenly recalled the captain's furious wrath upon his near demise, realizing that perhaps this life was not so bad after all. With a thunderous roar, the phantom ship soared into the air, gliding forward. Moments later, come on, crack. Mu Ling stretched and waved his right hand into the void. Whoosh, a fiery longsword manifested in his grasp. Then he turned to Enel. As I stated before the Marineford War, now it begins, and Shiryu, you will handle training Bonnie. Oh, and take Iceberg with you. How could such a promising fruit be turned into a mere ship repair tool? Had he misallocated his points? Mu Ling felt disgruntled. Rest assured, Captain, this task is in my capable hands. Shiryu stood up with a grin, drawing the cursed sword thunderstorm. Worry not, I shall be quite gentle. Enel, Bonnie, and Iceberg's faces darkened instantly. They could almost foresee their own gruesome fates. Jinbei, let us join in. Swirling sands encircled old sand, while terrifying black magnetic sand erupted with astonishing force. Jinbei, I still need to steer. In midair, there was no risk of running aground. It made no difference whether he was there or not. So hurry up, old sand complained. Damn it, can't you at least respect my work? Boom. In the next moment, Jinbei charged forward, his fish palms swelling massively. Meanwhile, on the other side, thunder roared as countless black-purple lightning bolts were engulfed in flames. Sword lights swirling, punctuated by occasional cries of pain from Enel. Bonnie, watch your back, my sword is closing in. Bonnie immediately turned, swinging the leg bone behind her. Bang! In the next instant, she was sent flying by Shiryu's sword. You dare trust the enemy's words? I truly wonder how you earned your reputation as a supernova, Shiryu coldly remarked. Swish! Suddenly, a shadow surged beneath Shiryu's feet, transforming into 3 sharp spears that shot upward. Oh, an unexpected attack method? Not bad. Retreating several steps, Shiryu swept his sword horizontally, cleaving the 3 shadow spears. Yet, as his body hesitated, he shot forward like a cannonball toward the 2. Duong. Thunderstorm collided violently with the leg bone. And then a dazzling burst of color erupted from Bonnie's left hand as she struck. Is this your miraculous ability? Her body immediately fell backward, but as she did, she delivered a powerful kick to Bonnie's abdomen just as she reached out. Bang! Bonnie flew back, slamming against the ship's mast. Following this, Shiryu executed a backflip, unleashing a red sword light in the midst of his spin. Iceberg, like Baloric, found no refuge, his mind racing to evade the sword light. Yet, his untrained body could hardly react in time. Shadow Pillar. Instinctively, Iceberg employed his usual technique for supporting heavy objects. Crack. As expected, the shadow pillar crumbled in less than a breath. Damn you, Shiryu. Come again. Enraged, Bonnie charged forward, her pretty face darkening as she swung the leg bone. Bang, bang, bang. Sword energy roared, sparks flying. Though the leg bone had been refined, it still paled in comparison to the cursed sword thunderstorm, yet it was formidable in Bonnie's hands. Good. Just like that. Continue. You're the weakest in the entire crew, D.O. You even deserve the title of an elite crew member? Damn it. Bonnie was infuriated, her attacks intensifying. Shiryu, seizing this momentum, would not unleash overwhelming power to defeat her instantly. Boom! With a swift motion, Mu Ling evaded the thunder, stepping forward and transcending the twisted space, reappearing behind Enel in the next moment, with a powerful punch delivered straight to the midsection, as Enel struggled to rise from the ground. Muckling surveyed his surroundings, increasingly satisfied with Shiryu's actions. Indeed, unlike the Shiryu of earlier days, he now possessed strength, was one of the first to follow me, and displayed intelligence, truly resembling a first mate more and more. Although Mihawk was stronger than Shiryu, his haughty nature was ill-suited for the role of a deputy captain. Wait a moment. Where is Mihawk? Muckling's thoughts shifted, and he spotted Mihawk perched upon the ship's mast. His face etched with solitude and weariness. You all are engaged in a fierce battle, yet you can't spare me a worthy opponent. This was a true reflection of Mihawk's sentiments, with a slight tilt of his body. He deftly evaded the descending golden staff that Muckling's left hand moved like a gliding dragon, seizing the staff and pulling it towards himself. In the next instant, a torrent of thunder surged through the staff and into his body, transforming it into a bolt of lightning in the blink of an eye. The raging thunder relentlessly battered Muckling's form, yet it proved futile. Captain, you. Enel hesitated, wearing an expression that seemed to accuse the captain of trickery. Boom! Muckling shattered the lightning with a swift claw, dispersing it into two halves that vanished into the air, then reversed his grip on the Yinglong sword's hilt. Thunderous 8 trigrams, a flash of blinding light, imbued with terrifying thunderous energy, shot past Enel's body in an instant. Yet the next second, Muckling stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Enel, who had been cleaved in two and was dissipating before him. Lightning clone? TSK, not bad. When did you develop this technique? Just when you were unaware, came Enel's teasing voice from behind. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the golden staff crashing down resonated repeatedly. So confident. Are we? Muckling smirked, not even glancing back as he flicked his fingers upward that a black-purple void gate materialized before Enel. He quickly halted, well aware of the grim fate that awaited anyone who entered. Simultaneously, a void gate appeared before Muckling, and he swung his sword, unleashing countless fiery sword energies that surged into the void, bombarding Enel with explosive force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword energy rained down, transforming into a blinding array of light that assailed him. Damn that spatial ability. The golden staff whistled through the air as Enel defended against the sword light, retreating while his observation hockey relentlessly sought Muckling's position. Too slow. Your observation hockey needs improvement. Accompanied by a myriad of sword lights, Muckling burst forth from the void gate. Blood splattered as he showed no mercy, striking Enel squarely on the right shoulder. His body then morphed into an illusion, appearing like a specter on the opposite side. Strengthen your electric waves. Make your observation hockey sharper. Muckling commanded coldly. 6,000 volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. The surging Thunder Dragon opened its gaping maw, only to be shattered by Muckling's fist in an instant. Skills also require enhancement. Boom. With a fist enveloped in extreme flames, he struck Enel's chest fiercely, causing him to spew blood as he was sent flying once more. After a while, the battles of all had concluded. Iceberg lay unconscious on the deck, likely exhausted from the effort. Enel's complexion was pale, faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Bonnie appeared similarly fatigued, propping herself up with a bone, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Jinbei and Crocodile maintained calm expressions, yet their trembling hands betrayed the fact that this battle was far from easy. Of course, aside from Muckling, the one who had it easiest was Shiryu. Captain, from now on, I will focus solely on training Bonnie. Iceberg should start from the very basics of body refinement. Shiryu spoke solemnly. Before joining the Phantom Pirate crew, Iceberg was a world-class shipwright and the mayor of Water City. Despite having acquired the powerful Shadow Fruit, his physical attributes and foundational abilities were still lacking. Just then, a flash of insight struck Muckling. No, wait, didn't I help this fellow refine his spirit body? That shouldn't be the case. Muckling was momentarily stunned, then a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. This guy hasn't even realized the immense energy hidden within him. As a shipwright, he shouldn't necessarily require immense strength. Yet, this is the sea, where power reigns supreme. Hence, the training shall remain unchanged. Shiryu, push him to his limits. Upon hearing these words, the just-awakened iceberg promptly fainted again. Thus, day after day, the crew of the Phantom Pirates engaged in rigorous training. Jinbei continued to spar with Crocodile, while Mu Ling honed Enel's skills, and Shiryu, who had initially enjoyed an easy time, increasingly felt the pressure, for Mihawk could no longer hold back after training with Iceberg and Bonnie. Shiryu would once again engage in battle with Mihawk. Captain Yu. Shiryu cursed under his breath, vexed, thinking of turning him into a 3-year-old. Impressive swordsmanship. Keek. Jinbei, are you losing your touch? A month later, the Phantom ship sliced through the clouds. Advancing onward, Mu Ling sat cross-legged atop the ship's mast, a transponder snail by his side, having just finished a call with Hancock. Recently, the Navy had been rather quiet, seemingly uninterested in causing him trouble. Perhaps the days of Akainu and Akiji vying for the position of Fleet Admiral were approaching? Most likely, Akainu would emerge victorious, with Akiji retreating from the Navy to infiltrate the pirate crew. However, with the Blackbeard pirates no longer in existence, where would Akiji go next? Beep. Would the host like to initiate a 5 consecutive draws? Confirm. Beep. 50 points of experience deducted. Mu Ling realized he seemed to have developed a compulsion, feeling the need to accumulate enough for 5 consecutive draws that a heavy BGM resonated in his mind, and then the golden canister began to shatter. Boom. Thank you for your patronage, Sword Nurturing Gourd 1. Thank you for your patronage 1, Soul Siphoning Hand 1. Mike Guy's Bodysuit 1. 3 streaks of light vanished in an instant. This time turned out quite well. A 2-3 split. Sword Nurturing Gourd nurtures swords with pure essence, repairs damage, and refines them to purity. Up to 3 swords. Oh, this Sword Nurturing Gourd is akin to a sword box from a fantasy world. Not bad. As he touched the purple-golden Sword Nurturing Gourd, Mu Ling willed it, and the Ying Long and Chachi dual swords immediately flew out of the storage, diving into the gourd. The second item drawn was the Soul Siphoning Hand. It extracts the blood essence of enemies and, upon reaching full capacity, converts the blood essence into an explosive attack. Not bad, although it may be somewhat redundant for me right now. However, the luck of drawing truly seems to yield anything. Looking at the lightweight green bodysuit in his hands, which was none other than Might Guy's brand. Tis TSK, this must be one of the few blemishes in the life of the Might Emperor. Opening the description, Might Guy's bodysuit increases strength, speed, and defense by 20. Mu Ling. This item even has a buff bonus? Quite good. Since it's so useful, I shall give it to Enel. Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted on the sea. And the pirate flag belongs to the Big Mom Pirates. Suddenly, Jinbei shouted from the lookout. The Big Mom Pirates. Mu Ling furrowed his brow and looked over. The massive pirate vessel was adorned with decorations reminiscent of cakes and pastries. And the hideous Big Mom pirate flag flew proudly in the wind. Keek, it's the Yonko of the New World, the Big Mom Pirates. Crocodile sneered. I wonder if Big Mom herself is present? Most likely not. It should be her subordinates, perhaps one of her sons. After all, she has many. The crew chuckled in unison. TSK. Fate is indeed a marvelous thing. Mu Ling smirked. It has been quite a while since I last saw that old woman. Big Mom. Yet in the next moment, Mu Ling's smile transformed into a fierce intensity. Back in the Rocks Pirates, this woman was one of his most persistent adversaries. Iceberg. He then called out loudly, standing in midair, gazing down at the pirate ship below. What is it, Captain? Iceberg was momentarily taken aback. You fool. Did you have Shiryu knock some sense into you? Attack them. Let us witness the might of the Phantom ship. The shepherd spoke tersely. Understood, Captain. Immediately, Iceberg agreed, and, with a swift dash, vanished into the most secretive chamber of the Phantom ship. Instantly, the crowd erupted with excitement. Even the typically stoic Hawkeye displayed an unusual expression. This was due to the arrival of the legendary ancient weapon, something that instilled fear even in the world government, which was finally about to make its debut. In an instant, a heavy horn echoed throughout the Phantom ship. And a massive rectangular pit, stretching 100 meters in length, appeared on the vast deck. The clanking of metal, the whirring of gears, and the slow ascent of the platform created a cacophony of sounds. Buzzing with fervor. Then, a colossal object gradually emerged, revealing an unremarkable yet extraordinarily sturdy cannon with a barrel extending several dozen meters. The crowd was taken aback. "What is this? Just an ordinary cannon." Old Sand expressed his dissatisfaction. "It's simply much larger," Shilio remarked indifferently. Enel exclaimed, "How boring." Bonnie questioned, "Is this truly capable of destroying an island?" Jinbi added, "I sense trouble." Mu Ling furrowed his brow, gazing at the cannon barrel, which resembled the one aboard Bondi Wald's ship, feeling somewhat let down. Although the increase in size undoubtedly amplified the cannon's destructive power, it still lacked any qualitative change. Is that so? Suddenly, Iceberg's voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Don't blink." Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, Iceberg forcefully pushed the thrust lever within the cabin. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions erupted within the cannon barrel. Following that, gears whirred, and over 30 massive secondary cannons appeared around the stout barrel. Clank, clank, clank. From start to finish, it took no more than 3 breaths. "Don't rush. There's more." Iceberg continued. In the next moment, a blue crystal column, radiating an eerie glow, emerged from the cannon's rear. With 2 clicks, a small door opened at the cannon's back, allowing the crystal column to be perfectly embedded within. It seemed as if it had been infused with a soul, with beams of azure light continuously swirling around the cannon barrel. The 30-plus secondary cannons suddenly responded as the barrel began to emit brilliant light, coalescing into a dazzling beam directed straight towards the main cannon's mouth. Position 1345, 567. Prepare to fire. In an instant, the heavens changed color as the azure sky was enveloped in a spectral blue glow, transforming the entire world into an eerie hue. Meanwhile, the blue beams shot forth from the 30 secondary cannons, gradually congregating at the main cannon's mouth, swelling and intensifying, their momentum reaching a crescendo. The rumbling energy continued to accumulate, with a thunderous roar reverberating through the air like a tempest. Heavens, this was unimaginable, so powerful. Energy fully charged, the countdown to launch began. 10, 9, 8. On the surface of the sea, Katakuri furrowed his brow, gazing upwards in disbelief. With an exceptionally keen observation haki, he could momentarily foresee the future. Thus, he had seen, in that fleeting instant, the cataclysmic cannon fire engulfing him. No, this was impossible. His expression changed drastically, and Katakuri became increasingly agitated. Fear gripped him. The threat was coming from the sky. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" his sister from the Charlotte family asked anxiously. "Run. Get away from here. Everyone hurry." Boom! Katakuri's anguished roar left everyone utterly stunned. "What do you mean? Run? Ha! We are the Yonko pirate crew. Could anyone dare to trouble us? Humph! These fools have been lounging on the ship all day. My brother even called for us to hurry back. It's so annoying. I feel like I'm rusting away. I've been eager for a good fight. I can't wait to see what fool dares to challenge us. These idiots, a bunch of deluded dreamers." Katakuri was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had witnessed it firsthand, yet they still refused to believe him. However, despite his fury, the sense of responsibility as an older brother surged within him. Even if it meant his own demise, he would protect them. Boom! With a sweep of his arms, his haki-imbued rice cake arms stretched long, wrapping 4 or 5 younger siblings in a protective embrace. Just as Katakuri prepared to forcefully escape, a thunderous rumble erupted. The sky was collapsing. The deafening explosion reverberated above them. Countless beams of eerie blue light streamed through the windows, as if, in that moment, only this color remained in the world. "Bastard!" Katakuri bellowed, transforming into a massive rice cake. Shielding all his younger siblings, the winds howled, waves crashed, and the ship's hull disintegrated in an instant. The sea trembled, revealing a terrifying chasm beneath, opened by the bombardment. Water surged violently, countless sea kings' corpses bursting into a bloody mist. Merging into a crimson vortex, darkness enveloped his vision.